Hey guys, how are you? Like and hype this video, for more amazing daily updates. Chapter 1. Have you heard? Suzinya from our class entered the Reincarnation Tower and got an A grade for the first time. The one who passed the customs was the Marshal Dao World. When he came back, he got 1,000 pounds of punching power. It's really nothing. Zhao Chong from the next class unlocked the aura of Peerless Warrior from the very beginning, blasted the Dynasty World, became a vassal, and got an S-level evaluation. It is said that he can summon 3,000 dead men in reality. But there are also reincarnators who failed 3 times in a row, and disappeared from this world directly, just like being erased by an eraser. It's scary. I still won't go to Reincarnation Tower. What are you afraid of? As long as you fail twice and don't go in for the 3rd time, can't you avoid the risk of erasure? Zhongcheng 7th Middle School. Students in Class 7, Senior 3, started a lively discussion. On the wall is a bright red lettering. Become a top Samsara user, take off in 1 step, and make a fortune. I crossed over. Somewhere in the class. Jiang Ye opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar classrooms and classmates around him, with a look of astonishment on his face. After absorbing the memory, he suddenly realized that he had traveled to the world where all the people were reincarnated. 100 years ago, space cracks appeared on the border of the world, and magic caves emerged from the ground. Countless monsters from other world invaded the human world and brought great disaster to the earth. But fortunately, the Tower of Reincarnation was born. Boys who have reached the age of 16 enter the Reincarnation Tower for awakening, simulating the life of the first life, and as long as the score reaches D or above, they can officially become reincarnators. The final score is obtained based on comprehensive data such as performance, popularity, meritorious service, influence, and longevity in the Samsara world. The higher the score, the richer the rewards brought back to the real world will be. Enter the Reincarnation Tower for the first time to awaken, and randomly unlock 1 or 2 exclusive talents. The reincarnation comes to the world of Samsara, and will obtain special skill effects according to the exclusive talent. At this time, 3 prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the A-level talent skill, the Pupil of Luck. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the S-level talent skill, Stealer. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the SS-level talent skill, Wheel of Fortune. The 3 reminders that popped up in a row immediately made Jiang Ye feel refreshed. I'm going. It turned out to be 3 exclusive talents. According to the information in memory, most awakened people only have 1 exclusive talent. Only a very small number of geniuses can get twin talents. However, Jiang Ye actually unlocked 3 exclusive talents. Talent levels can be divided into E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level. The higher the level, the stronger and rarer it is. It is said that the SSS level talent has never appeared. But Jiang Ye has awakened 3 kinds of talents in a row, corresponding to A level, S level and SS level respectively, almost comparable to SSS level talents. This can be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he immediately began to check the information on it. Pupil of Luck, Class A. You can see the luck of everyone, as well as the luck of dragons condensed by the veins. According to different colors, different luck effects are displayed. Stealer, S rank. The skill of the God of Thieves. You can steal any item from the opponent, including aura, talent, physique, and aptitude. Cooling time, 1 year. Wheel of Fortune, SS level. The skill of the God of Destiny. You can choose the corresponding target and see their recent fate. Or, completely exchange fate with the other party. Note, each Samsara world, exchange fate can only be used once. This. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. Turtle. These 3 skills are too powerful. Needless to say, the pupil of luck can turn bad luck into good luck, and it can help own nobles at a glance. Just the skill of the thief can steal the talent, physique, and even the aura of the other party. Now there is intelligence showing that every samsara world has a son of fortune haunting it. As long as you can find the son of fortune and hug the opponent's thigh, there is a high probability that you will be able to get a grade A or above. After all, the son of fortune condenses the blessings of heavenly Dao, and with a plug-in, no matter how dangerous things are, he can turn danger into good luck, and stand at the pinnacle of this world, becoming a peak powerhouse. As a peak powerhouse boy, just drinking soup is enough to surpass 10,000 people, and the score at the time of settlement will naturally not be so low. But, however, Jiang Ye still has an SS rank talent, the Wheel of Fortune. If he can find the Son of Fortune by himself, he doesn't need to hug the opponent's thigh at all, just change the fate and be done. Etc. I have the Pupil of Luck, which can accurately lock the Son of Fortune. Combined with the Wheel of Fortune, you can completely exchange fate with the Son of Fortune, and you will reach the pinnacle of your life from now on. Even if the Son of Fortune has the physique, blood, and talent of heaven-defying, I can still steal them with the function of a thief. This is the rhythm of perfecting myself as the new Son of Fortune in this world. Jiang Ye seemed to realize something, and was so excited that he almost jumped up from the table. These three skills alone are not so heaven-defying. However, combined, it can produce extremely heaven-defying effects in the world of samsara. More importantly, every reincarnation will randomly get the halo effect when they come to the world of samsara. The powerful aura can help the reincarnated to turn dangers into blessings and reach the pinnacle of life step by step. A weak aura is like a chicken rib, and may even bring disaster to oneself. But the aura is not completely changeable. According to the performance of the samsara world, there is a chance to upgrade the aura or get a new aura. If you can unlock the legendary SSS rating, it is also possible to actively choose to keep the aura and keep it in the next life, superimposing the effect of two auras, and the experience in the samsara world will undoubtedly be more comfortable. If I steal the protagonist's aura of luck, and then attack the SSS score in the samsara world, wouldn't it be possible to superimpose the protagonist's aura infinitely? Jiang Ye seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 2. The Son of Fortune, in a sense, is no different from the illegitimate son of heavenly Dao. The halo he possesses can take off even if it is put on a pig. However, with the cooperation of these three heaven-defying exclusive talents, Jiang Ye may be able to superimpose the halo of the protagonist infinitely. At that time, no matter how difficult the samsara world is, you can't stop yourself. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye stood up without hesitation, ran to the grade office, and applied to go to the Reincarnation Tower. In the sprint stage of the third year of high school, all major colleges and universities are recruiting potential reincarnators. At this stage, the school almost released the eligibility to go to the Tower of Reincarnation for senior high school students, as long as the announcement is made. Some geniuses have already appeared in Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School, and they have successfully won the scoring rewards of the samsara world 2 or 3 times. If the score reaches level D or above, they will pass the level. According to the number of reincarnations, ratings, and corresponding power systems and supernatural abilities, he was admitted to major universities in the form of comprehensive data. As long as anyone who becomes an outstanding samsara, the top big companies in the samsara world, the samsara family, and the guild will use higher salaries and resources to recruit reincarnated people. A powerful reincarnation can take this opportunity to rise to the top and surpass 10,000 people. Soon, Jiang Ye successfully applied for the qualification certificate to go to the Reincarnation Tower. With his school bag on his back, he rushed out of the classroom without looking back, and went straight to the Tower of Rebirth. Hey, isn't that Jiang Ye? Why did he leave school so early? Someone saw Jiang Ye go to the grade office before, and it seems that he got a ticket to the Reincarnation Tower. Damn it, Jiang Ye has already failed twice, this is his last chance. If he fails this time, wouldn't Jiang Ye completely disappear from this world? If it were me, I would never use this opportunity. It's good to be an ordinary person honestly. Jiang Ye is probably crazy. Normal people would never use their last chance to gamble on that slim chance. After all, less than 10% of people can successfully advance to reincarnation. Maybe I will never see Jiang Ye again in the future. Jiang Ye's previous grades were always at the bottom of the class. And since he used up 2 opportunities, he has almost become a useless person. After all, there is only one last chance left. As long as you fail, you will completely disappear from this world. Even if they are successfully promoted to be reincarnated, major colleges and universities will think twice about such students. In the first and second years of high school, the relationship between classmates was relatively simple, and some people were willing to play with Jiang Ye. But since the third year of high school, when everyone is facing their own future, the importance of social status has emerged. Those students who successfully promoted to reincarnation in the class and got higher grades were immediately praised by the stars, surrounded by everyone like stars. And the few classmates who used to call Jiang Ye brothers, now have a somewhat estranged relationship with him. Knowing that Jiang Ye is about to use his last chance to go to Reincarnation Tower, the eyes of the students here are either pity, shaking their heads and sighing, or dismissive. Few people think that he can successfully advance to reincarnation. Zhongcheng, Linhai District. This is the most prosperous area in Zhongcheng, surrounded by a wide variety of shops, and various other world items from the Reincarnation Tower can be seen everywhere. The surface-hardened flow knife, the mysterious rune, the medicine pill that can increase the value of the face. From the weapon shop, the medicine pill building, the land of runes, to the 1,000-story inn, there are almost everything. Since the Tower of Reincarnation was born, great changes have taken place in the society. Many products of the Tower of Reincarnation are circulating in the free market, and technology has advanced rapidly. The central area of the city is built as if there are countless another world pieced together, full of the combination of fantasy, technology, magic and many other elements. Of course, most of the people who can come here to consume are high-level reincarnators. The price of any output from Reincarnation Tower has reached 6-figure soft sister coins, and the salary of ordinary people may be able to afford it for several years. It only took 10 minutes to take the airship. In front of Jiang Ye, a majestic Tongtian Tower appeared, standing at the other end of the sky. Almost every city has a Reincarnation Tower. In super-large cities such as the Imperial Capital and the Magical Capital, there are often 2 or 3 Reincarnation Towers sitting in town. Now, the Reincarnation Square is full of crowds of people. A long dragon-like team went straight to the light gate at the end of the Reincarnation Tower. With the flow of people in the team, the figures walking in the front were submerged into the light gate one by one. Congratulations to Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School. So Kinga received an A-level score from the 9 Heavens continent. A broadcast sound suddenly echoed in the area. Accompanied by the top of the Reincarnation Tower, a crimson ray of light suddenly emerged from the divine fire, and a figure stepped out from the light gate, which immediately aroused the exclamation of the surrounding people. Goddess Su actually got an A grade. As expected of being the daughter of the principal of Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School, she really has extraordinary qualifications. The 9 Heavens continent, that is the Samsara world of the fantasy system. If you can get an A-level score in this Samsara world, you will be guaranteed admission to the top 10 colleges and universities. I'm envious. Whenever a reincarnator successfully awakens, at the top of the Samsara tower, the corresponding color of the fire will appear. Gray means failure. White is graded D. Blue for grade C grades. Purple for grade B grades. Crimson grades A. Li Yulai rated S grade. Jing Guang scored SS grade. Universal Shen Guang scores for SSS level. For the first reincarnation, the proportion of reincarnations who can reach grade A rating is not even 1 in 100,000. In the sky, several powerful auras suddenly fell to Sokinga's side. All of them were high-level officials of the major forces in the Samsara world. One can imagine. A genius like this is bound to be offered an olive branch by many forces at a sky-high price, and the future is boundless. Many people showed envious eyes. I aspire to become such a genius myself. I have these 3 talents, and the performance in the Samsara world will not be too bad. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Because of the time travel, the exclusive talent he unlocked now is different from the original one. Moreover, this previous life was too ostentatious, and I didn't study the strategy route well in class, so I messed around in the Samsara world. Make yourself time travel, only one last chance. But Jiang Ye found that the world of Samsara is not as difficult as imagined based on the memory experience of absorbing the previous 2 failures. Xiao Yuan broke through 100 years old, gained a high reputation, and accumulated wealth far exceeding that of ordinary people. Any one of the conditions can meet the requirements of a D-level score. I have been a human being in 2 lives, and I have such a powerful talent. Do I still need to be counseled? Just go in and do it. At this time, it was Jiang Ye's turn at the queue. He stepped in, and his figure was submerged in the light gate. Chapter 3. The world of Samsara is coming. First world, comprehensive martial arts continent. World background: in the 212th year of the Hongguo calendar, Sanfen Zhenren retired from the rivers and lakes, martial forest disputes continued, and the dynasty was divided. The Central Plains region is divided into the Great Qin, Great Tang, Great Ming, Great Sui, and other countries, with constant disputes to find the lost real dragon treasure in the martial forest rivers and lakes. Life template. Name: Jiang Ye. Age: 0. Identity: refuge. Realm: none. Martial arts cheats: none. Root bone: E. Practitioner's average root bone is B. Perception: B+, practitioner's average perception is C. Halo: blessed after the catastrophe, D grade. Reputation: 0. Current rating: none. Next second. Opening his eyes again, what was reflected in front of Jiang Ye was a dim grey sky. Hungry refugees lined up to cross the wasteland on foot. All the way are frozen bones. At this time, Jiang Ye's wheel of fortune turned automatically. The fate of the next few years emerged in his mind. At the age of 0, the southern city of Daming suffered a massacre. You became a refugee and fled to the southern city with your parents. At the age of 1, arrived in Nanchinj, was assigned as a slave, barely survived. 2 years old, with heavy wind, snow, and cold, your bones are too weak, coupled with early malnutrition, you died of wind and cold at home. Is my luck too bad? Jiang Ye couldn't help complaining in his heart. My identity in this life has turned into a refugee. In the world of comprehensive martial arts, the dynasties were separated, and there were countless disputes in the rivers and lakes. It was not a peaceful era. In such an era, if you become a refugee, even an adult will find it difficult to survive. Let alone a swaddling baby. The root of Jiang Ye's life template is only E level, and his resistance is weaker than ordinary people. If it is in such an environment, it may be difficult to guarantee even survival. At this time, with a slight movement in Jiang Ye's heart, he opened the pupil of luck. Immediately, a group of colorful halos appeared above the heads of the people around. Black, white, purple. Each circle of light represents the aura of luck on their bodies. In the black halo of luck is the number of catastrophe. The white halo of luck is mediocre. The blue halo of luck is the number of harmony. The purple halo of luck is the number of wealth. The red halo of luck is the number of flying. The golden halo of luck is the number of real dragons. Most of the halos of luck above the heads of the refugees are mostly black, and even white is very rare. It is conceivable that the fate of most refugees is not much better, and it is as rare as a giant panda to find a white halo of luck. At this time, among the crowd, a golden halo appeared very prominently in front of the team. Jiang Ye immediately shifted his gaze to that side. His Wheel of Fortune can not only watch his own life script for the next 5 years, but also see other people's life templates and their recent fate. There is actually a golden halo of luck. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and his eyes fell on a child about 7 years old. Unlike others in the wasteland, the boy was fair-skinned and looked as if he came from a wealthy family. Although he was young, his face revealed a heroic spirit. Jiang Ye immediately recognized this boy as the owner of the golden halo of luck. With a thought, he checked the other person's life template. Name: Zhang Wuji. Age: 7. Identity: refuge. Cultivation base: none. Martial arts cheats: none. Root bone: SSS. Perception: SSS. Halo: full level luck, SSS level. Destiny: Entering Nanchanj, he was valued by the previous generation martial forest mythical sweeper monk who valued his fundamental aptitude and accepted him as an apprentice. He became a great master at only 13 years old. Founded the Ming religion, was established by Zhu Yuanzhang as the general of the Ming dynasty, and slaughtered the Qin army to avenge his parents. From Dakin's Phantom Sound treasure box, he obtained the location of the real dragon's secret treasure. After opening it, he obtained the Yishan sword and the dragon-slaying saber, making him invincible ever since. Unify the central plains and achieve the martial forest myth. Is this the son of fortune? Jiang Ye was shocked when he saw this template. The aura of full-level luck is outrageous to the extreme. At the moment of birth, the roots and savvy are already full, and if you ask for a master casually, it turns out to be the martial forest myth of the previous generation. This is an existence that can shake the entire country by itself. According to the history of the Zhongguo continent, the dynasties in the world have been divided into separate regimes. It is precisely because of the original martial forest myth that the real Mitutoyo passed away, and no one has the ability to unify the rivers and lakes, which caused countless chaos. As the martial forest myth of the previous generation, even if the sweeping monk is not as good as Mitutoyo, his strength will definitely not be inferior. Check out this template. If nothing else, Zhang Wuji will most likely be the son of fortune of Zhongguo continent. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that although I was born in the wasteland, I found my son of fortune so quickly. Jiang Ye was so excited that he used the only chance of Wheel of Fortune without hesitation. Exchange fate. Next second, Jiang Ye's panel has completely changed. Name: Jiang Ye. Age: 0. Identity: refuge. Realm: none. Martial arts cheats: none. Root bone: SSS. Perception: SSS. Reputation: 0. Halo: full level luck, SSS level. Current rating: none. The opportunity seems to be only for such a short moment. Since that day, Zhang Wuji seemed to have disappeared and never appeared. Most of the remaining refugees are grey and white, and people die of hunger every day. Jiang Ye sighed, and now he can do nothing but close his eyes and sleep, and grow up quickly. It seems that the halo of full-level luck has played a role in the dark. During this year, Jiang Ye's parents can always find fruits that can fill their stomachs, and occasionally they can also hunt meat from the wilderness. The SSS level root bone makes Jiang Ye's physique different from ordinary people, and his growth rate far exceeds that of his peers. Even if the environment is harsh, I never get sick or catch a cold. The fate of dying from the wind and cold was avoided. 1 year later, Jiang Ye's family of 3 arrived in Nanchanj safely. Arriving at the city gate, a passing beggar suddenly put his hand on Jiang Ye's body. "Where is the neuropathy? Get out of here!" Jiang's father and Jiang's mother were shocked, and quickly snatched Jiang Ye over, hugging him behind him like a calf. However, Jiang Ye noticed that the aura of luck emerging from the beggar's body was golden. He suddenly realized that this beggar was the martial forest myth of the previous generation, the sweeping monk. Chapter 4. The beggar took a few steps back and did not continue pestering. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Ye, suddenly showed a kind smile, and nodded with satisfaction. Then turn and leave. Jiang Ye wanted to take the initiative to follow up. But after thinking about it, I am still a 1-year-old child, and I mainly follow my parents. Moreover, using the Wheel of Fortune, it will be a matter of time to go on according to the script. The process of entering Nanjing was unexpectedly smooth. Originally, if these refugees want to enter the city, they need to pay 3 taels of silver, otherwise they can only choose to become slaves of the landlord. But the guard at the gate automatically let Jiang Ye's family through. After entering the city, he was successfully taken in by a rich family surnamed Lin and served as a domestic servant. Although the daily work is also very hard, leaving early and returning late, but the status is at least much more decent than that of refugees. Jiang Ye's growth rate is astonishing. He is only 1.5 years old, but he already has the height of a 3 or 4-year-old child and is able to work. At his age, he took the initiative to help his parents share some labor, which aroused the appreciation of the head of the Lin family. At least he is much stronger than his good-for-nothing son who only knows how to listen to music and love affairs every day. Because of this, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother's treatment is higher than that of ordinary domestic servants, and they will send clothes and money regularly, which is also the treatment that only middle-level families can enjoy in the city. The second year. The winter in Nanjing has experienced a strong wind and cold that has never happened in 10 years. On the way, the refugees and beggars who wandered in the streets were all frozen to death, the famine spread, and the people were displaced. Even if the Lin family is a wealthy family, relying on their huge family fortune to survive this winter, it will not be easy. On this day, Jiang Ye's forehead was hot, and he had a cold. Certainly. Nothing serious, just a runny nose and a cold. With his physique, he would be fine with a little rest, and there would be no risk of freezing to death. But the head of the Lin family was still worried, so he specially invited a doctor from outside. The next day, at noon, a middle-aged doctor with a handsome appearance and a calm demeanor, dressed in a white robe and with an extraordinary demeanor, stepped out from the door. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. He opened the pupil of luck, and found that the halo of luck above the doctor's head was golden again. Wait, is that the sweeping monk? Jiang Ye's memory is very strong. He just took a look, and found that the doctor's appearance was quite similar to the beggar's at that time. Unexpectedly, after nearly a year, the other party turned out to meet me in a different identity. Lenovo's experience this year. Jiang Ye suddenly realized that his family's success in Nanjing was probably due to the handwriting behind the other party. The doctor just took the pulse slightly, and then prescribed a prescription, and left without saying anything. With the strength of the Lin family, of course they have the ability to find the medicinal materials on the prescription, boil them, make them into a decoction, and give them to Jiang Ye to swallow. This prescription is also strange. At the beginning of swallowing, a warm current poured into the internal organs, feeling hot all over, and sweating crazily. But for a moment, the toxicity of the wind and cold is all forced out of the body. But Jiang Ye felt that the effect of this soup was more than that. It also has the effect of beating qi and blood. It seems that the sweeping monk really intends to accept me as an apprentice. The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth curled up slightly. People who practice martial arts have to work hard since they were young, at least their foundation should not be bad. The sweeping monk took this opportunity to prescribe Jiang Ye a decoction that can invigorate qi and blood, further stimulating his martial arts aptitude to the extreme. And the prescription prescribed by the myth of the martial forest, even with the simplest medicinal materials, can have miraculous effects when combined. Since this cold, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother never asked Jiang Ye to do labor anymore. Instead, he took classes in a private school with other Lin family disciples to learn the characters of this world. Although Jiang Ye came to this world and is already familiar with the language, he has not yet systematically learned the characters here. With his savvy, he mastered it very quickly, and he could read the words in the books smoothly in less than a week, and he would recite poems and compose fu from time to time, which shocked Mr. Private School. Some disciples of the Lin family, seeing Jiang Ye's humble background, wanted to bully him, but they were chased away by the private school teacher with a stick. The poems written by Jiang Ye spread to the surrounding areas of Nanchang, and also aroused some discussions among literati. The fame has gradually increased. Many people knew that there was such a child prodigy in the Lin family, so they came to visit him specially. Because of this, the entire Lin family was full of customers and became prosperous. The patriarch of the Lin family was overjoyed and treated Jiang Ye like his own son, freed Jiang's father and Jiang's mother of labor, and even moved the bedroom into the main courtyard, almost like a family. Scanning away with the pupil of luck. The halo of luck above Jiang Ye's parents' heads changed from white to blue. The patriarch of the Lin family even upgraded from purple to red. All these changes have a great relationship with the fate of exchanging the Son of Fortune. After all, as Heavenly Tao's own son, the karma involved is naturally different. Even the people around you can be favored by Heavenly Tao. At the same time, Jiang Ye's identity has also changed from a vagrant to a poet. Reputation value plus 100. When opening the panel again, Jiang Ye was surprised to find that the own score has reached the D level. It's only 2 years old. Most of the other reincarnators at this age are still drinking milk. No matter how high the intelligence is, if the physique is not developed, it is difficult to make any plans. As expected of the halo of the Son of Fortune, it's so easy to use. Jiang Ye felt extremely happy in his heart. It's been a few months. Mr. Private School directly asked Jiang Ye not to come. With Jiang Ye's literary talents, he even felt ashamed to be the other party's master. Time suddenly became free. The 3rd year. Jiang Ye has no worries about food and clothing, and his body is well developed. Even though he is only 3 years old, his physique is no different from that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. His parents no longer restrained him, and he was free to go out and play in the street. Anyway, there was nothing to do at home, so Jiang Ye ran out of Lin's house neatly, wandering around the streets of Nanchang, intending to see what was there. At this time, a Huxia medicine store caught Jiang Ye's attention. He saw a familiar figure in a white robe, with a calm demeanor, grabbing medicine. At the same time, the golden halo on his head was dazzling, forming a sharp contrast with other people on the street. Chapter 5. Thank you Senior for the decoction that day. Jiang Ye stepped forward and thanked him very politely. Lang Hong's expression didn't change, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitched a bit. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is what a doctor should do, so you don't need to be thankful. He continued to grab a handful of medicines, put them into the sack, and stepped out, as if he was going to see a doctor. Only Jiang Ye was left alone in the pharmacy. Certainly. The doctor didn't let Jiang Ye leave, and he didn't lock the door, so the meaning was very clear. Did not treat Jiang Ye as an outsider. This martial forest myth is kind of tsundere. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. He naturally knew that the doctor intended to accept him as an apprentice, otherwise he would not have let himself guard the pharmacy without saying a word. He turned around and looked around. The pharmacy is not big, but overall it looks neat and clean. Next to the medicine cabinet on display, a few yellowed ancient books are placed in an inconspicuous corner. Treatises on febrile and miscellaneous diseases, thousands of gold prescriptions, Tongxian miscellaneous, Ghost Valley Yin and Yang. In addition to medical skills, Jiang Ye also found some books related to 5 elements, art of war, and divination, all of which were mysterious and difficult to understand. It is 100 times more complicated than the 4 books and 5 classics read in private schools. Rao is Jiang Ye's extraordinary savvy. When he read it for the first time, he felt that the content in it was complicated and the system was huge, and there was a sense of speciousness. Wait, these books are not just spells, but a fusion of philosophy and Deva's oneness, and actually contain the methods of martial arts. Jiang Ye flipped through the books, watched them for a while, and for some reason suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. In the eyes of ordinary people, the contents of ancient books are nothing more than recording some prescriptions, occasionally adding philosophical understanding. But with Jiang Ye's comprehension, he discovered the mystery inside. Really? How could the books left by a generation of martial forest myths be as simple as ordinary medical books? If I'm not mistaken, these modeled and complicated contents actually contain the martial arts cheats of the Zhongguo continent. It is closely related to the way of human body cultivator. Jiang Ye couldn't help taking a deep breath. There are also people who practice martial arts in the Lin family. Their strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, and they can shake a boulder of 500 caddies with bare hands. But in the entire comprehensive martial arts continent, in fact, this level of strength is just the lowest level of martial student. On top of it, there are Zhiyuan, Ningguang, Black Tortoise, Great Master, Grand Great Master, Tianxiang Grand Great Master, and the legendary Earthly Celestial Realm. Relying on medicinal materials to temper the precious blood and boil the root bones, one can enter the realm of martial student, but it is nowhere in sight to enter the realm of Zhiyuan. It is necessary to use a special cultivation technique to condense the true essence, so as to enter the realm of Zhiyuan. Let alone the Lin family, it is difficult to find any copy of Zhiyuan cultivation technique in the entire Nanshan. Only Yimei, Wudang, Kunlun, Shaolin, and other places, who have become the official inner disciples, are eligible to practice the cultivation technique. Besides, the Yin and Yang family of the Great Qin dynasty, Jiang Ye of the Ming dynasty, and the Yu family army of the Great Song dynasty, the top leaders of these top armies also have the opportunity to learn this kind of cultivation technique. Legend has it that Bai Qi, the god of killing, practiced the blood devil Kung Fu. He killed 400,000 generals of Zhao with his blood, and stepped into the realm of Grand Great Master in one step. He shocked the entire martial forest rivers and lakes, and was criticized by the entire martial forest. All schools of Confucianism and Moism felt extremely resentful about this. However, De Qin also established the position of the Central Plains in that battle, which is difficult to shake. Bai Qi, who has reached the Grand Great Master realm, has a lifespan of nearly 300 years, and his strength is far beyond ordinary people. Even Quicksand, who stands at the pinnacle of assassins, has nothing to do with Bai Qi, and instead chooses to cooperate with De Qin. In this world, if one can obtain the top cultivation technique and cultivate into a generation of masters, it is enough to step on the pinnacle of life. Achievement under one person, above 10,000 people. The cultivation technique carried by the martial forest myth is definitely not weaker than any top inner strength mental technique in this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye suddenly became excited. Now, he seems to have such a cultivation technique in his hand, which can help him step to the pinnacle of martial Dao in this world. If he can become a killing god like Bai Qi, there is a high probability that he will get an S-level score. But Jiang Ye knew that the cultivation technique that Bai Qi practiced was a kind of magic skill. The early cultivation speed is very fast, but the late stage also has to pay a great price. The cultivation technique carried by the martial forest myth must be several times better than Bai Qi magic skills. Jiang Ye immediately began to immerse himself in the sea of books, the contents of insight. Unknowingly, evening and sunset. Only then did the doctor return to the pharmacy. However, when he opened the door, he was stunned. It turned out that Jiang Ye was still here. At this moment, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother also became anxious, took a few Lin family members, and began to look for Jiang Ye outside the street. After some searching, I found out that Jiang Ye was staying at Lang Zhong's house to read, and he let go of his hanging heart. During this year, The doctor rescued the dying and healed the wounded in Nanchinj, healed more than 100 people, no matter rich or poor, the fees he charged were not expensive. Immediately hailed as the living bodhisattva, reincarnation of the immortal, he accumulated a high reputation. Therefore, when Jiang's father and Jiang's mother found out that Jiang Ye was reading with the doctor, they didn't blame him too much, they just reprimanded him verbally, and didn't stop him too much. In their eyes, they could also see that the doctor was not an ordinary person. If Jiang Ye studied by his side, he would have a better future than Mr. Private School. Henceforth, Jiang Ye went to the pharmacy every day to read those ancient books. On this day, the doctor returned to the pharmacy and found that the ancient book in Jiang Ye's hand was the most mysterious and incomprehensible Yin and Yang Ghost Valley. "You kid, read the book so fast, have you read it?" The doctor laughed and cursed. In just a few days, Jiang Ye almost flipped through his broken books. You must know that the contents of these ancient books are obscure, and even one book is enough to read for a year. Jiang Ye raised his head, exchanged a glance with Lang Zhong, and suddenly an idea popped up in his heart. Own thief skill, it seems that I haven't used it yet. After all, on the day that came, Jiang Ye had already exchanged SSS level life templates with Zhang Wuji. Naturally, the qualifications of other people are not appreciated. However, thief skills are also limited. For example, property, comprehension, cultivation aptitude, knowledge, thinking, memory, etc. can all be stolen. But if it is a part of the human body, including blood, heart, bones, then it cannot be stolen. Therefore, Jiang Ye cannot use the thief skills to directly steal the mythical cultivation base of the martial forest to the full level. But stealing lore is no problem. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and an option popped up in front of him. Do you want to steal the knowledge of the sweeping monk? Chapter 6. Yes. Jiang Ye chose to use it without hesitation. As a martial forest myth, the knowledge in his mind includes astronomy and geography, martial dao cultivation technique and many other complicated skills. In this world, his knowledge can be said to be the most precious wealth besides the earthly celestial cultivation base. Human levels are often determined by cognition. Using a year's cooling time to exchange for the knowledge contained in Martial Forest's mythical mind is definitely not a loss. Next second, the majestic and complicated knowledge immediately poured into Jiang Ye's mind. In the book, 5 elements, yin and yang philosophies, as well as medical skills, art of war, arithmetic, all the knowledge at this moment is constructed into an overall system, outlining the prototype of a set of cultivation technique. Using the luck of the qi veins in the Zhongguo continent, cultivate your own body, gather the thoughts of all living beings, and cross the sky in one step. Establish a dynasty, unify the central plains, qi condensation is transported to become a dragon, and yin and yang are transformed into sun and moon to become earthly celestial. The way is complete, the void is broken, and the martial forest myth is achieved. Is this what this cultivation technique contains? Jiang Ye was shocked. It was the first time he saw a cultivation technique that practiced in this way. Ordinary practice cultivation technique focuses on the structure of the human body, gathers vitality with specific breathing methods, and steps into the higher martial dao realm step by step. But this cultivation technique completely broke the common sense. Use the earth's veins to pour into your body, and integrate people and heaven and earth into one. As long as you can step into the threshold of this cultivation technique, you can climb to the top of the realm of the celestial Grand Great Master in one step. In the Zhongguo continent, the Tianxiang Grand Great Master is a figure standing at the ceiling level. Only a few people from the Yin and Yang family, such as Dong Huang, Beiki, God of War, Yu Fei, and Ximen Jianshen, can reach this realm. And Wudang Mudaist, Beggar Sect Chiao Gang Leader, Number 1 Flying Daggers Li Tanhua, etc., are only half-step celestial phenomena, but they can already become the leader of the gang at the top of martial forest rivers and lakes. This cultivation technique is actually a beginner who can step into the ranks of the peak powerhouse. As expected of the cultivation technique left by the martial forest myth, Jiang Ye couldn't help but took a deep breath in his heart. But he soon discovered that this cultivation technique is not that simple to practice. Just transforming the energy of the earth veins, I don't know where to start. Gathering the thoughts of all living beings, creating a dynasty, turning yin and yang into sun and moon, is even more mysterious. Observing with the pupil of luck, I found that even the aura emerging from Lang Zhong's body has not completely completed this cultivation technique. This. Jiang Ye felt even more shocked in his heart. The highest limit of the cultivation technique he saw was not even earthly celestial. But beyond this, the shattered void realm that no one before or anyone since has been able to achieve. Once this realm is reached, it will be forged into a true myth, immortal forever. At this moment, Lang Zhong seemed to feel something in his heart. His eyes suddenly fell on Jiang Ye, and he asked. Shahi, the second sentence, what is the description? Jiang Ye's mind returned to reality, knowing that the doctor was testing himself. Here's an opportunity. If you want to practice this cultivation technique, just relying on stolen knowledge is not enough. Still need to learn from the doctor. And if you can answer fluently, you may be able to be favored by the other party, teach you the way, and step into the formal practice of this cultivation technique faster. Jiang Ye replied calmly, watch yin and yang's opening and closing to name things, know the door of existence and death, plan the end and beginning of all kinds, understand the reason of people's hearts, see the change, and guard the door. Just after answering this paragraph, Jiang Ye's heart was shocked, and a flash of light flashed through his mind quickly. The earth veins are the energy connected to all living beings in this continent. When all living beings prosper, the earth veins prosper, and when the morals of the world decline, the earth veins exhaust. If you want to truly penetrate the earth veins and flow in the form of energy, you must penetrate all living beings. Taoist Daddy has a saying, one life is two is three is all things, and the two refers to yin and yang. The changes of all things can be deduced by yin and yang. If you can see through the impermanent changes of the world, you will open your yin and eyes, understand the floating world, and observe the earth's veins. At that moment, Jiang Ye had an epiphany, as if he understood exactly how to get started with this cultivation technique. Good memorization. Lang Zhong was stunned for a moment, and then slowly praised him. Actually, he admired Jiang Ye's performance in his heart. A 3-year-old child can memorize the obscure yin and yang ghost valley so quickly, even if it's just the first paragraph, that's pretty good. This kid has excellent comprehension, and his roots are rare in 100 years. He will definitely become a martial arts genius. Wait, how did you recite this passage? When people are old, they are really useless. To be honest, Lang Zhong just suddenly realized that he had forgotten what this passage was about. So, I asked Jiang Ye casually. But I didn't expect that the child actually recited it. As a martial forest myth, my memory is not as good as a 3-year-old child? Lang Zhong couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, this matter has not been known by others, otherwise it would be really a shame. It seems that if the thief's skills are used for the opponent's knowledge, the target can forget this knowledge in a short period of time. Jiang Ye saw all the changes in the doctor's expression, and smiled secretly, and at the same time, he had a higher understanding of the thief's skills. It is indeed the exclusive talent presented by the god of thieves. Even thoughts and memories can be stolen. Certainly. Stealing comprehension, memory, thinking, and knowledge, items related to the spirit, are not permanent. The other party only needs to use their brains a little, and they can remember it again after a while. And I am faced with such a huge amount of information, if I don't carefully organize and memorize it in a short period of time, I will soon forget it. Therefore, Jiang Ye took advantage of the opportunity of this surge in knowledge, and quickly reviewed the content of the book several times, and had a new breakthrough in understanding. Lang Zhong rubbed his head aside, his face showing confusion. He looked away, and asked Jiang Ye a few more times about the contents of the book. Result. Jiang Ye answered all the questions fluently, and he could memorize them verbatim. Broken. The doctor rubbed his eyebrows. Do you really have dementia? There is so much content in the book, how to say forget it. A generation of martial forest myths, the result is not as good as a child's memorization. I lost my hair. Boy, do you want to learn medical skills from me? The doctor thought for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask. Regardless of root, aptitude, or understanding, I am very satisfied with what the other party has shown. Moreover, after getting along with each other for this period of time, he discovered that Jiang Ye is not only quick-witted, but also kind-hearted. I don't have much life left, so it's time to find an inheritance. Such a good seedling, if you miss it, you may never find it again. Good. Jiang Ye immediately agreed. Then from today onwards, you are my Deoxuan's disciple. Deoxuan smiled happily. Chapter 7. Henceforth, Jiang Ye followed Deoxuan and began to study medicine. With Jiang Ye's comprehension, the speed of learning can be described as rapid progress. Deoxuan couldn't help wondering, how could this kid read so fast? Such mysterious and complex content, with the memory of a 3-year-old child, can you remember it? However, every time a test is given, Jiang Ye can answer the questions fluently, and his memorization is even better than that of him who is a master. Sometimes, Deoxuan had to flip through the book to confirm whether the contents inside were completely correct. Am I really old? My memory is not as good as that of an ordinary child. Deoxuan's eyes showed confusion. As an earthly celestial, even if he was old, his memory decline wouldn't be so serious, right? Broken. It seems that it is really not as good as a 4-year-old child. Jiang Ye, may I ask you, did you ever know what Shi said? Deoxuan asked. Shi is the opening chapter of Ghost Valley Yin and Yang, but it is also the most important. The things mentioned are to observe the changes in the world with the way of Yin and Yang. To move is to move, and to be closed is to hide. One opening and one closing, it is for vertical and horizontal. Back then, Master Gigu taught this way and took in 2 apprentices, each of whom became the supreme powerhouse in the Zhongguo continent. One is the great Qin sword god. The other one is the leader of quicksand. Gigu real person is only 1 step away from earthly celestial. It is conceivable that the principles described in this article Ghost Valley Yin and Yang reach the peak of martial Dao. With such a question, it is a bit too advanced to ask a 4-year-old child. Jiang Ye groped his chin, his immature face revealed a maturity that did not match his age. He pondered for a moment, and then answered. In the vast world, changes seem to be impermanent, but they follow the yin and yang way of change. Just as yang moves and moves, yin stops and hides. From this, observe the opening and closing of yin and yang, and deduce the changes of all living beings. Those who move with yang form and form each other. Regardless of strategy, power, tactic, battle, talisman, the way of all things is born from this, and insight into the essence can comprehend the truth. These words completely stunned Deoxuan. The answer given by Jiang Ye explained the core of Yin and Yang Ghost Valley completely in the shortest language. In this era, the mainstream thought is either Confucianism's morality and etiquette, or Taoism's following one's heart, or legalism's strict observance of laws. But these 3 different schools of thought have more or less drawbacks. The only way to reach perfection is the vertical and horizontal path left by Ghost Valley Yin and Yang. With the ultimate cognition of all things in the world, establish the relationship of Deva as one, clarify all things, and become a sage. However, the vertical and horizontal way is also the most difficult pragmatism to practice, requiring the practitioner to raise the cognition of things to the extreme. To put it in a more modern way, looking at anything, you can directly see through the essence. This sentence seems simple, but it is often the most difficult to do. Therefore, the cultivation technique handed down by immortal Gigus seems to be the most perfect, but in fact there are very few people who can cultivate it. It seems that your understanding is far beyond my imagination. From today on, you will learn medical skills from me. Deduction was silent for a long time, and said with emotion. Henceforth, as long as anyone in Nanjing suffers from illness, Jiang Ye will follow Deduction to visit the sick together. Deduction's medical skills are extremely superb, but any prescription he prescribes will have miraculous effects after the patient swallows it. In just one night, it was back to normal. Jiang Ye followed Deduction, and would help grab medicine from time to time, and while following the doctor, he was also observing Deduction's method of curing the disease. He discovered that Deduction's medical skills are closely related to the content in the cultivation technique, as if he is practicing all the time while healing. This change is the key to unlocking yin and yang. However, it is still difficult for Jiang Ye to learn how to open yin and yang eyes. 5th year. The southern city was hit by the plague, and the people in several surrounding cities suffered from the plague. In one night, countless people died of illness and withered bones. And Jiang Ye learned medical skills from Deduction for a year, with his astonishing comprehension, plus he had stolen Deduction's knowledge before. Therefore, it is even more handy to practice. Whether to steal the medical skills of the martial forest myth? Yes. The number of uses of thief is refreshed again. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye continued to choose to use Deduction. Medical skills are not only knowledge, but more related to actual combat experience. At this moment, acupuncture, bone-setting hands, pulse-taking and many other techniques related to medicine appeared in his mind. Of course, Deduction's medical skills did not disappear because of this. This is more of an experience. Although there will be some delays during the treatment, it can still be completed overall. When Nanjing was hit by the plague, many families were experiencing life and death all the time. At this time, Jiang Ye deduced a unique prescription, using the simplest buplurum as the lead, which can relieve the plague and relieve the symptoms no matter how bad it is. Buplurum can be seen everywhere. It was originally regarded as a weed, but it has such effects. This recipe was widely circulated, and the plague in Nanjing was relieved accordingly. Jiang Ye is also known as the heir of the miracle doctor and is served and loved by countless people. When the plague is over, the magistrate of Nanjing ordered thousands of people to build a temple for Jiang Ye and Deduction, enshrining it as living bodhisattva. At the same time, 2 reminders also popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You have acquired a new identity, a miracle doctor. Fame value plus 100,000. Rating, DB+. Chapter 8. In the past 2 years, while saving lives and healing the wounded, Jiang Ye constantly used the ability of Wheel of Fortune to watch the number of lives. With the fate script, he combined the fate of the world and the changes in the whole world, and had a more thorough understanding of the way of yin and yang. 7th year. Jiang Ye's heart suddenly moved. The next second, the moment he opened his eyes again, the whole world seems to have changed. On the ground, layers of different colors are intertwined like rivers. Crimson, dark blue, gray and black. Different places have different colors. It's like opening a door to a new world. Master, I seem to have opened my yin and yang eyes. Jiang Ye ran over excitedly. You kid opened your eyes so quickly. Deduction's mind moved, and he said quickly. Quickly, tell me what you saw. Jiang Ye immediately described the colors of the earth veins one by one, as if telling a story. But when Deduction heard what Jiang Ye said, his expression became strange. Master, what's the problem? You seem to have reached the second stage of yin and yang eyes, observing dragon veins and luck. What's the first stage? It's probably to see the color of a person's aura. For example, Some people have black heads, some people have red heads, and others have green heads. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, and then said, then I seem to have opened yin and yang eyes a long time ago. Deduction frowned, about when? Jiang Ye said, when I came out of my mother's womb. Deduction. Now. Even as a martial forest myth, Deduction was completely silenced, unable to speak a word. He knows that there is never a shortage of geniuses in this world, but it is hard to imagine that someone can come out of the womb with yin and yang eyes. Is this still human? No wonder I said why I couldn't open the yin and yang eyes for a long time. It turns out that the pupil of luck has this function. Jiang Ye suddenly realized. He has stolen the lore of the martial forest mythology, which should, logically, open the yin and yang eyes soon. But it took several years before it was successfully opened. I thought it was an own problem. It turned out that it was only because the pupil of luck automatically included the ability of yin and yang eyes, and he was used to the mode of opening yin and yang eyes, so he didn't notice anything. If this sentence is heard by other practitioners, I am afraid that I will vomit blood every minute. Even for Deduction back then, it took more than 10 years to open the yin and yang eyes. Not to mention the second stage. If Jiang Ye can successfully open the yin and yang eye within a few years, this is already an unprecedented record. The point is, he has reached the second stage. I'm afraid there will be no one to come after. Deduction said slowly, however, you know now, it's not too late. My teacher originally planned to teach you the cultivation technique when you started the first stage. But since you have reached the second stage, you can officially start practicing. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. He naturally knew the method Deduction said, that is the cultivation technique contained in the ancient books. It turns out that the second stage is the time to officially start. But Dao Xian never talked about this matter, and he probably didn't expect Jiang Ye's progress to be so exaggerated. Jiang Ye, the cultivation technique I taught you is to use the energy of this land vein to integrate into your body, so as to achieve the realm of Deva's unity. From now on, this land is yours, and you are this sky. However, different ley lines have different power attributes. If you practice with the thoughts of sentient beings, you will get sentient beings. If you practice with the sun and moon, you will get the sun and the moon. If you practice with yin and yang, you will get yin and yang. The origin of everything depends on yourself, and it moves from your heart. So, choice is very important to you. Jiang Ye began to use the method mentioned by Deduction to introduce the power of this land vein into himself. Any energy must be perceived and captured before it can be cultivated. For example, if a martial student reaches the Zhiyuan realm, he must first use the breathing method to perceive the existence of the real Yuan, and then it can be introduced into the body. And Jiang Ye opened the yin and yang eyes of the second stage, so he can naturally start to practice the cultivation technique taught by Deduction. At this time, in Nanchang, a large number of sentient beings' thoughts began to frantically gather into Jiang Ye's body, turning into a pure white circle of light and floating above it. His martial arts realm has rapidly improved at this moment. Martial student. Zhiyuan. Gaze. Black tortoise. Rumble. At this moment, Jiang Ye's realm reached the black tortoise first stage before slowly stopping. You have obtained a new identity, practitioner. Your martial Dao realm, breakthrough black tortoise realm. Rating, B+A. I see. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and finally understood what Deduction was doing. This kind of practice method can not only transform the earth veins and blend into the heaven and earth, but also absorb the thoughts of all living beings. He previously saved the world in Nanchang, and gathered most of his merits. Practicing in this way can transform merit into cultivation base, absorb the thoughts of all living beings, and break through to the black tortoise realm in one fell swoop. Now, the majestic thoughts of all living beings condense the light cluster and float on it, which is yang. But if you want to practice successfully, in addition to yang, you also need to make up for the other half of yin. However, the cultivation base with the black tortoise environment is already a master in the Zhongguo continent. You know, this is only half the way from getting started with cultivation technique. When yin and yang are consummated, there will be a breakthrough leap in strength. It's hard for Jiang Ye to imagine that only half of yang already possesses the strength of the black tortoise realm. If the integration of yin and yang is complete, what kind of realm will own strength reach? In the 9th year, Jiang Ye began to follow Deduction, left Nanchang, traveled around, and traveled to various places in Daming. In these 3 years, relying on his superb medical skills, Jiang Ye has saved countless lives and healed the wounded. The aura of merit in his body is getting stronger and stronger, and his cultivation base has been promoted from Black Tortoise to half-step Great Master. But Deduction's health seemed to be getting worse and worse, and he began to cough frequently, which was difficult to cure even with the best medicinal materials. Jiang Ye noticed the halo of luck on the opponent's head, and traces of black had already appeared. A sudden sense of sadness welled up in him. Even as a martial forest myth, it will die one day. And with this level of existence, if there was a way to prolong life, it would have been extended long ago. At the same time, the land of Daming, layer upon layer of dark black veins, is constantly ups and downs in this area. I am afraid that a bloody storm will completely pervade this dynasty. In the 14th year, Bai Qi led the Qin army of 500,000, and the unstoppable iron cavalry was like a beast, like a torrent of steel, smashing the gate of the Ming dynasty. Same year, Zhu Yuanzhang died, and Zhu Di began to officially rebel. The entire Ming dynasty fell into chaos and killings. Chapter 9. It's over. That god of killing Bai Qi personally leads the army, all of us will be finished. However, Ming Taizhu is still dead at this time, plus Zhu Di's rebellion, it is impossible to stop Dakin's army. Lan Yu, Su De, and Chang Yuchen are gone, what will De Ming use to fight De Qin's iron cavalry? Run! Wait until Bai Qi comes in, I'm afraid the city will be massacred. The various cities and streets in the entire Ming dynasty were filled with voices of panic. The people in the city poured out of the city one after another, desperately trying to escape. With Daming's current situation, staying here has absolutely no future. Immediately, the entire Ming dynasty was in chaos, the gates of the city were closed, and the people flocked to the city wall like ants, fleeing to the wasteland, preparing to run towards the Song dynasty. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother followed the Lin family and found connections together to open up the road to the Song dynasty. Since learning that Jiang Ye was accepted as a disciple by Deduction, the power of the Lin family in Nanchang has risen. Became one of the richest people in the area. Therefore, it's not a problem to get out of Ming dynasty and go to Song dynasty. Jiang Ye got the news from the family letter and knew that his parents were fine, so he naturally let go of his hanging heart. He turned his head to look at Deduction, and asked, "Master, are we leaving?" Deduction glanced at Jiang Ye with deep eyes, and said, "Since becoming a martial forest myth, I have experienced countless disputes and battles as a teacher, and I am used to life and death. But when I'm old, I don't like killing anymore, and I'm going to be a doctor of relief. However, in this world of disputes, it is necessary to end the war with war. Only by completely unifying the Central Plains can we stop all this. I came from Shaolin as a teacher. Later, I got the cultivation technique left by Sanfen Genren. With this method, I can cultivate the real dragon spirit and unify the Central Plains. But to get this method, the teacher is already old, and I don't have the experience to go to this ultimate way to the peak. When you become a supreme powerhouse, remember to cultivate this cultivation technique to perfection and unify the Central Plains. However, killing is not to create more blood, but to completely quell all the turmoil. From these years of experience, I know that you not only have a benevolent heart, but you are also cruel enough at critical moments. You are a person who achieves great things, and you also have the luck to reach the top of the dragon. However, your cultivation technique is missing the other half. For this half, the teacher will personally teach you what to do. Rumble. At this time, the Dakan Iron Cavalry approached the city, and they had already arrived at the gate of the Daming Kingdom. Zhu De led troops to rebel, and Daming himself fell into internal strife. At this time, the gate of the country was opened, and there were not even any troops stationed here. It seems that if Dakan cavalry wants to step into the gate of Ming dynasty, it only needs to be a matter of one thought. However, just above the yellow sand filled the sky, an old man appeared in front of the city gate with a young man carrying a bamboo basket. It looked like a fugitive who had lost his way. Go away! Seeing the old man and young man who had no strength to restrain the chicken, a soldier stood directly in front of him, grinning grinningly, holding a long gun, and was about to clear the obstacles in front of him like crushing an ant with his hands. Teacher, you are optimistic. If you want to help the world, it is not enough to rely on a benevolent heart, but you must also have a sufficient core. This is the other side that is missing in your cultivation technique. Deduction said lightly. As soon as the words fell, a sword ray flashed like daylight. The head of that soldier was separated immediately. His pupils were wide open, as if he hadn't understood how he died before his head hit the ground heavily. Who? A loud shout came from the front. Bai Qi was wearing silver armor, with a trace of blood in his pupils. He stared fiercely at Deduction's figure like a beast. His body began to tremble instinctively. As a celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master, he has not felt someone who can make him instinctively fear for a long time. However, the old man in front of him didn't even have the courage to raise his spear. Blood is the way, after all, it is just a beast. No matter how high the cultivation base is, it is not enough to be the way. Deduction shook his head lightly. At this time, his figure disappeared in an instant. In the next second, a panicked exclamation came from the Great Qin Iron Cavalry. That meteor-like sword ray directly killed Bai Qi in seconds. A generation of celestial phenomena Grand Great Master just fell away. Immediately afterwards, the daytime sword ray kept flickering in this world. Every time a sword ray goes down, countless Dakan troops will die under this sword ray. Like a scythe for harvesting straw. All the soldiers of Great Qin have no power to resist in front of sword ray. Even if the shield soldiers stood in front of them, the moment the shields in their hands touched the light of the sword, they split apart, and their bodies were also divided into two halves. Who would have thought that Dakan Taikai, who had killed 400,000 Zhao generals in the past, is now facing almost the same ending? Jiang Ye watched all this, but his heart was surprisingly calm, as if he had already expected today's scene. He once heard Deduction say that he used to be from Zhao country, and after that battle, Zhao country perished. Deduction fled to at least the forest, shaved his hair to become a monk, and learned martial Dao, all for revenge. But when he became a martial Dao, he found that in this world, hatred can only create hatred. Samsara, who wants to calm down the killing, cannot fall into endless battles, so he looks for other ways. However, when Deduction found the method handed down by Master Mitutoyo, he was already old and unable to cultivate this method to its peak. Then, we can only pin our hopes on Jiang Ye. And at the last moment, facing the Dakan Iron Cavalry who was about to use the butcher knife long ago, facing the enemy who once destroyed his family and country, he finally accomplished what he wanted to do long ago but failed to do. However, at this moment, Deduction is no longer just to wash away the hatred of the past with bloodshed, but to pass on a new thing. The endless blood light and the dark air of the earth's veins are constantly washing over the land. However, these bloody lights poured into Jiang Ye's body in an instant. Under the pure white virtuous light cluster, a scarlet and dark killing atmosphere slowly condensed into shape. At this moment, the pure white light group and the killing darkness began to slowly spin and intertwine. A pattern resembling a yin and yang fish is formed. The yang fish and the yin fish are intertwined with each other, and their pupils present each other's colors, as if there is me in you, and you in me. This moment, an extremely powerful aura emerged from Jiang Ye's body. Yin and Yang finally completed their cultivation. In a moment, step into the Celestial Grand Great Master. Chapter 10. Now, in front of Jiang Ye, there was a bloody sea suspended. 500,000 great Qin iron cavalry were all beheaded. Unimaginable. It was just a dying old man who created this scene. He even managed to kill the most powerful Dakin cavalry in the entire Zhongguo continent with a single effort. This is the realm of earthly celestial. Strong enough to exceed the scope of human beings. Stronger than human imagination. With a wave of Jiang Ye's hand, a sword qi burst out from between his fingers, cutting the ground in front of him into long ravines. He stepped into the realm of the astronomical Grand Great Master, and he is already the top expert in this world. However, no expression of joy appeared on Jiang Ye's face. He just walked slowly towards the skinny figure sitting cross-legged on the ground in the center of the sea of blood. At this time, looking at it with the pupil of luck, the halo above Deoxuan's head has turned completely black, and the last trace of energy in his body has also been used up at this moment. Deoxuan turned around slowly. The murderous aura on his body had disappeared completely, and only kindness remained in his eyes looking at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, you are not an ordinary person, are you? Hearing this sentence, Jiang Ye couldn't help being taken aback. Deoxuan waved his hand, and said, you don't need to explain much, there are indeed geniuses in this world, but as an earthly celestial, I have never seen a genius like you in my life. If there really are immortal gods in this world, then you should be the reincarnation of immortal gods. Jiang Ye, promise to do one last thing for the teacher. Become the next generation of martial forest myth, unify the central plains, and end this dispute. Say it. Deoxuan took out a golden key from his pocket. This is. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. True dragon secret treasure. Deoxuan said slowly. It is said that in the rivers and lakes, there are two divine swords, one of which can be the king. If the two swords are combined, the world return to self. These two divine swords are the Yishan sword and dragon-slaying saber left by Master Sanfan back then. Now, these two knives are in the magic sound treasure box of Dakin Yin and Yang's family. But Mitutoyo has long expected that if only the treasure box is used as a seal, it must not be safe enough, so he left a real dragon key in the inheritance. Remember, if you don't have enough strength, you must never make a random move and let the real dragon key fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will bring disasters that will never be seen on this continent. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and said, the disciple knows. Deoxuan smiled slightly, showing a relieved expression, as if his last wish had been let go. Entrusted to this disciple who has accompanied him for more than 10 years. Next second, his figure gradually turned into streaks of pure white light, dissipating into the world. Jiang Ye bent down slowly, and carefully put away the real dragon key. Then, his figure moved and disappeared here in an instant. The strife in this dynasty. It's time to end it. At the same time, countless people in Daming City rushed out of the city like crazy. However, the city gates were closed. A line of defense was erected on the city wall to prevent everyone from entering and leaving. Countless ordinary people cursed endlessly, like ants on a hot pot. If they couldn't find a way to escape from Daming, they might be doomed. However, after waiting for several days, it seems that the great Qin cavalry led by Bai Qi did not come in to slaughter the city. At this moment, an astonishing message spread throughout Daming. The 500,000 great Qin Taikai all died outside the gate of Daming. Moreover, Bai Qi body was also found, but the magic sword on his waist was missing. At first, everyone can't believe that this thing will be true. Zhu Di is leading troops to rebel, and the main force of Ming dynasty is almost all in the main city. How could it be possible to spare troops to resist Dakin iron cavalry? Furthermore, on the battlefield, only the corpses of the great Qin army were found, but no one from the great Ming was ever seen. Such an absurd thing, I am afraid that even children will not believe it. But after waiting for days, there was still no news of the great Qin iron cavalry coming. Instead, ordinary people went to check one after another to confirm that what was said was true. News spreads to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. When everyone says so, this matter is likely to be true. The corpse is right there, it can't be faked. The common people of Ming dynasty only felt like they were dreaming. Oh my god! The Dakin army has disappeared. Could it be that the gods made a move? That's right, it must be the gods who came to the world. They couldn't understand the bloodthirsty appearance of the Dakin army, so they were punished by God. In just a few days, this news spread throughout the Song dynasty, Tang dynasty, and Sui dynasty in an instant. All countries are shaken. Even the entire martial forest, rivers and lakes. It is hard to believe that this thing is true. Especially De Song, who was weakening day by day, breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of De Song can be said to be the weakest at the bottom. It may be destroyed by Dakin at any time. Fortunately, because the geographical location is far away from Dakin, it needs to cross most of the territory of Daming first. That's why De Qin planned to subdue Daming first, and then surrounded De Song. But what I didn't expect was, all the troops of Dakin's expedition this time were killed. Even for several other countries, the weakening of Great Qin's strength undoubtedly gave them a long breath and a chance to breathe. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. King Qin angrily threw the rice paper on the ground instantly, and shouted angrily. Check. Find out this matter for me, what is the reason? The majesty of the Son of Heaven spreads thousands of miles in an instant. All civil and military officials in the court lay down on the ground, bearing the power of the emperor, their faces were pale and they dared not move. Yin and Yang's house, Star Building. Dong Huang looked up at the intertwined stars in the sky, with a deep expression on his face. So it was that one who made the move. Kunlun, Yimei, Shaolin, Wu Dang. Almost all people in the martial forest couldn't help but smile happily when they heard the news of the collapse of the Great Qin army. Okay, the Dakin army has finally received retribution. I don't know who did it. In legend, there is a martial forest myth who retired to rivers and lakes, and 20 or 30 years have passed. Could it be that he made a move? If nothing else, it should be him. Only the myth of the martial forest can fight against the entire army with one's own power. The one who is most excited is undoubtedly Zhu Di. At this time, Zhu Di's army has already defeated the forces of several other princes, and he is only one step away from becoming the throne. The moment he was able to smile, suddenly, a sword ray pierced through Zhu Di's heart immediately. Zhu Di's pupils contracted, and he turned his head in disbelief. There are nearly 100,000 imperial guards around him, and there are several grandmaster masters sitting in command. How could he be stabbed in the back suddenly like this? When Zhu Di turned around, it was the face of a boy. Jiang Ye. Chapter 11. The entire Zhu Di's army suddenly fell into chaos. Everyone's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief. Nobody ever imagined. Holding the winning ticket in his hand, Zhu Di died at the moment when he was about to ascend the throne. Dozens of auras from the Grandmaster realm suddenly came to Jiang Ye's side, and a burst of angry shouts erupted. Who dares to assassinate King Yan? This person conspired against Daming, he is a criminal who committed serious crimes, and he will definitely be captured. Kill him. At this moment, Jiang Ye turned around coldly, and took out the soldier talisman in Zhu Di's hand. The soldier talisman is in my hand. From today onwards, you are my subordinates. Chen Hung stepped forward, exuding the breath of a great master, and said with a sneer. Do you think that after assassinating King Yan, I will follow you later? Soldiers are nothing more than a symbol of power. But it's not that you can get the corresponding power by holding a soldier talisman. You need your status and the approval of your cronies to truly gain power. Otherwise, just relying on a soldier talisman is like ordering thousands of troops, that is just a dream. But as soon as the words fell, a saber light suddenly flashed from Chen Heng's side. The light of the knife instantly cut a long gully on the ground beside his feet. The speed of the knife light is so fast that it is impossible for people to react at all. If it is shifted to the left by 1 point, so Chen Heng's entire body will be divided into 2 halves by this knife light. Astronomical Grand Great Master. Chen Heng turned pale with shock. He never imagined that the boy in front of him, who looked no more than a teenager, actually possessed the realm of the celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master. Ever since Lan Yu and others were killed by Zhu Yu and Zhang, the entire Ming dynasty couldn't even find a single celestial phenomenon, the Grand Great Master. Some are just Chen Heng and others from the Grand Master realm. So, Dai Ming's national strength dropped from the original top 3 to the top 5 all of a sudden. But he never expected that the boy in front of him would have the cultivation base realm of the celestial Grand Great Master. What? He turned out to be a celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master. This is the entire martial forest, a strong man standing at the apex. Anyone who steps into the realm of the celestial phenomena Grand Great Master will have the power to destroy the city. Even if the entire army is placed in front of such a strong man, they will not be able to get close. Could it be that Dakin's master is here again? But Dakin only has the Yin and Yang family, Lai Usha, and astronomical Grand Great Master level masters besides Baki, the god of killing. I have never heard of this boy. Even if it is a star soul, it is just a master among the great masters, but it has not yet stepped into the sky. Who is this person, and why is he possessing such strength at such a young age? All the soldiers could not help but feel shocked. Of course they know what kind of weight Chu Tianxiang Grand Great Master possesses. That is to be able to ignore the tactics of the sea of people, stepping on the peak, splitting the city gate with a sword, and being no different from a god in the eyes of mortals. But every celestial phenomenon, Grand Great Master, takes decades to grow. Even the Dakin sword god, who is recognized as the strongest contemporary talent, took 20 years to step into the realm of Deva with the way of swordsmanship, and he has been invincible ever since. Chen Heng couldn't help taking a few steps back, the fierce expression on his face had disappeared without a trace. He felt that death was only a few feet away from him just now. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. The Great Master and the realm of Tianxiang seemed to be only one layer away, but in fact they span thousands of mountains and rivers, like a barrier between heaven and earth. The sense of coercion exuded by Jiang Ye has already made Chen Heng feel as if it is difficult to move from top to bottom. He took a deep breath, restrained his trembling body as much as possible, and said, "Even if you are a celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master, can you stop the siege of 100,000 soldiers? Even if you are a celestial phenomenon and have endless abilities, you are still a human being and you will be tired. You can kill 1,000 or 10,000 people, but if 100,000 people kill you endlessly, can you still live?" Jiang Ye glanced at Chen Heng with a half-smile. Didn't say much. Just from his waist, he slowly opened a sword wrapped in white cloth. The sword god of the magic sword is entwined with blood light, bringing a killing intent soaring to the sky. The moment when this killing intent pervaded the surrounding area, the expressions of Chen Heng and the soldiers around him have completely changed dramatically. Bai Qi magic knife. Could it be that the 500,000 Great Qin soldiers were killed by him? If not, why is Bai Qi magic knife on his body? When Jiang Ye took out this magic knife, everyone couldn't hold it anymore. Before that, the 500,000 Qin cavalry died outside the gate of the Ming dynasty for no reason. Could it be the handwriting of the young man in front of him? If not, why did Bai Qi magic knife appear in his hand? How can it be? Chen Heng's complexion has undergone an earth-shaking change. If Those 500,000 great Qin cavalry were really killed by this young man, so what is his strength in front of the opponent? Bai Qi is in Tianxiang Grand Great Master, he should be regarded as one of the stronger batch. However, this young man even solved Bai Qi and the 500,000 great Qin Taikai together? This is no different from the Arabian Nights. However, the magic knife in Jiang Ye's hand seems to have explained this fact again. Just when Chen Heng's heart was filled with turmoil, Jiang Ye calmly said, "Do you really think that following someone like King Yan who hastily launched a rebellion regardless of the situation in Ming Dynasty, and making him the new king, will there be any future? The way of a gentleman is that the people are like water and the king is like a boat. The reason why a country is that there are people, and then it is a country. Nowadays, the people of Ming Dynasty are fleeing one after another and become a country without people. Can that country still be called a country?" These words made Chen Heng completely stunned. Of course he thought about it too. But with Chen Heng's status, he was just a soldier, and he was done with fighting. How can you think so much? However, soldiers also have to follow their masters. The words Jiang Ye said in front of him were many times higher than Yan Wang Zhu Di. And he also owns the cultivation base realm of the Celestial Grand Great Master. Now Ming is short of such masters, even if he can support the new king to ascend the throne, he still has to face the threat of De Qin. 500,000 Qin Taikai died on the battlefield for no reason. With the character of that King Qin, he will never stop there. By the time, I'm afraid Lai Sha, Yin and Yang's family, Lu Jianu and many other masters will all come together. Without the astronomical Grand Great Master in charge, how could Daming survive this catastrophe? But if Jiang Ye is willing to sit on the throne right now, it is equivalent to Daming having an extra celestial phenomenon, the Grand Great Master. It may also be a peerless master who beheaded Bai Qi and the 500,000 great Qin Taikai with his own power. Chen Heng is a smart man, he weighed the pros and cons a little bit, and knelt down without hesitation. Welcome the new Emperor. Chapter 12. Welcome the new Emperor. Welcome the new Emperor. Welcome the new Emperor. Seeing that Chen Heng had made his statement, the other soldiers chose to kneel and submit without hesitation. Recognize Jiang Ye as the new emperor directly. That's right. For ordinary soldiers, if they rushed forward desperately, they might be able to kill Jiang Ye. But who can guarantee that he can survive to the end? The first soldier to charge into battle is bound to die. So, no ordinary soldier would really be willing to stand in front, betting that there is a 1 in a thousandth chance of beheading a celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master. And taking advantage of the trend to serve Jiang Ye as the new emperor is the wisest choice for them. It can be regarded as a bluff. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. He chose to assassinate Zhu Di at this time, and he had already expected all this. Taking out Bai Qi magic knife, he shocked everyone present in an instant. Successfully subdued Zhu Di's army. Fame value plus 500,000. At this moment, Zhu Di's hundreds of thousands of troops have become Jiang Ye's subordinates. At this time, Jiang Ye sensed the power of the earth veins in his body, which seemed to be more closely connected with the fate of the entire dynasty. He stared at the land with the pupil of luck. Now, the dark and endless black ocean suddenly split a golden dawn. It seems that in the underworld, which never sees the sun, a road to heaven has been opened. See New Hope. Jiang Ye realized in his heart that besides yin and yang, the power of the earth veins he had cultivated had a new attribute Chuan. When hundreds of thousands of soldiers appointed Jiang Ye as the new general, a kind of Chuan ground vein was injected into his body, bringing more powerful strength. At the same time, the fate of the Deming's landline was originally heading for darkness, which was a harbinger of the country's imminent subjugation. But now it seems that because of the appearance of Jiang Ye, Daming's dragon veins actually have signs of Yuanlong's awakening, as if it can complete the mutual transformation of cathode and yang at any time. Gather Zhu Di's troops. Jiang Ye did not go south immediately, crossing the river to Sizhu. Instead, the grain and grass in the inventory were distributed to the people first, to announce that the Qin army had been defeated. The people of Ming dynasty ran for so many days, and many of them were hungry. Even if he hasn't run out of the city yet, he might starve to death on the way. But upon hearing this announcement, they rushed back one after another. Soon, under Jiang Ye's arrangement, half of the people in Daming returned to the state of living and working in peace and contentment. The food industry was able to develop. At the same time, the dark and gloomy veins of Daming began to change from the original pitch black to the appearance of purple air circulation, symbolizing peace and prosperity. This force gathered in Jiang Ye's body, which once again brought his strength a boost. If Jiang Ye has just stepped into Tianxiang Grand Great Master. Due to lack of actual combat experience, he is still a relatively weak level. But up to now, his strength is not weaker than Bai Qi at all, and if it is a one-on-one situation, the chance of winning can reach 70%. 15 years. Jiang Ye personally led the troops and began to march south. Prior to this, Li Jinglong's troops had been repulsed by Zhu Di. Nanjun was short of food, the morale of the army was unstable, and there were few generals who could fight, so the morale was sluggish. Therefore, winning the Battle of Lingbai and crossing the river to enter the capital is nothing but a certainty. Emperor Zheng Wen was not idle this year. He recruited many martial forest masters and reorganized a group of troops with several great masters in command, planning to fight desperately again. But within a few days, these great masters died strangely in the barracks, all of which were sealed with a sword. Such methods are unheard of. Before the battle started, the chief general in the barracks was already dead. Immediately, the morale of the southern army was in turmoil, many soldiers were timid, and there were countless deserters who fled the battle. The rest of the soldiers in the barracks also had no intention of fighting, as if they were waiting to die. At this time, Chen Hung led the troops to launch a charge, and completely won the Battle of Lingbai in just a few days. After this war, Zhu Yunkai was no longer able to resist Jiang Ye's troops, and could only watch helplessly as the soldiers crossed the river in groups, ready to take Jinling in one fell swoop. At this time, Zhu Yunkai had no choice but to open the gate of the capital, and all the ministers in the court expressed their wish to surrender. But it was beyond the expectation of Zhu Yunkai and others. The new emperor who stepped out from the team was not the familiar Zhu Di, but a boy. Zhu Yunkai and the others were completely bewildered. Etc. Isn't this Zhu Di's army? Why does this young man seem to be faintly exuding the aura of a commander, and everyone looks at him with a sense of admiration and awe in their eyes? After this year, Jiang Ye's strength has already convinced all the soldiers. And the policies he imposed on the people made Chen Hung and others see that Jiang Ye's qualifications as a monarch and minister were infinitely better than Zhu Di's. Jiang Ye slowly sat on the dragon chair. Chen Hung and other generals immediately knelt down and said in unison, "Congratulations to the new emperor on the throne. You successfully ascended the throne and became the new emperor of Ming dynasty. Fame value plus. Evaluation, AS. Finally S-rated." Looking at the panel that popped up in front of him, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a look of joy. Reaching the S-level score, not only can obtain the power system of this world, but also reward special props. And these props can play a big role in any reincarnation world. Once it reaches the S-level score, it will definitely be recommended to the top 10 colleges and universities, even the top-ranked Imperial Capital Academy will extend a helping hand. But Jiang Ye's goals don't stop there. What he wants to get is the legendary SSS rating that no one has ever achieved. Becoming the king of a dynasty is nothing more than an S-level evaluation. One can imagine how difficult it will be to reach the SSS level evaluation. Now, ascending to the throne and becoming the new emperor, the majestic dragon energy of the Ming dynasty poured into Jiang Ye's body in an instant. He sensed his own realm now, soared into the sky, and reached the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master. Daming's current national fortune is declining, so the transformation rate of the dragon veins has only reached about half. In time, this piece of Great Ming's national destiny will be completely transformed into a time of prosperity. Then, this majestic dragon pulse completely washed Jiang Ye's whole body. Maybe it could help him break through earthly celestial in one fell swoop. Chapter 13. During this time, the unification of the Ming dynasty spread throughout the entire martial forest, rivers and lakes in an instant. However, when everyone thought that Zhu Di would be established as the new emperor. As a result, insider information came out. The new emperor of Ming dynasty is not Zhu Di, but someone else. This news immediately swept the entire Zhongguo continent. Great Tang, Great Song, Great Han, Great Yuan, Great Qin. Tea houses and restaurants in almost every country are discussing this matter. Have you heard that the new emperor of Ming dynasty is not Zhu Di, but a mysterious boy? Ah! What is the origin of this young man, and why can he replace Zhu Di on the throne? It is said that Zhu Di was assassinated and his bones were scattered in the river, and Chen Hung and others made the young man the new emperor. Impossible. Succession to the throne requires blood lineage. Could it be possible that if you successfully assassinate the emperor, you will be able to ascend the throne? There is news that Bai Qi may have been killed by that boy, so Daming will regard him as the new monarch. Bai Qi was killed by a boy. More than that, it is said that the entire Dakin cavalry was solved by that young man alone. Crazy! Such absurd news, I am afraid that only children will believe it. Hey! Now that the new Ming dynasty has been established, rumors are flying all over the sky, and there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts talking about it. Whoever believes it is a fool. I also think it's impossible for a boy to block Dakin's 500,000 cavalry. You say it's earthly celestial. Even the martial forest myth of the previous generation has to take their lives to accomplish such a feat. All the countries in the Zhongguo continent, and even the entire martial forest rivers and lakes, have heard news about the new emperor of Ming dynasty. Among them, the news that the new emperor of Ming dynasty was not Zhu Di, but a young man of unknown origin, who single-handedly killed the entire Baiki army, aroused widespread concern. Countless forces from rivers and lakes have moved to Daming, wanting to find out any news about this young man. Zhu Fengtang, Yuhua Palace, Sun Moon God sect and other top martial forest sects even spared no effort to exchange tens of millions of taels of gold for a sliver of information about the new emperor of Ming dynasty. The entire rivers and lakes has set off a storm for this. However, since he ascended the throne on that day, the new emperor of Ming dynasty has not been able to come out, and many things have been passed on by the courtiers around him. No matter how these forces prey on the wind, they can't even see the figure of the new emperor of Ming dynasty, let alone find out any information. Instead, the masters of the martial forest who entered the Ming dynasty gradually disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the world. These masters have always made a name for themselves in rivers and lakes, and they can cause a lot of influence no matter where they go. Their tracks are also followed by the martial forest. But it just disappeared so suddenly, even the closest relatives around him couldn't find out any news. From then on, most of the rivers and lakes masters were afraid of Daming and did not dare to step into that country casually. The news about the new emperor of the Ming dynasty swept through the entire rivers and lakes for a short time, and then was attracted by the conflict between the Tang dynasty and the Han dynasty. Gradually, the new emperor of the Ming dynasty was considered by everyone to be a pure rumor, and no one paid any attention to it. 17 years. Daming Imperial City, Heavenly Punishment Division. In the dungeon that never sees light, all the heinous criminals are imprisoned. At this time, a voice echoed into the dark dungeon. From today onwards, you are my shadow guards. As long as you make contributions, you can teach the martial forest cultivation technique, and you will be appointed officials and nobles. But if there is a slight betrayal, the entire Ming dynasty will be hunted down. understand? Clear. At this moment, the rows of prisoners have all put on brand new clothes. These prisoners were originally martial forest people who came to the Ming dynasty from all over the rivers and lakes to inquire about Jiang Ye's identity. But now they are all reduced to prisoners, their lives are beyond their control. That's right. The person who spoke was Jiang Ye. During the period of hiding his identity, Jiang Ye has been catching martial forest masters who came to the imperial city to inquire about news. As long as you catch them, you will be pulled into the dungeon. After various coercion, torture, and rewards from the top cultivation technique, you finally recruited a group of martial forest masters as your confidants. Jiang Ye knew very well. Since the Ming dynasty encountered the Huiyang case, a large number of talents in the court, including martial arts generals, were all solved by Ming Taizhu. However, if a country has no talents, it will be difficult to support Jiang Ye alone. Therefore, he deliberately released some news to attract the martial forest masters in rivers and lakes. In the toughest way, make them own subordinates. Most of the rivers and lakes heroes seem to be iron-blooded, but they are actually desperate. They seem to be very powerful in rivers and lakes, but they don't really have a place. However, this time, he actually got the opportunity to serve the emperor directly, which is something that ordinary green forest heroes can only dream of. Serving the imperial court and becoming the emperor's trusted troops are two completely different concepts. Immediately, all the prisoners in this row had their hair washed and changed, and they had a new identity, Jiang Ye. Founded by Jiang Ye himself, it directly serves the emperor, and is composed of 4 masters: Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. With the continuous expansion of the scale, there are more and more masters in Jiang Ye. Up to now, as long as you are below the astronomical phenomenon, if you enter the imperial city rashly, you will be arrested by Jiang Ye. As long as they want to live, they must become a new member of their team. Besides, although Jiang Ye has not shown his face in court, he has been promulgating new laws and regulations with his confidants. The land law was promoted, the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, food production increased, the army recruited recruits with higher salaries, and expanded the size of the army. In just a few years, the Ming dynasty led by Jiang Ye suddenly took on a new look, and the dragon veins of the country showed a golden light, which showed great signs of taking off. To completely reverse the country's fortunes and reach the peak of prosperity, there is still a group of real top masters who will sit in daiming. If this last piece of the puzzle is completed, Jiang Ye's strength will truly step into the realm of earthly celestial. Who? At this moment, Jiang Ye frowned, and suddenly burst into an angry roar. He tapped his fingertips, and the golden dragon's luck turned into a finger wind, spanning 100 meters in an instant, and flew towards a dark corner of the dome of the Tianxing division. Next second, a white-haired figure jumped out of the dome in an instant, and flew towards the outside of the house with an extremely fast movement technique. Want to run? Jiang Ye sneered. With his speed, it only takes a blink of an eye to catch up with the assassin in front of him. The white-haired figure quickly escaped from the Tianxing division in the blink of an eye, and came to the streets of the imperial city. But under the light of the boundless moon, the figure of Jiang Ye stood in front of the white-haired man, with a half-smile expression on his face, and said, "It turns out that the leader of Quicksand came to my daiming imperial city, what advice do you have?" Chapter 14. Under the boundless moonlight, the expression of the white-haired man changed slightly, as if he didn't expect Jiang Ye to catch up to him so quickly. He has already realized that Jiang Ye's strength is definitely not something he can easily deal with. The shark-toothed sword was slowly held in the hand of the white-haired man. In an instant, the blade of this monster sword erupted with a strange red brilliance, like blood flowing. A powerful killing intent flowed out from the shark-toothed sword. Rivers and Lakes famous sword ranking, once listed 10 famous swords, Yuan Hong ranked second. However, Shark Tooth was considered a monster sword because it was too fierce, and it was not included in the list. But Shark Teeth and Yuan Hong are the swords of fate, they can restrain each other, and they are equal. Jiang Ye casually explained the origin of the shark tooth sword, and afterward, the magic sword on his waist was also unsheathed. The white-haired man's eyes froze for a moment. He has already recognized this sword, it is the sword on Bai Qi body. But it fell into the hands of the person in front of him. Could it be that? It was rumored in rivers and lakes that there was a young man who beheaded Bai Qi and 500,000 Qin soldiers by himself. It turned out to be true? And the boy in the dragon robe in front of him is the new emperor of Ming dynasty? No time to have more time to think. Jiang Ye's sword ray seemed to pierce through the moonlight, and slashed towards the white-haired man at almost the speed of light. Sensing the crisis of instinct, the white-haired man immediately blocked the shark teeth in front of him, all the cultivation bases bloomed all over his body, and the majestic internal strength set off a mighty wind, and the walls of the surrounding imperial city were shaken to pieces. The sword chi all over the sky surged around, chopping the earth into several cracks. This place immediately alarmed the imperial guards in the entire imperial city. Who dares to fight in the palace? Not good. An assassin has entered the imperial city and is fighting the emperor. Come and save me. Rumble. The tens of thousands of imperial guards in the imperial city moved in an instant, and the footsteps burst out like a torrent, converging into the forbidden palace. The white-haired man's face became gloomy. He already sensed that the other party had brought him tremendous pressure, and his strength was not at the same level. The shark tooth in his hand, although ranked higher, is not as flexible as the magic sword in Jiang Ye's hand. The same attribute is similar to the demon sword. But the magic sword in Jiang Ye's hand seems to have been completely restrained by the sword master, and he can dance freely. It has the ultimate killing aura, but also has the flexibility and elegance of the orthodox swordsmanship. It feels as if the opponent is dancing a sword in the clouds, and it is difficult to see every move and style clearly. Even his senior brother, Dakin Sword God, couldn't bring himself such a sense of oppression. At this time, Jiang Ye, such as Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, made their moves one after another. Immediately, a series of chains emerged from their hands, winding towards the white-haired man like a poisonous snake. Facing Jiang Ye's attack, the white-haired man was already at a loss for avatars, and it was difficult to parry him. In addition, there were several masters attacking together, so he fell into a complete disadvantage soon. Boom! An iron strike sounded instantly. The shark teeth fell off the white-haired man's hand in an instant, and flew upside down into the sky. At the same time, the Praetorian Guards have completely completed the siege. Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and other Jiang Ye stood around the imperial city, forming a big formation. Now, the white-haired man had lost the means to resist. Take him down! The commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard shouted loudly, and was about to send someone to take down the white-haired man. Wait! Jiang Ye spoke suddenly and ordered the people around him to retreat. Soon. There are only 2 people left on the field. The white-haired man said coldly, as the emperor of Ming dynasty, facing the assassins of the enemy country, you are so relieved to face me alone. Jiang Ye smiled lightly, with a calm expression on his face, and said, you are in command of Quicksand. It seems that you are serving Dakin, but you are actually looking for the cause of Han Fei's death, right? The pupils of the white-haired man shrank slightly. He never thought that the secrets of himself would be seen by this young man at a glance. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ye's hands suddenly intertwined 2 different energies, holding the Taiyan in his left hand and the sun in his right hand. 2 extreme energies are intertwined to form yin and yang fish. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the white-haired man suddenly shrank again. As a descendant of Gigu, he naturally heard from the master that when the Tao of Shihi is practiced to perfection, he will condense the complete power of yin and yang and set foot on the peak of martial forest. However, even the successor of Gigu back then was one step away from this method, and it is a pity that he failed to complete the final. The two disciples accepted by the descendants of Gigu, one is the current great Qin sword god, and the other is the white-haired man in front of him. However, only when they work together can they achieve a complete aspect. With almost perfect martial arts, as long as the combination is invincible. But Jiang Ye is alone, and he has cultivated the Tao of Shihi to the stage of perfection. Ghost Valley real person who has surpassed his peak. I'm looking for the cause of Han Fei's death, what does it have to do with you? The white-haired man gradually regained his peace of mind. He stared at Jiang Ye, knowing that it was not for nothing that the other party said to him. Jiang Ye said with a smile, Han Fei's death involves many secrets. If Lia Sha is willing to cooperate with Daming, I might as well share some of the secrets. I can even tell you the mystery of how to achieve perfection through the way of rebellion. The white-haired man sneered, now Daming and Deduction are mortal enemies, and now Quicksand works for Deduction, so you trust people from the enemy country to do things for you. Jiang Ye shook his head and said, with Quicksand's character, it is impossible to truly submit to anyone, it's just a bargaining chip transaction established by the relationship of interests. Nowadays, with the military strength of Ming dynasty, it is still too difficult to fight against Dakan. If it is attacked by the strength of Dakan's whole country, it may be difficult to resist. At this time, it is advisable to win over any possible allies rather than make enemies. I can tell you some of the information first. Han Fei's death seems to be related to Li Si, but it is inseparable from one thing. Six Souls Curse. As soon as the words fell, the pupils of the white-haired man shrank suddenly. Of course he knew that the Six Souls Curse was written by the Yin and Yang family. Could it be that Han Fei's death may have something to do with the Yin and Yang family? Interesting. The white-haired man frowned for a moment, then sneered. The Yin and Yang family are still working for Dakan, and they are the cronies of King Qin, and they have great power behind the scenes. And the mysterious Eastern Emperor is said to have stepped into the realm of the celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master, and the dragon did not see his head. If what Jiang Ye said is true. So, not only might Deduction not be an ally of Quicksand, but he is still hostile. An enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend. But right now, the information Jiang Ye said was so shocking that Lia Sha had no choice but to consider cooperating with Daming. What do you want? The white-haired man raised his head and stared at Jiang Ye. The movement of Dakan. As well as important information about the entire martial forest. Jiang Ye opened his mouth slowly. Chapter 15. Daming Imperial City, Inner Court. At the edge of the sky, a black crow suddenly passed under the dark clouds, flew into the Imperial City, and perched in the parasol tree. Soon, the maid took the letter tied around the crow's leg, and sent it to the palace where Son of Heaven lived as quickly as possible. It seems that Lia Sha has sincerely wanted to cooperate with Daming. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. After taking off the envelope, he just glanced at it, and then a surge of internal energy surged from his palm, and the book paper in his hand instantly annihilated into powder. During this period, Quicksand brought a lot of intelligence news. Dakan started a new round of conscription and supported a new general Meng Tian, as a general. At Yin and Yang's house, Xinggun, Shao Siming and De Siming dispatched one after another to marshal forest rivers and lakes, not knowing what happened. Due to the destruction of the Great Qin army, the Great Tang and the Great Han were far away from each other, and suddenly there was a huge threat missing. In addition, the border between the two countries is very close, and there are constant conflicts and frictions between them. Originally, under the threat of Dakan, both sides could reach an alliance. But right now Baki's 500,000 Qin army has been wiped out, and Dakan's military strength has been reduced by nearly half in an instant, making it difficult to bypass Daming and attack Datang and Dahan on long journeys. The two countries began to wage war, both with the intention of taking down each other, expanding their advantages, and laying the foundation for the unification of the Central Plains. Nowadays, when the Great Tang and the Great Han are at war, the Qin army lost two huge threats in an instant. If the Qin army launched an attack on Ming dynasty before then, it is likely to be blocked by other countries, which will seriously damage its vitality and make it unable to fight south and north. However, now that the Great Tang and the Great Han are at war, and the Great Yuan is further north, it is difficult to involve the Central Plains. I am afraid that it is time for the Great Qin to take action against the Great Ming. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the land of Daming. Now, after his governance, auspicious signs of purple aura appeared all over the Ming dynasty, and the imperial city was even more golden, with signs of a real dragon leaping, and the weather was extraordinary. However, in the distant sky, there is a bloody undercurrent, and the killing breath is not far away. One can imagine. There must be another cruel war waiting for Daming in the future. Now, Jiang Ye has successfully instigated the most powerful intelligence organization in Dakan, Quicksand, and let them serve him. It is equivalent to having a top master as a subordinate in Ming dynasty. But that's not stable enough. However, just in the next few days, Jiang Ye once again received an important piece of information from Quicksand. The next Martial Forest Leader Election Conference will be held on top of Kunlun. By then, the various sects of Martial Forest rivers and lakes will send top experts to the top of Kunlun to run for the position of leader. Become the new generation leader of the Martial Forest, with the ability to command rivers and lakes. What's more, take this opportunity to win over various sects and establish the world's #1 gang from then on. Of course, masters from all walks of life will participate in the selection of the leader, and there are many astronomical grand great masters participating in this battle in the past. If you want to be the leader of Martial Forest, you must have special skills, stand on the top of Martial Dao, and defeat all opponents. Interesting. In the Zhongguo continent, the Martial Forest rivers and lakes and the Imperial Court have always been separated. Martial arts top experts do not like to serve the Imperial Court. Therefore, it is up to the Lord of the Martial Forest to call upon the rivers and lakes. But not all sects will obey the orders of the leader of the Martial Forest, it depends on the overall performance of strength. In the past Martial Forest leader conferences, there has never been an emperor who sat in this position. I don't know what kind of changes it will bring to Martial Forest rivers and lakes if I sit on this throne. The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth curled up slightly. People in rivers and lakes have always liked freedom. The stronger the strength, the less likely it is to choose the master as a minister. Therefore, the leader of the Martial Forest is not only capable of commanding the world with strength, but also depends on personal charm, otherwise it is just a title. Among the previous allies, only the real Mitutoyo has the strength to unify the Martial Forest, and let all sects take him as the leader and follow his orders. But looking at the history of Martial Forest rivers and lakes, it seems that there has never been an emperor who took the position of leader. And the power held by the Son of Heaven is more than 100 times stronger than that of ordinary top masters. By then, if he can really take the position of leader, there will be many sects who will choose to cooperate without accident. Jiang Ye knows better than anyone else. At present, Daming definitely needs to train a group of masters to sit in charge. But any top master needs to spend a lot of time, and it is impossible to achieve it overnight. Dakan has noticed that the situation in Ming dynasty is gradually improving, and the speed of conscription is extremely fast, with an army of 500,000 already. If it drags on for a longer time, I am afraid that if they attack the Central Plains, it will be difficult to surpass the mountain of Daming. Conscripting troops at the fastest speed and mobilizing a force to attack Ming dynasty is imminent for the current Dakan. There will not be much time left for Jiang Ye. If you follow the steps, cultivate your cronies, teach martial Dao, and become a master step by step, the speed is too slow. If you ascend to the position of Martial Forest leader, maybe there is an opportunity to directly recruit a group of ready-made masters. Complete the last missing piece of the puzzle of the Great Ming dynasty. By then, Jiang Ye's strength also has a chance to skyrocket, directly reaching earthly celestial's realm. The meeting of the leaders of the martial forest, it doesn't hurt to try it. Jiang Ye's eyes shot out a bright light. Ever since he set foot on the pinnacle of Tianxiang Grand Great Master, he has rarely met a real master. Just take advantage of this meeting of martial forest leaders to see how one's strength compares with other top experts. After 1 or 2 years, the court was united and loyal to Jiang Ye. He personally cultivated Jiang Ye as a confidant, found out the treacherous officials of the court one by one, wiped them out, and the government and the public were clean. Although Jiang Ye doesn't often appear in court, all civil and military officials are aware of everything he does. Even if I don't stay in the palace, the group of subordinates I have trained can complete the task very well. When the night was dark and the wind was high, Jiang Ye put on a light suit and left the imperial city. Head to the summit of Kunlun. Chapter 16. The top of Kunlun, Yunding Tiangong. This place has swept away the desertedness of the past, and the Tiangong plank road leading to the top of the cloud is full of rivers and lakes, knights wearing swords. Martial forest people from various sects gathered here to participate in this martial forest leaders conference. The scene was very lively and full of discussions. I heard that the eastern leader of the Sun Moon God sect, the twin sons of Yuhua Palace and other heroines have come to participate in the leaders' battle this time. These are peerless women who have made it onto the beauty list. They are not only beautiful, but also have extraordinary martial arts. It is said that the Eastern hierarch is only one step away from the Li Tianxiang Grand Great Master, and her strength has greatly increased. In addition, Ximen Sword God, Baiyun City Master and other peerless masters have participated in the leaders' meeting this time. If the two meet, it will be like watching another decisive battle on the top of the Forbidden City. It seems that Chief Jiao is also here to participate in this conference. This time the leaders' conference is even more exciting than the previous ones. It seems that it is not so easy to become the leader of this year's martial forest. Most of the teenagers who came to participate in the Martial Forest Leaders Conference had dreams of reaching the top. However, upon hearing the list of participants in the competition one by one, the blood in my heart was instantly extinguished by the cold reality. This year's Martial Forest Leaders Conference, there are dozens of great masters alone. I heard that recently. Gang leader Qiao, Ximen Sword God, Baiyun City Lord and others all jumped up in martial arts one after another, and finally crossed over to the realm of Tianxiang Grand Great Master. Even the Great Master has the strength known as the enemy of 1,000 people, let alone the Celestial Grand Great Master. But there is an advantage too. If he can really defeat so many masters and win the first place, then the strength of the leader of Martial Forest will definitely be recognized by everyone. The gold content is full. There will not be a situation where the leader of Martial Forest won the championship in the past, but was questioned by everyone. Besides, this Martial Forest Leader Conference also adopted brand new rules. Every contestant needs to wear a uniformly made fox mask and a black cloak. The fox mask is made of a special material, which can prevent people from prying with internal skills, and can ensure that the identities of the contestants will not be exposed. This prevents some contestants from being targeted by other competitors from the beginning because of their strength, thus undermining the fairness of the competition. Now, thousands of contestants, wearing fox masks uniformly, boarded the Yunding Tiangong one by one. In order to qualify for the competition, the huge boulder weighing 1,000 caddies at the mountain gate must be smashed into pieces. Set a certain threshold for martial arts. Without the corresponding strength, he didn't even qualify for the competition. But this time thousands of martial foresters passed the test. One can imagine. This year's Martial Forest Leaders Conference is full of attractions due to the participation of many masters. Compared with previous years, the number of strong players has doubled and skyrocketed. In order to prevent the competition from being too long, the first stage consisted of a 7-person arena for melee. Only those who stand at the end can run for the next round. On the ring, Wudang Mudaist, Master Sun Si, Venerable Master Tian Shan and other veterans with deep internal energy will serve as referees for this martial arts competition. They are all old and have no intention of participating in the competition among young people, but they have a certain cultivation base, just to maintain the order of the martial arts meeting. Noon. With the sound of the vast bell, the arena battle officially started. Just started the game, immediately caused a lot of applause. Look, it seems to be the long-lost six-veined sword. Mr. Duan from the Dali family has really come to participate in this martial arts competition. How can a monk know how to use Biming divine art? Even someone else's internal energy can be absorbed, this cultivation technique is too scary. As expected, Chief Jiao has come. His palm technique has already been mastered. Ordinary people can't even handle his first move Kong Long Yugui, and they are instantly defeated. Zishui sword technique. Why is the second city lord of Suiyu city here? Oh my god, this martial arts competition is too good to watch. All the people who come here are the best masters in the world. As soon as the game started, there was an instant exclamation from the whole house. For nothing else. All the masters in the world gather in the Kunlun Heavenly Palace. Many long-lost cultivation techniques in rivers and lakes have resurfaced again. The comparison of strength between these masters is a topic that everyone in martial forest rivers and lakes loves to talk about. This martial arts meeting will completely feast everyone's eyes. The tickets resold by the scalpers have already reached the market price that is hard to find. It can be said that it is full of highlights. However, the fox demon mask and cloak set at the beginning didn't seem to have any effect. After all, these well-known martial forest masters cultivated an extremely special cultivation technique, and their moves were immediately recognized by the surrounding crowd. But because of this, the martial arts trend was also pushed to the top of the wave, and the knights from rivers and lakes rushed to Kunlun like crazy. Even if you are a spectator to witness this grand event, this life is worth it. Now, Jiang Ye was wearing a fox demon mask and a black windbreaker, standing on top of the ring, blending perfectly with other contestants. He looked around at the opponents near the ring, and suddenly felt a slight movement in his heart. Hey! There is actually a Grandmaster realm. Next second, Jiang Ye immediately opened the Wheel of Fortune to watch the opponent's life template. Name, Yang Guang. Age, 18. Identity, Prince of the Great Sui Dynasty. Realm, Great Master. Martial Arts Cheats, Golden Scale Breaking Armor. Root Bone, S+. Perception, A. Reputation, 981,000. Halo, Lord of Conquest, S. Can you meet Yang Guang here? Jiang Ye couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Yang Guang has practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his talents are extraordinary. He is the king of war. Looking at the Sui dynasty, even compared with masters such as Qin Kaiyang and Chen Yaojin, Yang Guang's martial arts are actually not weak. Just because of his royal aura, it is easy for the world to ignore Yang Guang's martial arts. Yang Guang's eyes were serious. Although he was the prince of the Sui dynasty, he never liked being raised as a flower in a greenhouse. This time, he went to the martial arts meeting just to prove his own martial arts. However, the game has just begun. When Yang Guang was about to make a move, a combination of strength and softness instantly knocked Yang Guang's body into the air. Before he had time to react, his body had already flown upside down outside the ring, and he fell to the ground with a bewildered look on his face. Etc. Who I am? Where am I? Yang Guang was completely bewildered. He didn't even see who made the move. He had already been knocked out of the ring and lost his qualification for the competition. I am the strength of a grandmaster. No matter how you say it, you won't be defeated in the first round. Jiang Ye secretly smiled inwardly. As the same emperor, meeting in rivers and lakes outside the ruling and opposition parties is also a fate. In order to pay tribute to this fate, of course, defeat Yang Guang in the most agile way. But at this moment, an invisible aura of dragon luck split out from Yang Guang's body and converged on Jiang Ye's body. Became a part of his dragon vein qi. Boost the growth of your cultivation base. This scene. This made Jiang Ye feel a little surprised. Chapter 17. Think about it for a while. Jiang Ye understood what was going on. Although Yang Guang's identity is only the second prince of the Sui dynasty, not the prince. But his aura is the king of battle. It shows that he has the qualifications to become the next generation of Sui monarch. Therefore, when Jiang Ye defeated Yang Guang, he would naturally be able to carve up the emperor's spirit in him. Not only can it promote the growth of Jiang Ye's cultivation base, but it can also increase his luck, bringing all-round benefits. The remaining opponents were naturally easily dealt with by Jiang Ye. He won the ring battle so smoothly, which also attracted the attention of many people around him. Be regarded as a dark horse. On the ring, Wudang Mudaist's eyes fell on Jiang Ye. With a look of surprise on his face, he looked at the young woman beside him, but with a deep temperament like an old man, and asked, "Grandma, can you see this person's way?" Lord Tianshan glanced at Jiang Ye casually, and commented, "This person's cultivation technique is quite rare, and his shots are very neat. However, it may also be because the opponent is too weak." But next to the two, Master Suansi frowned slightly, and did not make a quick judgment. He noticed that Yang Guang's strength was actually not that bad. Just because Jiang Ye is too strong. He didn't even give the opponent the means to fight back, defeating him with one move. This made Yang Guang fail to show even a trace of his strength, and was defeated miserably. At this time, other arenas have also finished their competitions. The martial arts of the twins of Yuhua Palace have improved again. Even in the ranks of the Great Master, they are already invincible. If the twins join forces, even the Celestial Grand Great Master will have the power to fight. Wait, everyone says that Nanmurong is half of the martial forest world, why did he lose in the first battle? It seems that there are quite a few dark horses in this martial forest leaders meeting. Even Nanmurong, who is as famous as gang leader Qiao, lost his footing in the first battle. It seems that this Martial Forest Alliance Leader Conference is really worth seeing. The first stage of martial arts is over. Thousands of contestants suddenly became a few hundred people. Those who can stay are almost all elites. Several martial forest masters who were favored by everyone were eliminated in the first battle. It is conceivable that there are more powerhouses in this Martial Forest Leaders Conference than everyone imagined. Next stage. Enter the official knockout round. Jiang Ye's opponent in the first battle was Yeyu, one of the twins of Yuhua Palace. This battle immediately attracted everyone's attention. I bet that Miss Yeyu will be able to win this battle. The moon is full, and the villa is near the sea. Look at the opponent's attire, no accident, it should be a man. Tisk tisk, even if you are very strong, I'm afraid you will give up this qualification for the beauty. Since ancient times, it has been very difficult for anyone to reject the list of beauties in the country, all of them are women who are all over the country. Even if you want to win, you have to weigh whether you will be hunted down by your followers. Martial forest rivers and lakes, men and women fight, in fact, there is no advantage at all. The competition is all internal energy. However, facing Yeyu on the Zhongshan beauty list, not only is it difficult to beat the opponent in terms of strength, but even if he wins, he still has to end up with the title of beating a woman with a man, and winning without force. Maybe he will be assassinated by a bunch of followers. So, even if the strength is stronger than Zhongshan beauties, many martial forest heroes will deliberately lose the game to show their own demeanor. In fact, it is to smile for Bomei. When everyone present thought that Jiang Ye would give up the game. However, a majestic internal energy turned into a continuous ocean, attacking the moon in an instant. Yeyu's gaze changed, she never thought that the opponent's attack was so powerful, so she quickly used internal energy to block it. But beyond her expectation, the moment this tide of palm power fell on her, it was not as domineering as it was at the beginning. Instead, in an ingenious and soft way, On's tricks were resolved one by one, and her body was pushed out of the ring. As long as you leave the ring, you will lose. Yeyu's eyes froze for a moment. She didn't even see exactly what trick the opponent was using, but she had already run outside the ring. Naturally, it was judged to be a loser. However, the opponent's palm technique didn't cause any harm to him at all, instead it seemed to invite her out automatically. This can only show that Jiang Ye's strength is obviously far beyond his own to do all this. And winning this game was not only effortless, but also elegant. Especially that palm, which is both firm and soft. Obviously at the beginning, the attacking palms were like a domineering flood, so Yeyu had to use all her internal energy to protect her mind and prevent herself from being seriously injured. But at the moment when the palm technique hit, this fierce force softened in an instant, like a spring breeze, and took advantage of the situation to move Yeyu's figure out of the field. This control over internal energy is simply unheard of, completely beyond Yeyu's imagination. It is necessary to have the ultimate cognition of rigidity and softness in order to seamlessly switch in an instant without losing the powerful internal energy. Thinking of this, Yeyu looked at Jiang Ye's gaze, which was already full of colorful colors, and bowed slightly to salute, saying, "Senior is very strong, Junior has been taught today." As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar in the hall. You know, Yeyu's identity is the owner of Yuhua Palace. His own strength has reached the peak of the great master. Looking at the entire comprehensive martial arts continent, it is rare to meet an opponent. But in her mouth, Jiang Ye actually became a senior? Then what kind of realm should his strength be? This person's palm technique combines rigidity and softness. Could it be that he is using Tai Chi palm technique? Lord Tianshan looked at Jiang Ye at this time, and couldn't help but became serious and focused, swept away the previous contempt, and couldn't help looking at Wudang Wood Daoist sitting beside him. You know, Tai Chi is a cultivation technique from Wudang. Is this person still a hidden master of Wudang? However, Mu Daoist showed bitterness on his face, and said, even the old man can't figure out the way of his palm. Indeed, in the transformation of rigidity and softness, the yin and yang way of Tai Chi is integrated, but when you look closely, it is different. With all due respect, in terms of palm technique, the old man's attainments are still inferior to his. The elders of several sects next to him were all shocked by what Mu Daoist said. As the head of Wudang today, he is very powerful, and he is also a first-class master in the world. However, even Mu Daoist said that own palm is no match for Jiang Ye, so how strong is he? At the same time, Jiang Ye's shot this time caused a sensation in the entire martial forest. A reminder popped up in front of him smoothly. Reputation plus 100 W. Chapter 18. Not bad. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Although 1,000,000 prestige points are nothing to him now. However, his previous prestige value came from the influence of the lord of a country. However, this 1,000,000 prestige points come from rivers and lakes. Different types of reputation points are superimposed together, which will bring greater benefits to the world rating. Defeating Yeyu with one move. Jiang Ye is naturally also regarded as a strong opponent by other competitors. Next stop. Jiang Ye's opponent is facing the leader of the Sun Moon God sect, Dongfang Bubai. However, the cultivation technique cultivated by Dongfang Bubai is even more domineering. Even with his own strength, he can fight against the joint attack of the Yuhua Palace Gemini. This battle, everyone generally felt that Jiang Ye would not be able to win so easily. Clang, clang. The game bell rang. However, Jiang Ye used the same palm technique to push Dongfang Buibai's body out of the ring in the same way. Only the Sun and Moon leader with a bewildered expression was left, standing there dazed and at a loss. She had clearly seen how Jiang Ye made his moves, but when she really dealt with them, she felt extremely weird. The only explanation is that Jiang Ye's strength is too strong to be understood by own. That's why this incredible scene can be done. Dongfang Bubai took a deep look at Jiang Ye, bowed and said, "Been taught a lesson." Suddenly, the audience was in an uproar. Almost no one could have imagined that Jiang Ye would defeat the two top masters, the mistress of Yuhua Palace and the leader of the Sun Moon God sect, in such an easy way. Everyone present immediately began to speculate about Jiang Ye's identity, and various sects sent out their eyeliners one after another, offering a high price for any information about Jiang Ye. At this time, in another arena, a burst of exclamation erupted, attracting everyone's attention. Beggar sect, who was recognized as the favorite to win the championship, was actually defeated by a mysterious boy. The sensation it caused was even greater than Jiang Ye's consecutive defeats of the mistress of Yuhua Palace and the leader of the Sun Moon God sect. After all, not long ago, Beggar sect Zhou's gang leader broke through to the realm of Tianxiang Grand Great Master. That is the master who really stands at the apex of this world. But that boy of unknown origin defeated gang leader Qiao. Instantly became the focus of attention of the audience. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, and checked the boy's life template again with the Wheel of Fortune. Name, Zhang Wuji. Age, 24. Identity, Ming Jiao Leader. Cultivation Base, Astronomical Grand Great Master. Martial Arts Cheats, Qian Kun Dan Yo Yi, Nine Suns Divine Art, Tai Chi Sword, Holy Fire Order Divine Art, Ti Yun Zone. Root Bone, SSS. Perception, SSS. Halo, Martial Forest Myth, SS. It turned out to be Zhang Wuji. Jiang Ye realized suddenly. After I exchanged fate with Zhang Wuji, in fact, the other party's roots and understanding will not disappear, but the trajectory of life has changed. But with excellent roots and savvy. Although Zhang Wuji's halo has been changed by Jiang Ye, it's not that bad. Relegation became a martial forest myth. Certainly. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty, Jiang Ye's orthodox status is that of the emperor of a country. Even though he has served as the leader of the martial forest, he is still the emperor. Therefore, the martial forest myth can naturally be passed over to others. With the aura of martial forest myth, Zhang Wuji still successfully found the Nine Suns magic art, the great shift of the universe and other peerless magic arts, and founded Ming Jiao, cultivation base breakthrough celestial phenomenon, grand great master, and became a peerless master. No wonder he was able to defeat leader Zhou. This is the son of fortune truly favored by heavenly Dao. Interesting. Jiang Ye smiled inwardly. If I meet Zhang Wuji, it can be said to be a confrontation between two sons of fortune. If you can win the opponent, it will definitely be of great benefit to your own rating in this world. Besides, the arena on the other side also received everyone's attention. Ximen Sword God and Baiun City Lord finally fought again. The last decisive battle on the top of the Forbidden City was not enjoyable enough. Many rivers and lakes people feel a great pity to miss that decisive battle. After all, the top of the Forbidden City is a battle within the Forbidden Palace, involving the safety of the Emperor, where can ordinary people go? But for this decisive battle at the top of Kunlun, although the majority of rivers and lakes people are not eligible to participate, there is still a chance to get the qualification to watch the game. On the ring, the two sword rays were constantly intertwined. After hundreds of rounds, the sword chi cut Fang Yuan into a mess. Even if the audience was far away, they couldn't help but feel the heart-pounding sword chi, as if at any time to own life. Finally, fighting to the last move, Ximen Sword God's eyes froze, and he found the last chance to win. The tip of the sword touched Baiun City Lord's chin, ending the battle. This battle is finally over. The audience burst into applause. Oh my god, this is simply the most exciting kendo duel I've ever seen in my life. I can't help but kneel down. Really, gods fight. Is this the battle between the two peerless sword gods of the present age? I also use the sword, why is there such a big gap between me and the sword god? At this moment, Ximen's sword god suddenly closed his eyes, and a gust of sword chi erupted from his body, as if it wanted to pierce the sky. Everyone can't help but exclaim. Ximen Jianshen defeated the most desired opponent, Baiyun City Lord, and his cultivation base once again skyrocketed. Even if it is placed in the Tianxiang Grand Great Master, it can also aspire to the forefront. Oh my god! Ximen's sword god has broken through again. He is already so strong, why is he still stronger? Ximen's sword god was originally the celestial phenomena Grand Great Master, this battle has broken through again, who else can defeat him? If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid the leader of the martial forest this time is none other than Ximen's sword god. Soon, many people directly filled Ximen Jianshen, betting that he could become the final champion of this martial forest leader conference. Astronomical Grand Great Master, can break through another level. There should be no one here who can still be the opponent of Ximen's sword god, right? Just when everyone was discussing, the other arenas ended one by one. The list of the next stop is also out. Jiang Ye vs Ximen's sword god. When everyone heard the news, it caused a huge sensation in an instant. After all, the strength shown by Jiang Ye is extremely mysterious. They used the same trick to defeat the owner of Yuhua Palace and the leader of the Sun Moon God sect consecutively. His true strength is unfathomable, and no one can see through how many martial arts the opponent still hides. But this time, the opponent Jiang Ye is facing is Ximen's sword god, who is recognized as the most likely to win the championship. It can be said that it is full of highlights. Chapter 19. Ximen's sword god actually met the mysterious master who defeated the master of Yuhua Palace and the leader of the Sun Moon God sect in succession. FK, it feels like it's going to be a wonderful battle. Mysterious masters can defeat two great master peaks in a row, at least they should have the realm of the astronomical Grand Great Master. However, Ximen's sword god not only became the Grand Great Master of celestial phenomena before participating in the Martial Forest Alliance Lord Conference, but after his battle with Baiyun City Lord, his strength once again achieved breakthrough. The strength of the mysterious master has not been fully revealed, maybe he still hides part of his strength. The battle between Ximen's sword god and Jiang Ye immediately aroused the discussion of the audience. There are supporters on both sides. However, judging from the odds of the plate, Ximen's sword god is still optimistic about a lot. Jiang Ye's current strength is very likely to be a celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master. However, even if Ximen's sword god is placed in the ranks of Tianxiang Grand Great Master, he can still be called a top master. Looking at it now, in the whole world, there is probably no more than one hand who can defeat Ximen's sword god. The major rivers and lakes tycoons also filled the odds of Ximen Jianshen without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the odds had come to 1 to 3. Yunding Tiangong. Jiang Ye and Ximen's sword god are standing at the two ends of the heavenly palace. At this time, Jiang Ye smiled slightly and said, I heard that Ximen's sword god's swordsmanship is extraordinary. Unfortunately, I have also learned fur swordsmanship. You can learn from your excellency. Say it. With a wave of Jiang Ye internal energy, a wooden sword was separated from a big tree 100 meters away. Next second, the wooden sword flew into Jiang Ye's hands and became his weapon. This kind of internal energy stunned the crowd instantly. Not to mention that internal energy can cut down a big tree at a distance of 100 meters. It can also separate the shape of a wooden sword so accurately. The time used before and after is only minutes and seconds. One can imagine. Jiang Ye's precision in using internal energy has completely surpassed the cognition of ordinary people. However, even more surprising is that Jiang Ye actually gave up using the palm technique, and used the same sword technique to fight the Ximen sword god who had reached the pinnacle of kendo. This is too big, right? Crazy. That person actually intends to fight Ximen sword god with the same swordsmanship. He still uses a wooden sword. This is too self-indulgent. Who is the Ximen sword god, to fight with a wooden sword? It is simply arrogant. Soon Ximen sword god will teach him to be a man. The eyes of everyone present looking at Jiang Ye were full of doubts and incomprehension. Ximen sword god has stepped into the Tianxiang Grand Great Master, and also defeated the Baiyun City Lord of the same level, and his strength has improved to a higher level. No matter how strong Jiang Ye is, why should he have the confidence to use only a wooden sword to fight Ximen sword god? Although the black sheath sword in Ximen sword god's hand was not included in the sword list. But Ximen sword god thought his sword was for killing people. The black scabbard sword, with a blade of 3 feet and 7 inches, is made of black iron, with a black light on the surface. Combined with Ximen sword's magical and treacherous swordsmanship, killing is often only a single stroke. Even if the sword ranks in the top 10 swords, it may not it is as easy to use as the black sheath sword in his hand. Now, Jiang Ye uses a wooden sword to meet the black sheath sword in Ximen Chuxu's hand, which is too far-fetched. Some people think that Jiang Ye is trying to grandstanding, no doubt like a clown. Some people think that he knows that he is not as good as Ximen sword god, so he uses the way of the sword to fight. If he loses, he will not be wronged, and if he wins, he will have more face. Above the ring, Lord Tian Shan frowned, staring at Jiang Ye's figure, puzzled and said, "What on earth is this person planning to do? He has such a profound palm technique, yet he uses sword technique instead, and he still uses a wooden sword to fight Ximen sword god. Isn't this courting death?" Wudang Mudaist smiled wryly, "I don't know. Maybe he knows Tai Chi sword, and he thinks that the probability of surviving with the way of sword is higher." All the judges scrambled to discuss, but Master Suansi was the only one who didn't say a word. "Suansi, what do you think?" Everyone's eyes fell on Master Suansi. However, Master Suansi said slowly, "Perhaps, he has left behind a deeper strength." As soon as this statement came out, everyone couldn't help being shocked. The strength of Master Suansi, even the Wudang Wudaist is ashamed. As early as decades ago, he stepped into the Tianxiang Grand Great Master. Today's cultivation base is unfathomable. But even Master Suansi couldn't see through Jiang Ye's true strength. What is the background of this person? At this time, the two deist figures on the field have already moved. A burst of exclamation came from the stands in an instant. The moment Jiang Ye raised his sword, 2 extreme sword chi split out from his whole body. 1 yin and 1 yang, endless changes. In an instant. In the lightning-like sparring, the sword in Jiang Ye's hand has already fought against Ximen sword god for hundreds of rounds. However, that majestic sword chi is indistinguishable from Ximen sword god. In terms of sword technique, Jiang Ye's swordsmanship is perfect, and no flaws can be found. In fact, after understanding the way of, Jiang Ye can achieve the effect that the 2 successors of Gigo can only achieve together with his own strength. Even earthly celestial is hard to crack. Although Ximen sword god has the ultimate murderous sword, for Jiang Ye who has perfected yin and yang in insight, his sword technique can be watertight. A sword comes to the west, and the sword goes slanted. Pay attention to defeating the enemy with just one move. The variation of killing sword technique will reach its peak in the 49th sword. But if the 49th sword is still unable to take down the enemy, then Ximen sword god will gradually fall into the disadvantaged. In the blink of an eye, the confrontation between the two has lasted no less than 100 rounds. The 49th sword has already passed. There was already a little cold sweat on the forehead of Ximen sword god. In his eyes, Jiang Ye seems to be a real master of swordsmanship, who has already seen through his own tricks. Every step of the killing move he made was completely resolved by Jiang Ye in an understatement. In fact, Ximen Jianshen already understood in his heart that it might be impossible to defeat Jiang Ye purely with swordsmanship. But with his self-esteem as a sword god, he can't allow himself to be invincible even with a wooden sword. Afterwards, Ximen sword god released all his internal energy and poured it into the crowsheath sword, intending to shatter the wooden sword in Jiang Ye's hand, in order to complete a magnificent counterattack. But Jiang Ye's kendo suddenly softened, and the changes in the wooden sword's swing were endless, and every move and style perfectly cracked Ximen Jianshen's sword qi. As if that wooden sword, like a peerless sword, is hard to destroy no matter what. Ximen sword god's mind was constantly shaken. His heart was in a mess, so was his sword. From the offensive at the beginning, it has been continuously transformed into a defensive. To the end. Jiang Ye's attack came like a storm, but Ximen sword god was completely passive and could only resist with all his might. Clang! Finally! With the sound of the last iron strike, the black sheath sword in Ximen sword god's hand flew down into the sky, and the wooden sword happened to touch the square inch of his throat. Moment! Ximen sword god couldn't help but smiled bitterly, and only now did he come back to his senses, saying, "I lost." The audience fell into a long silence. Immediately after, there was an uproar. Chapter 20. My God, whoever hits me, isn't it a dream? Ximen sword god was really defeated by a wooden sword. Who is this person? Could it be the legendary Great Qin sword god? Even the Great Qin sword god doesn't seem to be that powerful, does it? Don't brag, even the Dakin sword god, who is recognized as the number one in the way of the sword, is 50-50 with his senior brother. Even if he faces the Ximen sword god, the chance of winning is not more than 60%. This person is too terrifying. He even held a wooden sword and defeated the even stronger Ximen sword god. What is his identity? The audience resounded like a thunderous uproar. Everyone's eyes on Jiang Ye were full of disbelief. Before that, who would have thought that Jiang Ye could really defeat Ximen sword god with a wooden sword in his hand? Many rich people almost went bankrupt and put all their money on Ximen sword god's side. As a result, all the white money in their pockets is now in vain. They want to cry but have no tears. They almost want to find a river and jump into it. It can be reopened. Sister, it's a good thing you asked me to bet on that son to win, and now I can make a lot of money. Lian Xing was like a little money fan, smiling so that his eyes narrowed into crescent moons, as if he saw white silver tails falling from the sky and falling into his own pocket. All the people present, including Yu Huagong Gemini, Sun Moon God Sect and a few others, went against the trend and chose to bet on Jiang Ye. Of course the money is full. Yeyu smiled and said, I have fought against that young master, and I have long felt that his strength is extraordinary. I am afraid that I have not used my full strength to defeat Ximen sword god. Lian Xing couldn't help but widen his eyes, and said in surprise, Sister, how powerful is his realm? Yeyu shook her head and said, This is beyond what we can know at this level. Lian Xing couldn't help being surprised again. Even with my sister's strength, I can't see through Jiang Ye's strength. How strong should that be? Yunding Tiangong. The figure of Ximen sword god retreated behind the crowd a little lonely. He looked up at the sky with a blank look on his face. That battle just now. I am completely defeated. Not only was the sword in his hand defeated, but his heart was also defeated. When he chose to use internal energy to defeat the wooden sword in Jiang Ye's hand, he had already lost. In a true kendo peak powerhouse, the only thing you should trust is the sword in your hand. But choosing to use heresy and unscrupulous means to win the victory, in a sense, is an insult to the way of swordsmanship. After this battle, Ximen sword god calmed down completely, and realized the truth that there are people beyond people and heaven beyond heaven. And this experience is actually more beneficial for his future martial deo. Sometimes, knowing that you are not invincible, you can better settle down all your experiences and break through to a higher peak. After this war, Jiang Ye is already regarded as the first choice to win the championship. After meeting his opponent, he wisely chose to admit defeat. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In fact, after defeating Ximen Sword God, there were very few enemies left that could threaten Jiang Ye. The only competitor left is Zhang Wuji with the halo of martial forest myth. On the other side of the arena, Zhang Wuji's battle can be said to be a god blocking and killing a god, and a Buddha blocking and killing a Buddha. Wu Dang, Yi Mei, Kun Lun. Even a strong man at the pinnacle of the sect will be defeated with a crushing force when he encounters his powerful internal strength. Like a dark horse breaking through the encirclement, it emerges. The contestants also seemed to intentionally miss the meeting between Jiang Ye and Zhang Wuji. Strive to let these two favorites to win the championship be able to compete in the final decisive battle. Finally, Final 4. Both Jiang Ye and Zhang Wuji successfully broke through their opponents and advanced to the final. Finally came to the final. All attention! Here we come. It can be regarded as the final battle of this martial forest leader conference. I didn't expect it to be two mysterious masters with unknown identities, who made it to this decisive battle. Who do you think will win? Hard to say. Looking at it now, neither side seems to have shown their real strength. Could it be two earthly celestials, bumping into each other? If this is true, then wouldn't we be watching the real fight of gods? Yunding Tian Gong. The figures of Jiang Ye and Zhang Wuji are standing at the two ends of the cloud respectively. Who can win this game? You can become the next leader of the martial forest. For both of them, there are reasons why they have to win this game. This battle. Jiang Ye's expression became much more focused. He knows his own roots and aptitude, and he will not be stronger than Zhang Wuji. All talents can only stand here after exchanging Wheel of Fortune with each other. But even though Zhang Wuji didn't have the SSS level halo, he still relied on hard work, spent the same time, and stood in the same position as himself. Definitely not an opponent who can be underestimated casually. Very good. You are the first enemy worthy of my full strength. Jiang Ye spoke slowly. Next second, he fully stimulated all the power of the dragon veins in his body. At that moment, the majestic dragon veins of the Ming dynasty burst out from Jiang Ye's body in an instant, turning into the majesty of the Son of Heaven that shocked the world, bursting into golden light, overwhelming all living beings. Even the ground under his feet couldn't bear this force, and it cracked wildly around like a spider's web. Everyone felt this terrifying internal energy. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and couldn't help but prostrate on the ground, unable to bear the majesty of the emperor. In the arena, Wudang Mudaist, Lord Tian Shan, Master Sun Si, and others stood up one after another, their pupils full of shock. Yeyu, Lian Xing, Dongfang Bubai, and others looked at each other. They had fought against Jiang Ye before. Although they thought that Jiang Ye might be very strong, they never expected that he would be so strong as realm. Ximen Sword God's expression suddenly changed, and the bitterness in his heart became more intense. He finally understood now that when Jiang Ye was fighting with him, he didn't use his full strength at all. If he only uses internal energy to fight for the victory, then, with this terrifying energy, he is not even qualified to draw a sword. Still want to beat Jiang Ye with internal energy? Now it seems that it is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. At the same time, from Jiang Ye's hand, he slowly pulled out Bai Qi magic sword. When the sword reappeared between heaven and earth, the discerning people present instantly recognized the origin of this sword, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wait, is this Bai Qi magic sword? Didn't Bai Qi die in the Battle of Daming? How could the sword in his hand fall on this person? This breath is the power of the emperor, only the emperor can release this kind of internal energy. What? Could it be that the mysterious master in front of me is the new emperor of Ming dynasty? Chapter 21. The Majesty of the Emperor, Bai Qi Magic Sword. Everyone immediately compared the figure in front of them with the mysterious identity of the new emperor of Ming dynasty who had been rumored some time ago. At that time, wasn't it already recognized as a rumor? It turned out to be true? Wait, if that mysterious master is really the new emperor of Ming dynasty, then it is true that he killed the 500,000 Qin army led by Bai Qi by himself. Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, it should be Zhu De who sits on the throne. How could it be him? I'm a tortoise. He killed a celestial phenomenon by himself, the Grand Great Master, plus 500,000 cavalry recognized as the strongest in the world. Earthly celestial is probably nothing more than that. Could it be that this person is really an earthly celestial? When everyone is discussing field, the figures of Jiang Ye and Jiang Wuji were fighting in one place. The great teleportation of the universe. Jiang Wuji's pupils were burning with a strong fighting spirit. He felt that Jiang Ye might be the most powerful opponent he had encountered in his life. If he didn't use his full strength, he would be hard to beat. To make a move is his most powerful martial arts, the great teleportation of the universe. This move is quite similar to the Ghost Valley Yin and Yang practiced by Jiang Ye. One rigid and one soft, one yin and one yang. With Jiang Wuji's current realm, he can already transform yin and yang into the invisible. Even the martial arts cheats of various sects can be easily obtained. Ghost Valley Yin and Yang compiled by Jiang Ye also has infinite changes in the way of turning and closing. Between the two fights, Yin and Yang's changes are complex and mysterious, sometimes fierce, sometimes soft. The majestic internal energy instantly lifted the domes around Tiangong away. Blasts of wind swept around like flying daggers, and the martial forest people present couldn't help but take a few steps back, and they all stopped 1,000 meters away before they dared to watch. The leader of Sun Moon took a breath and murmured, "This is the first time I have seen such a battle in my life, it is simply beyond imagination." The Yuhua Palace twins looked at each other, and they could see the shock from each other's faces. Ximen Sword God stared at the battle on the field, watching the battle between Jiang Ye and Jiang Wuji. He felt that his understanding of Kendo seemed to have a new breakthrough. Spectator seats. Lord Tian Shan smiled bitterly, and said, "I feel that I can no longer understand the fight between these two. Think before. I also questioned Zhang Yi's strength. Now it seems that it is blind." Wudang Mudaist's eyes fell on Master Sun Si, and said, "Master Sun Si, from your point of view, who should win this battle? The moves of the two are too similar. One yin and one yang are all in the midst of infinite changes, intending to find the opponent's flaws. But the understanding of yin and yang's way between the two is almost at the same level, and it is even more difficult to break the trick. As if two perpetual motion machines collided together, it was difficult for anyone to stop the other." Master Sun Si's gaze was deep, watching the two intertwined figures on the field, and said in a deep voice, "From my point of view, although the two comprehensions are quite similar, the mysterious master who is suspected of being the emperor of the Ming dynasty has more harmonious martial arts, and he cultivates the spirit of the emperor, and his internal energy attribute is better than the general cultivation technique." The voice just fell. Several new internal energy attributes emerged from Jiang Ye. The air of merit, the air of the emperor, the air of the monarch, the air of killing. All kinds of internal energy meet yin and yang in one place to achieve a perfect balance. Now, the aura on Jiang Ye's body rose again, and even the Grand Great Masters, including Baiyun City Lord, Ximen Sword God, Beggar Sect Jiao Gangzhu, etc., couldn't help but feel a huge pressure. Jiang Wuji's face changed slightly. At this moment, the pressure he felt suddenly increased several times. Just now, he was able to understand martial arts and use the special internal energy cultivated by the great teleportation of the universe to compete with Jiang Ye 1 or 2. But the way of yin and yang comprehended by the other party seems to be more perfect than your own. Moreover, in the fights again and again, his strength is still getting stronger. Jiang Wuji's back couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, faintly feeling that the other party hadn't made a move with all his strength, and the purpose was to use himself as a whetstone. Sharpen the way of yin and yang to perfection. It seems that in the eyes of the other party, this decisive battle of the leader of the martial forest is not only a battle, but also a practice. What kind of person is capable of possessing such an understanding of martial arts? However, now Jiang Ye has brought the way of yin and yang to a complete level of understanding through the battle with Zhang Wuji. He no longer has any reservations. He merged all the dragon vein energy in his body with yin and yang, and exploded with a strength far beyond the previous one. Zhang Wuji immediately fell into a disadvantage. He felt like a flat boat in the storm, unable to withstand Jiang Ye's stormy attack. Although Zhang Wuji practiced the great teleportation of the universe and the divine art of 9 suns, it was also inherited from Sanfen Genren. However, the inheritance left by the sweeping monk to Jiang Ye is the supreme inheritance left by Sanfen Genren after polishing it to perfection in the late stage. By contrast, compared with the perfection of the great shift of the universe and the cultivation technique of the 9 suns, it is naturally lacking and falls into a disadvantage. Finally, when the two fight to the 3999th round, Zhang Wuji could no longer maintain the balance of yin and yang, and Jiang Ye found a flaw. With a palm strike, he hit his chest, and his figure flew upside down and fell out of the ring. Your Excellency's martial arts are high strength, and I am convinced that I lost. Zhang Wuji sighed, and then bowed cupped fist. This battle. Although he was defeated, he had never fought so heartily in any battle in his life. Even if you fail to be the leader of the martial forest, it is not a loss to be able to survive this battle. There was a brief moment of silence. Subsequently, there was a burst of thunderous applause. This battle is too exciting. All the guests have completely forgotten the identities of Jiang Ye and Zhang Wuji, and they are only applauding for this extremely exciting fight between the gods. Bravo! Is this the battle of champions? I've lived for decades, and I swear to God, this is definitely the most exciting decisive battle I've ever seen in my life. If I talk about the previous martial forest leaders, I might still be a little unconvinced, but this time the martial forest leader is really convinced. That's right, he deserves this position. The Martial Forest Leaders Conference has finally come to an end. Now that Jiang Ye has won the championship, according to the rules, naturally, he will become the new leader of the Martial Forest. At this time, several prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Congratulations to you for being the champion of this year's Martial Forest Leader Conference. You have unlocked a new identity, Martial Forest Leader. Reputation value plus 1000 W. Rating, SS+. Chapter 22. Finally SN score. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up slightly. Exceeding the rating of S class. Even if you look at the whole country, there may not be many in a year. As long as there is this score, it is enough to win the top spot in the college entrance examination. But reaching the S-level score or above, the difficulty level has obviously increased. Even if he became the leader of the martial forest, it was only an increase from an S-level rating to an S+. No wonder SSS grade grading is so difficult. This condition is too perverted. At this time, Wudang Mudaist and others came to the audience one after another, bowed deeply to Jiang Ye, with a wry smile on their faces and said, "Master, I wonder if you are the legendary emperor of Ming Dynasty." As soon as this remark came out, everyone present also reacted. Jiang Ye has shown the majesty of the emperor, which has already shown that he definitely owns the throne. At least one country's royal family. Judging from the Baiki magic sword he took out, his identity is probably the emperor of Ming Dynasty. Good. Jiang Ye nodded slowly, directly admitting his own identity. The voice just fell. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Ye would take the initiative to admit that he is the emperor of Ming Dynasty. Next second, a streak of internal energy exploded from Jiang Ye's body. In the blink of an eye, he had taken off the demon fox mask and put on the emperor's dragon robe again. A majesty of the emperor, with the internal energy shaking the four directions, all shows his noble status. When Jiang Ye's appearance was revealed to the world for the first time, everyone was completely stunned. They never expected that Jiang Ye looks so young, but he is just a handsome young man. Even Hua Wuqi, who is number 1 in the talent list, is not as handsome as this young man. What's more, Jiang Ye also has a majesty of the emperor, and with that youthful appearance, he has a sense of submission. The twins of Yuhua Palace, the leader of the sun and the moon, and others saw Jiang Ye's appearance for the first time, and their beautiful eyes lit up, and they fell directly on Jiang Ye's body. They thought that under Jiang Ye's demon fox mask, he might be a rivers and lakes master who has lived in seclusion for many years. With such a profound internal energy, he should not be young. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ye is not only very young, he can even be their little brother. And such a young boy not only possesses the best martial arts in the world, but also sits on the throne of Ming dynasty. Even the Son of Destiny doesn't have such an outrageous template. Yang Guang's eyes widened, feeling extremely depressed. Also a member of the royal family. Why is there such a big gap between myself and the other party? It's like a world of difference. Zhang Wuji was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile again and again. He originally thought that although he was not as strong as the opponent, but he was still very young, talent was definitely the strongest of his generation. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ye is younger than him. It was crushed by the opponent in all aspects. Now, Wudang Mudaist, Tian Shan Venerable, Master Suansi and others looked at each other, and they all read a deep sense of shock from each other's faces. After a while, Master Suansi smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, our martial forest has always had a rule of not getting involved with the imperial court. Your dragon body has come here, and with your extraordinary martial arts, you have won the position of the leader of the martial forest. However, in the past martial forest conferences, there has never been a precedent for a king of a country to win a seat. This, I don't know how to make me wait." All the rivers and lakes people here are thoughtful and naturally reacted. If Jiang Ye really becomes the leader of the martial forest, then in a sense, the entire martial forest rivers and lakes will serve Jiang Ye. Isn't that tied to Daming? Rivers and lakes has various factions, and the interest entanglements involved are more complicated than imagined. Some also have alliances with countries such as the Great Song Dynasty, the Great Tang Dynasty, and the Great Han Dynasty. Now, if you really want to follow Jiang Ye's call, it is equivalent to being recruited by Daming. This is naturally an unacceptable thing for most rivers and lakes sects. Hearing Master Suansi's words, Jiang Ye showed a calm smile, as if he had already planned his speech, and said frankly, "That's right. I came to participate in this martial forest alliance leader. I said that I didn't want to take this opportunity to recruit heroes from all over the world. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that I am duplicity. But today there are conflicts in the world, no matter the Great Ming, Great Tang, Great Han, Great Sui, Great Yuan, or Great Qin, there are countless disputes among each other, the people's livelihood is declining, and the people are suffering. I would like to ask everyone, a land without people can be a country? A land without people can be rivers and lakes." Facing Jiang Ye's question, the rivers and lakes heroes present couldn't help but fell silent. Although some of them rely on extraordinary martial arts and bear a high reputation in rivers and lakes, but in the war years, there is no one who will not feel the suffering of this world. Plagues, wars, famines. When every disaster comes, no matter how high the martial arts are, it may not be able to protect the loved ones around. Parting from life to death happens anytime, anywhere, all the time. Jiang Ye spoke again. Today, among the nations, only Great Qin is the strongest. However, Great Qin emphasizes legalism, and the punishment is severe. Regardless of the size of the war, the casualties are heavy, and the principle of human beings is the way is ignored. If such a slaughtering country were to unify the Central Plains, the people of the world would suffer unbearably at dawn. Killing Bai Qi, destroying the Qin army, ascending the throne of Ming dynasty, and winning the martial forest leader today are all for the unification of the world. In this cruel era, if we want to usher in real peace, the only way to stop all killings is by killing. This is the reason why I have no choice but to ascend the throne and come here. Jiang Ye's words, carrying a stream of internal energy, reverberated in this world. People present at rivers and lakes suddenly felt deafened when they heard these remarks. Of course they also want to live a peaceful life, if not for life, who would want to fight and kill? But in this era, without strength, you don't even have the qualifications to live. Just when everyone was in trouble, Jiang Ye laughed again and said, I don't intend to recruit the factions of rivers and lakes, incorporate them into Ming dynasty, and unify their jurisdiction. In a cooperative way, we invite everyone to work together to maintain the unity of the Central Plains and drive out foreigners. Those who have done meritorious service can freely choose to be promoted to a higher rank, or to offer a reward of gold and teach martial arts cheats. If you don't believe me, my people are the best proof. As soon as Jiang Ye's words came out, there was once again a burst of discussion among the crowd. They didn't expect that Jiang Ye would give up the recruitment, choose the way of free cooperation, and form an alliance with the rivers and lakes factions. Thus, each school and faction can completely complete the various tasks released by the Son of Heaven according to the actual situation of their own, just like accepting reward tasks. As for the rewards they get, they can even choose freely. Those who want to be promoted can choose to be promoted. Those who want money can choose to reward gold. Those who want to become stronger can choose martial forest cheats. More importantly, the attitude expressed by Jiang Ye is not to oppress the people with the power of the emperor at all, but the relationship of alliance and cooperation. As for how to choose, it is up to each faction to decide. From this point of view, removed rivers and lakes factions from being considered for inclusion. You can also enjoy the benefits of relying on the emperor. After all, the degree of activity and freedom of people in martial forest rivers and lakes is also one of the advantages of innate that they can inquire about information from all sides and play a huge role. If it is really incorporated by the government, this advantage will be infinitely reduced, but the gain outweighs the loss. At this time, a crisp voice suddenly came from the crowd. Yuhua Palace is willing to form an alliance with Daming. Chapter 23. The voice just fell. The faces of the major rivers and lakes sects changed upon hearing the news. Although Yuhua Palace seldom interferes with the affairs of rivers and lakes and is known as the Forbidden Martial Forest, its wealth, status, and influence are all considerable. If Yuhua Palace chooses to join Daming, it will definitely have an impact on the entire structure of martial forest. Unexpectedly, immediately afterwards, Dongfang Bubai took a step forward and said, Sun Moon God sect also wishes to be friends with Daming. As soon as the words fell, most martial forest sects couldn't sit still. The Sun Moon God sect and Yuhua Palace both chose to seek refuge with Daming. For other small gangs and small factions, if they choose to express their stance at this time, not only will they stand with De Tianzi, but they may also become allies of these two sects. The gangs on rivers and lakes tend to have a stronger background and more standing. If you rely on the emperor, no matter who provokes you, you have to weigh how much you are. Ever since, many unknown rivers and lakes sects have come forward to express their views. The Basian gang is willing to be friends with Daming. Juxian Zhuang is willing to listen to the call of the leader of the martial forest. From now on, Jinshu Lutai will be on the same front as Daming. With more and more gangs, follow suit. That strand of golden dragon vein energy immediately turned into a vast golden ocean and poured into Jiang Ye's body. The breakthrough earthly celestial seems to be only a stone's throw away. At this time, the leader of Beggar Sect Jiao also stood up and took the initiative to express his position. Beggar Sect, willing to lay down this land for Daming. Gang Zujiao is a Khitan native, but grew up in the Central Plains and suffered from racial discrimination since childhood. He has the identity of a foreign race, but he accepts the culture of the Central Plains, and his views on conflicts between different countries are often more complicated than ordinary people. At this moment, Leader Qiao heard what Jiang Ye said about the unity of the world and the unity of the people, and he couldn't help but feel very moved. That's right. If this world can really usher in a situation of domination of the country, the people will live and work in peace and contentment from now on. Then maybe the discrimination and disputes of these bloodlines will be annihilated in the long river of time, and the world will be peaceful from now on. If the monarch of any country, such as the Tang dynasty, the Han dynasty, or the Sui dynasty, said these words, no one present would believe them. But Jiang Ye is different. Under his rule, the Ming dynasty revived the people's livelihood, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. The previous situation was reversed in one fell swoop, and it was even stronger than the peak national strength when it was first established. Even if the rivers and lakes people here didn't deliberately inquire about this information, they learned a thing or two from the chats in the tea house and restaurant. So, combining multiple factors, Leader Qiao made this choice resolutely. At the same time, Ximen Sword God stood up and said coldly, I am also willing to form an alliance with Daming. For nothing else. Since Daming was able to obtain the martial arts cheats according to the reward. So, if there are enough rewards, I might be able to exchange for stronger martial forest cheats, and from then on, Kendo will gain breakthrough again. For Ximen Sword God, he only desires one thing in his heart, to become stronger. Now, the strength shown by Jiang Ye made him feel that cooperating with the other party is a way to make himself stronger. The Lord of Baiun City was moved, and he also stood up and said, Gokun is also willing to form an alliance with Daming. He was defeated in this battle, so he was naturally unwilling to discard the title of Sword God. However, seeing that Ximen Sword God's strength has improved, he also actively chooses to form an alliance with Jiang Ye. If he really got the martial arts cheats from Jiang Ye, wouldn't he never have the chance to bloodbath this battle? No. You have to form an alliance too. If you don't know if Own has more credit, and you can exchange for some better martial arts cheats, then you can defeat Ximen Sword God in turn. The two sword gods seemed to feel each other's intentions, and their eyes met, and the sparks of fighting spirit intertwined in their eyes again. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. Now, several celestial phenomenon Grand Great Masters have chosen to join Daming's camp. But then, what Jiang Ye didn't expect was, Zhang Wuji also took the initiative to stand up and agreed to follow Jiang Ye. This move shocked the martial forest people present. After all, the talent and aptitude shown by Zhang Wuji can be called a genius through the ages. If given time, there is a high probability that he will be able to advance to earthly celestial. Even he joined Daming. Wouldn't it be possible for Ming to have two earthly celestials in the future? Jiang Ye was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Wuji to choose to join Daming so decisively. But it's normal to think about it. In the original trajectory of fate, Zhang Wuji originally chose to join Daming. He founded Ming Jiao to revive the glory of Daming. At this time, not only did several astronomical phenomena, Grand Great Masters, join Daming's camp. Even Zhang Wuji, the son of fortune originally appointed by Heavenly Dao, has now taken the initiative to join Jiang Ye's subordinates. This is for the comprehensive national fortune of the Ming dynasty. It is a qualitative leap. Including Zhang Wuji, Quicksand, Ximen Sword God, Baiun City Lord, Beggar Sect Zhou Gang Leader, Sun Moon God Sect Leader. There are already many masters whose strength has reached the rank of Tianxiang Grand Great Master, and they stand on the united front with Daming. On the other hand, in Dakan, Yin and Yang's family only has a few celestial phenomena Grand Great Masters such as Yan Lingji, Dong Huang, Luna, and Dakan Sword God. Bai Qi has been killed by Jiang Ye. Quicksand served Jiang Ye instead. Now, Daming no longer lacks talents. The fate of the country has finally completed the final reversal. Streams of golden light, like particles of light, appeared in every corner of Daming, and gradually turned into a soaring real dragon, soaring thousands of miles. In the next second, the real dragon turned into a phantom, floating behind Jiang Ye. Rumble. That moment, a majestic energy surged out of Jiang Ye's body, completed the magnificent reversal of the Great Ming's national fortune, covered the endless land lines, and injected all the dragon veins possessed by the vast territory into Jiang Ye's body at the same time to help him complete the final transformation. Jiang Ye felt the cells all over his body, as if a volcano erupted, and every cell was undergoing the baptism of Nirvana's rebirth. Yin and Yang true essence, gradually condensed into a round gold core, suspended in the body, shining in the dark, dazzling. Finally, he stepped into the earthly celestial realm in one step. That supreme aura permeated the surroundings. Everyone here was shocked. Oh my God! Demingzi, you actually broke through to the realm of earthly celestial. This is the emperor who can step into the earthly celestial realm. In history, it seems that no emperor of any country can own the realm of earthly celestial, right? If you want to be the king of a country, you must bear the destiny of governing the country. You don't have so much time to study martial Dao. You can use the power of the emperor to frighten the world. You already have the strength not weaker than the grand great master of celestial phenomenon. However, not only did the great heavenly son perfectly use the power of the Son of Heaven, he also used martial Dao to step into the legendary earthly celestial realm. It's hard to imagine how terrifying strength he possesses. I'm afraid I'm going to be invincible. We're witnessing the rise of an earthly celestial. Some sects who were still hesitating chose to join Daming without hesitation. In the Zhongguo continent, there has never been an emperor who entered the earthly celestial realm with martial arts. If appear so, it will definitely overturn the pattern of this continent. At the same time, several reminders popped up in front of Jiang Ye smoothly. Congratulations on stepping into the earthly celestial realm. Rating, S+SS. Chapter 24. Jiang Ye took a long breath. Finally, complete the achievements of martial forest leader and earthly celestial consecutively. The score can be regarded as reaching the SS level. It is only one S away from the final SSS grade. At this time, Jiang Ye opened the panel again. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 18. Identity, Son of Heaven. Realm, Earthly Celestial. Martial Arts Cheats, Emperor's Prestige, Gigu Yin and Yang, Emperor Dragon Vein. Root Bone, SSS. Perception, SSS. Reputation, 2100W. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS Level. Current Rating, SS. The life panel of Jiang Ye's first life can be said to be extremely luxurious. If other reincarnators saw him enter the Reincarnation Tower for the first time, there would be such a heaven-defying panel. Be jealous every minute. At last. Time to put the finishing touches on. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. About how to complete the last S. In his heart, he already knew what to do next. The following few days, the news that Demingzi won the championship of this year's Martial Forest Leaders Conference spread throughout the Zhongguo continent in an instant. Great Song, Great Han, Great Qin, Great Yuan, Great Sui. All the countries knew about this and were alarmed one after another. It sparked discussions all over the world. What? So the Son of Heaven is really the master who defeated Bai Qi and the 500,000 Qin army? This is information from the top of Kunlun. Even the position of the leader of the martial forest has been established. It should not be false. Who said it was false information before? This, who can imagine that the 500,000 Qin army was really wiped out by a young man? It's no wonder that you can become the leader of the martial forest. I'm afraid such a master has already stepped into the earthly celestial realm. Should we also join Daming? I feel that there is something interesting, and being in alliance with Daming, at least has a lot more future than Deduction. The rivers and lakes sects in various countries have invariably moved their minds to join the Great Ming Alliance. After all, Dakin already has many masters, and they always look superior on weekdays. For these rivers and lakes sects, it is impossible to look down upon at all. Even if you join the people of the Great Qin dynasty, there is a high probability that you will be arrested and conscripted, or you will go to heavy work such as building the Xianyang Palace, and there will be countless dead bones. Although the Great Qin state is the strongest, it has nothing to do with the common people. In contrast to Daming, the weather is smooth and the people live and work in peace and contentment. The reform of the land law has made it possible for everyone to have land to plant and make the best use of it. The food industry is improving year by year. And as long as you make achievements in Daming, the benefits are not inferior to Deduction. The criminal law system is less harsh and more humane. Therefore, Daming has become a new outlet for all rivers and lakes sects. Heroes from all walks of life rushed to Daming today, planning to find another job. Confucianism, Little Sage Village. Master Sun said in admiration, "I never thought that in this troubled world, there would be such an enlightened emperor as the Son of Heaven, who implements the principles of the people, which is in line with the Confucian philosophy. Yan Lu, from now on, you are making arrangements to move Little Shengxian village to Daming. And send someone to write a manuscript praising Daming and publish it to the world." Yan Lu's mind moved slightly. He could see that in Master Sun's heart, he might also be rushing to Daming. After all, Dakin recently advocated legalism, burning books, and burying Confucianism on a large scale. Little Shengxian Zhuang has long been a thorn in Dakin's side. If he could join Daming, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the development of Confucianism. Yes. Yan Lu bowed slightly and immediately took care of the matter. The Mahist School, the Organ City. Yan Dan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in his eyes. As a Mahist giant, he must consider the future. With the Mahists advocating both love and non-aggression, they have always been enemies of Dakin. The opponent is the powerful and weird Yin and Yang family. Facing opponents of this level, the Mo family was forced into a desperate situation many times, and had to open up a mechanism city that was easy to defend and difficult to attack in the deep mountains. Only then did they escape the pursuit of Yin and Yang's family. And at this time, hiding in the deep mountains and old forests, it seems that joining Daming has become a better choice. Great Song Dynasty, Execution Ground. Yu Fei was imprisoned in Dali Temple on trumped-up charges. His eyes were red, and he couldn't understand why he was so loyal to Song Dynasty, so he would end up with such a crime. Rumble. But at this moment, the prison was blasted away by a huge force. A few black-clothed men with extraordinary skills broke into the prison and robbed Yu Fei out. Who? The great masters of Dali Temple were dispatched in an instant, and they all shot together, trying to take down the thieves who broke into the forbidden area. However, the master who came to rob the execution ground seemed to be even stronger. He neutralized the surrounding attacks with 3 strikes, and instantly disappeared at the other end of Dali Temple with Yu Fei's figure, hidden in the jungle. Yu Fei was extremely surprised. He couldn't understand why so many masters came to save him at this time. After some inquiries, it turned out to be a master trained by Daming, and extended the olive branch of recruiting to Yu Fei. However, Yu Fei frowned deeply. But he still has such a trace of patriotism for Song Dynasty in his heart, and it is difficult to accept refuge in other countries. The others didn't say much, they just took Yu Fei to Daming to see the real situation in that land. Arrive in Daming. Yu Fei was immediately shocked by Daming's situation. On the streets, the common people live and work in peace and contentment, and the spirit they display is completely different from that of Song dynasty. After careful inquiry, I found that many policies of Ming dynasty were beneficial to the development of ordinary people. Yu Fei finally sighed and made a final decision. I, Yu Fei, am willing to serve Daming. Zhongguo Continent, Northwest. In the past few years, Dakan has recruited millions of troops. Prepare to launch a new round of attack on Daming. This day, the crow landed on the Daming imperial city again, and an urgent letter was delivered to Jiang Ye immediately. Dakan conscripted millions of soldiers, and in 3 days, they will launch an attack on Daming. Jiang Ye didn't show surprise at this, he smiled slightly and said, "Is it finally here? Facing the million-strong army of Great Qin." However, during this time, Jiang Ye mobilized the entire martial forest rivers and lakes to quickly cultivate a group of talents to serve as the generals of the Ming army. The addition of the Mahist brought a lot of technological breakthroughs, forming various advanced siege machines. The armor of the soldiers has also been improved. Soon, he taught martial arts for the generals, and created a group of elite teachers who everyone knows martial arts, named the Great Snow Dragon Rider. This army, the Great Master alone has no fewer than 500 people, and the average person is in the realm of gathering. Almost every soldier has the power of 1 against 10. This battle will establish my final SSS rating. Jiang Ye murmured. Chapter 25. Dakan Border Pass. Millions of men in black armor gathered outside the pass. General Meng Tian rode a red rabbit horse, looking into the distance, with a deep demeanor, as if he was waiting for a news. Boom! With the sound of a gong and drum, Meng Tian suddenly raised the spear in his hand and shouted loudly, "Kill!" Immediately, the million-strong army erupted into loud shouts that shook the sky and the earth, and the iron cavalry crushed mountains, rivers, and seas, as if the whole earth trembled. This day, the Great Qin's million-strong army set out from the border and marched eastward all the way, preparing to crusade against the Ming dynasty located in the central region. At the same time, the eyeliners of countless forces from various countries have used various methods to learn this information. This move shocked the entire Zhongguo continent. Finally, Dakan launched an attack on Ming again. The forces of all parties have been affected, and the people of all countries, and even the entire rivers and lakes, have set their sights on this war. At the same time, Great Tang, Great Song, Great Han, Great Sui, Great Yuan, and other countries all learned this information through eyeliner. They are naturally happy to see such a situation happen. Now, under the governance of Jiang Ye, the national power of the Ming dynasty is getting stronger and stronger. And it is said that the Son of Heaven has won the position of leader of the martial forest in the realm of earthly celestial, and has the ability to call on the world. You know, rivers and lakes and the court have always been separated. The rivers and lakes of Zhongguo continent, in a sense, is also an extremely huge system. If they can be combined, they will play a role no less than that of a country's army. Even stronger. The prosperity of the Ming dynasty made the neighboring Tang, Han, Sui, and Song feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Compared with the Great Qin, the Ming dynasty is actually located in the middle of the central plains. Once it develops, the radiation will be stronger than the northwest Great Qin. The threat to other countries is even higher. Now, seeing the battle between the two great powers, Great Qin and Great Ming, other countries were happy to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. Originally, De Ming was also on the united front of other countries. If De Qin sent troops to attack, more or less some troops would be sent to support it. But now, almost all countries watched from the sidelines. As if this battle, whoever the winner, would be good for them. Is it finally here? Jiang Ye once again learned from the information brought by the quicksand that the soldiers of the Dakan frontier pass had begun to march eastward. It is expected to arrive at the border of Daming within half a month. However, during this period, Jiang Ye has been fully prepared. He called on the world's martial forest rivers and lakes masters, and didn't let them go directly to kill the enemy. After all, most of these masters are well-known gang leaders. It is generally more life-threatening. It is not practical to order them to go out and kill the enemy. But Jiang Ye made the best use of everything, let all martial forest masters enter the barracks, and only do one thing. Teach martial Dao. Cultivate a team of deduce dragon riders who know martial arts per capita. This is the way to win the war. As expected, the power of the entire martial forest rivers and lakes was used to teach the martial Dao to the Ming army. Although it is impossible to train every soldier to be a master, it is no problem at all to improve the overall combat strength by several levels. At the same time, Ming quickly recruited 500,000 troops during this period, and now its strength has reached 800,000. Compared with the Great Qin with millions of troops, the gap is not that big. But the combat power per capita is completely different. There are also Zhongwuji, Beggar Sect Jiao Gangzhu, Ximen Jianshen and other celestial phenomena Grand Great Master, who will serve as generals who kill enemies in the barracks. Even if Dakin sent many masters from the Yin and Yang family, there are enough astronomical Grand Great Masters to deal with it. Besides, the experienced and invincible Yu Fei served as the commanding general. The Mahists improved armor and weapons, produced a group of soldiers with excellent technology, and could also form a group of flying wings to assemble flying wings. The overall combat strength has been increased several times. My deduce Dragon Knight is invincible in the Zhongguo continent, and he is not afraid of the million-strong army of the Great Qin. There was a sense of confidence in Jiang Ye's eyes. He has already learned from Quicksand's information that only Meng Tian, a celestial phenomenal Grand Great Master who was promoted not long ago, is in command of the Great Qin's million-strong army this time. As for the Yin and Yang's family, the movement is unknown, and what they are planning is unknown. But on Jiang Ye's side, in addition to Zhongwuji, Baiyun City Lord, Ximen Sword God, Beggar Sect Jiao Gangzhu and many other celestial phenomena Grand Great Masters, there are hundreds of Great Masters sitting in the town. Looks a little weaker in terms of strength. But in terms of quality, the two are not at the same level at all. This battle, Jiang Ye didn't even bother to send so many troops, he only dispatched 200,000 snow dragon riders to the border. Now, other countries have heard the news. In the entire Zhongguo continent, almost everyone is paying attention to this matter. However, when everyone knew that Jiang Ye had only sent 200,000 troops to garrison the border, they couldn't help breaking their defenses and scolding. Isn't this big tomorrow crazy? Dakin has dispatched 1,000,000 troops. 200,000 troops, why fight with millions of others? With the geographical environment of Ming dynasty, if the border fortress cannot be defended, when the city gate is broken, a large area will be a plain area. Fighting against the cavalry that Dakin is best at in this kind of terrain, it's completely courting death. At that time, the iron cavalry of the Qin army will be able to plunder without restraint. It's so wise to brag about how bright you are, but you actually came out of this kind of stupid trick. If you don't want to defend, then just go ahead and don't send troops. Either use all your strength to resist the Great Qin army, or don't defend at all. Only dispatching 200,000 troops, isn't that no different from sending heads? The people of Tang, Han, Sui, Song, and other countries couldn't bear it anymore. What they hope to see is that the Great Qin and the Great Ming will fight each other in order to gain time for their own countries to develop. But Ming played like this, it was the rhythm of dying every minute. If Dakin is allowed to occupy Ming, and get the treasure land in the central region that can lead to all directions, the threat to other countries will be much greater. The literati collectively worked hard to write articles, scolding the decision of the emperor of the Ming dynasty, trying to make Jiang Ye notorious in the history books for a crime of subjugation, and force him to change his decision. But Jiang Ye did not change his face, and still firmly dispatched 200,000 troops to the border. Everyone couldn't help but feel very puzzled. Could it be that De Tianzi didn't do math well when he was a child, and didn't understand the difference between 200,000 and 1 million? Half a month later. Finally, the two armies met at the Great Wall beyond the borders of Ming Dynasty. This battle will establish the overlord of the Central Plains. Chapter 26. The frontier of Ming Dynasty, the Great Wall. Yu Fei stood in the center of the army formation, holding a military flag. As his hands change, the 200,000 soldiers of the Ming Dynasty immediately opened their formations and faced the enemy. The armies of both sides charged at each other. However, when the Deccan army had just launched a charge, the cavalry in the front suddenly fell down instantly. I saw that the limbs of the war horse were cut in half by something, and the soldiers on it fell off the horse hard, with injuries ranging from falling to fractures, and the combat power dropped by half. The Mo family has developed a special material, but the silky lines are as sharp as a knife, and they have been laid in secret long ago. When the Qin army launches a charge, these lines will cut off the forelegs of the horses of the first group of charge cavalry. If the war horse loses its ability to move, the lethality of the cavalry will be reduced by more than half. At this time, the Ming army rushed out from the flanks, and the two sides began to confront each other from the front. The martial arts of the Ming army are obviously superior. Any soldier is enough to have the ability to fight against several Deccan soldiers. Following Yu Fei's command, the officers and soldiers of the Ming dynasty pulled apart the camp, intentionally pulling Deccan soldiers apart. The battle line was stretched immediately. At this time, the importance of martial arts suddenly appeared. The soldiers of the Ming dynasty cooperated with each other in the battle, and the hidden weapons developed by the Mahists were often able to take the lead and kill a few more. At the same time, hundreds of great master generals, gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. The importance of the Grand Master's combat power is fully demonstrated in this battle. In the blink of an eye, the Deccan camp was dispersed. De Qin instantly fell into a passive disadvantage. Meng Tian frowned, seeing that the situation was not good. He immediately exuded the aura of the astronomical Grand Great Master, and was ready to make a move. However, in the Ming camp, several auras of the same celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master all aimed at Meng Tian at the same time. As long as he, the Great General, makes a move, Zhang Wuji, Ximen Sword God and many other masters will launch a siege to Meng Tian at the same time. Meng Tian's back broke out in cold sweat instantly. He never expected that there are so many masters of astronomical phenomena Grand Great Master in the Daming barracks. There are even several auras, stronger than himself. Withdraw. Meng Tian gritted his teeth and immediately gave the order to retreat. This battle. From the beginning, many cavalrymen in the front row had fallen after being caught in the trap. The morale of the army was hit hard. Afterwards, the soldiers of the Ming army showed extraordinary martial arts one by one, fighting against 10 with 1. The fighting spirit of the Deccan army has dropped sharply again. Hundreds of great masters killed all over the battlefield. Many soldiers were so frightened that they had no intention of fighting, and even started to run away. At this time, Meng Tian was about to do it himself, and even realized that there were so many celestial phenomena Grand Great Masters in the Ming camp. As a great general, he almost lost his will to fight. The wisest choice is to retreat. Retain the most combat power. However, after the Deccan army was dispersed, even retreating was not so easy. This war killed a whole day and night. The blood of 500,000 Qin troops flowed in this field of competition, dyeing the earth dark red. The remaining Qin army fled desperately, and soon submerged in the deep mountains in the northwest. But in this battle, there is no doubt that Daming won the battle. And with 200,000 troops, 500,000 Qin troops were beheaded. His own battle losses were only a few thousand people. Such a battle loss ratio, looking at the history of ancient and modern times, can be called a miracle. 1. Yu Fei had an incomparably carefree smile on his face. He used to be in the Song dynasty, the barracks were in a slump, and he almost carried the banner of the army alone, and he rarely fought such a smooth battle. However, this time Yu Fei feels that everyone around him is a godlike teammate, and winning is simply not too fun. All the time. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry is Yu Fei's nightmare. But this time, even with 200,000 troops against the Qin army's million-strong army, they won such a great victory. As expected of the Son of Heaven, you are indeed wise. Yu Fei sighed in his heart. From now on, he is even more determined to stay in Daming. Overnight, the news that Deming defeated a million-strong army with 200,000 troops quickly spread throughout the Zhongguo continent. In this battle, all countries have specially arranged eyeliners to inquire about intelligence. Got the news? Emperor of the Great Song Dynasty, Emperor of the Great Sui Dynasty, Emperor of the Great Han Dynasty, Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Everyone jumped up from the dragon chair. They had no idea. This battle. It turned out that Daming would win almost completely. You know, this time Daming only used 200,000 troops to completely defeat De Qin's million-strong army. It even killed 500,000 Qin troops on the battlefield again. For Dakan, even in the next few decades, his vitality will be severely damaged, and he will no longer be able to conscript troops to attack the east. Then it will be Daming's world. To know. Daming is the closest to Song, Tang, Han, and other countries. Dakan is located in the northwest where there are many mountains and mountains. Even if the vitality is seriously injured, it is not easy to march casually due to the geographical environment there. So who should bear the pressure next? The answer is of course Datang and Dahan. The two countries had clashed with each other not long ago. Although Datang had the upper hand, there were still a lot of casualties. Don't forget, Daming still has another 600,000 troops, still staying in the city, ready to attack other areas at any time. It's over. How can Daming be so strong? I'm not dreaming to defeat a million Qin troops with 200,000 troops, right? Could this be false information released by Daming? Impossible. Someone has already gone to Zolo to take a look, and there are corpses of the Great Qin army everywhere. I'm afraid Daming will really become the overlord of the Central Plains now. Daming Imperial City. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, not surprised by this result at all. He has information on quicksand. The overall strength and movements of the Dakan army are clearly understood. In the short term, Dakan's vitality can be said to be seriously injured, and he is no longer able to attack Daming. But Jiang Ye didn't intend to swallow Dakan in one go. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Great Qin was hit hard this time, it would definitely be much more difficult to deal with than the Great Tang, Great Han, Great Sui, and other countries. Next, Jiang Ye regrouped his troops. Afterwards, he began to use the method of long-distance and short-distance attack, first showing his friendship with the big man, and then attacking the Tang dynasty. The army of the Tang dynasty is strong, and the land is rich in treasures. It is a fertile land. If I can take it down, undoubtedly, it will be of great benefit to the territory and economy of Ming dynasty. Dahan and Datang just fought a battle, even if the interests of both sides are on the same line at the moment, they really can't bear to cooperate with each other. Not to mention, this year's Dahan Emperor was short-sighted, seeing Daming's initiative to show favor, he happily accepted the kindness, and wished that Daming would clean up Datang. Li Er's facial expression really makes people uncomfortable. Needless to say, the weaker Sui and Song were too late to protect themselves, so how could they send troops to unite with the Tang? The Great Yuan was stationed in the north, and its culture was different from that of the Central Plains. It was once regarded as the second Great Qin, and it sent troops to the south many times to conquer the Central Plains. It was even more impossible to stand on the united front with several other countries. Only Datang with a bitter face was left, bitterly preparing to fight against the coming 500,000 Great Ming army with his own strength. Chapter 27. 21 years. Jiang Ye personally led an army of 500,000 to attack Datang. Li Er's face turned completely green. To know. Prior to this, the 200,000 Ming troops had already defeated 1,000,000 Qin troops without any suspense. And the total strength of the entire Tang dynasty is only about 400,000. But this time. On the other hand, Jiang Ye sent 500,000 Ming troops on his own initiative, even at the expense of going out in person. There have long been rumors in rivers and lakes that De Tianzi has stepped into the realm of earthly celestial. At the Martial Forest Leaders Conference on the top of Kunlun, he defeated several celestial phenomena Grand Great Master in a row. Looking at the Zhongguo continent, his strength is invincible. This time, they attacked Datang, which was several times weaker than Dakan, but assembled a 500,000 Daming army, and personally led many celestial phenomena, Grand Great Masters, to go out together. Is this a deep hatred with Datang? Even against millions of Qin troops, there has never been such a large-scale battle. Datang could only dispatch all its troops to the front line, ready to fight the Ming army. It's been a while since I can resist it for a while. However, facing such a huge opponent, the overall morale of the entire Tang dynasty was low. There were already many soldiers in the army, looking around the surrounding terrain, thinking about how to be a qualified deserter. The two armies finally met at the Huaihe River. At this time, a sword ray fell from 9 heavens like a rainbow, and immediately formed a long gully behind the Tang army. Rumble. The thunderous vibrating sound constantly echoed in the valley. It's like a natural disaster. None of the soldiers of the Tang dynasty knew what happened, and they were terrified. Immediately afterwards, they witnessed a daoist figure waving a 1,000-foot-long sword ray on the cliff. Even the ground was split open, and an abyss-like ravine collapsed. If it falls on people, even if it is an army, I am afraid it will be harvested like straw. Oh my God, is this the strength of earthly celestial? Isn't it too terrifying? With one strike, the entire mountains, rivers, and seas will collapse. How can a mortal receive a blow from an immortal? It's over. This is the earthly celestial who can slaughter 500,000 Qin troops by himself. Just one is enough to beat us all. Not to mention, there are several celestial phenomena Grand Great Masters in the Ming camp. We have no chance of winning this battle. All the soldiers of the Tang dynasty showed a look of despair. At this time, witnessing Jiang Ye's sword like a god, they already knew in their hearts that this was definitely a battle with no chance of winning. But at this moment, the Daming camp suddenly let go. As long as you voluntarily surrender and join the Ming army, not only can they avoid immortality, but also depending on their specific performance, they can be incorporated into the Daming barracks and receive the same treatment as ordinary soldiers. If they perform well in battle, they can also be promoted and awarded. Many soldiers in the Tang dynasty couldn't bear it anymore, and they all defected to the Ming camp. The rest of the soldiers who were wavering in their hearts and still wondering whether to go or not, saw that many people around them had already left, so they ran over one after another. In a blink, nearly more than half of the soldiers in the Datang barracks all defected to the Ming army. There are also generals with high status among them. After all, everyone knows that Datang's strength is far from that of Daming's. If the fight continues like this, it will be no different from courting death. The remaining soldiers of the Tang dynasty saw that half of their own family had already run away, so what was there to fight? Let's just smash it. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. He used such a large formation this time, not really to kill the Tang dynasty, but to use absolute strength to defeat others without fighting. Victory without consuming a single soldier is the most perfect way of fighting. From a psychological level, completely defeating the Tang army is what I want to see. It doesn't even need to be fought, the war is over. Soon. The news from the front was sent back to the Tang imperial city. Li Er's eyes turned black, and his body collapsed on the ground, feeling like he couldn't see anything clearly. He never expected to send all the soldiers to the front line, and they all surrendered to the enemy overnight. This is just great. Don't even have to resist. Just wait for death. 7 days later, the gate of the Great Tang City was broken open by the Ming army. Li Er and the others didn't even talk about negotiations, and directly let the emperor's cupped hands go. Since then, the map of Zhongguo continent has lost a tang. In daiming on the map, the plates instantly increased a lot, as if the devil stretched out his claws, and was about to cover the entire central plains. The next unlucky person is the big man. The Emperor Dahan is still immersed in the dream of forming an alliance with Daiming and living a better life in the future. As everyone knows, when Jiang Ye completely conquers the land of the Tang dynasty and completes the rectification. But a month. The Ming army went out again, heading all the way to the northeast, pointing directly at the big man. Before that, in the battle between the big man and the Tang dynasty, he was already at a disadvantage, and his vitality was severely injured, and he has not recovered yet. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the Ming army had already arrived. The Son of Heaven was taken aback immediately, and hastily sent someone to write several letters to Jiang Ye, ceding the land and donating most of the treasury silver, but it was of no use at all. In the Zhongguo continent, strength is everything. For the strong. If you can choose to have them all, then naturally you will not let anything go. The Emperor Dahan also expressed his hope that he could persuade Daiming with conditions. It wasn't until the Ming army approached the city that they woke up. On has changed its owner. After conquering the Great Tang and the Great Han, the remaining Great Song was directly surrounded by the territory of the Great Ming, like a turtle in a urn. But it was beyond Jiang Ye's expectation. The emperor of the Great Song dynasty was even more useless than imagined. I don't even want the throne anymore, it's important to run away. He is even more ostentatious than the emperor. It is equivalent to giving this country directly to Jiang Ye without blinking an eye. In the central plains, there is still a great Sui left, but it is still in the bag. Soon the Ming army marched down to El Yunnan, and the great Sui resisted for a while, and was killed right away. 22 years. Jiang Ye almost unified most of the Zhongguo continent. At this time, the scale of the Deduce dragon riders expanded to 5 million, becoming the most powerful army in history. Millions of soldiers marched northward to fight against the Great Yuan in the northern plains. This battle was even more difficult than before. Dayuan is good at equestrianism, long-distance pulling battles, and the martial arts of the central plains are often difficult to play. But relying on the improved machinery of the Mahists and the huge strength of millions of soldiers, it took 3 months to take down the Dayuan area and build the Great Wall at the border to resist the Xiongnu. Now, almost the entire Zhongguo continent has been taken over by Jiang Ye as the Great Ming dynasty. There is only one Dakin left, and he is still stationed in the northwest region alone. At this time, Jiang Ye's reputation has successfully broken through 100 million, and his rating has reached SS+. It is only one step away from the final SSS rating. Get rid of De Yuan. For the rest of the time, Jiang Ye is completely able to deal with the last Dakin without any worries. The 5 million troops of the Ming dynasty gathered again to fight for the throne, and began to march towards the northwest region. The sword points to Dakin. Chapter 28. In just one day, Jiang Ye's big snow dragon ride, with the posture of an invincible army, swept 9 cities in a row, invincible. The soldiers defending the city couldn't hold back for even half an hour, and the city gate has already been broken open. Millions of Ming troops rushed into the city in an instant, and captured several cities smoothly. With this astonishing progress, without accident, it took about a week to win Xianyang. However, Jiang Ye wasn't too excited about it. On the contrary, he frowned slightly, and said in his heart, although the current strength of Dakin is not as good as that of Daiming, the attack will not be so smooth. Dakin still has a lot of masters of the celestial phenomenon Grand Great Master realm, none of them showed up on the field. Even the Dakin army did not recruit or expand the army during this period, but the number continued to decrease. Especially the Yin and Yang family. During this time, it has been very difficult to find any information about Yin and Yang's family. With so many major events happening one after another, with Yin and Yang's character, it is impossible to just watch and do nothing. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Warn. Detected an A-level anomaly in the Zhongguo continent. Suspected to be related to the extraterritorial world. Anomaly, 6 Souls Curse of Fear. Probability of extinction, 35%. Release a special task, clear the abnormal point, the 6 Soul Terror Curse. Reward, rating or world-class props. An abnormal point appeared. Jiang Ye couldn't help but move slightly. In the textbook of the reincarnation world, this kind of situation is actually mentioned. In fact, a powerful reincarnator has already discovered through investigation that each world in the Tower of Reincarnation is not completely independent. It is possible that through space cracks, the power of the outside world invades other worlds, causing devastating damage. The higher the world, the more likely to encounter such a situation. Once an abnormal point appears, there is a certain probability that it will bring a devastating blow to the reincarnation world. In order to maintain world peace, Reincarnation Tower will automatically release the task of clearing abnormal points. If the reincarnation can complete the task, not only can the rating be greatly improved, but also the world-class props can be chosen. It is said, world-class props, only with a score of SS level or above, have a chance to explode. Almost every world-class item has a heaven-defying effect of changing the life of the reincarnator. Even if the awakened talent is not high, if you can get world-class props, it will open the door to the top reincarnation. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a singularity in the reincarnation world of the first life. I don't know whether it is luck or misfortune. The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Encountering an abnormal point is extremely fatal to any reincarnated person. Once the source of world destruction is triggered, no matter how powerful you are, you will die with this world. The ratings, of course, stop there. But at the same time, if you can complete the task of clearing the abnormal points, the rewards you get will definitely make any reincarnated crazy. That's not necessarily a bad thing. For one thing, the abnormal point appeared in the first life, the level and difficulty are not too high, and the ability of the reincarnated person has a chance to solve it. Secondly, Jiang Ye has now advanced to the earthly celestial realm, and there are not many people in the world who are his opponents. The combination of these two conditions will undoubtedly increase the operating space for solving abnormal points. 6 Souls Scary Curse. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the work of Yin and Yang's family. It's no wonder that the Yin and Yang family didn't take the initiative to come forward when the Qin army suffered heavy losses these few times. It turns out that they are secretly planning something related to the anomaly. Jiang Ye immediately made a judgment in his heart. Now it seems, the death of Han Fei and the quicksand investigation may have something to do with the 6 Souls Curse. The karma involved is not small. Think here. Jiang Ye immediately sent a letter to Lai Sha through the crow, asking where the headquarters of the Yin and Yang family was located. Coincidentally, during this period of time, Lai Sha was also investigating the affairs of Yin and Yang's family. After receiving Jiang Ye's letter, at the fastest speed, a map was sent out. It is marked with the location of Yin and Yang's headquarters. It actually moved to a mirage outside the East Daxia Sea. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that some time ago, Dakin used a huge scale to build a ship, Mirage, which is now moored on the shore of the East Daxia Sea, and there has been no movement for a long time. Unexpectedly, it became the new base of Yin and Yang's family. Upon hearing the information, Jiang Ye's figure moved and rushed to the mirage as quickly as possible. East Daxia Sea, Mirage. The Eastern Emperor stopped under the star map, and there was a dark aura floating in front of him. On the ground, mysterious patterns interweave into obscure patterns, and each of the Dakin soldiers in armor fell into a coma and was placed in the formation. A trace of anger turned into dense white mist, gushing out from their mouths, condensing towards the black ball. The scene looks very strange. About there, Dong Huang's pupils were intertwined with chaotic black lines, revealing a cold smile. When the Six Souls curse completely absorbs the breath of these foolish people, I will be able to control everyone in this world. Earthly Celestial. At that time, to me, it will be just a bigger bug. At this moment, a light laugh suddenly came from the side. Oh, is it so? Dong Huang was startled suddenly, turned around and left in an instant, fixed his eyes on the figure that suddenly appeared at the door, and said in a deep voice. Who? Jiang Ye revealed an interesting look, and chuckled lightly. Didn't you say that Earthly Celestial is nothing more than a relatively large ant to you? I want to see. How capable are you to say such arrogant words? Dong Huang calmed down after a short period of shock. From Jiang Ye's words, he vaguely judged the other party's identity. The Eastern Emperor snorted coldly. It turns out that quicksand has already served the Son of Heaven, no wonder there has been a problem with intelligence recently. However, this time you dare to come here alone, it's too much to ask for. Do you really think Earthly Celestial is invincible? The voice just fell. The black ball suddenly burst into a dark breath. Countless black mist swirls into the air, forming chains, winding towards Jiang Ye at high speed. Stealing thoughts. Jiang Ye finally used the skill of Stealer again. This time, what he stole is Dong Huang wants to attack own thought. Next second, the black mist suddenly stagnated in mid-air. Dong Huang's expression froze in place. It seems that I have forgotten what I want to do next. When he comes back to his senses again, a sword suddenly pierced his heart. How is it possible? Dong Huang's pupils constricted, and his eyes were full of look of disbelief. He never expected that he had carefully planned everything, but fell down here so suddenly. However, Dong Huang's consciousness gradually became blurred, and he fell into a pool of blood, no longer alive. Boom boom boom. A delicate box suddenly fell out of Dong Huang's sleeve robe, and just hit Jiang Ye's feet. This is Phantom Sound Treasure Box. Chapter 29. Jiang Ye's eyes moved suddenly. Before his death, Deduction once said that the Yishan sword and the dragon-slaying saber were hidden in the magic sound treasure box. Choose one, you can be called the king. Take the second, return to self. In the past few years since he ascended the throne of the Ming dynasty, Jiang Ye also inquired about the location of the magic sound treasure box. But even with the power of the entire rivers and lakes, there is no news at all. Unexpectedly, after killing the Eastern Queen, the Phantom Sound treasure box automatically fell in front of On. It seems to be full-level luck, which has been playing a role in the dark. Jiang Ye couldn't help laughing. The protagonist halo is still easy to use. In this life of the Zhongguo continent, Jiang Ye worshipped Deduction as his teacher all the way, ascended the throne of the Ming dynasty, and summoned the world with the order of the leader of the martial forest. In fact, it is inseparable from the role of full-level luck. If not, it's not necessarily going to be that smooth. As a result, Jiang Ye is more aware of the benefits of full-level luck. At this time, several prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You have cleared the singularity of this time, the Six Souls Curse of Terror. Unlock achievement, Singularity Clearer. The following rewards can be selected. 1 score upgrade to SSS level. 2 after the dungeon is settled, world-class props will be rewarded. Note, this option can be reserved until the last selection. Jiang Ye glanced at the content on the options, but did not immediately make a decision to own. SSS level evaluation, of course, is attractive enough. But the phantom treasure box has fallen into the hands of Jiang Ye. If nothing else, there must be a ticket to the SSS level evaluation inside. Therefore, Jiang Ye can obtain the SSS level evaluation in this life by relying on his own strength without using the rewards for rating upgrades. But taking a step back, there is no need for Jiang Ye to choose a world-class evaluation immediately. Maybe something happened to me next, which directly ended my life in this life, so I can use this option to raise my score to SSS level. After all, the halo effect of maximum luck is still easy to use. If you can get an SSS rating and superimpose it to the next life, you will undoubtedly accumulate capital of inestimable value for yourself. After getting rid of Dong Jun, the remaining Yin and Yang families were defeated by Lai Sha, Zhang Wuji, Ximen Jianshen and others. What Jiang Ye didn't expect was that the great Qin sword god was also brought into Daming's camp by Lu Shala. Even he, as the son of heaven, doesn't know about it. Well, thanks to full-level luck, it's over. The remaining Ming army broke through the gate of Xianyang without any obstacles. When Jiang Ye faced King Qin, he frowned slightly, and suddenly found that there was a curse of 6 souls on his neck. Now, the Eastern Emperor is dead, and the 6 souls fearful curse has become a thing without an owner, so its power is naturally not that great. Jiang Ye instantly used a stream of dragon energy to escape into King Qin's body, breaking the curse of the 6 souls. Next second, strange black mist spread out from King Qin's neck. King Qin suddenly fell to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Turned out to be the 6 souls horror curse has developed to the late stage, and can directly capture the heart and soul of the caster. If additional methods are used to control, then the king of a country can be manipulated at will like a puppet. No wonder the decision made by Dakin before was so absurd. It turned out that it was not the king of Qin's original intention, but Dong Huang's operation behind the scenes. In Jiang Ye's judgment, the 6 souls fearful curse is fully formed, and I'm afraid it will absorb a lot of life breath. The Qin state has fought countless battles in succession recently, and did not hesitate to offend various countries and cause chaos in the world. I am afraid it is also for the purpose of gathering the 6 souls curse. Once the 6 souls curse is fully formed, it can control the entire world. At that time, the Zhongguo continent will be completely reduced to a toy in the hands of the Eastern Emperor. In a sense, as long as he has a single thought, he can destroy all human beings. Naturally, there is a high probability of extinction. After so many years, the 6 souls scary curse is only one step away from taking shape. So, even if Dong Huang learns that Jiang Ye is earthly celestial, he is still confident and thinks he has the power to fight. But what he didn't expect was that in addition to earthly celestial's cultivation base, Jiang Ye also possessed the skills of the god of thieves. Even thoughts can be stolen. As long as he stole Dong Huang's fighting ideas, he wouldn't even know what he was going to do next. With Jiang Ye's cultivation base, it only takes seconds to kill Dong Huang instantly. Solving this singularity is easier than imagined. 23 years. The entire Zhongguo continent has become Jiang Ye's soil. It seems that there is no need to open the phantom sound treasure box. Completed. Tianxia returned to self. Now, the dragon veins of this continent are rushing endlessly between the mountains, rivers, and seas with golden torrents. Watch it with the pupil of luck. Right above the Ming dynasty, a phantom of a real dragon has been fully formed to protect the country's gate and the world to be peaceful. An unprecedented prosperous dynasty has appeared in front of Jiang Ye at this moment. Dragon luck from all over the world poured into Jiang Ye's body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Even earthly celestial is no match for Jiang Ye now. Now, his level has vaguely reached a certain watershed. Zhang Wuji, Ximen sword god, Dongfang Bubai and others, the more they stayed by Jiang Ye's side, the more they felt his aura, which was extremely terrifying and had reached unfathomable depths. I am afraid that there is only one step away from the broken void that no one can reach in the legend. It's time. At this moment, Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he opened the phantom sound treasure box. Click! There was a sound of turning a key. Finally, Jiang Ye used the key Deduction left to himself to open the real dragon secret hidden in the phantom sound treasure box. Jingle bell! Jingle bell! The melodious music echoed in Jiang Ye's bedroom. At this time, Jiang Ye suddenly felt that On's mind was sinking. When I opened my eyes again, a space composed of illusions appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. However, at this moment, an old man in a white robe landed here and appeared in front of Jiang Ye in the form of a phantom. Jiang Ye Dingqing took a look, and immediately recognized the identity of the visitor, and he couldn't help being slightly startled. That's right. This person is the original martial forest myth. Mitutoyo real person. Chapter 30. Seeing the real figure of Mitutoyo, Jiang Ye suddenly realized something in his heart, as if he understood that there was only 1 second in this treasure box. Mitutoyo holds Yishan sword and dragon slaying saber in his hands, and begins to deduce the sword technique. What kind of secret is Pianran hiding? The posture of dancing the sword looks like a dragon, as free and easy as the river and the sea, as if it has transcended the mountains and rivers. Even though Jiang Ye's cultivation base has reached earthly celestial, I still feel that Mitutoyo Masato's sword technique contains infinite Taoism. It seems that the reason and Tao between heaven and earth, under his interpretation of sword technique, can change endlessly, and can lead to any road. Gradually, Mitutoyo Masato's sword technique is getting faster and faster, so fast that after images appear, so fast that it is difficult to catch with the naked eye. The surrounding void is distorted by it, as if this sword technique can even reverse time and space. Even heavenly Dao can't bear this kind of martial arts, which exist in this world. At this time, the majestic dragon luck suddenly poured into Sanfen Genren's body, and as his sword technique emerged, the void suddenly burst. In the end, the figure of Sanfen Genren disappeared into the void, leaving behind these two swords ever since. I see. Jiang Ye stepped forward and picked up the two swords. In fact, Yishan sword and Tolong Dao are not magical weapons, but two ordinary irons that are too ordinary to be ordinary anymore. However, Mitutoyo used the ultimate martial Dao to deduce the sword technique and found the way to shatter the void. It can be said, the true dragon secret hidden in the phantom sound treasure box is not these two peerless weapons, but the inheritance left by the real Mitutoyo. It contains his most thorough understanding of martial Dao. But not everyone can learn the martial arts of Mitutoyo when they open the secret treasure. First of all, Sanfen Genren is the same as the martial arts practiced by Jiang Ye, and also focuses on controlling the dragon veins. When Sanfen Genren was alive, the world was unified, bringing 100 years of peace and prosperity to the Zhongguo continent. After he retired, the Zhongguo continent was gradually divided into a situation of disputes between Ming, Tang, Song, Sui, and other countries. If you don't practice this way, even if you enter the phantom sound treasure box and witness the martial arts practiced by Mitutoyo, there is a high probability that you will not be able to learn it. Besides, the broken void left by Sanfen Genren needs the dragon veins of the whole world to push this martial arts to the extreme. First of all, we must unify the central plains and become the only son of destiny in the Zhongguo continent. Secondly, it is necessary to thoroughly integrate the two ways of yin and yang, and practice merit and killing at the same time, in order to achieve consummation. If there is a demon who has obtained the secret treasure of the real dragon, but does not have the experience of Jiang Ye saving the world, he cannot practice yin and yang to perfection, and he cannot practice this skill. It seems Mitutoyo real person can be said to have made multiple insurances. Even if there are people who are possessed by demons, or those with insufficient qualifications, by chance, they will open the phantom sound treasure box. But without Jiang Ye's cultivation base and experience, they would not be able to open the real secrets. Therefore, the secret contained in the Phantom Sound treasure box is called True Dragon Secret Treasure, not Peerless Artifact. It is based on this. Only the true dragon of the Zhongguo continent is eligible to receive this supreme inheritance. As long as you practice this cultivation technique to the extreme, you will be able to complete the final SSS evaluation. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. The last secret of Zhongguo continent has also been solved. Everyone in the world is guessing where Mitutoyo really went. After hundreds of years, countless people have been looking for his old place, but his bones have never been found. People think that Sanfen Genren became a fairy, so he will not leave any traces on this continent after his death. In fact, Sanfen Genren did not die. He pushed Martial Dao to the peak, shattering the void. I'm afraid I went to another world. As for where he went, this question, I am afraid no one knows. If this secret can be solved, then maybe there will be a chance to meet the real Mitutoyo in other reincarnation worlds in the future. And if Jiang Ye can complete this path, he will undoubtedly be able to raise his score to the highest SSS level. After all, the strongest person in the Zhongguo continent is Sanfen Genren, and I followed his path and passed the level perfectly. The rating obtained is naturally the highest SSS rating. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye immediately began to deduce this sword technique. With his earthly celestial realm and extraordinary savvy, any martial arts only needs to be read once, and they can be permanently imprinted in their minds. Next second, Mitutoyo Masato's sword technique dances in Jiang Ye's hands with almost exactly the same movement and charm. At this moment, the majestic dragon energy seemed to be mobilized automatically, frantically gathering into Jiang Ye's body. That sword ray is getting faster and faster, so fast that it seems to surpass the limitations of time and space, and with a single thought, you can kill the enemy. If Ximen Sword God, Great Qin Sword God, and Baiun City Lord were standing here, they would be shocked that there is such a sword technique in the world, and feel crazy about it. Rumble. With the last sword strike, the void in front of Jiang Ye suddenly burst, and when he retracted the sword again, the breath on his body returned to nature in the blink of an eye, looking like an ordinary person. Finally, shatter the void. Jiang Ye stared at the space crack in front of him and smiled. He slowly walked towards the void. Before that, he looked back at the comprehensive martial arts world behind him. It seems to be saying a final farewell to the world that has accompanied me for more than 20 years with my eyes. Everything will be over. With a perfect SSS score, draw a perfect end to this life's trip to the Zhongguo continent. Jiang Ye no longer hesitated, and stepped into the void. He felt his own figure, as if he had traveled through countless rivers of time, through wormholes and across millions of light years. I do not know how long it has been. Jiang Ye suddenly felt the sensation of falling from his body. Open your eyes again. The familiar divine fire tower is reflected in Jiang Ye's pupils. And a reminder popped up in front of his eyes as promised. Congratulations on completing the final achievement, shattering the void. Rating, SS plus SSS level. The scoring rewards for this reincarnation are being settled for you. Chapter 31. First World, Comprehensive Martial Arts Continent. Rating, SSS level. Inheriting the Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS. Reward Martial Arts Internal Energy, a Century of Internal Energy. Reward Heaven Level Martial Arts Huang Tianji Dao Fist, corresponding to the A-level power of the reincarnation world. Reward S-level item card, Reincarnation Selection Card. Use it next time you enter the Reincarnation Tower, randomly draw 3 worlds, choose one. Reward World Class Props, God's Domain Space, SSS. Your score has reached the full level, and the reward for clearing the singularity has been automatically selected as a world class item for you. Reward World Class Props, Heart of the World, SSS. Accumulate 100 million reputation, convert it into 10,000 Samsara points at a ratio of 10,000:1, and open the exclusive Reincarnation Mall. A variety of reward prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye one after another. His eyes straightened instantly. I can't help but feel overjoyed. Is this the SSS level heaven-defying reward? It's so rich that it's outrageous. Just 100 years of internal energy is enough to make Jiang Ye a master in the real world. Huang Tianji Dao Fist corresponds to A-level powers. To know. The abilities of reincarnators basically come from the rewards of reincarnation score. The degree of conversion is generally very limited. For example, in the world of science and technology, a team of mechas may have been built, and even a star-destroying cannon could smash a planet. But the corresponding scoring rewards may be just powerful mechanical prosthetics. A-level ability, generally only after the third reincarnation, in a higher level world, there is a chance to obtain this level of rewards. Jiang Ye is only the first life now. However, already obtained martial arts comparable to A-level abilities. Among the peers, it is enough to beat a so-called genius. The reincarnation selection card allows me to actively choose the type of world I want to go to when I enter the next life. With the right to actively choose, randomness is avoided, which is more secure. The most important thing is the world-class props. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and his eyes instantly fell on these two SSS-level world props. Soon, relevant item information appeared in front of him. God's domain space, inject the power attribute obtained from the Reincarnation Tower, open up a space, and transform the power attribute to gain an increase. The reincarnation creates the space of God's domain. The larger the scope and the richer the power system, the better the effect will be. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up instantly. This is a good thing. God's domain space can be said to create your own exclusive reincarnation world, which has infinite magical uses. Any power gained in the Reincarnation Tower can be boosted. And as the development of the God's domain space becomes more and more perfect, the supernatural powers on the body will further enhance their effects. Most of the abilities rewarded by the Reincarnation Tower, the effects that can be produced, are guaranteed to die. There is basically no room for growth. If you want to continue to become stronger, you must continue to enter the Reincarnation Tower and get scoring rewards from higher level worlds. But with God's domain space, Jiang Ye unlocked the second route. By continuously opening up the space of God's domain, you can enhance the abilities you already have. It's not a game to play with others. As expected of an SSS level world item. Sure enough, the effect is heaven-defying. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Do you want to open up a God's domain space? Yes. Next second, the martial arts true qi in Jiang Ye's body suddenly began to inject into a small Rubik's Cube space. Accompanied by the surrounding chaos, a small space was opened up amidst a burst of roar. A brand new panel appeared in front of me. Divine Space. Grade, World Class. Range, 1 Li Fang Ping Meter. Attribute, Martial Arts True Qi. Effect, Conversion plus 10%, all-round increase plus 5%. The moment the God's domain space was opened up, Jiang Ye suddenly felt that the century-old martial arts True Qi and the God's domain space were connected in one place. While True Qi was injected into the space of Shinyu, it also received feedback. Become more majestic. The supernatural power corresponding to Huangtian Jidao Fist has been raised to nearly A-end level. If my God's domain space is further developed, wouldn't it be possible to upgrade the Huangtian Jidao to an S-level ability? Jiang Ye couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. To know. S-level abilities are placed in the reincarnation world, which can be described as everyone's dream. I have only entered the world of reincarnation once. 100 years of martial arts internal strength, the increase of the heart of the world, plus sky-level martial arts. With this set of combinations, it is hoped that it will be upgraded to an S-level ability in the future. It is absolutely unimaginable. But Jiang Ye found it extremely difficult to use True Qi to promote the world of God's domain. After all, This is just the reincarnation world of the first life, and the true Qi system of martial arts is not particularly advanced. If you can reach the level of fantasy and Xiangxia, it will be easier to promote the space of God's domain. It seems that we still have to enter the reincarnation world and obtain a more advanced power system. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Of course, every time you enter the Reincarnation Tower, you need to wait for a 1-week cooldown before you can get the next chance to enter. Don't be so anxious. At last. Heart of the world. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. A transparent heart that exudes glimmer of glass, automatically merged into the space of God's domain. Boom! Boom! In the chaotic space of God's domain, there was a sudden heartbeat, as if the ancient gods and demons were revived. This Dao heart is dirty, the moment it starts to jump. The entire God's domain space seems to have really come alive. The space boundary is gradually expanding at a slow speed. Original. Only when Jiang Ye injects energy into the God's domain space will there be a slight change. But now, this God's domain space has obtained the heart of the world, and changes have begun to take place. The boundary has expanded from 1 cubic meter to 2 cubic meters, and this speed has no intention of slowing down. Etc. The heart of the world, when used together with the God's domain space, has an automatic upgrade effect. Jiang Ye was stunned for a moment, and then a happy look appeared on his face. It turns out that world-class props are used together. But the premise is the space of God's domain. However, what kind of world-class props can be dropped depends on the face. Jiang Ye broke out world-class props for the first time, and at the beginning, he got the space of God's domain and the heart of the world, the two most core props. Even if other reincarnators can get similar scores, these key items cannot be released once or twice. It seems to have the effect of full-level luck. It exploded in one go. This is simply a muddled start. Not only that, Jiang Ye also felt the role of the heart of the world, as if it was not just as simple as automatic upgrades. However, what other effects will be found, we will have to wait until the space of God's domain develops to a higher stage to know. Chapter 32. Officially becoming a reincarnator. By connecting the reincarnation imprint in his hand, Jiang Ye can open an exclusive interface that all reincarnations have. Several functions have been unlocked on it: Personal Panel, Reincarnation Mall, Shinaidu Space. The Samsara Mall can only be unlocked if the reincarnation point breakthrough is 1000. Most of the reincarnators will complete the reincarnation score for the 3rd to 4th time to unlock the reincarnation mall. However, Jiang Ye has accumulated hundreds of millions of reputation in his first life. Even if there is only a ratio of 10,000:1 for conversion, 10,000 reincarnation points are still obtained. Generally speaking, the higher the level of reincarnation, the further the ratio will be reduced. In the case of accumulating the same reputation, you will get more reincarnation points. Reincarnation points can be used to purchase various prop cards, or in the reincarnation world, through the mall exchange to obtain treasures, cultivation technique, technology, information, etc. of the world, to assist oneself to obtain a higher rating level. Simply put, there are only things you can't think of in Reincarnation Mall, and there is nothing you can't buy. If you can't buy it, it's probably because there aren't enough reincarnation points. Jiang Ye unlocked the Samsara Mall in his first life, which will undoubtedly play a great role in his subsequent strategies. His mind moved slightly, and then he chose to open the Personal Panel. Personal Panel. Name: Jiang Ye. Reincarnation Level: I. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS. Exclusive Talent: Pupil of Luck, A. Thief, S. Wheel of Fortune, SS. Item: Reincarnation Selection Card, S. Reincarnation Point, 10000. Ability: The First Life, Centennial Martial Arts True Qi, A. Huang Tianji Daequan, A. Not bad. Jiang Ye watched the information on the panel and couldn't help smiling. Even senior reincarnators would be envious of such a panel. It's just the first life. Generally speaking, the higher the reincarnation level, the higher the world level, and the more difficult it will be. And if you can have a panel that is ahead of the same rank in the early stage, it will undoubtedly have a snowball effect on any next reincarnation strategy. Besides, the halo of full-level luck has been perfectly inherited. In the next life, it can be superimposed and used with additional halos. Has 2 halo effects. Increase the probability of obtaining an SSS rating in the next life again. If it keeps adding up, then Jiang Ye will have more and more auras of protagonists. About there. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. After completing the strategy, he chose to exit the Reincarnation Tower, ready to return to the real world. Reincarnation Square. Now, tens of thousands of reincarnators swarmed around the square, looking down from a high altitude. The crowd was crowded together like ants, and as far as the eye could see, there was a mass of black human heads. Recently, Zhang Cheng's new batch of reincarnators seems to have exploded collectively, and several dark horses have been born. There have been many A-level scores these days, lighting up the Shenhuo Tower with dazzling light. Reporters from all over the country flocked to the vicinity of the Reincarnation Tower in Linhai district to interview these candidates with excellent grades. The professors from the top universities couldn't bear it anymore, and they came from all over the world to the Reincarnation Plaza to enroll students in person, and offered expensive conditions. All of them were as if they had been beaten to death, and they almost ran to the entrance of the Reincarnation Tower to block people. The local reincarnators also think that the gods have favored Zhang Cheng recently. During this period, if they enter the Reincarnation Tower, their luck may improve. In addition to strength, the life panel and halo effect of reincarnation are also very important. Therefore, there are countless reincarnators who have poured into the Reincarnation Plaza recently. Even students from other places tried their best to come over and wake up. The scene is very lively. At this time, a golden light suddenly shone in all directions from the Reincarnation Tower. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Oh my God, it turned out to be a golden light. Could it be that a reincarnated person with an SS rating was born out of nowhere? Some time ago, there were several S grades for Liulai Guang, but there was never an SS grade. I didn't expect the SS class to come out today. Amidst the uproar, at the light gate of the Reincarnation Tower, a young girl's figure bathed in golden light, walked out slowly. The moment when her face was revealed, the crowd is boiling again. So it's Lin Aoxiu. I heard that she seems to be the daughter of Lin Wenchen, the principal of Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School. I didn't expect to get an SS rating in the first life. I'm envious. Lin Wenchen was immediately overjoyed, and immediately released bold words. The candidate with the highest score in Zhongcheng No. 7 will get a bonus of 10 million. All the people present sighed. It is said to be a bonus of tens of millions, but it is actually pocket money for my daughter. However, Lin Aoxiu can get such a good score of SS grade, the bonus of 10 million is really nothing. Just treat it as a red envelope. Congratulations! The figures of several white-haired old men lightly landed beside Lin Wenchen, with smiles on their faces. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li. When Lin Wenchen saw the visitor, he instantly put away his excited look, and respect was written all over his face. These old men have extraordinary backgrounds. It's the professor of Imperial Capital Academy. This time I came to Zhongcheng to recruit students. But the number of places in Imperial College is limited, and there is only one place for Zhongcheng. Even if Lin Wenshangui is the principal of Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School, in the eyes of these people, his identity is just a small shrimp-like character. Principal Lin, congratulations to your daughter for getting such good grades, she has a bright future ahead. Old Zhang said with a loving smile on his face. Yes, with such qualifications, it is rare even in the imperial capital. Elder Li showed a concerned expression. Lin Wenchen is a smart person. He immediately recognized that the two professors were actually intending to recruit his daughter into the Imperial Capital Academy, and immediately put on a courteous smile on his face. You know, any reincarnation can join the Imperial Capital Academy, not only a qualitative leap in identity. You can also get support from the top resources of the Imperial Capital Academy. Many rare resources that cannot be bought in the free market can be given to students by the Imperial Capital Academy as if free of money. It can be described as a direct ticket to the ladder. Not to mention that there are many S-level powerhouses in Imperial College, who can make the whole city tremble if they are placed in any city. It can be called the top treasure of human resources in the country. Even for the principal of Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School, it is difficult to obtain the qualification to visit the Imperial Capital Academy, let alone become a member there. But at this moment, a burst of exclamation suddenly erupted from Reincarnation Plaza. A universal divine light shines from the top of the divine fire tower like the sun setting. Etc. Universal divine light. Could it be that an SSS-level reincarnator has appeared? The professors from the Imperial Capital Academy suddenly interrupted their conversation with Lin Wenchen, and collectively looked towards the sky in shock. Chapter 33. This universal divine light turned the entire sky into a piece of gold. Like a brand new sun rising from the east. That moment, almost everyone in Zhongcheng couldn't open their eyes. Next door. Su Cheng and Mo Cheng only need to raise their heads to see a dazzling light in the distance, making it hard to look directly at it. Even those who are as strong as S-level Samsara can't help but feel extremely shocked by Zhongcheng's vision. With their strength, it is extremely difficult to create a vision of this scale and instantly affect the entire city. The whole country was amazed by this. What happened to Zhongcheng? Such a magnificent vision actually appeared? Not just the surrounding cities. Even reincarnators in the entire Dragon Kingdom, as far away as West Desert, Kitahara, and South Daxia Sea, can see Zhongcheng's sky, shining with universal light. Western countries outside the ocean can also see the distant east, and a strange light rises. Attracted worldwide attention. There are voices talking about it everywhere on the internet. Did you see that there seems to be an abnormal light on Zhongcheng's side? Calculating from the location, if nothing else happens, it should come from the Reincarnation Tower in Linhai district. Wait. Reincarnation Tower? Could it be the light that erupted after someone cleared the level? FK. This level of light, what level of rating is that? Even Lin Aoxu's golden light is far worse than this light. Could it be that the legendary Universal Divine Light finally appeared? Universal Divine Light. That's an SSS rating. It seems that there has never been an SSS rating in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's not talk about the history of the Dragon Kingdom, even if there are almost no records about the Universal Divine Light in the whole world. My God, are we witnessing history at this moment? Zhongcheng, Reincarnation Square. Everyone present came back to their senses from the dazzling light. They looked at each other in blank dismay. They all don't know what happened. At this time, a Daoist figure stepped out from the universal divine light. The endless precious light set off his figure, like a god descending to earth. Everyone came back to their senses immediately. Looking at the Daoist figure walking out of the light gate of the Reincarnation Tower, my heart is full of shock. Universal Divine Light. That is the legendary Universal Divine Light. Historical SSS rating. Could we be witnessing the birth of a legend? Who is that person who actually caused such a terrifying vision in the Divine Fire Pagoda? At that moment, countless reporters swarmed over, picked up the cameras in their hands, and frantically took pictures. The flashing lights kept flashing in Reincarnation Square. It seems that the afterglow of the Universal Divine Light has not completely dissipated. Jiang Ye froze in place. Etc. What's going on around here? It seems that everyone is looking at me. There is also a fanatical and sick expression on his face. Could it be that he traveled through some wonderful and unspeakable plot? After thinking for a while, Jiang Ye suddenly understood that one's score should be too high, which caused the vision of the divine fire tower. Can't help but sigh inwardly. Oh, why not keep a low profile? It's a pity that the strength does not allow it. This is also impossible. Reincarnation Square, at the high platform. Several professors from Imperial Capital Academy just recovered from the shock. Next second, they seemed to have realized something, immediately interrupted the conversation with Lin Wenchen, and quickly came to Jiang Ye's side, waving their hands. A grey fog suddenly spread all around, isolating the perception of the Reincarnation Tower from everyone in the square. But this step seems to be a bit late. Those reporters took hundreds of photos. With the information dissemination speed of the reincarnation world, it is not possible to block the internet to curb the dissemination of information. Originally, with the birth of such a genius, the Imperial Capital Academy is still thinking about whether to protect the identity of the other party, and then recruit them quickly. But now it seems that it is a bit late. Little friend, I wonder if you are interested in learning about the history of our Imperial Academy. Yes, with your qualifications, there will inevitably be many reincarnated families and the world's top 100 companies offering olive branches to you. But our Imperial Capital Academy can guarantee that as long as you join us, you will definitely get the most reincarnation information. Including resource support, providing a strategy plan, and creating a set of reincarnation strengthening plans that are unique to you. Sweeping away their calm attitude before, these old men looked like marketing bosses, with a look of hospitality written all over their faces. I almost reached out to pull Jiang Ye into the car. You are. Jiang Ye was full of doubts, thinking that he had met some strange person. But if you think about it carefully, Reincarnation Plaza gathers heroes from all walks of life, and with the ratings you get, it is definitely impossible for just a few people to get together. Guessing from what they said. Should it be a professor at Imperial Academy? Of course, Jiang Ye has heard of the Imperial Capital Academy, which is the #1 institution of higher learning in Dragon Kingdom. To be able to enter the academy, one must be the top reincarnator in the country to have the opportunity to enjoy such resources. Compared with the top reincarnated families, the world's top 100 companies, and top guilds. To join the Imperial Capital Academy, you don't need to sign any agreement, and your identity is free, just as a student. There are no restrictions of various contractual rules and regulations. You can also get to know the top reincarnators in the academy, and the network resources are top-notch. Even if it is resource support, it is not bad at all. It can be said. Imperial College is the best place for graduates. Any early-stage reincarnator has his head sharpened, wishing to squeeze into this academy, and change his life from heaven-defying. But the conditions for entering the Imperial Capital Academy are even more harsh. Each session will only recruit 100 people from across the country. There is only one quota allocated to Zhongcheng every year. Almost only the #1 scholar is eligible to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. The difficulty is so high that it is no different from screening the Son of Destiny. Jiang Ye thought about it in his heart, but he felt that joining the Imperial Capital Academy was a suitable place for him. Otherwise, with his influence of obtaining an SSS level evaluation, he will definitely be coveted by many people. Those top companies and families will definitely offer the most lucrative conditions when they first extend their olive branches. But their late stage will definitely want to use themselves and get back all the resources they paid. By contrast, Imperial College is a state-level public school. Regardless of the degree of freedom, security, or future potential, they are not comparable to so-called families, companies, and guilds. Even if the early stage may not be able to obtain massive resource support. But the victory is stable, and the potential is even greater. It is a development platform that early stage reincarnations dream of. Jiang Ye paused slightly, and was about to say yes. However, suddenly a voice came from the side. etc. Chapter 34. Lin Wenchen hurriedly broke into the black mist, interrupting the conversation of the professors of the Imperial Capital Academy. He did a quick search just now and found out that Jiang Ye's identity is also a student of Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School. Now, Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School is about to take off. Not only was there an SS-level Lin Aixu, but also an unprecedented universal light. Originally, this matter should be a good thing in pairs. However, in Lin Wenchen's eyes, the position of Imperial Capital Academy should belong to Lin Aixu. With an SS score, no one can beat Zhongcheng, including him, as the principal, who can establish a relationship with the Imperial College, and there should be no problem in getting Lin Aixu admitted. Who knew that Jiang Ye would suddenly pop out halfway? Universal Divine Light. That's an SSS rating. If 1 or 2 SS-level geniuses appear in Longguo every year, then SSS-level geniuses have never appeared before. There seems to be only one S difference between the two, but in fact there is no comparison at all. The former is nothing but a national talent. The latter is a miracle that created history. How could it be possible for Lin Wenchen to watch helplessly as the other party puts his baby girl's guarantee spot, just like that cupped hands makes people feel ashamed? He did a quick search and found that Jiang Ye's previous grades turned out to be the end of the crane. Moreover, it failed twice before that. Only one last chance left. Lin Wenchen suddenly felt that there was room for a detour here. Regardless of the opinions of the professors of the Imperial Capital Academy, they insisted on getting involved. Principal Lin, is there anything special? Old Zhang's face seemed calm, but his tone actually showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Based on their experiences in dealing with the world, how could one not see what Lin Wenchen was thinking in his heart? But after all, Jiang Ye also came from Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School, so in general, we should be a little more polite to Lin Wenchen. Of course, this is not because of Lin Aixu's face, but because of the school Jiang Ye attended. SS grade rating, looking at the whole country, is indeed a rare genius. But coming to Imperial Capital Academy is nothing special. Lin Wenchen's eyes fell on Jiang Ye, and he forced a smile on his face, saying, Zhang Xiaohu can get an SSS grade this time, it really is amazing. Besides, I have failed twice before, and I only have the last chance to enter the Reincarnation Tower. I have the courage to go all the way. But for fairness, ratings should be based on a composite test. I believe that if you enter the Imperial Capital Academy with the most comprehensive grades, you will not be questioned by the world. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li changed one after another, with strange expressions on their faces. Lin Wenchen's words seemed to be spoken in an official tone. On the surface he was praising Jiang Ye. But in fact, the focus of the words is to emphasize that Jiang Ye has failed twice. Only one last chance. In fact, the most important thing for recruiting students at Imperial Capital Academy is potential. Only with enough potential will they be willing to spend capital resources to support geniuses. But Jiang Ye only has one chance left, so he has to think carefully. Can't do it. If the reincarnation fails once, all the blood that was spent before that will be in vain. In contrast, cultivating an SS-level genius like Lin Aixu, the resources invested and the return will be more stable. Even the professors of Imperial Capital Academy had to re-evaluate this enrollment. Comprehensive test. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat, and relevant information appeared in his mind. For the rating of the first generation of Samsara Tower, the full score is 1000 points based on the SSS level. But other than the reincarnation rating, the comprehensive test also includes basic theory, 100 points, ability attributes, 120 points, and power strength, 280 points. The total score is 1500 points. Jiang Ye received an SSS score, of course he can secure 1000 points as a full score. Lin Aixu's SS score can only get a maximum of 700 points, which is 300 points behind Jiang Ye. You can only rely on the next 500 points to win it back. With Jiang Ye's current comprehension, as long as he does the questions seriously, he can get full marks for the basic theory. Even if Lin Aixue got full marks in basic theory, ability attributes, and superpower strength, she would still be 80 points higher than Jiang Ye at most. But with the combination of century-old martial arts internal energy, Huangtianji Daequan, and Chenaiyu space, it is impossible to get a score lower than 100 points no matter what. If the admission is based on the comprehensive score, then Jiang Ye will be more sure of winning. Now, the professors at Imperial Academy were all lost in thought. They mainly wanted to have a discussion within the group, weigh the pros and cons, and see whether they should take the risk of recruiting Jiang Ye or conservatively recruit Lin Aixue. This is a difficult question to choose. On the one hand, it is to stably cultivate geniuses who can continue to develop. But on the other side, there is an eternal genius that is difficult to appear in the whole world. Even the professors of Imperial Capital Academy couldn't help but get tangled up. At this time, Jiang Ye smiled slightly and said, "Very good. I also don't like being admitted to the top-ranked school in the country by walk-through. Getting in with strength is the kingly way. In that case, let's look at the comprehensive martial arts results." As soon as this statement came out, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, and the others looked at Jiang Ye with surprise. Facing the opportunity to be recommended to the Imperial Academy at any time, Jiang Ye actually took the initiative to choose the challenge instead of walking in without any suspense. You must know that the higher the reincarnation rating, the better the ability attribute and ability test. It also depends on how it affects reality. For example, the power system in the world of martial arts, compared with the power system in the fantasy world, the score will be much worse. In addition, the pure degree of the reincarnation's ability to control this power is also required. Although the score is not that high, it is actually more complicated than the reincarnation rating. In Lin Aixue's first life, she entered the world of imperial spirits. The ability attribute obtained can control the spiritual energy to attack the opponent, powerful and ever-changing, has a huge advantage in these two assessments. Jiang Ye chose to be admitted to the Imperial College with a comprehensive score, which is very likely to overturn. Okay, then it's settled. Lin Wenchun's eyes lit up instantly, wishing he could run over and give Jiang Ye a kowtow. As long as you agree to be admitted with a comprehensive score. So, Lin Aixue has a chance to be admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. Even if the grades were similar, Lin Wenchun could still publish the news that Jiang Ye had only one chance on the internet, arousing doubts and thus creating momentum for Lin Aixue. As long as the old men of the Imperial Capital Academy don't finalize this matter thoroughly, then everything will turn around. At the same time, information about Jiang Ye on the internet has also begun to spread. Immediately, the whole country knew that there was an SSS-level reincarnation in Zhongcheng No. 7 High School. Almost the entire internet is discussing related topics. Chapter 35. Zhongcheng No. 7 High School has been favored by the gods recently. Not only did Lin Aixue with an SS grade appear, but even an unprecedented SSS grade appeared. The universal divine light almost blinded Daddy's eyes. I'm in Reincarnation Square, and I almost fainted from the flash, but thinking that I may not witness the birth of such a legend in my whole life, it's worth it even if I'm blind. If there are no accidents, you should be guaranteed to be sent to the Imperial Capital Academy, right? But I heard news that Zhongcheng, an SSS-level genius, had failed twice before. This time, he took his last chance to enter the Tower of Reincarnation and arouse the universal divine light. Real or fake? Is this the last chance to get in? Damn it, this is a warrior who risked his life to play this game, and really broke the boat. But if there is only one chance left, what if the car overturns behind? Yeah, the further you go to the reincarnation world, the more difficult it will be. Even senior Samsara practitioners have the chance to overturn. I don't know if Zhang Cheng's genius is an eternally rising sun, or a fleeting meteor. If there is only one chance left, then the potential of Zhang Chen's level genius is not as great as imagined. Almost all platforms on the internet are posts discussing Jiang Ye. Some insiders found Jiang Ye's information and were shocked to learn that he only had one last chance. It was an incredible miracle. But behind this brilliance, there are actually huge risks. Even if the strongest reincarnator enters the reincarnation world, he needs to bear the risk of failure. Only one chance. No one can predict whether Jiang Ye will disappear from the world the next time he conquers the reincarnation world. Every time you enter the world of reincarnation, you need to risk your life to play. But anyway, Jiang Ye made history. No matter what achievements he has in the future, his name will remain in the annals of history and become a legend. Have you heard? Jiang Ye actually got an SSS grade in Reincarnation Tower. Isn't he just one last chance left? Failed the first 2 times, and suddenly got the highest score this time, making history. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhang Cheng 7th Middle School. When the classmates heard the news, their faces were filled with disbelief. Overnight, the crane tail in the class turned into a legend that broke history. Such a person is usually at the end of their class, and sleeps in class. It's hard to believe whoever encounters this kind of thing. Those students who were sneering at Jiang Ye couldn't even speak. Now, the few classmates who were estranged from Jiang Ye on weekdays all showed ugly expressions. Life would definitely be different if they continued their relationship with Jiang Ye. But recently I deliberately keep a distance from Jiang Ye. Not to mention Jiang Ye himself, even his classmates can feel it clearly. For them, it seems as if there is any precious opportunity in life, just throw it away. Not to mention how heartbroken it is. If there are no accidents, Jiang Ye should have steadily won the recommended place for this year's Imperial College, right? A classmate asked. However, some students who knew the inside story shook their heads and said, no. It is said that this time the Imperial Capital Academy will look at the comprehensive score to determine admission. In addition to the results of the Reincarnation Tower, we will also focus on the basic theory, ability attributes, and power strength. Only with the strongest comprehensive data can you be recruited by the Imperial Capital Academy. It should be for the sake of fairness. Many students here heard this information and immediately understood what was going on. I am afraid that Imperial College will also consider that Jiang Ye only has one last chance, so it depends on the overall score to decide whether to admit Lin Aixu or Jiang Ye. After all, looking at the whole Jiang Cheng, only Lin Aixu has the chance to catch up with Jiang Ye's score. Otherwise, even if it is an S-level score, it is only 500 points. Go after Jiang Ye's 1000 points? If you look at the overall score, then Jiang Ye may not be able to recommend to the Imperial Academy. Lin Aixu's abilities and powers are very strong, maybe she might overtake Jiang Ye. It is said that Jiang Ye entered the world of martial arts for the first time. Ah! The martial arts world's abilities are very low in strength, and the attributes are not good either. Translated into the real world, it may be that martial arts are a little better than ordinary people. Then it feels like this time Jiang Ye's recommendation to the Imperial Academy is still suspended. Hear, hear. The expressions of the students here seem to have eased up a little. Seeing those around you take off is actually hard for most people to take. Typically, watching others make money is more uncomfortable than losing money yourself. This is the state of mind of most ordinary people. When they knew that Jiang Ye might not be able to enter the Imperial Academy smoothly, they looked regretful on the surface, but in fact they breathed a sigh of relief. Ability Strength Test. Jiang Ye, Lin Aixu and many other students who participated in the assessment followed the teacher's steps and came to a test crystal. Later, you will use your abilities to attack the crystal. The system will automatically evaluate the strength of the ability. There are 3 chances in total, and the highest score will be your final score. Just use all your strength to attack the crystal. The invigilator instructed the candidates present. Soon, candidates who read their names stood in front of the test crystal one after another and launched attacks. Levi, 82 points. Zhao Li, 100 points. Wang Shengan, 95 points. The scores of most of the testers hover around 100 points, and the better ones can reach 150 points. At this time, it's Lin Aixu's turn on the list. When she stood up, all the students couldn't help but focus on her. Next second, a phoenix phantom suddenly appeared behind Lin Aixu, leaping towards the test crystal, like a meteor-like flame. The entire test crystal shook accordingly. A score slowly emerged. 240 points. All the students around me looked straight at me. Wow, is this Lin Aixu's ability? It's so cool to summon a phoenix to attack the opponent. 240 points, this is almost a perfect score. Very few people can get this score. I feel that Lin Aixu is expected to be recommended by the Imperial Academy this year. At this time, finally, it's Jiang Ye's turn. Everyone turned their attention to him again. In this test, both Jiang Ye and Lin Aixu are contenders for the recommendation places of Imperial College. Although Jiang Ye received an SSS rating, word got out that he was entering the world of martial arts. The powers and stats generally won't be great. At this time, a golden light suddenly burst out from Jiang Ye's fist. Huang Tianji Dao fist. The moment when that dazzling fist light turned into a golden sun and smashed down on the test crystal. Next second, the test crystal cracked instantly. Chapter 36. Rumble. With a burst of violent explosion sounded. The test crystal actually shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. The audience was completely stunned. The way everyone looked at Jiang Ye was no different from looking at a monster. FK, what the hell is this? Jiang Ye actually blew up the test crystal with one punch. Didn't it mean that the powers in the world of martial arts are relatively weak? Why did he blow up the test crystal with one punch? Then what is his score in this test? You are not talking nonsense, even the test crystal is blown up. Use your brain to think about how many points you should get. The smile on Lin Wenquan's face froze instantly. He originally thought that with Lin Aixu scoring 240 points, he would have a chance to overtake Jiang Ye and get the recommended spot from Imperial College. Who knew that the entire test crystal was blown up by Jiang Ye? How is this rated? The invigilator stood there blankly, and turned around after a while. He stepped forward and said with a slightly helpless tone. Can't you hit it lightly? The test crystals have been blown up, how can you score? Jiang Ye scratched his head, with an innocent expression all over his face. Didn't you ask me to attack the crystal with all my strength? Invigilator. The test crystal used in this exam is generally used to test high school students. Generally speaking, with the ability of the first life, the strength of the test crystal will not be broken. Unexpectedly, the monster Jiang Ye appeared. With a straight punch, the entire test crystal burst open. Soon, the school has exchanged for a Dragon Town stone. With the strength of the dragon suppressing stone, even an S-level ability can resist it. It won't be broken this time, will it? Jiang Ye used Huang Tianji Dao fist again, and punched the dragon Genshi with one punch. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous sound. The fierce fist wind shook the four directions, and the hurricane that blew up at that moment made everyone present couldn't help but close their eyes. A string of numbers slowly appeared above the Dragon Town stone. 51222. Destructive power, A+. Speed, A. When the data came out, everyone present was shocked. Oh my god, the destructive power has reached A and level. Are you sure this isn't the data that only senior reincarnators have? More than that, while having A and level destructive power, the attack speed has also reached A level. It's simply invincible. Who said that the power strength of the martial arts world is not high? You don't call it high. I don't know, this power is almost comparable to the abilities in the fantasy world. I can only say that Jiang Ye is really terrifying. The upper limit of the test crystal is only 10,000. No wonder Jiang Ye shattered it with one punch. If the destructive power of 50,000 hits me, I can reopen the next life. To evaluate the strength of abilities, not only depends on the destructive power, but also depends on the speed. Otherwise, the mage spends dozens of seconds chanting a forbidden spell, and there is a chance to break the test crystal. But with such a long chanting time, in actual combat, if you encounter an assassin-type opponent, you will die dozens of times already. Only pure power is absolutely not enough. However, the most terrifying thing about Jiang Ye is that with one punch, his destructive power directly reached A and level. The speed is still A level. The data can be described as extremely balanced, and there is no flaw in it. By contrast, the phoenix summoned by Lin Aoxu looks fancy. Not as good as Jiang Ye's unpretentious punch. The test results have no suspense. Jiang Ye, 280 points, perfect score. The invigilator announced the scores solemnly. The audience couldn't help but gasp. Now, Jiang Ye's score has reached 1,280 points. This is still not participating in the ability attribute and theory test, and already has the score. Lin Aoxu only has 940 points now. Even if she can get all the remaining 220 points, she still can't surpass Jiang Ye's score. There is no need to consider the latter two items, the recommendation quota of Imperial Capital Academy has already been settled. At this moment, Lin Wenqin's complexion became even paler. Hope is utterly shattered. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ye showed impeccable performance in the test of ability attributes. Although there are not as many true qi transformed into the real world as there are in the Zhongguo continent. But relying on Jiang Ye to practice the way of swaying to perfect yin and yang's attainments, he can control the martial arts true qi with ease. Even a piece of fallen leaves can be transformed into a murderous weapon in Jiang Ye's hands. Whether it is destructive power, speed, dexterity, or some strange tricks. The invigilators present couldn't help but feel that they are so wonderful, and they may not be able to do better than Jiang Ye with their strength. What other reason can be found to deduct any points? Now, the ability attribute and ability test, both reached full marks. Jiang Ye's score reached 1,400 points. Final theory test. Jiang Ye has accumulated a lot of knowledge in the past few days. Since owning true qi, a century-old martial artist, his physical fitness, including his brain power, is completely different from ordinary people. Has the ability to never forget. Almost all the theoretical knowledge that must be tested in the reincarnation world has been imprinted in his mind, and the pen is like a god. He did it all right. 1,500 points, full marks. Throughout the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom, no reincarnation has ever achieved a full score of heaven-defying. This record will also break history. Unprecedented. Lin Wenqin completely shut up, losing any reason. The comprehensive data shown by Jiang Ye is almost crushed in all aspects. Together with the tens of millions of bonuses he promised in Haikao, it has also become Jiang Ye's pocket. Lin Wenqin was expressionless, wanting to cry without tears. This time, he really lost all his money. Not to mention the fact that my precious daughter has lost her recommended place at the Imperial Capital Academy, she also has to give away tens of millions of cupped hands. The only good news is that Jiang Ye is at least a student of Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School. In the future, using Jiang Ye as an enrollment promotion will definitely expand the source of students, at least the career will be up. As the principal, he is not so stingy. In order to preserve the reputation, the promised bonus of tens of millions should of course be given as soon as possible. Ding! Your bank has received 10,000,000. The next day, Jiang Ye received a message in his hand. His whole body is refreshed. Finally be rich. With the 10 million yuan, Jiang Ye didn't intend to keep it and bought a house near Linjiang district. There are hundreds of thousands left, and it will be done as daily life expenses. This time, Imperial College has confirmed Jiang Ye's eligibility for admission. Now it is still necessary to communicate with the high level of the school, discuss some matters, and go through the admission procedures. However, Jiang Ye didn't intend to just wait like this. Now, the 7-day cooldown of the mark of reincarnation has passed. He went to school and applied again for the qualification to enter the Reincarnation Tower, ready to enter the second world. Chapter 37. Now, Imperial Capital Academy, high-level conference room. Dozens of well-known professors sat around the round table with serious expressions, discussing a matter together. With the potential Jiang Ye has shown, he will undoubtedly be able to join the Imperial Academy. With a full score, let alone Zhang Cheng, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there is no one who can compare with him. But the problem is that Jiang Ye has failed twice before, and only has one last chance. How to cultivate is a problem. All the professors present couldn't help frowning, feeling that this matter is extremely difficult. Such a good seedling must be cultivated with all its strength. But the problem is, after Jiang Ye failed twice, he only has one last chance left. No one knows what will happen next time. Imperial Academy recruits a genius with an SSS score, and it is impossible to prevent him from entering the Tower of Reincarnation for the rest of his life. Just treat it like a flower screen, right? What is the difference between that and offering a specimen? Is there any props such as failure immunity card that can be used by Jiang Ye? Mr. Jiang paused slightly, and raised this point. But it was quickly rejected. Reincarnation World has received extremely high scores, and there is indeed a very small probability that a failure exemption card will pop up. Can resist the risk of a failure. It is equivalent to resurrection coins. However, not to mention that the probability of dropping this kind of prop is extremely low, and it is bound to the reincarnation and cannot be traded. To put it simply, only the person who exploded this item can use it. Even reincarnation points cannot be transferred to other reincarnations. How about, we wait for Jiang Ye to successfully pass the test again, and don't expect the other party to get a high score, as long as he can pass, then we will be admitted. A professor made this suggestion. But soon, Mr. Li shook his head and retorted, we have announced to the public that the admission is based on the comprehensive score. If Jiang Ye is not admitted, wouldn't it appear that our Imperial Capital Academy has broken its word? As soon as this remark came out, the professor was quickly speechless. With the social influence of the Imperial Capital Academy, it is inevitable that such a dishonest thing can be done. In addition, relying entirely on his own strength, Jiang Ye was admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy, and he even had a rare SSS score in all ages. If faced with this problem, the Imperial Capital Academy doesn't even have the courage to cultivate it, wouldn't it make people laugh and be generous? Everyone feels a headache. Facing such a genius, it seems difficult to find the best training plan. At this time, the phone in the conference hall suddenly rang. After connecting, it turned out to be a call from Zhongcheng No. 7 Middle School. What? Jiang Ye applied to enter the Reincarnation Tower again so soon. The professors were shocked when they heard the news. To know. It was only 7 days since Jiang Ye entered the Reincarnation Tower last time. Cooldown just ended. Why are you in such a hurry to enter the Reincarnation Tower again? If it is an application by ordinary people, it will be based on the principle of freedom. But Jiang Ye's identity is very special. He only had one last chance and made history not too long ago. Everyone should be extremely cautious about this. Let Jiang Ye come over in person. Suddenly, a steady voice came from the door. All the professors present turned their heads away and couldn't help standing up collectively. The daoist shadow that appeared at the door was the headmaster of the military department of the Imperial Capital Academy, and also the general of the Dragon Kingdom's most powerful reincarnated army Xiaolong Wu. This status has almost stood at the apex of the reincarnation world. Not to mention, his own strength was the top Super S-class master more than 10 years ago. What kind of unfathomable strength has been achieved now, no one knows. Everyone didn't expect that Jiang Ye even attracted Xiaolong Wu. This matter is absolutely no small matter. They immediately made a phone call as quickly as possible and informed Jiang Ye to go to the Imperial Capital Academy immediately. Arrive at the Zhongcheng teleportation array. Every city has a specific teleportation array, which can span several cities in the blink of an eye. Of course, every time the teleportation array is operated, a lot of resources need to be poured into it, which is not something ordinary people can afford. It was the first time for Jiang Ye to ride a teleportation array in his life. And the Imperial Capital Academy has specially opened a special passage for him, and only Jiang Ye can ride alone, which can be said to have given him enough cards. As a curtain of light falls, the space in front of him changed rapidly. When I opened my eyes again, the figure of Jiang Ye has already appeared in front of the door of a meeting room. He looked around and found that all the professors present here were extraordinary professors. This card is too big. Jiang Ye clicked his tongue secretly. He thought that he came here because he was invited to visit the Imperial Capital Academy. Unexpectedly, so many professors were shocked. Looks like no small thing. Jiang Ye, I heard that you are planning to apply to enter the Reincarnation Tower. At this moment, a calm and gentle voice came from the side. Jiang Ye looked away and was slightly startled. Of course he recognized Xiaolong Wu. In many important news reports of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiaolong Wu has appeared, and he is one of the peak powerhouses standing at the top of the reincarnation world. Unexpectedly, such a person would come to meet him in person? Good. Jiang Ye nodded, then immediately regained his composure, and replied calmly. You only have one last chance. You managed to obtain an SSS grade. Wouldn't it be a pity if you lost your life after entering? Xiaolong Wu's tone suddenly became serious, and there was a sense of coercion faintly exuding from his body. Ordinary junior reincarnators will feel uncontrollably nervous when faced with this sense of coercion. If you lie at this time, it will expose more flaws. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. He knew that this was a test for own by the other party. But facing this question, Jiang Ye already had his own answer in his heart, and said, when I entered the Reincarnation Tower, it was with the mentality of fighting for the last time and fighting to the death. Every detail was perfect, so that I could do things I couldn't imagine. If you are as timid as the previous 2 times, you will not be able to achieve better results. So, I will remember that this is my last chance, and I will do my best without regrets. The sonorous words echoed throughout the conference room, as if with firm conviction. All the professors present can't help but feel shocked by these remarks. Even if they are in high positions, have extraordinary strength and rich experience, they may not have the structure and courage of Jiang Ye. That is the courage to go forward. It seems to have transcended life and death and broken rational thinking. But it is precisely because of the infinite willpower of human beings that they are able to create miracles in the face of impossibility under impossible circumstances. Xiaolong Wu pondered for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, Good. That's the best answer I've ever heard. If you can get an A and grade in this reincarnation world, I will give you a natal spirit treasure worth 1,000,000 reincarnation points. Chapter 38. Natural Ling Bao worth millions of reincarnation points. Oh my god, Xiaolong Wu is too grand. You are willing to spend such a lot of money. Even though all the professors present at the Imperial Academy had extraordinary vision, they couldn't help being shocked by Xiaolong Wu's grandeur. You know, 1,000,000 reincarnation points is already an astronomical figure. The entire net worth of some professors may not have such a terrifying amount. And the natal Ling Bao can be bound to the reincarnation, whether it is in the reincarnation world or in other worlds in the Reincarnation Tower, it can be used. It is different from one-time item cards, or equipment, weapons, cultivation technique, cheats, etc. in the reincarnation world. Only natal Ling Bao can be used in any world. Most of other weapons, magic treasures, etc. have world system restrictions. Simply put, either it cannot be brought to the real world, or it conflicts with other systems. For example, in the world of science fiction, martial arts true qi, fantasy spiritual qi, magic do qi, etc. are generally not available. At this time, the role of the natal spirit treasure is immediately highlighted. If placed in a free market, most of the natal spirit treasures are priceless. Even if one finally appears, the price/performance ratio is often not high. Higher ranked natal spirit treasures are all in the hands of top reincarnated families, companies, and other forces, and only reincarnated people with extraordinary status have the opportunity to use them. Generally, only at large-scale auctions with a certain threshold can you have the opportunity to see them. A natal Ling Bao worth millions of reincarnation points. As long as it appears in the real world, it will definitely arouse the berserk rush of all major forces. But such an opportunity was placed in front of Jiang Ye. A score of A and will have a chance to win. This time, I will get an SSS score again, and get this award with the most perfect qualifications. Jiang Ye's eyes suddenly burned with a fighting spirit. He will not hypocritically reject Xiaolongyu's kindness, because this is what the top people value and cultivate for own. If you give up this opportunity, it will only make people look down on you. But if it's just an A and grade, getting a natal spirit treasure of this value will give people a feeling of being unworthy of virtue. Jiang Ye directly released his bold words, and scored another SSS score, and then he will get the natal Ling Bao. Good. Xiaolongyu couldn't help laughing happily, patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder, and praised. I just like a young man with a heart like you. Since you want to attack the Reincarnation Tower, then go according to your plan. However, I will take you to a special place, and you will enter the world of reincarnation from there. Imperial Capital Academy, Underground. At this time, a huge devil's cave appeared in the cave world, and it looked spectacular. As if there is a cave in the center of the earth. This is... Jiang Ye's eyes moved, and he suddenly noticed that in the very center of the devil's cave, there was a tower of reincarnation rising from the ground. Looks brilliant and spectacular. It contrasts with the eerie magic cave nearby, and there is an indescribable feeling. Hundreds of years ago, the biggest invasion of the Dragon Kingdom broke out here. The monsters in the world of Reincarnation Tower don't stay in the tower all the time. They will accompany the Devil's Cave that emerges on the surface, invade reality, and bring disaster to the earth. However, this Devil's Lair is the most special one. There is actually a tower of reincarnation appearing from the Devil's Lair. There is only one of the strangest places in the whole world. Imperial Capital Academy chooses to build a school here, not only can guard the Devil's Nest, but also can use this Reincarnation Tower to create a group of strong people. Xiaolongyu explained slowly. Here. Jiang Ye immediately understood the meaning of the existence of this Reincarnation Tower. Ordinary reincarnators need to make a special application before they can enter the Reincarnation Tower. Once it comes out, it is difficult to hide the light of the divine fire and score the raiders. But if you join the Imperial Capital Academy, you can completely enter the reincarnation world through this hidden Reincarnation Tower. And don't worry about being known by outsiders. Secrecy is not a level. I am afraid. There are more top reincarnators secretly cultivated by the Imperial Capital Academy than what can be seen on the surface. Along the way, Jiang Ye has seen a wider world. The Imperial Capital Academy is not only the #1 institution in the entire Dragon Kingdom, it also has military functions. A lot of secret information and information are inaccessible to outsiders. The significance of this institution to top reincarnators is not just as simple as resources. Get in touch with the real world. Go in. Xiaolongyu laughed. Jiang Ye nodded, and without hesitation, he stepped directly into the Reincarnation Tower, with the gate of light submerging his entire body. Next second, Jiang Ye came to the inside of Reincarnation Tower again. At this moment, an option popped up in front of him. Detection: you have a reincarnation selection card on your body, do you choose to use it? This reincarnation is very important to Jiang Ye. If the halos of the two protagonists can be established, it will undoubtedly have a huge guarantee for the subsequent strategies. Not to mention, you can also get a natal spirit treasure worth millions from Xiaolong Wu. Use. Jiang Ye immediately made the choice to own. 3 reincarnation worlds are being randomly selected for you. 1. Crazy Other World. 2. The World of Elves. 3. Three-Body World. Faced with these 3 options, Jiang Ye first ruled out the tricky other world. This kind of world is generally composed of evil gods, which is extremely dangerous. A little carelessness will trigger weirdness and fall into death. Generally, reincarnations above the 5th life have a chance of encountering this level of world. In the world of elves, it is in the form of summoning elves to fight against opponents. The pattern is simpler, but the rewards that are generally obtained are the ability to summon elves to fight in the real world. However, judging from the current information of Reincarnation World, elves have very limited combat capabilities, and after being seriously injured, they have to cultivate in the elf ball for a long time. The ability attribute is relatively limited, and the strength of the ability is not very high. The last option left is Three-Body World. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly. Three-Body World is the system of science fiction world. For ordinary reincarnators, if they simply get rewards from sci-fi props, the improvement is not that great. But I have the God's domain space. Many technologies, if they can be transformed through the space of God's domain, the upper limit is much higher than other types of worlds. Also, there is a lot of information about the Trisolaran world. As long as you master the laws of the Dark Forest and deter the Trisolarans and even the entire galaxy, your results will not be too bad. Jiang Ye has already made a decision in his heart. Choose Three-Body World. Chapter 39. Eyes coming to the Three-Body World. Second World, Three-Body World. World background: in the second year of the Deterrent era, human beings are threatened by the Trisolaran civilization, and they use the broadcast universe coordinates as a threat to force the Trisolarans to give up their pressure on human civilization. Luoji became the sword-bearer, holding the authority to destroy 2 civilizations at the same time. Human technology began to advance rapidly during this period. Life template. Name: Jiang Ye. Age: 0. Identity: citizen. Occupation: none. Intelligence: A. The average intelligence of the elite group is B. Creation: B+. The average creativity of scientists is C+. Deduction: C. The average deduction ability of a genius is B. Halo: full level luck, SSS, technology star, A. Achievement points: 0. Current rating: none. Open your eyes again. Jiang Ye appears in a baby nursery. The incandescent lamp shining from the ceiling can clearly see that the surrounding environment is very clean, and there are various high-tech equipment around it. The glass box in the nursery room is made of professional airtight materials to deter human civilization in the era. Only the elite can enjoy such resources. On the hospital bed, a pale woman was lying on the delivery bed, and beside her was a handsome man who looked about 30 years old, with a look of surprise on his face, and he was very excited to become a father. Jiang Ye opened the Wheel of Fortune, and instantly saw the identity information of his parents. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother are colleagues, lovers, and then husband and wife. They are currently working in the Capital Academy of Sciences, researching the most cutting-edge technology as a scientific researcher, and the projects are all related to universe aviation. When the Trisolarans threatened the Earth, the plan of how humans escaped and drifted in the universe has been going on. This project is not only high-end, but also the mainstream of human civilization in this period. Not only can scientific researchers obtain lofty status, but the funds given by the state are also very proud. Looking at it with the pupil of luck, I found that the halo of luck carried on Jiang's father and Jiang's mother's head showed the color of glass. It can be called dragon and phoenix among people. It should be the effect of full-level luck. Jiang Ye smiled inwardly. In the last life, own luck was not very good, and his identity at the beginning was just a refugee. If you are not careful, you will freeze to death in the wasteland. But since inheriting the aura of the protagonist of full-level luck, Jiang Ye's luck is almost the same. Even if it comes to other worlds of Reincarnation Tower, the life template can make others feel envious. As Jiang Ye's parents, the moment I was born, I almost stood at the pinnacle of human beings. The education you enjoy is also top-notch. Not only that, the drawn halo has also reached A level. According to statistics, only about 10% of the OU Huangs have this kind of luck to be able to obtain a life template with an A-level halo. It can be said, after obtaining the aura of maximum luck, Jiang Ye will become the 10% European emperor every time he comes to a new Reincarnation Tower world. This is the heaven-defying effect brought by superimposing the protagonist's aura. Jiang Ye is even more determined for this strategy, and needs to be determined to get the SSS rating again. His eyes quickly turned to the world background. It is now the second year of the deterrence era, and Tri-Solaris should have lifted Safan's blockade of human technology. During this period, human science and technology will enter a stage of rapid development. At the same time, the Tri-Solaran civilization and human civilization will have the opportunity to contact each other and deepen their understanding of each other. Luoji understood the laws of the Dark Forest, and sat on the seat of the sword-bearer. With the rapid development of science and technology, the average lifespan of human beings has been extended to 150 years, and the limit lifespan can reach 200 years. Jiang Ye made up some theoretical knowledge some time ago, among which there is a lot of information about the three-body world. But the timeline spanned is very long. Possibly from 2007 AD to 2270 AD. For different reincarnators, the time nodes traveled to may change. The time when Jiang Ye came now is the second year of the deterrence era. During this period, Luoji had ascended to the position of sword-bearer, and the law of the Dark Forest was no longer a secret. So, Jiang Ye also can't use the strategy cheats in the reincarnation world to directly use universe broadcasts to deter Tri-Solarans and become the son of destiny of this era. In the era of deterrence, the law of the Dark Forest has become common sense that everyone knows, and it is no longer a secret. Naturally, it cannot be used to improve the score. And Jiang Ye also noticed on the life panel that the two attributes of root bone and savvy in the previous life have become intelligence, creation, and deduction. Prestige points became achievement points. In fact, the information in the life template reflects the main strategy direction of three-body world, which is basically to use technology to promote human civilization, and the final achievement point. Whether it is breakthrough technology, or having a certain popularity, it can be regarded as a certain achievement. The accumulated achievement points can not only be converted into reincarnation points, but also increase the score at the same time. Intelligence, benchmarking learning speed, comprehension ability, and upper limit of scientific research. Only with a strong enough intelligence can one thoroughly grasp the theoretical knowledge of science and technology and cope with various exams. Creation, benchmarking scientific and technological research and development capabilities, transforming theory into practical scientific and technological products, and promoting human progress. Deduction is similar to computer-like calculation ability, which is compared with the brain's processing speed of information. For example, the computing power of the brains of ordinary humans is nearly 10 times that of Tri-Solarans. Any Tri-Solaran, among human beings, is a top genius who crushes everyone. The most important thing is that the information of the Trisolarans is completely transparent. All of their thoughts are connected together, as if forming a super huge computer, comparable to a terminal computer promoting the development of the entire civilization. If the average deduction of human geniuses is B-level, and the deduction of Trisolarans is S-level. But human beings are not completely suppressed by Trisolarans in all directions. In terms of creation, compared with Trisolarans, human beings can have an advantage. Therefore, the Trisolarans would speculate that if human beings were given hundreds of years to develop technology, then their fleet would come at the pace of death. So there was Siphon's plan to block technology. It was not until the beginning of the era of deterrence that Siphon's blockade of technology was gradually lifted. Jiang Ye used Wheel of Fortune to observe his parents' panels, and found that their intelligence was at A and an S level, their creativity both reached S level, but their deduction was around B level. Even for top scientific researchers, the basic points are intelligence and creativity, and the deduction ability has only reached the average level of geniuses. My intelligence and creativity are even worse than my parents'. Jiang Ye couldn't help complaining in his heart. But luckily, intellect and creativity aren't exactly innates. There is also room for improvement through hard work the day after tomorrow. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he used the Wheel of Fortune to check the development direction of his next life. Chapter 40. 0 years old, grow up safely. At the age of 1, you learn to walk, talk, and communicate with others smoothly, showing intelligence beyond your peers. 2 years old, keep growing. 3 years old, keep growing. At the age of 11, you were admitted to the capital university with excellent grades, and you were hailed as a genius boy. The seniors of the Academy of Sciences have high expectations for you, and hope that you can be the pillar of the future scientific research realm. 13 years old, successfully passed the postgraduate entrance examination. 15 years old, with rich research results and knowledge, advanced to doctorate. At the age of 18, he went to the Capital Academy of Sciences to work. At the age of 20, he began to engage in aerospace dynamics research. 25 years old, improved the Universe spacecraft, achieved sublight speed breakthrough, and became a new star of contemporary scientific research. 30 years old, serving as the Dean of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. 40 years old, successfully developed a curvature-driven spaceship. 50 years old, engaged in nuclear controllable fusion to achieve breakthrough, promoting human energy to achieve a leap. At the age of 60, the research and development of biological realm began, and the anti-aging technology of cells without side effects was realized, and the human lifespan was extended to 300 years. 68 years old, the era of deterrence ends, the sword-bearer is replaced by Cheng Xin, the Trisolaran fleet launched an offensive against humans, you were attacked by water droplets in the space station and perished. The direction of fate in the reincarnation world this time can be said to be much longer than that in the Zhongguo continent. Even if he follows this template, Jiang Ye's achievements will hardly be lower than A grade. But if you want to score A+, it seems a little not enough. After all, there are only 68 years. With the lifespan of an ordinary person, being able to live to 68 years old is already pretty good. But the lifespan of human beings in Trisolaris is longer, and thanks to the development of science and technology and the existence of hibernation technology, this time can be extended. If you have the opportunity to travel through the black domain, you may even witness the end of the universe. Jiang Ye's eyes immediately set on the last line in the script. According to the trajectory shown by the Wheel of Fortune, the changes in my life that I have encountered should be related to the entire Great Era. In the 70th year of the Era of Deterrence, human beings did not thank Luoji for electing a new sword-bearer Cheng Xin, to take over the authority that could destroy 2 civilizations. The Trisolarans figured out that Cheng Xin would not press the broadcast button, and immediately launched an attack on human civilization at the moment the power was handed over. Since then, mankind has entered the post-deterrence era and suffered a devastating blow. Even if Jiang Ye doesn't go to the space station, he will probably lose his life in this world-destroying blow. The trajectory of fate does not change a little trace to reverse the situation. In the era of deterrent era, the short-lived peace is coming to an end. When the troubled times come, anyone's life is just a grain of sand in the torrent of the times, and no one can be spared. The progress of human technology is not enough. Jiang Ye couldn't help frowning slightly. Since Tri-Solaran civilization sent siphons to humans, technology has been blocked for too long. Only a few decades to develop, it is still too reluctant. Even if human technology has undergone a wave of explosive growth during this period, it is still difficult to match the foundation of the Tri-Solaran civilization. What's more, the two civilizations are in conflict, and both sides are developing rapidly in science and technology. Three-body technology is not static, and it will usher in great progress during this period. According to the information known by Jiang Ye, the Tri-Solaran civilization is not the most powerful among the many universe civilizations. The singer who arrived here later has a two-way foil that almost makes the entire universe tremble, commonly known as dimension reduction strike. Even if the three-body problem is just an ant-like character in the eyes of the singer, the broadcast signal sent by Yewenja is likely to be captured not only by three-body world, but the possibility of being captured by Singer and other civilizations is not ruled out. It was only because the Tri-Solaran civilization was the closest to the Earth civilization that it was captured first. As for civilizations farther away in the deep space of the universe, the impact may not be seen until hundreds of years later. Therefore, there is not much time left for human civilization. Ever since Yewenja pressed that button, Pandora's box has been opened. The three-body civilization is just a part of the magic box. Even if we can find a way to take over the power and extend the time of the era of deterrence, the development of human science and technology is the fundamental solution to the problem. Pity. I'm just a baby now. You can't start developing technology when you come out of the mother's womb, right? Jiang Ye sighed helplessly in his heart. Even if he can use the martial arts true qi stored in the God's domain space to improve his body development, develop rapidly, and obtain a better body than ordinary people, it is impossible to grow into a grown man overnight. In the world of science fiction, people still have to follow the biological laws of science. Time is running out. Jiang Ye had no choice but to start from now on and plan for the future strategy. Well, if Jiang's father and Jiang's mother know that Jiang Ye's baby is actually thinking about these things under the surface, I'm afraid he will suspect that he gave birth to something. Fortunately, humans don't have a communication organ like Tri-Solarans, so what Jiang Ye is thinking in his heart, naturally only he knows. At this moment, Jiang Ye suddenly discovered that there were several great torrents of luck in the air, as if they were spreading information in a dark and silent way. Is this, the three-body civilization? Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, and made an instant judgment on this grey and gloomy image of luck. Generally speaking, this kind of luck phenomenon has some dark and ulterior secrets, and it will show this color when it is spread in a way that cannot be known by conventional means. Jiang Ye observed his surroundings and found that the halos of luck on the heads of the people around him were normal. So what does this mean? It is very possible that the source of this phenomenon of luck is not human beings at all, but the Tri-Solaran civilization. After all, the Tri-Solaran civilization can communicate directly in the way of thinking, and transmit information by forming words in the human field of vision. Wait, can my thief skills be used on Tri-Solarans to steal their ability to communicate? A bold idea suddenly appeared in Jiang Ye's mind. As long as you can steal the thinking organs of the Tri-Solarans through the stealer, you will be able to connect with the civilization of the entire Tri-Solaran world. And as a reincarnator, Jiang Ye can seal this organ in some specific ways. It is equivalent to saying that he can get in touch with the thoughts of Tri-Solarans at any time, but in turn, he can also block other people's perception of own thinking. This is equivalent to directly unlocking the technological civilization wealth of the entire Tri-Solaran world. As long as you have this knowledge, you can save a lot of research time, and use ready-made theories to push human civilization to a level equal to the three-body civilization. In the next second, Jiang Ye chose to release the skill of thief without hesitation. Steal the mind connection organ of Tri-Solaran. Chapter 41. Next second. Jiang Ye's mind was instantly connected to the three-body problem. The vast and infinite information was immediately sent to Jiang Ye's mind continuously through the thinking of the three-body connection. It seems that the treasure house of knowledge in the whole world is opening to him. Water droplets, neutrino emission systems, quantum mechanics, general relativity, siphons. The enormous amount of scientific knowledge was instantly stuffed into Jiang Ye's mind, like an inexhaustible treasure. A lot of information in it has surpassed human comprehension. Even if the information database can be connected, it will take a lot of time to understand. It's too complicated. While absorbing a huge amount of knowledge, Jiang Ye silently sighed in his heart. The method he came up with can not only steal all the knowledge of the Tri-Solaran world, but also connect to the latest system at any time, check what plans the Tri-Solarans have recently, and what progress has been made in cutting-edge technology. After all, the information in the Tri-Solaran world is all connected to each other. Although they will also conceal each other, they can't reach the level of lying at all. They are like 5-year-old children at most, and they will come out after a little questioning. During this period, Tri-Solaris has not had a lot of contact with human civilization, and the progress of learning concealment, deception, and tricks has not been so fast. So, Jiang Ye can easily bypass the Tri-Solaran world to investigate his own, but he checks the secrets of the entire Tri-Solaran world as he pleases. But with continuous absorption, Jiang Ye found that every high-end scientific theory is extremely difficult to understand. Even for Tri-Solarans, it takes a certain amount of time to slowly digest all the knowledge. Jiang Ye just stole the thinking and perception ability of Tri-Solaran, but his brain is still a human brain in essence. If you want to fully understand all the theories, I don't know where to start. Anyway, it is still a baby, and there is absolutely nothing to do except eat and sleep. Jiang Ye has been digesting the knowledge of the three-body world in his mind, and using his strong memory, he first memorized all the formulas and theories. This time will be very slow. The basic formula is often the most important and the most important. But if you can integrate all the formulas, then integrating various scientific and technological theories later will become handy. During this period, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother also put down the work at hand and concentrated on their children. They found that after Jiang Ye was born, he didn't cry or make noise, and was quieter than other children. Only when it's time to drink milk and 5 grains Samsara, will there be a prominent reminder. In the process of caring for the couple, they also found that Jiang Ye was different from ordinary children. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They shared this matter with colleagues around them, and they all said that the combination of genes is good, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and the children born of 2 high-end scientific research personnel's marriage will certainly not be much less intelligent. However, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother soon discovered that Jiang Ye seldom learned to speak from them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of times he opened his mouth to make sounds was even less than opening his mouth to drink milk. Jiang Ye's expression looked much more melancholy and deep than that of children of the same age. That white and tender baby face often showed a thoughtful look, very much like their way of doing problems. A baby should show such an expression, shouldn't it? Jiang's father and Jiang's mother doubted that there might be something wrong with the brain, so they hurriedly took it for a checkup, but the test results showed that there was nothing wrong with their intelligence. At this time, Jiang Ye suddenly spoke and asked for milk. Startled by the sudden sound, the couple looked back for a long time, and finally confirmed that it was Jiang Ye's voice, and they were overjoyed. It turns out that my son is not a fool, he can still talk. Go home and observe for a while. Father Jiang finally confirmed one thing. In fact, Jiang Ye can speak completely. It's just that he doesn't want to say it. Judging from his usual performance, Jiang Ye should be different from ordinary children, as if he was born to think about things. The staring stare blankly at the distant sky seems to be a fool at first glance, but judging from Jiang Ye's performance, Jiang's father is sure that this child is definitely not mentally retarded. Otherwise, the performance of making demands in infancy cannot be explained at all. It is also impossible to occasionally fluently put forward the idea of own. Only a baby with the expression of a thinker, as if thinking about a lot of things, looks a little funny. Father Jiang watched Jiang Ye's thinking expression while eating, and couldn't help but smiled wryly. I really don't know what this kid is thinking about at such a young age. I don't think he's so focused on the college entrance examination questions. In fact, Jiang Ye's brain has been running at high speed, processing the information from the Tri-Solaran world, and at the same time, he must control himself when connecting, not to reveal any content about human beings, so as not to be discovered by the Tri-Solaran world. This is very mentally demanding. If it is an ordinary person, even if it runs for an hour, it will almost feel like the brain is going to shut down. But Jiang Ye knows that there is not much time to own, and with the speed of human digestion of knowledge, it will be difficult to absorb all of it in 100 years. He has to take the underworld level tests, absorbing knowledge all the time every day. Over time, Jiang Ye's intelligence has risen to A&D level through acquired training. Putting it in the research institute, this level of intelligence can also be ranked in the upper reaches, and it can fully understand high-end scientific and technological knowledge. In fact, the intelligence of Jiang Ye's life template is not bad. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the aura of technology nova. But helplessly, the knowledge of the three-body problem is far beyond human civilization. With my own strength, absorbing so much information in such a short period of time, my brain is of course overloaded. However, through Jiang Ye's unremitting efforts, he can now understand more than 80% of the knowledge, officially stepping into the right track to unlock the door of technology. It only takes time to digest all the technological knowledge slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother's focus gradually shifted from taking care of children to research. However, in order to take care of the child's safety, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother will still take Jiang Ye with him, and take care of Jiang Ye while researching cutting-edge technology. In the past 3 years, Jiang Ye didn't waste the stealer who cools down once a year. He stole the S-level intelligence and creation of Jiang's father and Jiang's mother respectively. In addition to the deduction ability, it seems to be determined by innate, and it is difficult to break through the day after tomorrow. Both intelligence and creation have reached S-level, comparable to humans with top IQs. The knowledge of the three-body world can be absorbed faster. This day, Jiang's father tried to unravel a theory of scientific and technological principles, but he was frowning for a long time and could not find a solution. He rubbed the space between his brows, planning to make a cup of coffee first as usual to relieve his tired mind. In the room, only Jiang Ye was left alone. Jiang Ye glanced at the blackboard from the corner of his eye, and found that this theory, in fact, can be easily proved by the formula summarized in the three-body world. He thought for a while, then picked up the chalk in his hand, and wrote a theoretical formula beside it. Chapter 42. Father Jiang made a cup of coffee, returned to the table, and was about to continue thinking deeply. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly fell on a dark corner, a formula that appeared at an unknown time. Father Jiang was taken aback for a moment, as if he had realized something, and fell into deep thought. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. He couldn't help but jumped up from his seat. I see. According to this formula, he proved this theory by 3 times, 5 divisions and 2 divisions. Click. The sound of chalk falling echoed in the room. Father Jiang was so excited that he even dropped his chalk on the ground, grabbed the paper report he had just written, and rushed out like crazy. Quickly inform the entire research institute of this great discovery. This report shocked all mankind in an instant. The entire scientific community immediately had a meeting about it. The experts present here are all top researchers from various countries, including many well-known foreign professors. In the eyes of Western countries, the scientific and theoretical level of Dragon Kingdom has always been relatively low. Many theories that can bring about changes to the world basically come from the West and promote the progress of human civilization. But now, Father Jiang has published this formula, perfectly proving the whole theory in an extremely subtle way. It has successfully washed away the stereotyped image of the Dragon Kingdom in Western countries. All the professors present stood up impatiently, their eyes full of shock. No one knows better than them that when these theories are confirmed, it will have a great impact on human technological progress. The most important is, these research results are completely discovered by humans themselves, not the knowledge given by Tri-Solarans. The era of deterrence started, and Luoji, as a sword-bearer, also approached the three-body civilization for dialogue, asking for some knowledge of human civilization. However, the three-body scientific realm is too high-end for human beings to accept. And it's not that Tri-Solarans are not good at lying at all. They sometimes transmit some wrong theories. It's difficult to distinguish between true and false, which can't promote the progress of science and technology, and even interfere with the progress of human science and technology. Causes it to go the wrong way and is difficult to reverse back. Father Jiang's breakthrough of theoretical knowledge this time will not only promote the progress of the entire scientific theory of mankind, but also further judge the knowledge presented by Tri-Solaran, which is wrong and which is correct. This will surpass the three-body civilization from the technological level in the future, which has important strategic significance. Professor Jiang, the theory you discovered this time can be said to have breakthrough significance for us as a whole. Can you tell me how you found out? And, how is this formula derived? At the Capital Academy of Sciences, all the professors who were over 70 years old and had grey hair looked at Father Jiang with radiant eyes. You know, Father Jiang is only in his early 30s this year, but he has made such great progress in scientific theory. It's a rare genius. In addition to this formula, they also want to know what kind of thinking logic Father Jiang used to derive it. This means a lot to them. But Jiang's father frowned slightly at this time, and said with a wry smile. To be honest, I didn't actually derive this formula. As soon as this remark came out, many professors present were completely stunned. Didn't Professor Jiang deduce it? What the hell is going on? Father Jiang quickly explained the process. When I was going to make coffee, suddenly there was such a formula on the blackboard. But obviously in the room, besides himself, there is only his son Jiang Ye. Other than that, no one came in or out. Suddenly, Jiang's father seemed to realize something, and quickly jumped up and said, I know, this formula must have been deduced by my son, he is definitely a genius. But after he finished speaking, the professors present did not show the same shocked expressions, but instead looked at him with meaningful eyes. Professor Jiang, your son is only 3 years old, how could he deduce this formula? A professor couldn't help but smiled wryly. Professor Jiang, as a father, we can all understand your eagerness to hope that your son will become a dragon. Another professor said earnestly. This. Father Jiang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, so he scratched his head and ears on the spot. Broke in. Everyone thinks that the formula is derived by themselves. But the problem is, this formula is really just the effort of making a cup of coffee, and it appears on his blackboard. Jiang's father also investigated the surveillance at the door, and no one entered or left his office at that time. Because of the secrecy of scientific research work, there is almost no monitoring in the office. For this cup of coffee, only his son Jiang Ye had the opportunity to write this line of formula on the blackboard. If it wasn't written by his son, is it still a ghost? But calm down and think about it. It is indeed impossible for a 3-year-old child to deduce such a formula. Unless the Trisolaran sends information directly to his mind. But why choose a baby when valuable knowledge is to be given to mankind? Wouldn't it be over if you just give it to yourself? Father Jiang couldn't figure it out. However, it's not a bad thing to think about anyway, and it can also increase the own achievement. Whoever wrote this formula on the blackboard will come to an end. The controllable reaction formula of nuclear fusion that you wrote down will promote the development of the overall scientific and technological theory of mankind. Achievement plus 10,000. 3-body world achievement point conversion reincarnation point ratio, 5000:1. Every 5000 achievement points will be automatically converted into 1 reincarnation point. Evaluation, none. See the reminder in front of you. Jiang Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Unlike Zhongguo Continent's prestige value, you don't need to be famous, even if you quietly do things behind the scenes to promote the progress of human civilization, you can still get achievement points. Simply put, no matter in any way, as long as it can promote the development of science and technology, you can get achievement points and improve your score. And the conversion ratio of achievement points in 3-body world is even higher. Under this mechanism, the higher the world, the more reincarnation points you can get. In addition, Jiang Ye opened Reincarnation Mall. Countless technologies suddenly appeared on it. In addition to the technology of the 3-body world, there are also dark matter creation technology, star perpetual motion machines, quantum teleportation arrays, super-light spaceships and other scientific technologies that completely surpass the 3-body technology. Essentially, the world of 3-body problem belongs to the world of science fiction. Therefore, all the props and products of the sci-fi world can be used in the 3-body world. Reincarnators can exchange for more advanced technology through reincarnation points. Of course, the reincarnation points that need to be spent are also quite expensive. Thousands of reincarnation points are needed. Such consumption is almost unacceptable to ordinary reincarnators. But Jiang Ye got an SSS score in the last comprehensive martial arts continent. He has as many as 10,000 reincarnation points, which can be exchanged for several technologies that exceed the 3-body world. And as your achievement points in this world continue to increase, you will also get more reincarnation points, which can be used to exchange for high-dimensional technology. At that time, as long as the basic human technology develops, these technologies used by Jiang Ye can even reduce the dimensionality of the 3-body world. Chapter 43. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye immediately confirmed his next plan. Even if I am still very young, it is not impossible to obtain achievement points. The answer lies in Jiang's father and Jiang's mother. As researchers at the Capital Research Institute, their social status allows them to easily bring breakthrough scientific knowledge to mankind. From Jiang Ye's point of view, even if he publishes all the knowledge about the Trisolaran world now, it is actually useless. The current research progress of human beings is still too shallow. Such a huge amount of information cannot be digested all at once, and must be unfolded slowly. Moreover, exposing the secrets of oneself so early may instead be targeted by the Trisolarans, thus bringing unnecessary danger. Give some of the knowledge to Father Jiang first, let him study and understand it himself, and then bring it to all mankind. Not only can it lay a part of the foundation for human science and technology theory, promote the development of science and technology, but also protect own identity information. In the next time, Father Jiang launched a new research project. The process is as difficult as ever. After all, at their level, they have reached the most cutting-edge technological realm of mankind. The breakthrough of any theory, formula, or technology is to squeeze out the brain and grasp the correct direction, so that there is such a slight possibility of breakthrough. However, Father Jiang discovered some strange things recently. In the corner of his life, some small notes would appear from time to time, either recording the formula or writing the key points of the theoretical breakthrough. Sometimes, the science and technology theory is short of such a correct way of thinking, and it is always impossible to step in through the door. Once the correct direction of exploration is started, many things will get twice the result with half the effort. Whenever Jiang's father is stuck in the critical bottleneck period, he can quickly find such a small note in his daily life. Either tucked under the pillow, or turned up in a drawer in his office, or on the blackboard during the analysis process. Relying on the information given by the note, Father Jiang solved the problem that had been troubling him for a long time very smoothly. The scientific research career is like a fish in water, and almost every once in a while, an important research theory breakthrough can be released. During this period of time, the progress and achievements he has accumulated are incomparable to even half of the Capital Academy of Sciences combined. Suddenly became a man of the hour in the scientific world. But while enjoying the honor, Father Jiang still has a huge question in his heart. Who on earth left these key information to himself? If it is a Trisolaran, then it should be directly in front of all human beings, and the message will be finished. Why bother? But I don't know who to talk to about this matter. He occasionally talked about this matter with his colleagues, and everyone around him looked over with meaningful eyes. They all thought that Jiang's father had made such great achievements himself, and wanted to pass these achievements on to his son. It's like playing prodigy style. After all, most of the scientific researchers present here have been extremely intelligent since childhood, but they also know that prodigy is not made in this way. How can one be born to engage in scientific research and be able to break through the realm that is difficult to break through in human history? If there is, it is mostly the strength of the parents, and not really child prodigies. Father Jiang was extremely depressed. All this is true. Why does no one believe it? One day, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, came to Jiang Ye, and asked with a smile. Son, did you research these scientific research achievements? Put a small note on purpose and tell Dad. Jiang Ye raised his head, looked around with ignorant eyes, and suddenly sang a nursery rhyme. Two tigers love to dance, and the little rabbit obediently pulls carrots. Father Jiang. All right. Now I can't seem to figure out what's going on. Jiang's father also told Jiang's mother about this matter. The pair installed surveillance cameras at their home. But after observing for a period of time, I found that when the two of them went out to work, there was nothing unusual about Jiang Ye other than running and jumping at home. Here, they finally gave up their doubts about their son. Jiang's mother looked at her husband worriedly and said, "Isn't it because you have been under too much pressure recently and have some hallucinations?" Father Jiang smiled wryly, and said, "If this illusion can bring breakthroughs in scientific research to human beings, then it will be worth it. You promote the quantum theory to make progress, achievement points plus 50,000. You have innovated a new calculation method of the curvature engine, making it possible to build a sublight speed spacecraft, and the achievement point is plus 100,000. You have obtained a breakthrough in the dark matter theory, summed up the formation, reaction, and birth laws of black holes, achievement points plus 200,000. During the past 2 years, Jiang Ye continued to pass on the important theories of the scientific research realm to Father Jiang through notes. Acquired achievement points are constantly increasing. Continue to accumulate 1.5 million achievement points. Rating up to B level. To know. Now Jiang Ye is just a 5-year-old child, and he has already achieved a grade B score. Ordinary reincarnators, at this age, are generally still thinking about how to reach the qualifying line. And Jiang Ye has already got top grades. Although these scientific theories have broken through, there is still a long way to go before reaching the level of a Trisolaran. But at least with these theories, humans will use nuclear fusion to control the reaction, and the industry will grow substantially. After the curvature engine obtains breakthrough, even if it cannot exceed the speed of light, it can still make the speed of the spacecraft infinitely close to the speed of light. Even at the worst time, human beings can launch a space-wandering plan and fly to outer space for development, so that they will not stay in the solar system and perish with the Trisolarans. Jiang Ye secretly judged the progress of human civilization in his heart. Now, with the breakthrough of these scientific research realms, human civilization is about to usher in another revolution in industrial technology. It is equivalent to accelerating the theoretical breakthrough process for the next 100 years. At this rate, until the 70th year of the era of deterrence, when power is handed over, the fate of mankind may change due to changes in the technological strength of both parties. But Jiang Ye knows that besides the three-body problem, there are singers and zero-returners in this universe who can reduce the dimensionality of the entire universe. Humanity still has a long way to go before it can negotiate with these civilizations. 6th year. Jiang Ye began to behave like a normal child, preparing to go to school. Before that, he didn't deliberately show the level of genius, but just completed the preschool education step by step. But as Jiang Ye's parents, the school he attended is located near the Capital Academy of Sciences, and the higher education resources he received are dozens of times better than those of his peers. Of course, the better the educational environment, the greater the pressure you will face. At a very young age, you must start to deal with problems that your peers cannot do. Even arcane art seems like a child's science in the face of these problems. Many teachers in the university actually have contact with the Scientific Research Institute. After all, this elementary school established in the Capital Academy of Sciences is actually a talent training class. Only the children of scientific researchers and teenagers who have shown top talents have the opportunity to enter here. Many people have heard of Jiang Ye's name. After all, his father is already a well-known academician of the Capital Academy of Sciences. For such children, the professors in the school will also pay special attention. When Jiang Ye entered the university, he had to accept an IQ test on the first day. The questions in the test paper are similar to the IQ test, but the difficulty and complexity are much greater. Even after professional training, many top researchers will make mistakes. But for Jiang Ye, he has accepted such a huge amount of information about the world of three-body problems, and these topics only need to be looked at once, and then they can be completely solved. The next day, the announcement of the results shocked everyone instantly. Jiang Ye's result is actually a perfect score. Chapter 44. Professor Chen, take a look at this test paper. Professor Lin is correcting the examination papers for this enrollment. However, a test paper immediately caught his attention. All the above questions are full marks. Answered all the questions almost perfectly. You know, they specially developed the questions to test IQ. Even after special training, it is difficult for the IQ of college students in the capital to make a perfect answer. There are several questions among them, which are extremely tricky, and it is difficult to judge them through normal thinking logic. Students who can do all the right things are either lucky or have extraordinary intelligence. But the name who made this perfect test paper, Jiang Ye, has an extraordinary status. His father is the current academician of the Capital Academy of Sciences. In the past few years, a miracle has exploded, pushing human science and technology forward several big steps. The most important is, this father is a child control that everyone knows. Before, he researched the results of the top-level scientific research realm, and he often claimed that it was made by his 3-year-old son. At that time, many jokes were made in the scientific community. However, the majority of people later expressed their understanding of this, but they are just hoping for success. However, the answer sheet submitted by Jiang Ye today is beyond the level of normal people. Made all right. Even if Jiang Ye's parents are well-known contemporary scientists, it does not mean that IQ can be completely inherited. The children of many scientists did not show higher talents, or even disappeared from everyone. Against this background, Jiang Ye submitted a perfect score, and it is hard not to doubt whether there is a shadow of cheating in it. Professor Chen took a look at the test paper and couldn't help showing a serious expression. The above answers are too perfect to find any flaws. It's not like an answer sheet that a child can hand in at all. If Jiang Ye really has such a talent, then his stage is completely beyond the level of his peers. You can go to the science training camp exam. This matter needs to be discussed with Professor Jiang to see if he is willing. Professor Chen raised his eyes and said. Professor Lin was taken aback for a moment, and then realized what the other party meant. Really? If Jiang Ye really got a perfect score, then the school is simply not suitable for teaching students of this level. The science training camp is a special school for people over the age of 12, whose talents far exceed their peers in the realm of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and whose IQ is sufficient to engage in cutting-edge scientific research. Specializes in cultivating talented youngsters. But Jiang Ye is only about 6 years old now. It's not too early to join science camp. But Professor Lin heard another meaning in Professor Chen's words. This is actually a trial. If Professor Jiang really wanted his son to become a success, he should have sent Jiang Ye to take the tougher science boot camp admissions test. But if it is rejected, it means that Jiang Ye is probably cheating. Considering Professor Jiang's contribution to human scientific research, they will turn a blind eye to this matter. However, the specific situation can be inferred from this, and some adjustments need to be made to Jiang Ye's education after entering the university. Teach according to the real situation. Otherwise, it really makes Jiang Ye at such a young age to solve problems that are difficult for top college students. Isn't it necessary to teach an autistic child every minute? The next day, Professor Lin and Professor Chen came to the Capital Academy of Sciences and took the initiative to explain the matter to Father Jiang. Who knows? Jiang's father's reaction was completely beyond their expectations. His eyes lit up, and he said immediately. What? My son was able to get full marks in the exam. Ha ha ha, I just said that he should be a genius, and it's exactly as I expected. Okay, just as you said, go to the science training camp. We must not let down his talent. Professor Lin and Professor Chen couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect Jiang's father to agree so decisively. Moreover, looking at his expression, it seems that he doesn't know about it at all. His acting skills are good. These days, isn't a scientist who doesn't want to be a baby daddy a good actor? Professor Jiang, you have to think carefully, that child is only 6 years old. But the scientific training camp needs to be over 12 years old, which is the normal registration age. Also, after passing the test of the science training camp, one more assessment is required, and the eligibility for admission can only be determined after the scores come out. Professor Chen's tone emphasized one more assessment. The test papers of the science training camp are different from the test papers of the colleges, and the questions are made temporarily. It is almost impossible to get the answers to the test papers in advance. Moreover, in addition to the competition, there is also an interview. Only if you get high scores in both links, the professors in the training camp will make a comprehensive consideration and decide whether to recruit. Every link is stuck to the death. There is absolutely no possibility of fraud. If Jiang Ye didn't rely on his own strength to get the perfect score in this test paper, then the score he got in the science training camp test would be absolutely horrible. At that time, if there is such a big gap between the two test papers, Jiang Ye's perfect score will also be revealed. It's okay, my son is definitely not at the level of ordinary people, so you can rest assured that he will take the exam. Jiang's father said swearingly. With his attitude, Professor Lin and Professor Chen couldn't handle it. According to the original expectation, it was just to test an attitude and determine whether Jiang Ye's real strength. I never thought of really challenging the assessment of the science training camp. The current development of the situation seems to be a bit beyond imagination. Okay, this matter is almost settled like this. I still need to study the principle of dark matter movement. No matter what exams I have in the future, I will let that kid Jiang Ye take part. Father Jiang waved his hand, indicating that he was going to be busy. He is breaking through the trajectory of dark matter recently. This is the deepest principle of the universe that has not made much progress even in the Tri-Solaround world. Originally, with the level of human knowledge, there was only speculation. But the theories and hints that have appeared in the past few days have given Father Jiang a new understanding. Now, Jiang's father became more and more certain that the hints he received might have come from his son. Just don't want to reveal it. That being the case, my son can't even compare to a daddy, so what kind of generals are these exams? Just let them out and kill them indiscriminately. Leave the Capital Research Institute. What should we do? Are we really letting that kid take the test in the science training camp? Professor Lin asked in a daze. Professor Chen also looked confused. Judging from the expression of the conversation just now, it seems that Jiang's father's attitude towards his son is not like an ordinary darling, but a look of admiration. He couldn't help but start to wonder whether these breakthrough scientific principles were really invented by Professor Jiang and his son. This is too absurd. Professor Chen pondered for a moment, then said, since Professor Jiang himself said so, why not let that child have a try? Chapter 45. Science Camp. On this day, the school held an enrollment meeting. With young faces and school bags on their backs, they stepped into the school gate. They are all top geniuses from all corners of the country, about 14 or 15 years old, entering the examination room with their admission tickets, and preparing to face the most difficult battle in their lives. The science training camp questions are ridiculously rare. It is said that only by answering more than 80% of the questions correctly can one be qualified for admission, otherwise the talent is not enough, and getting in is a waste of time. All candidates know that this exam may change their life destiny, open the threshold of scientific research and lead the future of mankind. When everyone entered the examination room, they found a small figure who seemed out of place with other people. A kind big sister stepped forward and said with a kind smile, "Little brother, are you lost? Are your parents not around?" Jiang Ye looked up at the other party, picked up the admission ticket in his hand, and said, "I'm here to take the exam." Regardless of big sister's astonished eyes, Jiang Ye calmly walked into the examination room. His figure immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. "Hey, why is there a kid who looks like he's in kindergarten in the exam room? Could he be lost? Wait, he passed the test from the invigilator. That is to say, this kid who is only about 6 years old came to the exam with us. Hey? How old is he? Can he do these questions well? There won't be another child prodigy, it will kill me." The teenagers nearby were completely dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Ye entering the examination room. They have faced countless tests, and of course they know how high the threshold of a science training camp is. If it wasn't for being out of tens of millions of peers, he wouldn't even have the chance to take this exam. Candidates present here are indeed young, but they have won various trophies in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and their scores have been occupying the top of the list in the region all the year round. Of course, they stand at a higher level, knowing that there is never a shortage of geniuses like themselves in this world. But now a child less than half their age ran out. This is the rhythm of killing people. At this time, someone seemed to recognize Jiang Ye's figure, and quickly explained, "He seems to be the son of Professor Jiang, and he should just try to take the exam this time." "I see." Everyone showed a sudden look. Professor Jiang is about to become the most legendary scientific researcher of this generation, and countless teenagers dream of it. With Professor Jiang's contacts, it is certainly not uncommon for his son to take the exam and exercise in advance. Knowing this, everyone's mentality was at ease, and they even felt that it was quite interesting to take the exam with such a young child. "I don't know if this little guy will cry in the examination room when he sees such a difficult test paper." Jiang Ye has delicate features, fair face, red lips, and white teeth. He is a cute boy at first glance. Wouldn't it be cuter if she cried? Soon. As the examination bell rang. According to the seat number on the admission ticket, all candidates found their own seats, and the test papers were distributed one by one. The smiles on their faces disappeared, and they fell into deep thought. This time the topic is too difficult. Even though they have studied a lot of special training, the flexibility of the professor's questions is far beyond everyone's imagination. Many changes need to be dealt with calmly in the examination room, and the difficulty has increased by a factor compared with previous ones. The exam time is only 1.5 hours. But after half an hour, there are many candidates who have not finished 1/3 of the multiple choice questions. The later argumentation questions will test the time even more, which makes many candidates look desperate. At this time, Jiang Ye stood up with his hands raised, and handed in the test paper calmly. Seeing this scene, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Etc. Who handed in the paper early? When they saw Jiang Ye's figure clearly, relief expressions appeared on their faces again. Well, it should be because the child saw that the test paper was too difficult and didn't want to be tortured, so he handed in the test in advance, right? Fortunately, people just came to experience it. Otherwise, facing this kind of problem is a double torment of mind and body, and every minute and every second seems so long. After the test paper is submitted, Professor Lin and Professor Chen came over one after another to correct the test paper. Multiple choice questions will come out soon. However, after comparing the two, they found that the multiple choice questions were all correct. How is it possible that it is all right? Won't this test question be leaked again? No, 1 or 2 hours before the exam, we announced to the public that we were using the A paper. When the exam is about to start, it will be replaced with the temporary B paper. Even if it's Professor Jiang, it's impossible to open up a relationship for Jiang Ye in such a short time, let alone memorize the answer. The two professors looked at each other one after another, and they both saw the look of astonishment in each other's eyes. Judging from their arrangements, there should be no possibility of this test paper being leaked. Eyes shifted to the big topic. Finally, there has been a change from the standard answer. Professor Lin was overjoyed. Seeing this change, he was basically sure that Jiang Ye hadn't cheated. He couldn't help laughing. Haha, I'm just talking about such a difficult question, how could this kid do exactly the same as the standard answer? However, when his eyes were on the steps of the argument, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. This is a completely different way of arguing. As if never seen before. But every step is extremely rigorous, and the conclusion is fully deduced. At first, Professor Lin wondered if Jiang Ye got the standard answer, but he only memorized the result of the argument, but couldn't remember the process. But as he studied carefully, he found that the essence of the argumentation process was the same, only improved. He tried to prove it several times by himself, and the shock in his pupils became more and more intense. He turned to Professor Chen and said, "What this kid did is right, and in a way different from the standard answer, even I have never seen it." Professor Lin picked up the test paper and looked it over carefully. The astonishment on his face was no less than that of Professor Chen. If it is said that the previous multiple choice questions were suspected of cheating, but the process of this demonstration topic is completely innovative. How could this be a possibility of cheating? As the two professors corrected the test paper, the shock in their eyes continued to increase. Do it all right. In this almost the underworld level test, Jiang Ye actually got a perfect score again? Chapter 46. The next day. Exam scores will be posted soon. In front of the list, there are crowds of people, and the students scramble to huddle together to check their own scores. However, a dazzling name stands at the top of the list, like a king overlooking all beings on a cliff. Jiang Ye. When everyone saw this name, their minds froze instantly. Wait, isn't Jiang Ye the son of Professor Jiang? He seems to be around 6 years old. What? A 6-year-old child actually got full marks? I don't believe it. This exam is definitely tricky. Although Professor Jiang is a great scientist that we admire in our hearts, if the fact that he helped his son cheat is made public, his reputation should not be good. Sigh, I didn't expect Professor Jiang to make countless contributions to mankind in his life, but for a child, he even ruined his own reputation. All the candidates present were shocked when they saw Jiang Ye's score. But soon, they immediately realized that this score is absolutely fake. As Professor Jiang, isn't it easy to get the standard answer to the question? Jiang Ye only needs to memorize all the answers to the questions and write them on the test paper, and he will get full marks in the test. Immediately, everyone's attitude towards Professor Jiang has undergone a subtle change. Some people even picked up their mobile phones and posted online to discuss the matter. Science Camp, Dean's Office. Professor Lin, Professor Chen, the Dean, and other professors gathered together, and there was a test paper in the middle of the table. It is Jiang Ye's perfect test paper. The Dean looked at Professor Lin and Professor Chen with serious eyes, and said, "What's the matter with this exam? Did you leak the questions to Jiang Ye? Do you know that doing so will not only fail to convince everyone in the outside world, but will also have a huge impact on Professor Jiang's reputation? The scientific research realm should pursue seeking truth from facts, not sophistication. Could it be possible to cultivate a fake genius and join our school?" Facing the dean's scolding, Professor Lin and Professor Chen complained endlessly, feeling that they had been greatly wronged. They specially revised the test paper before the test, just to prevent Jiang Ye from cheating. Who knows, now it is suspected that the two of them leaked the title, and Jiang Ye made a perfect score. "Dean, it's really not the subject we leaked. Look at the argumentation process yourself, it's completely different from the standard answer. Even professors like us took a long time to understand these processes. Moreover, it's not that there has never been such a genius in the science training camp. There seems to be one in the previous sessions." Professor Lin hurriedly explained. Everyone frowned slightly, vaguely remembering a name. Also took the exam at the age of 6. With full marks, admitted to this school. But that genius's family background is not as good as Jiang Ye's at all, and there is no possibility of buying a relationship. He is a real genius. Moreover, this kind of genius is rare in 100 years, even Ding Yi's talent is far inferior. It's just a pity that I can't live for many years. At this moment, the surrounding professors stepped forward one after another, picked up the test paper and checked it, all of them showed incredulous eyes. Even if it took them a while to understand the way of argumentation on the test paper, it had never appeared before. "Are you sure, this is not the way you found out, and then let Jiang Ye memorize it?" The dean's attitude gradually softened, but he still couldn't believe it when faced with this unbelievable perfect score. There is no shortage of geniuses in the world, but it is rare for a genius who can get a perfect score on this test paper. Even if the professor comes, he may overturn some details and deduct a few points. But for Jiang Ye, a 6-year-old child, to achieve a perfect score is too far-fetched. "Dean, isn't there still an interview? Why don't you take the test yourself, and you'll know when the time comes?" Professor Chen spoke at this moment. "It's impossible to cheat in an interview, right? By the time all the questions are given by the dean himself. Even if Jiang Ye can memorize the answers to many questions, if he can memorize the answers in the dean's mind, even if he memorizes them, he will be a child prodigy." "All right." The dean watched the expressions of Professor Lin and Professor Chen with hesitant eyes. Judging from their expressions, it seems that they really didn't help Jiang Ye cheat. Otherwise, why would you directly suggest that you go for an interview? Could it be that? Are these questions really made by Jiang Ye himself? In the examination room, not only could he get all the answers right, but he could also create new solutions? Then this qualification is too monstrous, right? The answers to all these will be revealed tomorrow. Soon. It's time for the interview. All candidates sit in a room. The dean, Professor Lin, Professor Chen, and others sat in front of the meeting room, called the students one by one, and went forward for interviews. It is nothing more than 1 or 2 more questions to test whether you can do it right, and talk about future ideals, life plans, and views on scientific research, etc. The eyes of the other teenagers fell on Jiang Ye, and they sneered in their hearts, "Wait a minute, if there is a test, how will this cheating guy answer?" Jiang Ye. At this time, the dean called Jiang Ye's name. Jiang Ye calmly stood up from his seat. His immature face was the smallest in the audience, but the temperament he revealed seemed to crush everyone. Immediately afterwards, the dean directly gave an extremely difficult physics problem on the spot. The designed models and formulas are so complicated that even the students who have been recruited can't help but feel nervous after seeing it. With their strength, facing this difficult problem, they have no clue at all. But Jiang Ye just glanced at the question, and then used the knowledge in his mind to restore the essence of the question in the fastest way, and answered it calmly. In the past few years, he has continuously absorbed all kinds of huge knowledge about the three-body world. For Jiang Ye, this level of complexity is completely an entry-level topic. You can even change several tricks and use different angles and ideas to answer the question. To save time, Jiang Ye uses the simplest one. It only took 6 or 7 steps, and the complicated model problems were solved immediately. This. The dean couldn't help but stood up instantly, and said excitedly, "Genius, this is definitely a real genius. Tell me how you came up with this solution step." Even if he himself can solve this problem, it is impossible to simplify the steps so simple and clear. The other candidates looked at Jiang Ye as if they had seen a ghost. Etc. This can't be a script, can it? Could it be that Jiang Ye memorized the questions and the dean followed suit? But then, Jiang Ye described the problem-solving ideas in the simplest and clearest way, and every step can be seamlessly connected. Even if it is memorized, it is absolutely impossible to be so smooth. It seems that the understanding of this topic is well understood, and it can decompose the core essence, and unravel it one by one like a dog solving a cow. Finally, the steps to answer the questions presented are so simple. Even the young man who suspected Jiang Ye of cheating before, gradually believed in Jiang Ye's test scores by relying on his own strength. Otherwise, it's impossible for the acting skills of these old men to be more realistic than the actor, right? No doubt. With Jiang Ye's grades and interview performance, he directly passed the admission qualification of the science training camp. At this moment, a reminder appeared in front of Jiang Ye. You have opened the door to the path of science, achievement points plus 50W. Rating, BB+. Chapter 47. What? My son actually got a full score in the test. Ha ha ha, I said that he is a genius, those inferences were definitely made by my son, I said that the initial guess was correct. When Jiang's father heard the news, he was so excited that he didn't even do the experiment, and rushed out of the research institute, planning to hold a celebration banquet for Jiang Ye. Colleagues present couldn't help but look at each other. It was still hard to believe that Jiang Ye got a perfect score in the test. Of course they know how difficult this exam is. Moreover, with the dean's impartial and selfless character, it is bound to be impossible to tolerate cheating. What the scientific research training camp wants to cultivate are top talents who can truly master the knowledge of the universe as a weapon, bear the future of mankind on their backs, and fight against the three-body civilization. Not a vanity place to make stars. If you really make connections, cheat to enter the school, and the talent is not enough, then your future study life will be miserable. But everyone observed Professor Jiang's excited expression, as if they really didn't expect such a thing. Could it be that Did Jiang Ye really get the perfect score by virtue of his own ability? In the world, is there really such an exaggerated talent as talent? Certainly. Colleagues present didn't believe any of Jiang's father when he said that the formula was derived by Jiang Ye. It's just that the joy of being a father is broken, and he is talking nonsense here. Some people have reservations about this. I think that Jiang Ye's talent can't be seen until he enters the scientific research training camp. At that time, it is a mule or a horse, just take a walk and you will know. You can hide cheating once, but you can't hide it for a lifetime. If there is really someone who can act as a genius for a lifetime, then there is a high probability that he is a genius himself. 7th year. Jiang Ye successfully entered the scientific research training camp. Most of the students in the same class are around 12 to 14 years old. Of course, Jiang Ye used the martial arts True Qi to take care of his own body, and he developed rapidly, and his height has reached 1.5 meters. It just looks a little smaller than the other kids. After the opening of the era of deterrence, it is obvious that men in society are gradually developing in the direction of feminization. Boys in this age group generally develop later, and their body size is not as good as that of the AD people, which further narrows the gap between Jiang Ye and them. At the same time, under the secret promotion of Jiang Ye, human technology has quietly undergone a huge breakthrough. The controllable technology of nuclear fusion has rapidly increased the level of human industrialization, gradually reduced production capacity consumption, and reduced the possibility of an energy crisis. At the same time, due to the successful development of nuclear fusion controllable technology, many old industrial lands were abolished and planned as green lands. Trisolarans seem to have always maintained a high degree of tolerance towards human civilization, and they are willing to create works of human literature and art. Many poetic and distant works of art, dominating the box office of major theaters, are all shot by Trisolarans. But Jiang Ye knew that all this was not a good thing. Trisolarans deliberately and secretly control the progress of human civilization. Femininity occupies the mainstream position, which happens to be in conflict with the character of the sword holder. The cruel and cold universe law does not need to contain everything with love and kindness, but to hold the power to destroy both at the same time, so as to deter the two civilizations and bridge the gap between human civilization and Trisolaran civilization. At this time, the changes in the atmosphere quietly happening in various parts of the society will undoubtedly affect the replacement of sword-bearers and the choice of human civilization in the next few decades. Cheng Xin was the product launched under such conditions. And her weak personality, once she grasps the position of the sword-bearer, the three-body civilization will attack humans without hesitation. Therefore, Jiang Ye did not choose to keep a low profile. With the current level of scientific theory of human beings, they can barely digest the huge three-body knowledge in their minds. He needs to quickly communicate with scientific research realms, experts and professors struggling in various frontier realms, impart real knowledge to them, and help humans break through existing realms. It is very difficult to build a huge galactic empire and fight against foreign civilizations by relying on the power of one person alone. Therefore, after Jiang Ye entered the school, he did not keep a low profile at all, and directly showed his own strength. Whether it is a usual quiz, or an exam. Almost exactly. Even in the face of the questions raised by the teacher in class, Jiang Ye can answer them from a variety of refreshing angles. These answers are extremely inspiring even for professors. The students next to me were even more stunned. They feel like they can't understand what Jiang Ye is saying. Then, I saw the professor running out excitedly, yelling and discussing with other professors. Immediately afterwards, everyone looked at Jiang Ye differently. Previously, those students' doubts about Jiang Ye were completely dissipated. It is impossible to memorize such a complicated theory and theory only by relying on memory. Besides, they usually live together, and everyone around can clearly see what Jiang Ye is researching. Even if it's an exercise and memorizes the script, it's absolutely impossible to achieve such perfection. If there is, it is probably not a genius, but a genius indeed. Just 1 year. Jiang Ye scored 1,000,000 achievement points again. But alas, his rating did not improve as a result. Although a lot of contributions have been made in various scientific research realms, human technology has not completely changed because of this, and the scoring is naturally stuck at this stage. I have to say that the difficulty of obtaining a higher score is indeed higher than that of Zhongguo continent. 1 year later, Jiang Ye has almost become a man of the day in the entire scientific community. Even some professors feel that On is not as good as Jiang Ye. Soon, the dean announced that Jiang Ye has officially graduated and will directly join the Academy of Sciences to work. At Jiang Ye's current level, almost no one can teach him. Studying with other peers will no longer be able to play the greatest role. He is fully qualified to enter the research institute and become a real scientific researcher. This year, Jiang Ye is only 8 years old. He will also become the youngest scientific research worker in human history. Jiang Ye did not enter the same Capital Research Institute as his father, but joined the more high-end Universe Research Institute. The projects studied here are more cutting-edge than the Capital Research Institute, and even have the opportunity to directly take the Universe spacecraft to the Space Research Laboratory for research. Ding Yi once tried to break through Sifon's blockade, which was supported by the project provided by this institute. Stepping into this place, Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly saw not far away, a golden sign of luck, circulating nearby. Etc. Is it the sun of fortune of the Trisolaran world? Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Chapter 48. Jiang Ye is very familiar with this sign of luck. The last time Zhongguo continent met Zhongguoji, it happened once. Other than that, only Deduction possessed a similar aura of luck. However, Deduction is the martial forest myth of the previous generation, and there is actually a candidate for the three-body world. That is Luoji. Only, Luoji has already completed his own destiny, so there will be a new sun of fortune appearing. Jiang Ye can be sure that the golden halo of luck that appeared nearby should be related to the sun of fortune of three-body world. He immediately followed this luck and searched for it. Universe Life Institute. This place is completely different from the steel torrent-like buildings outside and the industrial heavy machinery full of sci-fi epic. Push open the door, as if traveling to the world of Daowen outside the territory. The endless grass and the wild flowers blooming everywhere are blowing in the wind, as if brought back hundreds of years ago. From the farming age to the industrial age, the course of several hundred years has caused earth-shaking changes in the whole world, and passing through this door seems to travel back to the previous centuries. Among the flying dandelions, a Daoist figure caught Jiang Ye's sight. Her white hair is so conspicuous, completely integrated with the surrounding dandelions, as if completely integrated with this picture-like beauty. However, when the other party turned around, it turned out to be a girl's face. Her face is also very white, but it faintly reveals a morbid paleness. Her eyes, which are indifferent to the world, reflect the clear sky, as if she can see through the universe and see the whole world from a higher dimensional perspective. Jiang Ye has already determined that the other party is the one he wants to find. The dazzling golden halo of luck shines on the earth like a sun. But around the halo, layers of black mist appeared faintly, like a robbery cloud trying to cover the sky. Jiang Ye frowned slightly, noticing the sign of luck on the opponent's body. It seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed. He uses Wheel of Fortune to check his life template. Life template. Name, 0. Age, 14. Identity, citizen. Occupation, researcher at Universe School of Life Sciences. Intelligence, SS+. Creation, S+. Deduction, SSS. Halo, Infinite Deduction, SSS. Destiny: Create seeds to lay the groundwork for a space farming base, allowing plants to grow in harsh environments. The innovative universe soil cultivation technology enables more than 80% of human crops to be cultivated in the universe soil environment. The anti-aging of human gene cells has achieved a breakthrough, and a new type of drug has been developed to extend the lifespan of 50 years without side effects. The speed of light cultivation technology stimulates the vitality of plants, accelerates the growth rate by 10 times, and greatly improves the grain production. The process of improving human life sciences on a large scale, this series of technologies makes it possible to develop agriculture on the Universe Space Station. At the age of 18, he died of innate S*X cell failure. See here. Jiang Ye finally understands why Zero has the template of Son of Fortune. Life science is actually not more complicated than the whole macro universe. Human life is always the most mysterious secret, and everyone's body seems to contain a universe. In this realm, it is actually more difficult to achieve breakthrough than physics. Covers the origin of the oldest life in the universe, from the Cambrian to the age of the dinosaurs, to the age of the human. 4 billion years of evolution. With the current 5,000 year civilization of human beings, compared with 4 billion years, it is just a flash in the pan. To use such a limited time to find the evolutionary code of 4 billion years, only a true genius can do it all. However, Zero is just a teenage girl, but in the realm of life science, such great progress has been made. In the future, human beings escape from the Earth, migrate to outer space and live in outer space, and open the era of bunkers. These technologies will play a vital role. Even because of the emergence of these technologies, human beings are able to use the smallest resource space to build an agricultural base station in the universe ship, and the output is enough to maintain the survival of a small society. However, the level of human science and technology in the era of deterrence has improved rapidly, and the normal level of food production is completely sufficient to maintain the needs of all mankind. These Zero technologies are just breakthroughs in the universe spaceflight, and the outside world generally pays little attention. What's even more regrettable is Zero suffers from innate S*X cell failure, which is an extremely rare genetic disease. The general life expectancy will end around 15 years old. It is already a miracle that he can live to 18 years old. If Zero is given more time, with her talent, she may be able to bring more miracles to the human science community. But unfortunately, the real mystery of the universe is the immortality of death. A genius who can reverse the code of life seems to be cursed and is not allowed to exist. Therefore, this talented girl who has made great contributions to mankind did not affect the whole world in the end, but she is occasionally mentioned in the corner of books about technological innovation and social change. However, compared with the threat posed by the three-body world, people pay more attention to the leap forward brought about by industrial transformation. In the era of siphon blockade, only life science can progress. Perhaps from the perspective of Trisolarans, human research on life sciences does not pose any threat to them. On the contrary, they are also curious about how life originated, and will even actively provide help in related realms. Whether to use the Wheel of Fortune, exchange each other's life template. Yes. Jiang Ye chose to confirm. He knew that the deist birth template would not exchange the body of the other party, and he would not get the same innate S*X cell failure because of this. Even if there may be hidden dangers on other levels, don't forget that Jiang Ye also has another SSS level protagonist aura with full luck, which is enough for him to successfully avoid various dangers. This symptom, like the curse of heavenly Dao, curbs the existence that can reverse the code of life, and prevents Zero from appearing in this world. One can imagine. The existence of Zero is definitely a bug-like existence for the universe. If God hadn't deprived him of his life at the age of 18, then Zero would have continued to study, and his achievements in this realm would have been much higher than this. Jiang Ye naturally needs such a template. Next second, his information has changed drastically. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 7. Identity, citizen. Occupation, Reserve Member of the Universe Research Institute. Intelligence, SS+. Creation, S+. Deduction, SSS. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS, Infinite Deduction, SSS. Achievement Points, 300W. Current Rating, B+. Chapter 49. This moment. Jiang Ye suddenly felt that own deduction ability has undergone earth-shaking changes. The computing speed of the brain seems to be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than before. It's as if the whole world has changed. In mind. Countless information on the three-body world record has been quickly analyzed at this moment. All the knowledge is integrated with each other, and more profound and cutting-edge theories can be further deduced. In the past, it was good enough for Jiang Ye to be able to understand it. Even if so much knowledge is stored in his mind, it would take a lot of time to retrieve it. But now, all the information is automatically calculated in Jiang Ye's mind. His brain's information processing speed has undergone an astonishing transformation, even the entire Trisolaran world can't match it. This. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Is this the deduction ability of Son of Fortune? It's too exaggerated. Even the knowledge of the entire three-body world can be quickly understood. To be honest, if it weren't for the limited channels for human beings to receive information, the speed of Zero's progress would be beyond everyone's imagination. But Jiang Ye has the ability of a thief. He can receive information that humans don't have, and he can make up for it with the unique ability of Trisolaris. In addition, Jiang Ye found that his brain seems to have some limits that have not been fully developed. Need to turn on the power of the brain at full speed by using the highest energy. It is difficult for ordinary people to achieve precise control of the body. However, Jiang Ye has the true qi of the martial arts world. Although this true qi cannot be used in the sci-fi world, it can be used to further control the changes in his body. In the next second, he concentrated all the energy in his brain, and opened up the ability of infinite deduction to the maximum. This is the moment. In Jiang Ye's eyes, the entire macroscopic world has undergone tremendous changes. A shocking 4D picture was presented in front of Jiang Ye. His gaze seems to be able to see through three-dimensional objects and see the structure inside, just like a three-dimensional person looking down at a two-dimensional picture scroll. All the details, including the structure inside, can fall into the eyes with incomparable clarity. Can it still achieve such an effect? Jiang Ye was very pleasantly surprised. Every detail of the structure of the object clearly falls into the eyes, just like the visual effect only possessed by gods. This is a picture that humans have the opportunity to see only in the four-dimensional fragments. However, the four-dimensional fragment is a very rare area in the universe, and after a short appearance, it will soon disintegrate and disappear. Looking at the entire Earth, after billions of years of development, four-dimensional fragments may only appear once every million years. If a three-dimensional person can enter a four-dimensional perspective and look at the whole world, it will be like a god looking down on all living beings. All the information is spread out. But Jiang Ye deduces the entire macro world to the point where he can overlook it from a micro perspective with simple deduction. If this kind of perspective is opened, any physical structure and laws of life operation will unreservedly emerge in Jiang Ye's field of vision. With infinite deduction, it is almost equivalent to turning on the omniscient mode and conquering the entire game. It's not just a sci-fi world. This kind of ability, even if it is placed in the fantasy and immortal cultivation systems, can also deduce a top-level cultivation technique, and the cultivation will not encounter the threshold of understanding at all. If you can have this kind of aura of the protagonist, it will be an invincible rhythm. Jiang Ye realizes the importance of infinite deduction. This is definitely the most powerful deduction ability in the entire universe. Even if it is placed in other reincarnation worlds, it can still play a huge role. Jiang Ye is even more determined to get the SSS rating from three-body world. With infinite deduction, Jiang Ye can completely digest all the knowledge of the three-body world. The rest is to lead all mankind to overcome all technological difficulties step by step. Promote human civilization to level 2, level 3, or even higher level 0 civilization. Subsequent period of time. Jiang Ye joined the Institute of Life Sciences. This choice surprised most professors in the scientific community. They think that Jiang Ye has a very high talent in the realm of physics. If you concentrate on insight, you may be able to lead mankind to the 4th or even 5th industrial revolution again. At that time, human beings will have the opportunity to compete with the Tri-Solaran world. But Jiang Ye smiled, and explained the direction of his research on the grounds that life sciences can maintain human living space in the universe. Basically, it is to establish a human space home and cultivate the vegetation of the Earth with the most limited resources and conditions. In this way, even if a Deva type loses its homeland, at least wandering in space, it can continue. The professors here feel that there is some truth to it. Anyway, Jiang Ye is still young, and he has plenty of time for research. First, he will get in touch with the scientific research realm, and he will have plenty of room for development in the future. In fact, Jiang Ye knows that the current industrial base of mankind is not enough, and if he wants to explode a wave of rapid growth, it is not just a theoretical breakthrough, but the production capacity must keep up. Since the successful development of nuclear fusion controllable technology, it will take about 4 or 5 years for human beings to completely complete the energy revolution, and the industrial base will usher in a blowout growth. Prior to this, too much higher level technology was exposed, and without the foundation of industrial energy, many high-end technologies could not be successfully built. Taking advantage of this time, instead study life science, which will help Jiang Ye even more. After all, the realm of physics, the knowledge of penetrating the three-body world is basically enough. No matter how much you study, it will be difficult to produce new gains. But for Jiang Ye, the realm of life is a blind spot. Studying this realm is of greater value to Jiang Ye at present. Jiang Ye probably learned about Zero's deeds from the mouths of the professors. Zero is an abandoned orphan. Her parents may have completely given up hope in this child after learning that the disease is incurable. Well-meaning people first discovered Zero in a baby pram outside the Iron Gate in winter. Later, Zero was adopted and raised in the Academy of Sciences. Original. The Academy of Sciences was only interested in Zero's illnesses and wanted to try it out, but they didn't expect that during the education process, they discovered that Zero's talent was extraordinary. Soon, Zero began to show extraordinary attainments in the realm of life sciences. The seed technology developed can grow 10 times faster than ordinary crops. Known as the genius who reversed the code of life. But only Zero knew that On's research was actually to cure her illness. Innate S*X cell failure, currently there is no medicine to cure it, the only hope of survival is hibernation technology. When more advanced technology is developed in the future, there may be a chance to cure it. But innate S*X cell failure adopts hibernation technology, and when awakened, it will face a higher risk than normal people. Moreover, the period of safe thawing has also been shortened to less than 100 years. In other words, even if 200 years later, humans have a better technology that can cure innate cell failure, but in this state into a frozen state, there is a high probability that the cells will fail instantly at the moment of thawing, leading to death before it can be cured. Zero had to rely on himself to figure out the only chance to survive. And this opportunity will also bring a huge breakthrough to the life sciences. In the eyes of the scientific community, Zero is a well-deserved genius, but people who know this girl feel that she is a bit pitiful. No one can communicate with her. In own realm, Ling's performance was too extraordinary, and even the dean could hardly reply to the opinions she expressed. Gradually, this girl seems to have closed her own heart, and just immersed herself in the research of life technology. I don't know if it is for the world she sees in her eyes, or for the miracle of living. On this day, Zero suddenly received a gift. Open it to see. It was a closed earthen pot, and a seed was buried, which seemed to have germinated. But the nutrients in the soil were not enough, and the flowers on the pots were completely withered. Zero felt a little confused about this gift of unknown meaning, and was about to put it aside. However, the flowers on the earthen jar suddenly came back to life miraculously, as if they had returned to the moment of blooming in an instant. This miraculous scene was reflected in Zero's pupils, and her expression became more focused than ever before. But it seems that the scene in front of him is just a dream. After a brief bloom, this flower dries up and decays in an instant again, from blooming to withering in the blink of an eye, as if the miracle is just a flash in the pan. Zero couldn't help but fell into thinking, it was the first time she encountered a phenomenon that she couldn't explain. At this moment, the sound of footsteps behind him brought Zero's mind back. She turned her head and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared behind Jiang Ye. Chapter 50. I found that in the genes of any life, there is a hidden ability to make cells stimulate all vitality. At this moment, life has the chance to create miracles. But it's a pity that in the long history of universe development, all the miracles are just for a moment. Any object has energy, but all energy follows the law of conservation. When all energy is lost for an explosion, the exchange is at best a short-lived miracle. Jiang Ye's tone was a little regretful. This time of year, he goes all out to conquer the realm of cell reversal. With the 4D vision enabled by infinite deduction, looking at the 3D universe is like turning on the God mode. The laws and codes of the operation of life are as huge as the universe in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Jiang Ye, they seem to be like a skilled mechanic who completely dissects the structure of a machine. After a year of hard work, he achieved an unimaginable breakthrough in the realm of life. Successfully brought a withered flower back to life for a short time, as if time and space were reversed. When this scene appeared in reality, it was like a miracle, and it was quite shocking. But this time the experiment was both a success and a failure. When life has exhausted all its energy, it can only create a miracle of a few tenths of a second. For the long and cold universe, it is just a flash in the pan and has no meaning. Regarding the innate S*X cell exhaustion disease in Zero, the researchers of the Institute of Life are doing their best to study it. In the end, the conclusion drawn by Jiang Ye was unanimously approved. Zero's energy is inherently lower than that of other people. Even if the energy consumption is lowered, the general trend of exhaustion will not decrease. Just like the lifespan of other people's cells is 100 years, with the support of a good environment, it can be extended to 200 years, or even longer. However, the lifespan of Zero innate is less than 1/10 of that of others. Even if the latest anti-aging technology is used, it still has no obvious effect on delaying the aging trend. However, this technology cannot be used on humans, because this is not resurrection, it is more similar to the return of light. Even the scientific technology used to approach the origin and essence of life seems unable to break the objective laws of life. Zero was silent for a moment, then said, "Come with me to the space station." Jiang Ye was a little surprised. His original intention was to give the other party a scientific achievement to own, but he didn't expect that Ling, who had been silent all the time, would rarely take the initiative to talk to others. In the past few years, nuclear fusion controllable technology has taken the lead in promoting universe aviation and realized a wave of revolution. Humans believe that as long as they can build hundreds of spaceships with curvature engines and lead the entire Earth to flee to the deep space of the universe, it is impossible to hunt down all of them with the number of water droplets in 3 bodies. The energy revolution has enabled human beings to have sufficient resources to build a huge number of ships. Gradually, the space tourism industry has even been developed. Even ordinary people who buy ship tickets have the opportunity to go to space and overlook this blue planet. Jiang Ye has not been to the space station yet. This is the first time for him and Zero, but also the second time for Zero to arrive here. The space station, to be precise, should be called the headquarters of universe aviation technology. Most of the projects developed here are related to interstellar navigation. But unexpectedly, in the space capsule named Eden, when the cabin door is opened, what comes into view is an idyllic place. Vegetables, fruits, flowers. The lush plants, under the constant temperature system, are like a garden bathed in sunlight. It looks out of place with the cold and dark space. When I first came here, it was still a desert. Most of the seeds of human beings withered in the limited space environment and soil. I have developed active seeds that require only a tiny amount of energy to thrive. Life on Earth is beautiful, but it is unique. It only belongs to a corner of the vast universe, fragile and precious. But if these lives can be brought to the boundless space and germinate in more places, even if they are discovered by other civilizations, they may be able to discover something. Even if it's just a flash in the pan. Zero turned around and said seriously. This moment, Jiang Ye's heart was touched, and he seemed to understand what Zero meant. She didn't feel that her imperfect technology was worthless. On the contrary, under Zero's icy appearance, there is a heart of ultimate pursuit of beautiful things, even if only for a moment. Perhaps she used her few lives to study the most profound life sciences, not just for her own continuation, or to witness a miracle. Jiang Ye is undoubtedly a miracle worker. Therefore, in Zero's mind, he is different from others. Since then, Zero seems to have become more proactive and will find someone to communicate with. Of course, Jiang Ye was the one who found the most. The topics they talked about together were more about the discussion of life sciences and the latest achievements. Zero doesn't seem to care about technology that can prolong own life, but simply enjoys the process of dialogue, as if someone has entered that lonely and dark world for the first time in his life, even if there is only such a glimmer of light. Jiang Ye originally immersed himself in the study of life sciences in order to find the secret of eternal life. He felt that he had opened an infinite deduction, deduced three-dimensional technology with a four-dimensional vision, and might be able to find the ultimate life code leading to eternal life. But it lasted for a year, from the birth to aging of human cells, and various subtle changes, deduced almost in hundreds of millions of ways, and the final achievement was to temporarily rejuvenate the dying and withered plants. What follows is still like the universe is recognized as the most eternal law, eternal life of the god of death. At this point in the research, Jiang Ye felt that his exploration of the realm of life science had almost come to an end, and he originally wanted to give up and switch to physics. But he stared at Zero, suddenly changed his mind, and continued to study life science. It's just that he changed from the level of basic theory to a more advanced technology. Extend life, anti-aging, cell regeneration. 9th year. A new medical item developed by Jiang Ye. Just take it once, it can reduce the aging speed of human cells by more than 3 times, and the lifespan of human beings will be increased to 400 or 500 years old, or even longer. When this professional technology was first announced, it immediately shocked the entire human society. You know, even from the Golden Age to the era of deterrence, it didn't last as long as 500 years. It is really possible to live for such a long time, no one knows what level of development it will see in the future. Immediately, all the rich, famous, and top figures in the political arena are flocking to this drug. Looking like crazy for all the ways to buy. When this patented technology was announced, the world was even more shocked to discover. This technology was actually invented by a 9-year-old child? Chapter 51. What? Such a powerful anti-aging drug can almost extend human life by 2 to 3 times. You tell me that it was developed by a 9-year-old child. Jiang Ye seems to be the son of Professor Jiang. I heard that he entered the science training camp at a very young age. Didn't he expect to develop such cutting-edge scientific research products now? This should be a technological product developed by Professor Jiang, but the title is given to his son. I also feel that a 9-year-old child is unlikely to develop such a breakthrough product with his own power. But, Professor Jiang's main research is realm of physics, why did he suddenly cross the border into life science and medicine? You don't understand, right? Professor Jiang did this for his son. One person shares two responsibilities. It's tears. My God, how can there be such a good father in the world? When this news spread to the society, it immediately caused a sensation. Such a prodigy, as a template for the majority of parents to refer to the neighbor's children, wouldn't it make thousands of teenagers die? But the news was questioned as soon as it came out. Such a young child has directly revolutionized anti-aging drugs for several generations? What about cheating ghosts? In fact, it must be the result of Professor Jiang's research. Immediately, Professor Jiang once again added a lot of honorary titles. However, Jiang's father was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he knew these remarks, and couldn't help but curse loudly. This is really a patent developed by my son himself. I have been busy with physics recently, how can I have time to study life science? If you don't believe me, ask these colleagues. My previous achievements are definitely all researched by my son, he is really a genius. But when these words came out, even his colleagues didn't believe them, but their eyes became more admirable. Professor Jiang not only studies physics at night until 12 o'clock, but also prepares a breakthrough for his son's life science patent after returning home. In the whole world, where can I find a father who can do this for his children? This level of perseverance and tenacity, combined with the flawless acting skills, immediately made the erected image look taller. Not only the greatest physicist in the world, but also the greatest father. Father Jiang was completely speechless. He is now almost certain that all the little notes he found before came from Jiang Ye. It is a great joy to have a genius who is rare in a century. But Jiang's father didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obviously his son who took him to such a high scientific status, but he didn't expect to be thought the other way around by the world. This matter really makes me hard to argue. Your breakthrough anti-aging medicine has extended the human lifespan to 400 to 600 years old. Reputation value plus 200 W. Rating, B plus A. After such a long time, there is finally a remarkable achievement, and the score has finally achieved a leap from B level to A level. But Jiang Ye's eyes didn't fluctuate in any way, he was just concentrating on studying the science of life. Constantly overcome one problem after another. For several years, Jiang Ye devoted himself to studying the content of life sciences, and his understanding of the structure of human life has half a foot into God's realm. All technology is nothing but the result of accumulation. 10th year. Jiang Ye's innovative cell gene technology, human beings can enhance their bodies through genes, and everyone can lift a 300 jin boulder and gain the power to fly over walls like the masters in martial arts novels. And these genes can be used to create a group of universe genetic fighters. They have stronger physical fitness and will undoubtedly be more calm in the face of complex situations in space. 11th year. Jiang Ye has developed cell regeneration technology, which can realize the regeneration of broken arms. Even if there is only one head left, there is a chance to be able to save it. This technology was placed in the medical realm, which immediately triggered a revolution. There are more and more news about Jiang Ye on the internet. At this time, some people have gradually believed that these technologies may have been developed by Jiang Ye. After all, at the same time that Jiang Ye withdraws from the realm of life science so frequently, Professor Jiang's physics is also progressing at the same time. It is impossible for one person to be in two realms and achieve such a terrifying achievement, right? But still most people think that Professor Jiang is the only true God. Jiang Ye is just made. Until the 12th year. Professor Jiang's body could no longer bear it because of the overload of work, so he had to be sent to the hospital for treatment. Just when people were lamenting that the technological change would be suspended because of this, news of breakthroughs continued to come from Jiang Ye. At this time, finally more people believed that these technologies were really developed by Jiang Ye. It is impossible for Professor Jiang to study patent knowledge for his son while he is hospitalized, right? It's worth it. When Jiang's father learned that the public opinion had begun to change, he finally agreed with some of what he had said before, and he couldn't help but smiled gratifiedly on the hospital bed, feeling that the hospitalization was a good one. At the same time, huge patent wealth frantically poured into Jiang Ye's pocket. Whether it is anti-aging, cell regeneration, or gene technology, the profits of patents are an inestimable astronomical figure. And because Jiang Ye developed these technologies independently, more than 90% of the patent fees will flow into his pocket, and he is sitting on half of the wealth of mankind. In fact, these patents were not entirely created by Jiang Ye. When he communicated with Zero Chat, he received a lot of help. Yiling's understanding of life is often very inspiring to Jiang Ye, and she herself is the owner of infinite deduction, and she has never given Jiang Ye less help. If there is no Zero, then the speed of Jiang Ye's breakthrough may not necessarily be that fast. But Zero never asked for any patent fees, and gave them all to Jiang Ye. For her, fame, wealth, status means nothing. The rich man whose lifespan has been extended may be able to increase the value of own by accumulating material goods. But the value of epiphyllum is only the beauty of the moment when it is in full bloom. Zero sees that Jiang Ye needs these things because he can live longer and can change the future of mankind. These resources fall into the hands of Jiang Ye and can play a greater value. Jiang Ye invested all the resources he got into research and development funds. At present, most of the state's subsidies for scientific research are concentrated in aerospace realm and physics, and it is agreed that these technologies are the key to dealing with the three-body problem. Naturally, the financial subsidies received by life sciences are much less. In order to study more advanced technology, Jiang Ye unceremoniously collected all the patent fees. Anyway, rich people who can spend money to buy life and body will never be short of money. If they can cut their leaks, then cut them to death. With an astonishing amount of money invested in the realm of life, many technologies that were impossible in the past now have an industrial foundation. But these technologies can help billions of human beings, but they have little effect on Zero. Even if the anti-aging medicine can increase the lifespan by 3 times, because there is not much energy left in Zero itself, the visual effect can be extended to 1 year at most. 12th year. Zeros are showing up less and less in laboratories. Jiang Ye didn't ask much, but he already knew the reason in his heart. He gradually turned his eyes away from the realm of life sciences, and began to study improved hibernation technology. At present, if you want to cure the problems on Zero, you need to at least push human civilization to level 2 to level 3, so that you can hope to find a new breakthrough point. So, it can only be pinned on the hibernation technology to bring a longer life to Zero and place miracles in the future of human civilization. On this day, Zero appeared in front of Jiang Ye. His tone was as calm as usual, but he made a different request. Let's go to the space station and have a look. This is the second time she said this to Jiang Ye. With the development of aviation tourism, the development of the aviation industry is also very rapid. In just a few years, the space station has become more and more perfect and has become one of the most desirable tourist attractions for human beings. When the two arrived at the space station again, amazing changes had taken place here. Lush plants, covered by constant temperature energy, look like a new home. Old people and children hang out in this garden, and some people even walk their dogs here. Some buildings are built with original ecological wooden houses, which seem to have moved the farming era of human beings 500 years ago to space. There are plants and flowers inside the ship, and the deep space of the universe and the vast stars outside the ship. The pictures complement each other and have a unique beauty. Karma, you have done the greatest thing. Even if the Trisolaran fleet arrives one day, the Earth is just a short-lived miracle in the universe. But these miracles will also spread out with the fleet and travel to various places in the universe. Being able to see that this day will come, I actually feel that this life is enough. Zero smiled, for the first time, and possibly the last, on her face. 13th year. The hibernation technology was innovating, and a white-haired woman who seemed to have just grown up became the first experimenter of this technology. At the same time, the three-body civilization sees the progress of human civilization through Safan, has already felt a great sense of crisis, and begins to secretly start a series of plans. During the period when Jiang Ye concentrated on his research, the social atmosphere was completely feminine. Humanity has long asked Luo Ji to hand over the sword-bearer's throne and stigmatize it. Actively launch the next swordsman, as this person. Cheng Xin awoke from the freeze ahead of time, participated in the candidate for the next sword-bearer, and voted with twice the points, far surpassing the second-place voter. Finally, after more than 10 years of deterrence, the three-body civilization launched its plan after learning and familiarizing itself with human civilization. The 6 water droplets hidden behind the solar system are already ready to move. Jiang Ye stopped studying life sciences and officially turned to physics, taking over his father's position. 16th year. Under the advance plan of the three-body civilization, the handover ceremony of the sword-bearer begins. Chapter 52. Deterrence Era, 18 years. There are more and more voices criticizing Luo Ji on the internet. Some people think he is a monster who has the authority to destroy 2 worlds at the same time. Possessing such power will pose a great threat to mankind. A big poll is underway. Human beings are not grateful to Luo Ji. The people will elect the next sword-bearer to take Luo Ji's place and guard the balance between the Tri-Solaran world and human civilization. And such a person must be full of love and kindness. Cheng Xin was elected under such circumstances. The handover ceremony of the sword-bearer will begin soon. The button that can destroy 2 different civilizations at the same time will get a new owner. Universe Institute. Jiang Ye has transferred to the Institute of Physics. In this regard, most professors in the scientific community feel sorry for this. During this period of time, Jiang Ye's contribution to life science is completely beyond their imagination. So many patented technologies have been developed. Made a great contribution to mankind. Certainly. Some professors are skeptical about Jiang Ye's transfer to physics. They feel that since Jiang Ye has already achieved such high achievements in the realm of life, it is better to continue his studies. Suddenly transferred to the School of Physics, I don't know if I can adapt to it. After all, biology and physics are very different. Even top professors from 2 different realms may not be able to do well if they interdisciplinary. But Jiang Ye is still young enough, and there are still many professors who support him. After all, since Jiang Ye can show such high achievements in life sciences, even if he transfers to physics, he can become a generation of great scientists with time to study and train. What's more, his father was originally a physics major and made many great achievements. Jiang Ye's transfer to the School of Physics this time can be regarded as inheriting his father's career, and he will naturally get the support of many professors. Now, a delicate ring watch appeared in front of Jiang Ye. From the surface, it seems that it is just a watch with more fine workmanship. But only Jiang Ye knew that the huge energy was compressed inside this watch, which could instantly release a super strong gravitational wave and spread to the entire universe. That's right. This is exactly a 24 watch capable of broadcasting universe. However, under normal circumstances, if human beings want to transmit universe broadcasts, they need to use universe broadcasting stations to push a huge amount of power to emit ultra-long distance gravitational waves so that they will be captured by other universe civilizations tens of thousands of light years away. Even with the support of a certain technology, after a long enough time, the boundary of the universe can be reached. The whole universe will know that there is a civilization here. But Jiang Ye's watch, using extreme signal compression, can emit gravitational waves of the same power at the moment of complete release. It is equivalent to holding the same switch as Luo Ji in his hand. The weapon capable of destroying two civilized worlds at the same time is in his hands. Before that, apart from Luoji, there was also the captain of the gravity, who could be called the sword bearer. Gravity has the ability to transmit universe broadcasts, but it is catching up with the Bronze Age at the moment, going deep into space, and it will take up to a year and a half for the messages communicated with humans to be received, and it will also take an equal amount of time to transmit them back. However, the Tri-Solaran civilization chose to intervene in human society in advance, preparing to destroy the universe broadcasting station on the ground while the sword wielders were changing. With the wisdom of the Tri-Solaran civilization, it must be able to anticipate the threat of universal gravity and solve it smoothly. If you do it decades later, so the water droplets will be destroyed by the gravitational under special conditions because they happen to enter the four-dimensional fragments, and thus successfully send out the universe broadcast, scaring away the Tri-Solarans. But if you start at this point in time, gravity is still far away from the four-dimensional fragments, and the water droplets will instantly destroy the fleet of gravity in just a few seconds, and humans will lose the last chance to send out the universe broadcast. 2. It's different now. In addition to the sword bearer and gravity, Jiang Ye holds the right to be the third sword bearer. As long as he presses this switch, the two civilizations will lead to doomsday. The screen in front of him played the handover ceremony of the sword holder. With a solemn and focused expression, Cheng Xin took the red switch with a sacred sense of mission. At this moment, she will become a new generation of sword bearers, replacing human beings to guard world peace. But this naive girl got it wrong at the beginning. In fact, she is just a pawn secretly laid by the three-body world, and even the pawn itself does not know that she is just a dangerous move in the calculation of the enemy's chessboard. The moment the handover is complete. At this time, suddenly a red alert came from the space station. Warn! It was detected that the Tri-Solaran fleet is attacking humans. Water droplets have departed from outside the atmosphere. It is estimated that in only 10 minutes, all defenses will be broken through and the universe broadcasting station will be attacked. The sword bearer, please make a decision immediately. By the time the space station detects the presence of water droplets, it is too late. The universe ship they built only has a sub-light-speed physics engine, and it is as slow as a snail in front of the breakthrough light-speed water droplets. Without even a chance to react, the enemy has already penetrated the ship's defenses and is pointing at the universe radio station. At this time, the only one who has the ability to swing a sword with the Tri-Solaran is the sword bearer. When the sound of this broadcast spreads throughout the entire human society, everyone can't believe own ears. They never expected that this day would come so soon. The Tri-Solaran fleet didn't even hesitate, and directly launched an attack on humans. How so? What are the Tri-Solarans thinking? Don't they want to die? We have sword holders. Cheng Xin must press that button, otherwise, at the speed of water droplets, all the universe radio stations on the ground will be completely destroyed within 10 minutes. At that time, if we want to start the universe broadcast again, there will be no chance. However, if that button is pressed, aren't we all doomed too? That's right, three-body people can produce such beautiful literary works, they should also be kind. Even if we are ruled, life is not the same, why press that button and cause everyone to perish? There are two voices in society. Some people even think that when the Tri-Solarans launch an attack, there is no need to press that button and kill each other. During these 10 years, the three-body civilization learns from human culture and continuously creates works of art that far exceed the current era. The idea of secretly manipulating human society is becoming more and more feminine. Through the works produced by the Tri-Solarans, human beings have subconsciously identified with the Tri-Solarans. In addition, the social structure of high welfare and excess labor productivity makes most people feel that even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to help them. Maybe after being ruled by the Tri-Solarans, life might be better than before. But the group of people with slightly higher IQs immediately realized what was going on, and yelled at Jiang Ye heartbreakingly, wanting her to make the decision to press the button. Otherwise, human civilization will face an unprecedented blow. But there was no response from the universe broadcast. The water drop passed through the atmosphere without hindrance, turned into a bright meteor, and hit the universe broadcasting stations scattered all over the earth. Jiang Ye's mind was in chaos. She never thought that such a situation would arise. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Ye had misunderstood this game. She thought that she just needed to hold on to the authority and play the game with the Trisolarans, but she never thought that the other party would use the game of flipping the table. At this moment, the options before Jiang Ye were to press or not. The facts were as fluctuating as Trisolarans expected. Jiang Ye's threat factor was only 10%, and she was as docile as a sheep. The threat coefficients of Luoji and Vader are both above 90%. Facing such a sword wielder, three-body world will not choose to fight. But if there is only a 10% threat factor, then the three-body world can take a gamble. Bet right, the entire race can usher in a new living space. As expected, Jiang Ye couldn't even stand still in the end. She threw the button aside and screamed in horror. He looked just like a terrified normal person. It has to be said that it is a kind of ignorance for human beings to pin their hopes on such people. During the 10 minutes of waiting, the miracle did not happen. The universe radio station shows no signs of being activated. The last time has completely passed. Boom! Accompanied by the fires that soared to the sky on the ground, they turned into astonishing mushroom clouds and flew high into the sky. All universe radio stations have been destroyed. The human showed a look of despair. It's over now. Why didn't Jiang Ye press the button? Be rational, if you really press this button, all of us will be doomed. Don't the Trisolarans have a high degree of identification with human civilization? They shouldn't kill us all, right? That's right, it's just that I'm being managed by the Trisolarans. What should I do or what? Some people still have unrealistic illusions about the Trisolaran civilization. However, when the Trisolaran fleet turned into a meteor, it landed on the Earth and announced its rule over mankind. And deprive them of everything, and prepare to announce that all human beings will migrate to Australia. At this moment, those who were still trapped in fantasy finally woke up. From the beginning to the end, human civilization and the three-body civilization have been in a war relationship. Having benevolent illusions towards the enemy is tantamount to pushing yourself into the abyss. At this time, people finally realized that it would be better to press the button earlier, at least they can live a relatively stable life for decades, instead of being directly destroyed and their homes are destroyed now. Technology has regressed back to the farming era, and billions of people have squeezed into it together. A little Australia. How could such a small continent accommodate the population of the whole world? They protested to Trisolaris, but it was all in vain. Essentially, human civilization is already defeated. These demands were made to the enemy, and all that was received was a cold answer. Humans seem to have forgotten the law of natural selection, and only those left survive. At this moment, humans finally understand the idea of the three-body problem. This is a game of raising goo. To survive in such a small place in Australia, only less than 1/10 of the people can survive. At that time, among the 10 people around me, if only one survives, that's not bad. Fear suddenly spread to the entire human society. Everyone realized that the sword bearer they chose was the biggest mistake in the history of human civilization, and they all began to break their defenses. Who chose Cheng's heart in the first place? Hehe, when Luoji is sitting in this position, will the three-body civilization dare to attack? Still suspecting that Luoji is a monster. Without him, I'm afraid the human race would have been finished. Damn it, whoever turns on the universe radio, even if you die with Trisolarans, it's better than waiting to die here. Now that the universe radio station has been completely destroyed, human beings have lost their sword bearers, and any means of resistance have become meaningless. At this time, all human beings fell into despair. Only then did they understand what kind of happy life human beings lived when Luoji was still alive. Just when everyone thought that there was no hope for human civilization. Suddenly, the Tri-Solaran fleet seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying, and they all ran away one after another. One night, all Tri-Solaran fleets are collectively evacuated from Earth. Don't run too fast. How is this going? Everyone showed puzzled looks. Didn't the three-body problem completely occupy human civilization? Why didn't they sit in this position and left in such a hurry? It's like running away. Immediately afterwards, humans issued 550 emergency messages. The universe broadcast was successfully launched, and the coordinates of the Earth and the Tri-Solaran civilization were exposed at the same time. This place will become a taboo place for the entire universe. The news just came out. All human beings are dumbfounded. They never expected that after the gravitational wave was destroyed, they could still successfully launch the universe broadcast? How the hell is this done? My God, who the hell is launching the universe broadcast? He is definitely our savior of all mankind. Great, the three-body problem is finally gone. Now I don't care what kind of civilization attack and destruction the Earth will encounter in a few decades. Anyway, it can drive away the Tri-Solarans and destroy their civilization at the same time. In Daddy's eyes, that's the hero. At this moment, all human beings are extremely excited about the upcoming liberation. Ever since they were almost ruled by the three-body civilization, human beings already know what kind of horrible life they will live in the future. That's no different from the underworld. Even if the button is pressed, the ending is 10,000 times better than being occupied by the three-body. At least, human beings have their own dignity, and there is still room for choice. Suddenly, the person who clicked on the universe broadcast is regarded as an influence by all mankind. But there's one huge question lingering in everyone's mind. Obviously all the universe broadcasting stations were destroyed by Tri-Solarans. To emit gravitational waves that can cover the universe, it needs extremely powerful power to operate, at least a large base station. It is impossible for someone to quietly build such a universe broadcasting station under the detection of the three-body civilization, right? How exactly? Finally, a great technology has been announced. It turns out that human technology has already compressed gravitational waves to the size of a watch. Even without the support of large base stations, gravitational waves emitted by this technology can still reach the same power and cover the whole universe. Which god invented this technology? Can you compress the power that can only be activated by a large base station to the size of a watch? It's incredible. Even the three-body civilization seems unable to reach this level of technology. Human civilization has developed to this extent. Nonsense, we humans don't lack geniuses. Didn't you hear that if we were given hundreds of years, even the Tri-Solaran fleet would be at the pace of death? Who developed this technology? It's incredible. It is simply the savior of our mankind. After a series of popular science, even ordinary people understand how difficult it is to develop this technology. Absolutely symbolizes that human technology once again achieved breakthrough. The enthusiasm of the people is beyond imagination. There have been requests to publish the list of patents for this technology, recorded in the annals of history for the admiration of all mankind. However, when everyone thought that this technology would be developed by a top technology team, but on the list of patents, there is only one name. Jiang Ye. Chapter 53. When this name appeared on the only patent list, everyone's attention was immediately stunned. Of course they are so familiar with Jiang Ye's name that they can't be more familiar with it. But in the past, everyone thought that Jiang Ye only had extremely high talent and attainments in the field of life sciences. Turning to physics seems to be just a matter of 1 or 2 years. It turned out to be the technology he developed again? My God, if I remember correctly, Jiang Ye should only be a 16-year-old boy. Others saved the world when they were 16, but I stayed in bed at 16 and waited to die and beat the king. Is this the difference in the world? Now I finally believe that Jiang Ye developed it by himself. This technology did not exist before, and Professor Jiang has already been hospitalized, so it is impossible to participate in the research of this cutting-edge technology. Then what Professor Jiang said before is not true. These technologies were actually taught by Jiang to his father. Impossible, you really believe it? Jiang Ye is indeed a genius, but when he was very young, Professor Jiang led him to complete these achievements. It can only be said that Jiang Ye's education is simply too good to cultivate such a genius. Envious. Envy +1. All on the internet regard Jiang Ye as a human hero. At the same time, people are increasingly convinced that Jiang Ye is a real genius, not a made-up one. In just a few years, not only has such a huge breakthrough been made in the field of life sciences. What's more, just after turning into physics, he actually researched cutting-edge technology. Human beings need at least one more industrial revolution to compress the power to such a small chip that can emit power. But Jiang Ye did it. Not only did it achieve the breakthrough of the technology realm, it also made the entire Tri-Solaran civilization flee. In this era, human beings have witnessed the truly cruel side of universe civilization, and only then do they know that peace needs to be won through battles. Immediately, Jiang Ye's name was recorded in the annals of history and became a star of human civilization. Without him, human civilization would not have any future. You successfully released the universe broadcast, frightened away all Tri-Solarans, and liberated mankind. Achievement +500 W. Rating, AA+. Several reminders popped up in front of my eyes again. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, anticipating these points in his heart. The reason why he didn't immediately release Fang Libo when he was in the Trimaran and send the universe broadcast to the entire universe is to let human beings learn to give up their illusions. Let's see what a cruel future the Tri-Solaran fleet will have when it truly informs human civilization. Only after learning this, can human beings understand that today's happiness is hard-won. The feminized society was suddenly broken. Now is the age of heroism. And the hero of this era is undoubtedly Jiang Ye. He used technology to break the rule of the Tri-Solarans over the earth. When the entire human civilization was helpless against the Tri-Solarans, a young body stood in front of everyone. Directly let the powerful and invincible Tri-Solaran fleet flee. This is something that countless teenagers can hardly dream of. It is not an exaggeration to call him the greatest hero in human history. Before that, humanity has never encountered a near-destructive blow. Even if the Tri-Solarans do not wipe out all human beings, if they all migrate to Australia, at least 9 out of 10 human beings will die. Looking at the history of 5,000 years, since the birth of civilization, there has never been such a serious disaster. Jiang Ye's action saved all mankind, and the influence is self-evident, and the score has successfully risen from A to A+. Now, Universe Institute. The entire Academy of Sciences is almost full of old men who are over 70 years old. Jiang Ye is the youngest researcher. But everyone present here is vaguely headed by Jiang Ye. With Jiang Ye's current influence, he has the ability to call on all mankind. There has never been a single individual in history that can achieve such unprecedented influence. This is not only scientific technology, but also a person's ability to control power. Even though the young man was just sitting on the shadow calmly with an easygoing smile on his face, the aura he exuded already has the demeanor of a king. An important scientific meeting is taking place. As you all know, we've started the universe broadcast, and this is going to be a hit zone soon. So, the Earth can no longer be the home of mankind. We must go to the universe to wander like the Tri-Solarans. But with our technology, and the current number of universe ships, it is difficult to find a suitable place to live. This question immediately caused all the researchers present to fall into silence. That's right. The threat posed by the three-body civilization has indeed been resolved. But now humanity is threatened by the entire universe. Gotta figure out how to deal with it. Would we be able to migrate to live on Mars? Some professors put forward a hypothesis. The position of Mars from the Sun and the size of the planet are very similar to that of the Earth. There are also detections that there were traces of liquid nitrogen and water on Mars. As long as there is water, there is hope for birth zones. But unfortunately, compared with the Earth, the gap between Mars and the Earth is still obvious. It can only be said that it is barely suitable for human habitation, but the environment will be much harsher and it will face many challenges. Some professors quickly shook their heads and rejected this proposal. Even if we can build a base station on Mars to provide a living space for all human beings, but because this planet is too close to the Earth, it will also become the target of the universe civilization. At that time, maybe the entire star will be completely detonated. Even the entire solar system may suffer, let alone living on Mars. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere on the field became more serious. That's right. The birth of any life almost has to revolve around the energy of stars to provide heat sources. Whether other universe civilizations are attacking the Earth civilization, it is impossible to attack only one planet, but cover the entire star system. At that time, the entire solar system may be completely destroyed in this attack. Only by escaping to a more distant part of the galaxy can there be any hope of surviving the disaster. But to such a far place, it has become unknown whether a place suitable for human habitation can be found. At this time, Jiang Ye stood up suddenly, and said with a smile, "I found a way." Immediately, the eyes of all the scientists present fell on Jiang Ye. They all realized that this seemingly youngest boy has infinite possibilities. Jiang Ye turned on the projection, and soon a blue planet appeared on it, which looked similar to the Earth. However, this planet is not in the solar system, but a planet far away in the DX3906 star system. The sign of this planet is similar to that of the Earth, and it has a similar ecological circle. The eyes of the professors present showed a burst of joy, but after looking up the relevant information soon, their eyes dimmed again. Based on careful observation, this blue star is indeed a habitable planet. The energy given by DX3906 star as a whole is very similar to the Sun, and it can be said to be the Earth on the other side of the universe. But it's nearly 300 light-years away from the solar system. At our speed, it will take 3,000 years to get there, which is almost impossible. Although humans have now developed a curvature engine, the theory can accelerate to sublight speed. But if you want to cover such a long distance, it is absolutely impossible for the universe ship to keep advancing at full speed. In this way, the speed that the universe ship can reach is only 1/10 of the speed of light. To span a distance of nearly 300 light-years, it takes half the history of human civilization to do it. Jiang Ye smiled lightly and said, "Yes, at our current speed, it is indeed impossible. But human beings still have nearly 100 years to work hard. From now on, start the Wandering Earth project and make preparations for the migration plan of all mankind." All the scientists were stunned when they heard this sentence. They didn't expect that Jiang Ye planned to use 100 years to develop. "Professor Jiang Ye, although our current human technology is developing very fast, but there is only 100 years, I am afraid there is only a chance to develop a light-speed spacecraft. However, even if it is a light-speed spacecraft, it will take nearly 300 years to reach DX3906 star. It is necessary to maintain enough resources to support the flight of the universe ship for such a long time, and to ensure the human social form of the ship. It's almost impossible to do." Some professors put forward this point of view. 100 years seems to be a long time, but compared with the development history of the entire civilization, it is really not long. Now that humans want to move across so many light years and live in DX3906 star, they need to go through at least 3 to 4 more industrial revolutions and reach level 2 civilization before they can realize this technology. But just an industrial revolution will take almost 200 years. It is almost impossible for human beings to accomplish feats spanning several technological eras within 100 years. Who says it's impossible? Jiang Ye showed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Subsequently, he took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, connected it to the master control system, and transferred it to the computers of each professor. This is the information I have recently verified and sorted out. From now on, all human beings will invest in the research of realm. Society is mechanized and intelligent, providing surplus means of production, all of which are used to assist scientific researchers. The moment the Vagabond Plan is launched, we will enter the era of scientific research for all. Everyone must be a scientific researcher or a technology person. When Jiang Ye transmitted all the knowledge he gathered about the three-body world, including the various theories he deduced, the coaches here only feel as if there is a thunderous thunder in their brains. They stared at the information in front of them, and they were all shocked beyond measure. All of the above are all kinds of top theoretical arguments in physics, quantum science, space science, wormhole concept, universe black domain, four-dimensional fragments. A large number of unsolved mysteries of the universe that humans have not yet solved can completely achieve breakthrough through the above theory. These huge scientific theories are fully enough to support human beings to span 3 to 4 industrial ages and rise to a second-level civilization. Certainly, relying on top-notch science alone is useless. But now, the human environment has become completely different. Relying on technology, Jiang Ye repelled the series of plans planned by the three-body civilization, and the femininity gradually faded. Under the influence of heroism, everyone desires to be strong. At this time, all these advanced scientific knowledge, all of them will be popularized, calling on all human beings to devote themselves to scientific research. This was impossible in the past. Under the social system of high welfare, human beings are lazy and have no dreams. It can be called the era of entertainment to death. Even if they know that science and technology can make human beings progress, few people are really willing to immerse themselves in such a difficult matter. But things are different now. As a result, human civilization will face blows from all dimensions of the universe, and they must come up with the fastest way to break through the limitations of the current era, especially the speed of light spacecraft, the prince's biography, etc. Secondly, Jiang Ye has successfully saved all mankind. He has the ability to call on the world. If he takes the lead to promote scientific research for the whole people, not to mention that everyone can stick to their posts, but at least few can lead a large wave of social atmosphere. In fact, in this world, most of the talents can be supplemented by wholehearted hard work, but many people cannot fully concentrate on one thing. Even if some people's IQ is not qualified for cutting-edge theoretical research work, they can also promote the progress of various scientific research work if they turn to be technology personnel. When the power of the whole society is condensed, this energy cannot be underestimated. All the professors present were silent for a moment, and then voted with a show of hands. Agreed. Agree. Agree. To be honest, they still have doubts about whether human beings will be able to break through these technologies after 100 years. But all the elites present here know that the deist class must undergo transformation in order to break the current deadlock. Promoting the scientific research of the whole people and launching the Wandering Earth project will not do any harm to human beings at all. Subsequently, Jiang Ye took the initiative to give a speech. Encourage all people to join in scientific and technological production with high welfare and honor system. The incentive measures, social status emphasis, welfare guarantee, etc. for high-end scientific research personnel have been comprehensively improved. The world answers the call. Everyone responded with overwhelming support. That's right, we even defeated the three-body problem with technology. Although it's not a complete victory, at least they can't rule us. Under the leadership of Professor Jiang Ye, perhaps our human technology can further break through. Anyway, I'm idle at home, why not delve into scientific research technology? Maybe I can leave a name in the history books. Li Ma's, various high-end technologies are now open to all human beings under the arrangement of Jiang Ye. Education on the basics of scientific research is being carried out all over the world. No matter men, women, old or young, as long as they are willing to go to lectures, they can impart knowledge. Completely break the barriers of knowledge. The enthusiasm of the whole people pushed to the climax, and almost every science and technology lecture, no matter how difficult it was packed with people. The entire society's awareness of technology has risen sharply. All over the world, scientific research platforms have been built to promote the development of science and technology with the power of all mankind, and the effect is extremely remarkable. In the past, there were only hundreds of patented technologies added up all over the world every day. But now, almost every hour there are different patented technologies being developed. At the same time, Jiang Ye completely unleashes his amazing knowledge of physics. After solving the hidden dangers of the three-body civilization, he no longer needs to have reservations about any technology. The four-dimensional perspective provided by infinite deduction enables Jiang Ye to design breakthrough technological products in an extreme time. Afterwards, his achievements are even more shocking to the world. 17 years. Quantum computer turned out. The calculation ability of human beings has been completely changed. 18 years. New aerospace materials are available. Successfully developed a space elevator. It has completely opened up the passage of mankind to the universe. 19 years. The first light-speed spacecraft in human history has successfully come out. This historic moment has arrived. The whole world is excited about this. Human beings have light-speed spaceships, and the meaning will be completely different. Migrating the entire human civilization has been completely impossible before, but now we have seen hope. A reminder also popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You lead human science and technology and enter the second-level civilization. Reputation plus 1000 W. Rating, A+S. Chapter 54. Now, humans have built a spaceship at the speed of light, officially stepping into the ranks of Level I civilization. This means that human beings can achieve long-distance interstellar travel, go to the deep space of the universe farther in the Milky Way, and mine various aerospace materials. In just a few years, humans have continuously developed the use of new materials, which has greatly reduced the construction cost of universe ships and improved their quality. At this stage, the level of human civilization is not weaker than that of the three-body civilization, belonging to the same level. What is missing is the accumulation of an industrial base. Excitement for all mankind. In such a short period of time, human civilization has miraculously achieved such a great leap forward. From the original Level I civilization, now it has the level of I-level civilization. Greatly increased the world's good expectations for the future. These confidences inspire more young people to devote themselves to the research and development of realm. The universe crew originally consisted of only a few thousand people, and they belonged to the elite of all mankind, so they were qualified to explore space. But now, with the research and development of new materials, the output of universe ships has exploded. There has been a wave of recruitment expansion for pilots. From the original 1,000 people, to 10,000 people, and then to 100,000 people. The solar system seemed to be lit up. The torch of civilization, from this blue planet, spreads its branches and leaves around the universe. More and more people are beginning to study how to create conditions for human beings to live on other planets. Although these attempts, most of them ended in failure. But the accumulated valuable experience and the huge ideas born every day are undoubtedly adding to the foundation of human civilization. Fortunately, we humans have Professor Jiang Ye. That's right, otherwise we wouldn't have seen this day coming. Even if the Tri-Solaran fleet returns now, with the strength of our civilization, we can still make them come and go. Humanity has really become stronger. This is all thanks to Professor Jiang Ye. Professor Jiang Ye, yards. Professor Jiang Ye, YYDS. Professor Jiang Ye, YYDS. Now, no one has questioned Jiang Ye's scientific research level again. Since he took over Jiang's father's position, not only has the progress of physics not stagnated, but it has continued to grow explosively. The contribution he made was greater than his father's. Originally, Father Jiang's name was hailed as the greatest physicist in the past century a few years ago. But now, the name has been changed to Jiang Ye. This is the rhythm of green out of blue and better than blue. And it's not even half a point to win. Some people have begun to believe in 830 that Father Jiang's theoretical breakthrough was probably really brought about by Jiang Ye. After all, the time when Jiang's father's scientific research realm career took off happened exactly after Jiang Ye was born. And the talent and achievements that Jiang Ye showed later far surpassed the school. It is impossible to say that this has nothing to do with it. Past. People thought that the birth of Jiang Ye inspired Jiang's father to become a good father, so there was such a breakthrough. But now it seems that it is very likely that Jiang Ye helped his father take off all the way. Immediately, these topics became hot topics all over the world, and everyone had a different point of view. But when it comes to father and son, they all look in awe, dreaming that one day they can become such great figures. After a few years, Father Jiang's body has recovered very well after being recuperated in the hospital. The application of anti-aging technology has greatly extended Father Jiang's lifespan, compared with the limit lifespan of 600 years of human beings. This year, Jiang's father was about 40 years old. Actually very young. However, while anti-aging technology prolongs lifespan, it will curb the activity of cells to a certain extent. The speed of thinking will be reduced to a certain extent, which has almost no impact on the daily life of ordinary people. After all, the current technology is mature enough, and all heavy physical labor is carried out by industrial robots, which liberates human hands. However, scientific research realm needs to operate brain cells, and generally scientists who are still working hard at the frontier will not use this technology too early. Jiang's father originally wanted to return to the first post immediately after he was discharged from the hospital. But he has witnessed Jiang Ye's legendary experience in the past few years. Suddenly felt unnecessary. Sometimes this world belongs to true geniuses. Just feel at ease and follow behind to enjoy the blessings. On the day he retired, Jiang's father came to the Universe Research Institute on a rare occasion. A few years have passed, and Jiang Ye has become a young man with a beautiful face. His appearance is impeccable even on the movie screen, and it is even more conspicuous in the research institute. The two came to the gazebo outside the courtyard together, put down all the work at hand, and enjoyed the time of tasting tea quietly. In early winter, the tea mist rises densely, and light snow falls on the parasol tree outside the courtyard, making a rattling sound. The whole world seemed to have become quiet. Put down the teacup. Father Jiang raised his head suddenly, looked at Jiang Ye with a smile and said, "You boy, those little notes I found at home must be written by you, CEA." Ah! Jiang Ye showed a bewildered expression and blinked his eyes. "What are you talking about, Dad? Still pretending?" Father Jiang laughed and cursed, and said, "Okay, I know your status is definitely not ordinary. In this world, there are many geniuses, but like you, you are born with scientific problems that cannot be solved by all human beings. That is definitely not something that can be used to describe it. The reincarnation of the gods? The future reborn? The time traveler in the novel? Actually, it doesn't matter, no matter what your identity is, but you will always be my son, whether you are an ordinary person, like playing chess, music, or playing games. As long as it's not harmful to humans, then I will support you unconditionally, Dad. This is your destiny, I won't ask more questions. But no matter what happens, I will stand behind you unswervingly." Many years have passed. Father Jiang finally did what he wanted to do most. The words that have been hidden in my heart for many years seem to melt slowly as the ice and snow drip onto the lake. As a scientific researcher, he has too many careers to be busy, and he rarely finds time to spend with his own son. This is probably why many outstanding scientific researchers have poor academic performance for their children. Sometimes, education is very important. Jiang's father knew exactly this, but when he tried to be a father himself, he found that the balance between career and family was more difficult than he imagined, and he often had to give up one in order to do the other well. As for Jiang Ye, what he cherishes is more gratitude. This son not only grew up well and became independent, but even made such great contributions to himself and the cause of human science. Everyone said that Father Jiang's education was excellent, but only Father Jiang knew very well that it wasn't that he himself did well, but that Jiang Ye was born different. Now, this age should also retire, so that more resources will be in Jiang Ye's hands. The future belongs to young people. Jiang Ye picked up the teacup and took a light sip. He didn't respond much to that. But maybe. A few years later, I withdrew from the three-body problem and returned to reality. We'll still remember in this world that he had an excellent father. 30 years. The industrial foundation of mankind has been completely stabilized to level 2 civilization. The quantum laser cannon has been developed, condensing a huge amount of energy, capable of destroying thousands of universe ships in an instant. Even if it is made of water droplets, it cannot completely resist the power of the quantum laser cannon. To this stage of development, when the Tri-Solaran fleet sees human civilization, it must turn around every minute. The explosive growth in the production capacity of universe ships can be compared to the stage in the 20th century when the car was just built and the output increased exponentially. In the past, space travel was like traveling to Antarctica for human beings. But now, with the construction of the space elevator, most of the middle class even have their own universe ships. Flying into space means leaving a province. This series of achievements has greatly increased the information of human beings on their own civilization. A lot have emerged on the internet, making more objective on the strength of the three-body civilization in the past. I feel that although the three-body civilization is very powerful, but now with our human strength, we can completely beat it. That's right, the three-body problem should be regarded as a relatively powerful civilization in the entire universe. Even if the universe coordinates of human beings have been exposed, if we really encounter the blows of other universe civilizations, maybe we can also deal with it. Even if you encounter a more advanced universe civilization, it is a civilization thousands of light years away. Crossing such a long distance, theoretically, there will be energy consumption, right? Yet, maybe at that time, with our human technological level, we may already be able to intercept these attacks. Just when all human beings are full of information about their own civilization. However, Jiang Ye quickly released a message. The first batch of immigrants going to DX3906 star will be launched, going to Blue Star. After this news was announced, it immediately triggered discussions in the entire human society. However, compared with the outcry at the beginning, there is another voice in the society. I don't think immigration is necessary. That's right, the solar system is really good, and humans have developed into a second-level civilization here. Even if it reaches the speed of light, it will take at least several hundred years to cross a distance of nearly 300 light years. No one knows what unexpected things will happen during such a long process. Even if we can successfully migrate to the past, human civilization will definitely have to face changes in the environment and the loss of long-distance interstellar journeys. The downgrade of the civilization level is inevitable. In my opinion, there is no need for interplanetary migration at all. Yes, if there is any universe civilization coming to attack, at worst, we can intercept it, and then fight back and we'll be done. After the rapid development of science and technology in the past 10 years, while human beings are progressing, their thinking has quietly changed. The Tri-Solaran civilization, which once terrified all human beings, is no longer their opponent. More and more astronauts are exploring deep into the galaxy, but there are very few habitable planets. The birth of any life in the universe can be said to be a miracle among miracles. Not to mention resisting billions of years of life evolution and evolving civilization. Therefore, most people began to think that Trisolaran civilization and human civilization are quite rare, and civilizations that have developed to level 2 can be said to be one of the few in the universe. Even if there is a more advanced civilization, the strength will not be too much powerful. Facing the Wandering Earth project launched more than 10 years ago. Divided into the leftist faction and the advanced faction. The advanced school believes that this plan still needs to be carried out simultaneously. If the next habitable planet can be successfully explored and developed, then human beings will undoubtedly have an extra options. But conservatives feel that long-distance interstellar travel is too risky at this stage. Moreover, the 300 years of interstellar travel must establish a society. At least a few thousand people are required to migrate to Blue Star for small-scale development and build a human civilization base station. But what needs to be paid is the danger of losing life at any time. VAJZ. Arriving there, it is very likely that their descendants will complete the follow-up plan. No one can predict what kind of variables will appear. At present, the pilots recruited by the migration plan are undoubtedly the top intellectuals and elites in the society. Excellent knowledge and technology are required to ensure that there will be no problems during the long-distance interstellar migration. With the rapid development of human civilization and the simultaneous improvement of materials, more and more elites are beginning to enjoy the convenience brought by technological advancement. Therefore, at the beginning of the migration plan, only a few hundred qualified pilots entered the interior for professional training. However, the number of people who can start the Wandering Earth project is still far behind. In the research institute, some voices gradually appeared. I want Jiang Ye to give up this plan. Some people don't think it's necessary. Some people think that if they don't even have enough people, then this plan is too difficult to carry out. But Jiang Ye ignored these voices, continued to expand enrollment, and carried out related planning research. Only he knows that the strength of the Trisolaran civilization is actually at the middle and lower level in the vast universe. Civilizations that have mastered the two-way foil technology, such as Singers and Zero Returners, even have the ability to restart the universe. Randomly hitting coordinates tens of millions of light-years away is just a casual thing for these top universe civilizations. This area, even in the eyes of advanced universe civilization, will become a dead zone. Avoid it. The three-body civilization understands this truth better than humans, so it ran away desperately. But while human beings are progressing, they gradually become inflated and complacent. Pride is the root of all destruction. Just when everyone was sighing for Jiang Ye's persistence, suddenly, there was an explosion of sparks in the sky. Even at such a long distance, all human beings can see the dazzling light shining in the night sky when they raise their heads. An astonishing piece of news passed through the space station and passed on to the entire human society. The three-body civilization, 4 light-years away, ushered in destruction. Their planet was hit by what appeared to be an unknown object, and the ensuing near-supernova destruction. Together with the entire three-body star system, it was completely reduced to nothingness. The shining light lasted for a month, and every night was like a new moon, dazzling. But behind it is the complete demise of a star system. This moment, human beings finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the three-body civilization that day. But now, it is not only the Trisolaran civilization that destroyed them, but the entire universe. Without witnessing history, human beings have never imagined that the destruction of a star system is as simple as eating and drinking water. As if in the blink of an eye, the end has come. The Trisolaran civilization has been destroyed. So, the next person who is about to face the same fate is naturally human civilization. I agree with the Wandering Earth project. I hope that among the participants, there will be a list of me. I want to join too. The next day, the top scientific researchers are like crazy, robbing the wandering Earth to participate in the plan. They finally realized that if human civilization continues to stay here, it will be destroyed at any time. And if we move to DX3906 star, which is 300 light-years away, there may be a turning point. At least not staying here waiting to die. 5 years. Jiang Ye made another breakthrough scientific achievement. The Wandering Earth project is officially launched. Chapter 55. Universe Space Station, Research Headquarters. A brand new ship appeared in the cabin. The scientific researchers present collectively showed serious and solemn eyes. This moment. Perhaps it will once again break human history. Start up. Jiang Ye's voice calmly echoed in the research institute. With the roaring sound of the engine at the stern of the ship, the nearby space seemed to be distorted. Immediately afterwards, in an instant, the ship crosses the interstellar flight path like a flash, leading to the deep space of the universe. Moreover, the speed is getting faster and faster, and finally it is about to break through the limitation of time and space. Along with the entire hull of the spaceship, it became distorted, up. However, ordinary spaceships would split apart in an instant because the hull could not withstand such a strong resistance while running at the speed of light. However, Jiang Ye used infinite deduction to find out a new aerospace material, and built a ship whose strength can fully support the speed of light, and even reach super light speed. At this moment, the sailing speed of the ship has already broken through the critical point of the speed of light. About to reach the level of superluminal speed. This moment, the scientific researchers present here became tense. If this spaceship can withstand the superluminal pressure, it proves that human beings will once again usher in a technological breakthrough. Possesses the ability to travel through the universe. Success. There is no problem with the FTL spaceship. Visually, at the fastest speed now, it can reach 1.5 times the speed of light. But in the actual flight, the time to cross the light year is shortened to 1/3 of the light speed spacecraft. This should be due to the superluminal breakthrough breaking through the stability of the universe space, so that the actual speed will eventually be higher than the theoretical speed. It means that we only need less than 100 years to realize interstellar travel from the solar system to the DX3906 star system. The monitor said in an exciting tone. This moment, all the researchers were relieved and looked gratefully at Jiang Ye. That's right, the breakthrough of this FTL spaceship is still driven by Jiang Ye. Every targeted technical breakthrough is almost the main discovery of Jiang Ye, breakthrough in one fell swoop. Whether it is an order of magnitude calculator, a large-scale promotion of calculation capabilities, or an extremely precise material cutting technology, as well as the research and development of new aerospace materials. Jiang Ye seems to have opened up the perspective of God. Every technology he leads is for the implementation of the Wandering Earth project. This kind of godlike ability, the more you understand physics, the more you will be in awe of Jiang Ye. Ordinary people do not have access to such a large amount of knowledge, and cannot understand the breakthrough of a technology and theory, how many failures are needed to accumulate a success. But it seems that once Jiang Ye starts research and development, the direction of his research will automatically go on the right path. Totally avoids all mistakes. In fact, this is because Jiang Ye's infinite deduction has too much computing power. He can calculate the experience of 10 million failures of human beings in just one day, through the calculation power of his mind. After repeated deduction, the final answer is often the most correct. You broke through the FTL spaceship technology. Achievement points plus 1000 W. At this moment, Jiang Ye has accumulated 40 million achievement points in 3-body world. With a ratio of 5000:1, the converted reincarnation points obtained reached more than 8000 points. It is almost catching up with the SSS rating of Zhongguo continent. At this time, Jiang Ye holds 18,000 reincarnation points. And he saved a lot of reincarnation points through infinite deduction. Originally, Jiang Ye thought that he needed to buy super light spaceships, knows science, black hole principles and other top scientific technologies from the Reincarnation Mall. But with the SSS level aura of infinite deduction, these technologies can be deduced by themselves. It is equivalent to saving a lot of expenses on the reincarnation point. The remaining reincarnation points can be used to buy more critical items. Open Reincarnation Mall. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Next second, a dazzling list of shopping malls immediately appeared in front of Jiang Ye. Select the search filter for science fiction worlds. A large number of props from the science fiction world suddenly appeared on the above, which can be purchased. Of course, the options obtained by searching for world are generally props in the reincarnation world. After purchase, it can be used for customs clearance in the current world. Not transferable to real-world use. End. The list of unlocked shopping malls can only be the world that the reincarnated person has arrived in. For example, Jiang Ye came to the Zhongguo continent in the first life, and came to the three-body world in the second life. Then, the worlds that can be purchased in the Reincarnation Mall are limited to martial arts and science fiction. Items such as heavenly spirit treasures are usually only opened in the fantasy world, and you need to descend to the corresponding world in the future to unlock them. Toa. The spirit treasures of the heavens can be used in all worlds, including the real world and other reincarnation worlds, and the cost of reincarnation points is at least 6 figures. Generally, only senior reincarnation points can buy it. Certainly. Xiaolongwu promised that if Jiang Ye can achieve a grade of A and or higher this time, the value of the gifted Ling Bao will be as high as 1 million reincarnation points. In order to inherit the aura of the SSS level protagonist of infinite deduction, and to show that he has enough strength, he can obtain $1 million treasure from the heavens. Spending thousands of reincarnation points to buy props that can assist in customs clearance is naturally not a loss at all. Among them, the schedule props have long attracted Ye's attention. Star Map, record information about all the universe's starry sky, including black holes, black domains, wormholes, dark matter, four-dimensional fragments, universe civilization distribution map, and universe material movement in the next 100 years. Reincarnation points, 4,000. Buy. Jiang Ye chose to buy without hesitation. Next second, a vast universe star map appeared in Jiang Ye's mind. All he needs is to close his eyes, as if his divine sense can cover the entire universe, and he can see the infinite existence in the vast starry sky. It's an amazing experience. As if the consciousness is connected to God who created the universe, the whole soul is baptized under this wonderful vision. It's like an ordinary person opening a four-dimensional perspective for the first time. The whole world seems to be completely different in his own eyes. For ordinary reincarnators, in the second life, spending 4,000 reincarnation points is not a small amount. It is very likely that even if you take out your entire family, you will not be able to collect such a huge number of 4,000 reincarnation points. But Jiang Ye knows that for the three-body world, the star map is definitely not a loss. It not only records the information of key points such as black domains and four-dimensional fragments, but also the distribution maps of other universe civilizations can be held in hand. This is the supreme treasure of the entire universe. Even the civilization of the Zero Returners may not be able to have such a star map. In the universe of the Law of the Dark Forest, Jiang Ye is the only hunter who can see all the prey. Besides, in the star map, there is another extremely critical information wormhole. That's right. Not only does it include the area where all wormholes are located. Moreover, the location where each wormhole will cross is clearly written in the star map. Even if human beings have superluminal spaceships, it will take at least 1,000 years to explore all the wormholes in the Milky Way. The star map purchased by Jiang Ye, just the wormhole information, is already equivalent to the information that humans can only obtain through continuous exploration in the next 1,000 years. As for other universe civilization locations, that is a unique treasure in the entire Trisolaran world. It can be said, the value of the star map is even higher than the entire Trisolaran world. It is possible to reach a 4D level sci-fi world. Afterwards, Jiang Ye quickly sorted out the information of the wormhole in his mind, and instantly drew a map of the shortest distance interstellar voyage. 5 light-years away from the solar system, there is a wormhole that happens to connect to the wormhole 55 light-years away in the DX3906 star system. According to the superluminal flight, it takes about half a year to cross the wormhole. So, if everything goes well, according to this interstellar navigation route, the time from the solar system to the DX3906 star system can be shortened from 100 years to 2000 years. The radio era has probably passed more than 10 years. Although in theory, the strike of the two-way foil will start 100 years later. But because of the whole process, it has been advanced by Jiang Ye. It is impossible to predict whether the two-way foil attack on human beings will be advanced more. Due to the emergence of unknown variables, it is necessary to ensure that human beings can migrate from the solar system to the DX3906 star system within the next 70 years, which is the safest. As long as all human beings can be moved to Blue Star within 70 years. So, human civilization will have enough time and space to face the threat brought by universe civilization. Now, the number of people participating in the Wandering Earth project has reached 50,000. The appearance of the superluminal spaceship made everyone's eyes brighten, and they all saw hope. At this time, Jiang Ye announced the star map of the wormhole shuttle. Among them, these bold ideas immediately aroused the shock of the entire scientific community. What? You can travel through wormholes? Professor Jiang, we humans have never experienced the experience of traveling through wormholes. Is there any danger in such an approach? Some professors couldn't help raising doubts. Human fear often comes from the unknown. Wormholes are somewhat similar to black holes. It's like an existence that once you go in, you can never come out again. But Jiang smiled slightly and said, at that time, we can directly send an unmanned superlight spaceship to travel through the wormhole according to the calculated trajectory. The minds of the scientists here eased slightly. With the current human technology and the use of quantum control methods, it is possible to control the superluminal spaceship from a long distance even if it is separated by a long distance. However, in the process of unmanned driving, various emergencies may be encountered. The professors here are not optimistic about this attempt. Because wormholes are inherently unstable spaces, plus the moving speed of the superluminal spaceship, there may be some accidents inside. For human beings at present, the counterfeiting of a superlight spaceship is extremely expensive. Even if the value of one ship is lost, it is incalculable for the entire human civilization. But since it was Jiang Ye who raised this point, everyone here naturally wouldn't say much. 2 years later, the Wandering Earth fleet arrived at the wormhole 5 light-years away for the first time. Under the watchful eyes of all human beings, an unmanned superlight spaceship turned into a stream of light and escaped into the wormhole. FTL spaceship. The internal communication equipment adopts quantum communication technology, which can be reconnected even if the distance is far away. However, when the superluminal spaceship enters the wormhole, the signal is obviously interfered, and it can only run according to the preset course. No one can predict what will happen. If the super light-speed spacecraft is completely lost, it will not only be a huge loss for human beings, but also undermine the confidence of long-distance interstellar migration. However, over time, the quantum communication of the superluminal spacecraft is always in a state of being unable to communicate. It seems that the scheduled time is almost over. The members of the wandering spaceship fleet felt confused for a while, and suddenly began to doubt whether this path was correct. But on that day exactly half a year later, at this time, the quantum communication of the FTL spacecraft has been restored on the other side of the universe. When the camera is turned on, the surrounding galaxy takes on a new look. That is the galaxy realm that humans have never touched. The distance from the solar system is about 250 light-years. This is also the furthest footprint that human civilization has ever traveled. Successful. Now, the members of the wandering Earth ship burst into cheers. The FTL spacecraft successfully passed through the wormhole. This means that Jiang Ye's plan is totally feasible. When this scene is played on the screen for all mankind to watch, the Earth suddenly burst into cheers. Oh my god, this wormhole project is actually feasible. I thought the FTL spaceship had already been sent, but it ended up successfully reaching another whole 250 light-years away. With this technology, we go to the DX3906 star and actually span 50 light-years or so. It's just the speed of the FTL spacecraft, the whole process is only 2.5 years. I didn't expect to be able to accomplish such a miracle in 2.5 years. Well, upstairs, it seems to me that you are alluding to some great artist from previous centuries. Whoa, I didn't expect someone to remember his name, I'm so touched. Institute of Science. All scientists stood up collectively to express the highest respect to Jiang Ye. Professor Jiang Ye, the interstellar voyage route you discovered is of great help to us. That's right, if we only need this little time, we don't need to use superluminal spaceships at all, even if we build a large interstellar spaceship, carry billions of people, and go there in batches. Blue star is also possible. The distance of 55 light-years is not particularly difficult for modern human beings to navigate the universe. The Wandering Earth project is not only perfectly executed, but also a new home can be found. This is so exciting. The scientific researchers present looked at Jiang Ye with gratitude. These scientific feats are breaking the impossible in the eyes of ordinary people, making human civilization see more and more hope. Now, few people will question Jiang Ye's decision. Even most atheist scientists have begun to believe in gods. And this god, of course, is Jiang Ye. The sailing speed of a private universe spaceship can probably be advanced to sublight speed, and the maximum can reach 5000% of the speed of light. But now, the private universe spaceship already has very comprehensive functions, which can fully support the survival of a family. Many families with universe spaceships have begun to try to migrate to the blue star by themselves. However, the news was quickly suppressed. Because according to the report published by Jiang Ye, if the speed cannot reach the speed of light, traveling through the wormhole may still be risky. Discourage most people from traveling through wormholes in private universe ships. Just in the second year. Flying boat, start the construction plan. This is the largest light-speed spacecraft ever built by mankind. If it stays above the Earth, its size can almost be compared with Australia. A light-speed spacecraft of this size was almost impossible in the past. But at 1000 Reincarnation Point, I bought the antimatter compression power engine in the car mall. No matter how big an object is, with the power of this engine, it is enough to push it. 42 years. The first migrants boarded the airship. Nearly 1 billion people will pass through the airship, Celeste. Chapter 56. Now, the first group of people boarded the airship. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene here. My god, you call this a universe ship? It's like a continent. It's too big here. It's hard to imagine, can such a big guy really take off? Look, there is a park there. It's almost like an ecological site. It feels almost like the Earth. The moment everyone present arrived at the flying boat, they were instantly stunned by everything here. The endless continent is full of high-tech buildings. The constant temperature irradiation function can simulate the surface temperature of the sun reaching the Earth, and even the body feeling can be exactly the same. The spaceship is equipped with a gravity system, which allows people to carry out activities on the spaceship, which is not much different from the Earth. In the distance, there are Tongtian cableways, overpasses, and suspended magnificent lighthouse-style buildings, full of sci-fi feeling. However, on both sides of the road below, the grass is fragrant, and it is planned as a green park. Technology and nature seem to be divided into two different worlds, heaven and earth, but the two are presented in the same picture, but there is no sense of disobedience at all. The first group of people who boarded the spaceship were still full of uneasiness about the unknown journey. But soon, this uneasiness was completely washed away by the surprise in front of me. It was hard for them to imagine that the scene on the spaceship was no different from the Earth. Familiarity can easily eliminate fear of the unknown. Arriving here, after a brief shock, people quickly began to explore around. Everyone has their own unique ID number, and after arriving in the corresponding area, there will be a planned life place nearby. There is a huge ecosystem on the flying boat. Under the constant temperature system, all crops grow in the most suitable environment, and through the 150 life technology developed by Jiang Ye, the output is completely enough to support 1 billion people. Survival needs: complete the journey to DX3906 star. In fact, not so long ago, there were still some human beings on the Earth who actually resisted boarding the spaceship. Even if you have the experience of successfully traveling through a wormhole with a superluminal spaceship. However, human beings are still afraid of the long interstellar voyage, worrying whether there will be any unexpected things. TB. With so many people boarding the airship, it will definitely bring inconvenience to life. However, the first batch of humans who boarded the spaceship immediately took amazing photos and posted them on the internet. Through quantum communication technology, human beings can connect to the internet even in the universe, and even communicate with the Earth using chat software, which is no different from sending text messages. Countless photographers are keen to shoot the scenes on the flying boat, and the pictures presented from professional shooting angles are more shocking than any tourist attractions. Immediate bow discussion. It's unimaginable that such a scene will appear on a universe spacecraft. It is not surprising that the new continent was discovered by humans. At first glance, I thought I had traveled to an alien civilization. It turns out that our human technology has developed to this realm. I heard that the design of the entire flying boat was completed by Professor Jiang Ye. Moreover, the flying boat can have such a large green area because of the life technology researched by Professor Jiang Ye in his youth. This is too exaggerated. Is Professor Jiang Ye sure it's not the reincarnation of God? Must be named the God of technology. It is possible to build a spaceship no less than the Earth's continents with this kind of skill, and even the lighting, temperature, gravity, and social planning are so perfect that it is almost moving a country to the universe spaceship. I heard that most of the key technologies are led by Professor Jiang Ye. The strength of this man is beyond the imagination of mere mortals. There were heated discussions on the internet, and people did not hide their praise of ON. Since the era of universal science and technology, the level of understanding of science and technology by all mankind has risen linearly. The more you understand these high-end technologies, the more you understand how difficult it is. Even if it is lowered by several levels, the principle behind it can't help but make some young people who are keen on research feel completely desperate. It feels like listening to a Bible, and I can't figure it out. However, when they learned that Professor Jiang Ye had conquered so many unimaginable technologies by himself, suddenly, there was an unprecedented sense of worship in my heart. Most of the time, the more you understand the truth of some things, the more you will be in awe of it, so you know that the great people in history can achieve unprecedented achievements because they have extraordinary talents that ordinary people have. And what Jiang Ye has achieved has almost subverted human imagination of the strong. Even in his dreams, it is hard to imagine that there will be such a breakthrough, washing away the human world at a short speed, allowing technological civilization to update and iterate at an incredible speed. After seeing these photos, many people commented that they plan to take the initiative to sign up and make an appointment when the second batch of flying boats migrated next time. But there are also quite a large number of people who are still unwilling to go to Blue Star when they fill out their wishes for interstellar migration. They think that even if the blue star is suitable for human habitation, the existing technological conditions must be incomparable to that of the Earth. Moreover, the first batch of past will definitely start to assist in the infrastructure construction. Isn't that going to go early and work early? Do you enjoy it more when it's late? It's better to let the previous batch finish all the work, and then go to enjoy the blessing by yourself. This is also the view held by the vast majority of people who are unwilling to make an appointment for relocation. Now, Jiang Ye set his gaze on the star map. In his field of vision, several planets waiting to be mined suddenly appeared near DX3906 star. Unlike the solar system, there are more planets near the DX3906 star system than the solar system. Run safely on a relatively stable track. Among them, there are several planets with rare resources. If they are mined, they can be used for large-scale space production. This means that there are a lot of resources waiting to be developed near the blue star. The economy will improve further. In fact, most of the resources in the solar system actually come from the Earth, and the rapid industrial development of human beings in recent decades, even if the environmental protection technology has been achieved to the extreme, the Earth's energy crisis is still an objective problem. Although many greening upgrades have been carried out, the core problem still cannot be improved. However, in the environment of DX3906 star, scarce energy such as aviation materials does not need to be mined from blue star, but can be collected from nearby planets. This means that blue star can be built into a home that is completely suitable for human habitation without destroying the ecological environment there. More stable than the Earth. As the design of the Universe space station becomes more and more mature, many highly polluting industries can be transferred to the universe for production. Reduce environmental pollution and land demand. This means that blue star has a large amount of land, which can be used to plan a manor, breaking the scale of urbanization and construction. It is possible to realize the idealized social goal of assigning each family to a villa. Soon, Jiang Ye immediately announced a rule. Anyone who arrives at Blue Star first to carry out ecological scale construction can choose an area among the residential areas planned by Blue Star for residential construction. In the future, humans will build a space station around Blue Star, provide a stable universe platform, and build a stable residence for human society. According to the contribution index, reach the corresponding points, or make a certain achievement contribution, you can get the space station residence. More points can be exchanged for private universe spaceships, as well as reservations for new space tools being developed. When this announcement was made, everyone on Earth can't stand it anymore. They immediately knew what it meant to be the first to arrive at Blue Star. That is to be able to take the first step and own the land that belongs to them. Almost everyone knows the importance of geography. If you can choose a suitable land for development, the economy in this area will become extremely developed in the future, and the value of the land will increase accordingly, which will bring about an increase in personal assets. But more importantly, as long as you make contributions to the infrastructure, you can even get the living priority of the space station. With the current technological conditions of human beings, the space station can already be built as a livable place for human beings. If you have an exclusive identity authentication, you can go directly to live in the space station and get convenient services there. Almost all spaceships in the universe have to go through the space station to set off. For those who do not have the right of residence, the space station is like a station, and they need to wait for various procedures every time they take off. But obtaining the residence right of the space station is equivalent to providing a very convenient interstellar journey experience. You only need to sleep in your own residence, and you can set off the next day. A lot of tedious waiting time is eliminated, and the experience degree has greatly increased. In the past on Earth, only cutting-edge scientific research personnel and the top elites of society were eligible to enjoy the exclusive services of the space station. But now, this opportunity is placed in front of everyone. Don't want it for nothing. All human beings are aware that this migration to Blue Star is a coveted opportunity for development. The second appointment is fully booked in no time. From the original registration directly through the window to the current queue, it has almost formed a long queue. Even if some people sleep on the street for a day and a night, they have to wait for the opportunity to sign up. For the middle class and the poor, they are more aware that this is an opportunity to completely change the class. Naturally, you will be more fanatical about this than ordinary people. Universe Institute. Jiang Ye once again displayed all kinds of energy on the star map on the screen. By mining the waterway on the star map, human beings will be able to obtain another batch of aviation materials at the fastest speed. At least 2 extra spaceship-level behemoths can be built. Professor Jiang Ye, this map is really precious to us. With these resources, the problem of the aerospace material crisis can be completely solved. Mankind has the hope that within 50 years, all the remaining 5 billion people will migrate to Blue Star. All the professors here are very excited. With only 1 spaceship and dozens of spaceships at the speed of light, it is actually very difficult to transfer all human beings to the Blue Star within 100 years. Transporting up to 2 billion people at one time is already the limit. Although in the era of deterrence, due to the existence of the three-body problem, the birth rate of the population is not high, and it has always remained at around 7 billion. However, since the era of universal science and technology, as human beings gradually have hope for the future, the population fertility rate has been increasing automatically. Be improved. Now, the total population of the Earth has reached tens of billions, and it is still rising. With the transportation capacity of a spaceship, it will take at least 40 years to complete the round trip from the solar system to the DX3906 star before picking up the next group of people. But at this moment, if we can have enough resources and build 2 more airships, it should be no problem to transport the remaining 9 billion people within 100 years. Jiang Ye immediately dispatched all universe ships to various locations on the star map for mining. Anyway, he knows that the next solar system is about to face the blow of the two-way foil. There is no need to worry about continuous development at all. How much energy is there? Get it quickly and talk about it. It would not be a pity to squeeze out all the value, even if the remaining solar system is completely abandoned. 50 years. The first-generation airship successfully passed through the wormhole. It has brought unprecedented confidence to mankind. This moment, the possible hidden dangers of traveling through wormholes have also been completely solved. People's enthusiasm for booking interstellar migration has once again achieved an unprecedented surge. The second flying boat and the third flying boat were born out of nowhere. The number of reservations was instantly overwhelmed. After the technology and space of the second-generation airship have been improved, the carrying capacity has doubled. 4 billion people will travel through the wormholes through these 2 spaceships and migrate to the Blue Star. 55 years. The super-light spaceship arrived at the Blue Star with the first group of wandering Earth members. They immediately began to use the existing technology to build an atmosphere similar to that of the Earth on the surface of the Blue Star, and began to build human base stations. 60 years. The scale of the Blue Star base station has taken shape initially. A large number of intelligent robots have been produced, and human land use planning has begun. At the same time, the construction plan of the space station around the Blue Star was launched simultaneously. Jiang Ye continuously improved the technology with infinite deduction. The second-generation space station is far from comparable to the Earth in terms of construction cost, speed, or maturity. The construction of Blue Star space has initially set sail. 65 years. The first-generation spacecraft carried the first batch of humans to migrate to Blue Star. I have heard about the welfare policy for a long time. The first batch of migrants who came to Blue Star put great enthusiasm into the construction. Productivity can be increased rapidly. In just 1 year, the scale can almost be equal to that of the Earth. A&D. Jiang Ye opened up a 4.3-star orbit route, and issued private universe spaceships to elites with priority conditions. These spaceships not only have perfect functions, but also have the function of mining universe resources. Only these resources need to be handed in actively, exchanged for contribution points, exchanged for technology products or living services on the space station. The first batch of people who ate the meat immediately discovered through the channel of the Universe spacecraft that there are mineral cloth resources that can be used for high-end aviation materials everywhere near DX3906 star. These resources, converted into contribution points, can guarantee food and accommodation for 3 generations at will. Used to exchange for new high-end technology, it can further improve own productivity. Become a master directly. Now, at the speed of human information transmission, these are not secrets at all. Everyone discovered that there was such a large blue ocean, and they would squeeze in if they had to scratch their heads. The enthusiasm for building is even higher. 70 years. The second batch of humans arrives. The new space station is built. The mining of aerospace materials has made the space infrastructure around the blue star extremely fast. In just 10 years, it has surpassed the level of the solar system. It is only a matter of moving the fleet of the solar system here, and mankind will be able to obtain a new homeland. 90 years. All mankind boarded the spaceship. The Earth has become almost empty. The interstellar migration of human beings has basically come to an end. All that is left is to wait for the last group of people to successfully reach the blue star by airship, and the Wandering Earth project will be declared a complete success. At the same time, several prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You have completed the Wandering Earth project, realizing the long-distance interstellar migration of all mankind, and mankind has gained a new home. Reputation plus 2000 W. Score, SS plus. Chapter 57. Now, all human beings have completed the interstellar migration spanning 300 light-years. At the same time, human beings have officially crossed from a second-level civilization to a dish-level civilization, with the ability to explore the entire galaxy. With DX3906 star as the center, humans began to search the nearby universe space on a large scale, including developing new aerospace materials, finding other galaxies suitable for human habitation, and conducting various attempts. Due to the opening of the Wandering Project, the generation of universe spaceships has once again experienced a round of explosive growth. Up to now, the Sublight-Speed Universe ship is a universe exploration tool that almost everyone owns. It has completely become a big commodity. Only light-speed ships are relatively rare. But the current total production capacity has reached tens of millions. The entire galaxy near DX3906 seems to be lit up by human beings, and the brilliance of the torch of human civilization is shining everywhere. At the same time, human beings have never stopped advancing in the research and development of new weapons. In order to deal with other universe civilizations that may appear, the aerospace headquarters has prepared high-end weapon technologies such as star destroyers, quantum lasers, and electromagnetic pulses. Of course, after completing the Wandering Plan, the research on these technologies has temporarily slowed down. Start focusing on universe detection. Whether it is the solar system or the DX3906 star, Safan observation systems are everywhere. That's right. Human beings now have also learned to create Safans like the Tri-Solaran civilization. However, the Safans produced by humans are not used to block technology, but to observe the galaxy. The stability of Safan makes it possible to fully capture any movement of the universe. Although human beings have almost completely evacuated the solar system, many Safans are left behind to detect every corner. Prevent any accidents from happening. On this day, Safan suddenly sounded the alarm. In the sky above the solar system, unidentified flying objects suddenly appeared. This flying object moves very fast. Although it is only flying at sublight speed, the instantaneous speed it exploded before can reach twice the speed of light. Undoubtedly, this is a universe spaceship that surpasses the current technological civilization of mankind. This astonishing discovery was immediately reported to the high-level department by the space station at the fastest speed. All experts and professors were alarmed. Immediately call an emergency meeting. Now. Sitting at the head of the meeting, Jiang Ye raised his eyes slightly. UFO? 24. If I guessed correctly, this should be the passing Singer civilization. 9 times out of 10, they noticed the broadcast signal sent by the solar system and prepared to clean it up. The Singer civilization is an ancient civilization in the universe, spanning 10 galaxies. No doubt. This is a guy who has reached level 4 civilization. Even the original 3-body civilization, in the eyes of the Singer civilization, only needs to dispatch a branch, and it can be wiped out at will. Don't disturb this thing, I will personally find a way to deal with him. Jiang Ye said in a deep voice. The level of Singer civilization is too high, even if it is just a universe spaceship drifting outside, no one knows what kind of technology it is carrying. Once the Singer civilization captures any universe ship of human civilization, it may be able to instantly scan and analyze the technology of the drinking water, thereby judging the level of human civilization. By the time Singer civilization might be able to use these clues to lead me to the area where Blue Star is located. For this enemy, Jiang Ye intends to deal with it himself. The voice just fell. All the professors present felt their hearts flutter and felt nervous. Professor Jiang Ye, this is an alien universe civilization. If you go there yourself, you may be at risk. Yet, such a dangerous task, let's leave it to the army. In case you make any mistakes, all human beings can't bear it. All the professors present persuaded Jiang Ye. They have witnessed Jiang Ye's almost miraculous scientific research ability, and know how helpful such a legend will be to the future of mankind if he can survive. With the current anti-aging technology, Jiang Ye still has a lifespan of 500 years. It is equivalent to a 20-year-old boy on the earth in the old days. With endless potential. There must be absolutely no mistakes. Rest assured. I have a way to deal with this thing. If you are worried, just follow behind and watch, but you must keep your distance. This enemy is very dangerous, and it is not something you can deal with. Jiang Ye still didn't have any intention of changing his mind, and his tone was serious. This. The professors present looked at each other in blank dismay. What does it mean that the enemy is very dangerous, and this group of people can't deal with it? That being the case, Professor Jiang Ye went alone. How could he deal with it? Everyone was a little confused about what was going on. Fine. Jiang Ye still allowed the army to follow along. All the professors here immediately contacted the captain of the space fleet, and dispatched the most elite troops to go with Jiang Ye, without any mistakes. After the captain received this message, his expression immediately became extremely serious. Of course he knows what a great existence Jiang Ye means to human beings. Immediately order the most elite troops to dispatch a fleet of thousands of light-speed spaceships, ready to go at any time. Go back to the lab. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he immediately opened the Reincarnation Mall. Spend 2,000 reincarnation points to buy black domain technology. Yes. Next second. All the theoretical knowledge related to the universe black field, including the application of this technology, instantly dropped into the minds of the car industry. That's right, another name for the black domain is a low-speed black hole. After the end of the era of deterrence, human beings discovered that spaceships driven by thousands of curvatures, wrapped to form a black field, covering the entire Earth, can realize the safety declaration of the universe. Even the speed of light cannot surpass the black field, and even quantum signals will be swallowed by the black field. Therefore, within the realm of the black domain, no object can escape. If human beings carry out the black field project, then, at the cost of technological stagnation, they can exchange for the universe's security statement. Any universe civilization that finds that the area is a black area will think that there is no civilization here, and even if there is, it will not pose a threat to them, thus abandoning the cleanup operation. But the Black Domain project was quickly eliminated. Since humans entered Level I civilization and had the ability to migrate to DX3906, this plan was naturally abolished. However, even now, human beings' understanding of the Black Domain is still in a very shallow state. This special substance is difficult to study. Once out of control, it will bring a devastating blow. But Jiang Ye directly exchanged related technology through the Reincarnation Mall. Plus his infinite deduction. It only takes a short thinking time to find the direction of this technology application. Afterwards, Jiang Ye began to work on the mechanical table. All the most cutting-edge materials of mankind are in his laboratory, as much as he wants. Since entering the second-level civilization, human beings have opened the era of great interstellar voyages. With DX3906 star as the center, the nearby galaxy is like an endless ocean. Under the seabed, there are treasures that make people get rich overnight. But these treasures will eventually be collected by the official system and transferred to Jiang Ye's laboratory. Every day, tens of thousands of aviation materials are sent to Jiang Ye's laboratory. Arriving in a new galaxy, new materials are being born almost every day. With Jiang Ye's infinite deduction, he was able to quickly find out how to apply this material, and after repeated deduction, he finally got the ideal effect. After days of trying, finally, a bucket-shaped firearm that looks like an electromagnetic gun is installed on Jiang Ye's mechanical prosthesis. He raised his hand slightly, connected the mechanical prosthesis with nerves, and pressed the firing knob. Next second, a small black field appeared before the eyes like a spider web. With Jiang Ye off button, the black field disappeared instantly. It worked. Jiang Ye stared at the firearm in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The Black Domain manufacturing machine he transformed can control the world of the Black Domain through the knob. And with the more advanced neural connection system, you only need one thought to release the desired size. No matter in terms of precision or control portability, it has almost reached the most perfect weapon. Subsequently, Jiang Ye installed this firearm on his private universe spaceship. That's right. Jiang Ye is going to use the black field machine to capture the singer himself. With this technology, even the singer's spaceship may carry a light-speed curvature engine, or a more advanced communication technology. However, if it falls within the black area, it will be like a bug trapped in a spider web, unable to move. This day, Jiang Ye activates the universe spaceship to capture opportunities. After the captain received the order, he immediately dispatched a huge universe fleet, according to the specified requirements, at a location 30,000 kilometers away from Jiang Ye, ready to stand by at any time. The solar system, 1 light-year away from Earth. Singer took in the nearby scene through the screen in the universe spacecraft, and couldn't help sighing. Unfortunately, wars between civilizations always repeat the same mistakes. Although it's just a bug. With just a glance, the singer has already judged that a conflict between two civilizations probably occurred here. However, one of the weaker civilizations sent a universe broadcast in exchange for the free living space of the race. The singer is actually deeply touched by this. Just in another sea of stars. His race is also at war with the equally powerful universe civilization, spanning 10 galaxies. The cruelty is unimaginable in a small solar system. To be honest, singers don't like war, they convey the message of civilization with their soul songs, they like elegant and exquisite art, and hate the smoke of war. But if there are traces of other civilizations on the other side of the universe, singer will still attack without hesitation. Because they once shed blood for innocent ideas. The lessons of history have taught the once immature singer a cruel truth: if you are not of my race, your heart must be different. Even these two civilizations are nothing more than bugs in the eyes of the singer. But it still needs to be cleaned up. This is his job. It is also the law of the dark forest in the universe. Just when Singer was about to connect to his home on the other side of the universe through the communication system on the spaceship, and report the situation here to the high level. Boom! Suddenly, the entire hull of the spaceship shook violently. What happened? Singer's expression changed slightly, and he quickly manipulated the detection system. You actually entered the unstable universe space? He operated in a hurry, wanted to make an emergency call, and told his compatriots that there was an abnormality in his coordinates in the solar system, and he asked for support. But no signal can be sent. Black domain? How is it possible? There was an unbelievable look in the Singer's eyes. He obviously used the star map navigation system, different from the star map of Reincarnation Mall, to detect that there is no black area nearby. As a black hole with a low speed of light, the black domain is generally impossible to appear so suddenly. There are only four-dimensional fragments with such characteristics. Zato. Singer remembered that he had clearly found through the star map navigation system that there were no special universe objects such as black fields, black holes, and wormholes nearby. How did he enter the black realm? At this time, navigation map, a large fleet appears nearby as if out of thin air. Only then did the Singer realize that he had exposed his whereabouts long ago and fell into the enemy's trap. Wait, Gu. With this level of civilization, how can it be possible to have black domain manufacturing technology? The Singer was completely puzzled. Even though Singer is a level 4 civilization, he still hasn't fully mastered the black domain manufacturing technology. If they had this kind of technology, the enemies 10 galaxies away wouldn't dare to attack the Singer at all. The black field manufacturing technology is not just as simple as making the black field, it symbolizes the use of antimatter, which has reached the level of perfection. The efficiency of destroying civilization is faster than the two-way foil. After all, the speed at which the two-way foil diffuses is limited. Facing civilizations of the same level, the other party can quickly escape in a light-speed spaceship, and thus be scattered throughout the universe. The scattered enemies are often the most dangerous and troublesome. As long as it is carried out, the whole region must be guaranteed. At this point, on the contrary, mature black hole technology, using the principle that black holes swallow each other will expand infinitely and speed up, makes it easier to form a lore encirclement that has no dead ends for a civilization, thus putting this civilization into a situation of waiting for death. Singer never imagined that such a civilization would be reduced to the point of actively exposing the universe broadcast. This is not scientific. Launch an electromagnetic pulse. Jiang Ye ordered in a cold voice. Soon, tens of thousands of fleets use electromagnetic pulse weapons at the same time. Aim for the Singer spaceship within the black domain. Zzz. Bursts of ear-piercing electric sounds, madness resounded in Singer's spaceship. Although this spaceship has built a more sophisticated and advanced defense system, it cannot resist the entire top human fleet and launch an electromagnetic pulse at the same time. All the signal lights went out, the screen became dark, and the Singer spaceship was completely turned into a lump of scrap metal, just floating in the universe, like a kite with a broken string. Successful. The human fleet couldn't help but let out a burst of cheers. The devastating blow that Tri-Solaran civilization once brought to human beings, as well as the invincible imagination, made human beings fear other civilizations. After learning that the Singer civilization may be a more advanced civilization, everyone was very disturbed by this. However, under Jiang Ye's leadership, human beings took down the opponent's spaceship without any effort. Even if it is just a small spaceship, it is a huge encouragement to human beings. It proves that the current level of human civilization already has the ability to be unique in the universe. It is no longer the bug that was slaughtered by others. As expected of Professor Jiang Ye, it turns out that he has developed more advanced technological props again. If not, with our strength, we may not be able to intercept this universe spacecraft equipped with quantum teleportation technology. When the Singer spaceship was intercepted, the researchers went crazy and disassembled its structure and functions. They were surprised to find that this spacecraft has the ability to teleport across time and space. If it weren't for the existence of the black domain, then the spaceship could be teleported away instantly. No matter how many human fleets are deployed, there is absolutely no ability to catch up. At that time, human civilization will be further exposed, but it will suffer more precise and intense blows from the Singer civilization. Have to say, what Jiang Ye said is true. If it weren't for him to take action, then humans might not be able to take down the Singers so smoothly. At this moment, Jiang Ye stood in front of the restrained Singer, looking at him with interest. This is the first time he has faced a more advanced civilization of the universe, face to face. Chapter 58. It is completely different from the characteristics of the Trisolaran. The appearance of the Singer has almost the same body structure as that of a human. Only, his skin is engraved with golden lines, which looks mysterious, like a special race that only appears in novels. If it is said that Trisolaran looks like a monster in the universe, then the Singer's appearance is closer to the gods in human hearts. In fact, these lines are the codes that the Singers use to communicate. If they chanted and sang, they could resonate with their own race far away in the universe. Moreover, the language of the Singers is very special. They are usually like bards. Singing a poem briefly can convey huge information. When all the Singers gather together and perform a chorus, it is like a huge central computer with terrifying calculation capabilities. The speed of transmitting information is not even much inferior to that of Trisolarans. Singers don't need to use their brains to actively think and research like humans. They only need to sing a song to understand the principle. In addition, this special organ enables Singers to have the ability to communicate over long distances. If the mind is concentrated enough, there is still a chance to travel through the universe, because the nature of their propagation medium is not sound waves, so they are not affected by the vacuum of the universe. Of course, the black field still has a blocking effect. And to receive the same soul resonance, both singers and singers must be in a state of high concentration in order to successfully proceed. Now, the singers in front of Jiang Ye have been injected with anesthesia. Their physical fitness is not much better than that of humans, and the drugs can still play a role. Sondis a question. The singer spoke a mysterious and obscure language. Even with a translator, it was difficult to understand what this guy was trying to express. At this moment, he fell into a state almost like sleepwalking. Even if other singers came here, they might not be able to understand what the other party expressed. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Subsequently, he used Wheel of Fortune to check the singer's panel. Name, Charles. Age, 51. Identity, singer citizen. Occupation, cleaner. Intelligence, S+. Creation, SSS. Deduction, S. Good guy. Jiang Ye frowned slightly. The singer's creativity has reached SSS. This is the race with the most creativity in the entire Trisolaran world. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed what is going on. It can directly transmit a huge amount of information in the form of poetry. It is equivalent to the ability of every singer to recite poems casually. Any ordinary singer who comes to human society is at the level of a top writer. Creativity is certainly not at the same level as humans. Now, successfully capturing a singer is of great value to Jiang Ye. He is completely able to steal the singer's creativity through the ability of stealer. But right now there is more important information that needs to be stolen. Whether to steal the memory in the singer's mind. Yes. Next second. Chaotic memories flooded into Jiang Ye's mind. Including the singer from birth to growth, to learning the language of the race, and seeing the whole picture of the whole society. In the end, the lower scorers fall off the ranks and become cleaners, tasked with cleaning up civilizations outside the universe. Unimaginable. The work that can clean up a civilization at will is only done by lowly social singers. If it is placed in the concept of human beings, involving the life and death of the entire race, there is no doubt that only the leader at the top can make this level of decision-making. But for singers, they think that excellent singers should indulge in poetry and beauty, and dirty things should be done by singers with low status. Cleaning up a civilization is ugly for the singers, so they call the singers who perform these tasks cleaners. Translated in a more accurate human language, it is probably with the garbage. Most of the work of the cleaners consists of wandering aimlessly across the borders of the galaxy. When they find some scattered civilizations, they can apply for permission with their superiors. Clean up any possible universe civilizations. Only. The singer was rather unlucky. He wrongly estimated the technological civilization of mankind. I even met Jiang Ye, who owns the Reincarnation Mall, from which he can exchange for more advanced sci-fi props at any time. Fell into the hands of humans. For Jiang Ye, capturing a singer for the first time is of great value. The thief-exclusive talent he owns allows him to learn more information about the singer. After reviewing the fate of the singer's life, Jiang Ye let out a slight breath. Fortunately, the singer was captured before he could report to his superiors. It shows that human beings don't need to face the threat brought by the singer, and they can study the singer. Poll. The blows suffered by the solar system are not actually the singers, they are just one of the hunters who shoot. As early as a year before Singer launched the two-way foil, there were already other universe civilizations shooting towards the solar system. This time can be pushed back exactly 1 year before the Singer discovered human civilization. That is to say, within this year, the solar system will face the blows of other universe civilizations. It is very likely that a small card will be thrown over directly. But that card is not a postcard, but a two-way foil that can convert all three-dimensional objects into 2 dimensions. If someone's dream is to go to the second dimension, then give him a two-way foil and it's over. But the two-way foil can directly strike the entire solar system. By the time, human civilization will become an eternal picture scroll together with the solar system. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye immediately sent an urgent notice. All human beings who are still in the solar system, pass through the quantum teleportation array at the fastest speed, low because of the blue star. The breakthrough of quantum science, in a sense, break through the limit of physics. Whether it's computing level calculation capabilities, the destructive power of interstellar weapons, or the degree of human technology's mastery of space. Now, a new quantum teleportation array was born. Able to cross the physical limitations of space and directly transport an object to another place. In the past, this technology was thought to be impossible to achieve, but since the era of universal science and technology opened, human civilization has entered the second level of civilization. The use of the prince is no longer something that cannot be broken, but a principle that even junior high school students know. Between the Earth and the blue star, there happens to be such a quantum teleporter, which connects 2 livable planets spanning 300 light-years, and transfers instantly. Although the environment of blue star is very good, there are still some people who are more attached to the Earth. They grew up and were born on the Earth, even though they have witnessed the rise of the blue star, they are still reluctant to leave their home planet. Therefore, since the quantum teleportation array was built, some human beings returned to the Earth to live for a period of time through the quantum teleportation array. Anyway, at this time, we have not yet faced the blows of other universe civilizations, and if we can watch one more day, that is one day. Gradually, some people continued to live on the Earth, went to farms to cultivate land, grow vegetables, and so on, and lived a leisurely life. But at this moment, an urgent broadcast suddenly echoed throughout the Earth. All human citizens, after hearing the broadcast, please pass through the quantum teleportation array as quickly as possible and return to Blue Star. The piercing broadcast sound, accompanied by the sound of the air defense siren, constantly echoed in the sky of the earth. People raised their heads in bewilderment, only to see countless universe spaceships floating in the sky, and began to search for any possible figures on the ground in a wide range. Immediately, a long queue formed at the gate of the Earth quantum teleportation array. Everyone whispered and discussed, but they didn't know what happened. Soon, after everyone on the ground was sent back to Blue Star. The quantum teleportation array is blocked. All universe spacecraft still stationed in the solar system, evacuate collectively. The space lane is closed. All universe ships are not allowed to enter the solar system. The farther away the better. All human beings have a vague premonition in their hearts that something big is about to happen. The person who made this decision is none other than Jiang Ye. Now, few people would question Jiang Ye's decision. Any seemingly unusual actions must have his reasons. Half-year later, a small card appeared in the solar system. Safan nearby captured this picture and sent it to the screen of the space station. Send this scene to all mankind for live viewing. Jiang Ye said lightly. If civilization wants to learn to progress, it must eliminate its own arrogance from the cruel laws, and then it will understand how to survive from being weak and then transform into a strong one. At the cost of the destruction of the entire solar system, it is the best baptism for the past civilization history given to humans who are still ignorant. At this time, the virtual projection technology around all human beings flickered suddenly. Immediately afterwards, in everyone's field of vision, a common picture appeared. A strange wave suddenly erupted from that small card. Next second, like water ripples that can cover the entire universe, sweeping across thousands of stars in the blink of an eye, as if to include the entire solar system. All objects swept by the ripples are all two-dimensional. Safan looked down on that small card from a high-altitude perspective, as if centering on it, the entire universe was being compressed into a painting. God, what the hell is that? Our solar system is turning into a painting. Is this the sweeping weapon the other universes use against us? Terrible. I have never imagined that there is a universe civilization that can master the weapon of dimensionality reduction strike, and turn all three-dimensional people into two-dimensional people. Real paper man. Who said he wants to go to the second dimension? This is an opportunity. Forget it, whoever wants to go to the second dimension, go. If you are bombarded by this thing, it will be so cool that you can directly become a universe specimen. It was the first time for all human beings to witness the power of the two-way foil, and they were all immersed in shock. They have made many speculations about other universe civilizations, but they are all limited to their cognition of themselves and the Tri-Solaran world. I never imagined that there would be a universe civilization with two-dimensional weapons that could wipe out the entire solar system in one fell swoop. Immediately, humans realize that with their current technological civilization, compared with other ancient civilizations, there is still an insurmountable gap. They do change now. Strong, but there is still a long way to go to be able to stand alone. Fortunately, we evacuated here in time, otherwise we would really be compressed into paper figures. There were still some people who didn't want to go back before. They wanted to stay on the earth with a stern face, and they even spoke rudely to Professor Jiang Ye. If Professor Jiang Ye hadn't told them to leave in time, I'm afraid they would have died there long ago. The speed of two-dimensionalization has reached the speed of light, and the coverage area is huge, without any dead angle. If you just ride the universe spaceship, if you don't reach the speed of light, there is no possibility of survival at all. At the current speed of private ships, the maximum power can only reach 1/3 of the speed of light. Think about the consequences of staying in the solar system. Professor Jiang Ye is simply a god. How did he predict that the solar system will face a blow at this time? What an incredible great man! Before, the group of people who were still on the earth couldn't help showing expressions of palpitations, and now they still feel scared for a while. They can't imagine that they are really facing the blow of dimensionality reduction, and they will become paper people from then on. Not only will they lose their lives, but they will also become eternal specimens of the universe's deep hole. What a terrible thing! At the same time, this fear has also turned into a deep admiration for Jiang Ye. If Jiang Ye hadn't issued the order to evacuate in time again, the group of people who stayed on the earth would also suffer a tragic blow from the second direction. Since then, the solar system is completely destroyed. The current living space of human beings has basically stabilized in Blue Star. But at the same time, all the high-end researchers from all over the world gathered together to discuss the meeting. The professors present here, seeing the power of the two-way foil with their own eyes, the shocking altar in their hearts will not be much inferior to that of ordinary people. But their expressions are more serious. Compared with ordinary people, they have to think about how to deal with such weapons. As well as, beyond the universe, there may be even more terrifying civilizations. At this time, Jiang Ye stood up and said with a smile, "Actually, the method is very simple. We only need to establish a black domain." As soon as this remark came out, the professors present couldn't help being stunned. Professor Jiang Ye, won't the black domain hinder our technological development? Some professors asked puzzledly. With the current level of human scientific research, it is completely possible to enter a period of rapid development. But if a black domain, of Wang Hao, is established, it will affect the development of science and technology. Anyway, now that human beings have completed their migration, they may not be found by other universe civilizations. Establishing a black domain seems to do more harm than good. No. Jiang Ye shook his head, and said, the previous black domain was carried out around the planet. But now, the black domain I want to build will cover the entire galaxy. This includes wormholes that can travel through. Although the black domain will hinder the speed of light and cannot enter it, it will not have any impact on the wormhole. We only need to build a black domain around a wormhole, and explore beyond the boundary through the wormhole. And travel across the galaxy, looking for habitable planets that may exist in other galaxies, as a new base for human beings. Subsequently, Jiang Ye directly introduced the principle of the black domain manufacturing machine. With such machines, human beings no longer need to use universe ships to manufacture black domains, but directly use black domain manufacturing machines to expand the area at any time. Therefore, there is a switch in the artificial black area. You can turn it on if you want to, and turn it off if you want to. And the area of the black domain directly covers the entire huge galaxy, because it does not directly surround the blue star, so it will not affect the development of human technology. When the technology of the black domain manufacturing machine is announced, when everyone looked at Jiang Ye, there was only a strong look of shock left. They couldn't imagine how Jiang Ye developed the black domain manufacturing machine in such a short period of time. Possessing the weapons that only the top universe civilization possesses, can achieve both offense and defense. 75 years. The black domain manufacturing machine has been put into large-scale research and development and production. With the wormhole as the boundary, build a black domain. When the black domain is successfully built, humanity completely has the best bunker. No need to worry about threats from other universe civilizations anymore. You created the black domain and completely stabilized the fourth-level civilization of mankind. Achievement points plus 2000 W. Score, S plus SS. Chapter 59. Since then, human civilization has completely taken root around DX3906 star. The Black Field project was successfully realized, and the human fear of the universe broadcast disappeared. Now, even if someone launches the universe broadcast, under the shelter of the black domain, the signal cannot be transmitted. Unless through the wormhole, go to the border of the black domain to send a signal. But because the wormhole is far away from the blue star, even if the universe broadcast is sent from this location, the range of the two-way foil is about a star system, and it is completely timed to evacuate at the speed of human beings, and it may not even reach the blue star. In the eyes of any civilization in the universe, the current realm of human civilization is almost a land of death, unable to pose any threat. No bunker is safer than the black zone. After experiencing the three-body civilization and witnessing the entire solar system being two-dimensional, human beings are still worried about this. For the continuation of the fire of civilization, and to share the danger of being discovered by the universe civilization and bringing about a devastating blow, Space Headquarters starts the Long-Term Stars Project. Take a super-light spaceship to go to the galaxy outside the Milky Way, explore more distant areas, and find out if there are more places suitable for human habitation. Of course, some people doubt whether these migrated humans will become enemies and threaten themselves in turn. But these doubts were quickly ruled out. Any aerospace tools and systems are bound to the Universe Space Headquarters. The highest authority is in the hands of Jiang Ye. In other words, even if it is a fleet, Jiang Ye only needs to move his fingers lightly, and all the giant steel beasts will turn into a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. There is no problem at all in carrying out the STARS project. At the same time, the expansion of the Black Domain has enabled human beings to completely consolidate the first-level civilization. They will not be threatened by any civilization in the universe for nearly 1,000 years. With the current industrial technology, it is completely possible to produce more superluminal spaceships. The resources of the entire galaxy are explored arbitrarily, aerospace materials continue to break through, and the construction cost of superluminal spaceships is lower, and now the annual production capacity breakthrough is as much as 10,000. In the near future, under the condition of having multiple superluminal spaceships, it will be able to support large-scale expeditions across the galaxy. And reaching this point, human beings will be able to gradually upgrade to level 4 civilization. According to Jiang Ye's information, in the three-body world, the most advanced universe civilization is the 4-level civilization. This is a world that originally belonged to a high-dimensional universe, but after continuous wars, the dimension gradually decreased to a 3-dimensional universe. If it reaches level V civilization, it will have the ability to cross dimensions. However, 710. In the three-body world, the 4-dimensional world has been reduced to a grave, and the highest dimension can only reach 3 dimensions, or temporarily enter the 4-dimensional fragments by unconventional means, but because of the instability of space, the 4-dimensional world can only last for a short period of time, but it will soon fall apart. Even the most advanced zero-returner civilization, at most, will completely restart the entire universe and enter a full-scale 2-dimensional, or even zero-dimensional world, and they must also hold the secret of the 4-dimensional. But this dimension cannot be crossed to the 5th dimension. So, even if it is as strong as the return to zero civilization, it has quietly occupied a large area of universe realm in the star sea, but it still does not exceed the category of 4-level civilization. At that time, if human beings can reach level 4 civilization, maybe it can be infinitely close to the S level score. Level 4 civilization is also a key to the SSS score of the Tri-Solaran world. Does it steal the singer's creativity? Yes. Next second, Jiang Ye once again opened the life template of this life. Compared with the original information, the above information has undergone earth-shaking changes. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 90. Identity, human leader. Occupation, the highest seat of the universe headquarters. Intelligence, SS+. Creation, SSS. Deduction, SSS. Halo, full level luck, SSS, infinite deduction, SSS. Achievement points, 10000W. Current rating, SS. This panel can be described as extremely luxurious. Anyone who has experienced the reincarnation of the sci-fi world can't help but salivate when they see the template Jiang Ye has. The sci-fi world belongs to the point where it is easy to grade from grade E to grade C, but it becomes more and more difficult as you go further. If you want to achieve higher achievements and create history, it will take a long time to settle down. In lifespan is a difficult point to break through. Although Jiang Ye's current age has reached 90 years old, with contemporary anti-aging technology, he once again broke through the limit of human lifespan. It can reach as many as 700 years old. Certainly. If you want to improve, it will be very difficult. You can't just rely on medicine, but also provide enough environmental conditions. In fact, Jiang Ye's 90-year lifespan is only about 1/8 of a human life. Compared with the old times, it is probably equivalent to a boy who has just passed his childhood. However, Jiang Ye's rating has reached SS level. He still has hundreds of years to break through the last S in this lifetime. But recently, Jiang Ye's progress in physics has temporarily slowed down, and he has started to work on the realm of breakthrough life science. He still remembers that decades ago, there was a white-haired girl who was still trapped in the ice cave of hibernating technology. If it is a normal person to thaw, then with the current technology, it can be done very easily. But zero cells are special. According to Jiang Ye's deduction, if the normal thawing process is used, the cells will be exhausted 10 times faster due to the huge difference in the external environment. That is very likely to cause Zero's heart to fail in a short period of time due to excessive failure, plus the resistance of hibernation cannot be recovered, and shock death. Therefore, during this period, Jiang Ye used infinite deduction frantically looking for a solution. With the current industrial foundation of human beings, any operation can be refined at the cell level. A microcell level operating table, manufactured by Jiang Ye. It can perform extremely fine operations on the special cells of each person, which has achieved a breakthrough compared to the past medical technology. Apply part of the principles of quantum science to the medical operating table, and fully combine it with contemporary biological technology. Of course, this also requires the doctor to have the best technological means. After this machine was built, Jiang Ye began to prepare for zero unfreezing technology. But the whole process needs to be extremely delicate. Based on Jiang Ye's deduction results, it is necessary to inject vitality factors into every cell that is zero on the operating table while thawing. This vitality factor, combined with zero cells, can resist the process of cell aging. When every cell in Zero's body is infused with this vitality factor, then her cells will be completely the same as normal people. Only, the whole process needs to be meticulous at the cellular level, and even the top doctors of all mankind do not have the confidence to do it all. But Jiang Ye used the true qi of the Zhongguo continent to improve his own body. His eyesight is different from ordinary people, and he has unlimited deductions. Be able to find the only correct way to operate. So, Jiang Ye is the best doctor in all mankind. Only he can achieve the perfect reversal of exhausted cells at the cellular level while helping Zero unfreeze the hibernation state. If this medical project is successful, it will once again break through the highest level of human medical realm. Do you think Professor Jiang Ye will succeed? Outside the glass of the operating table, dozens of top experts and professors from the medical realm stood by. If something goes wrong, they are always there to help and provide professional assistance. At the same time, this is the first time that a cell-scale operating table has come out. If it can be successful, it will be thoroughly promoted to all the top 3 hospitals of Blue Star. Many patients with cancer and innate diseases can return to the state of normal people through the cell-level operating table. Many top experts here have come here admiringly to learn and observe this technology. But what they didn't expect was that Jiang Ye announced the cell-level operating table for the first time, and he is about to perform a miraculous medical treatment. Even the top experts here have no confidence in this kind of operation. If it was the past, I might have doubts about Professor Jiang Ye. But don't forget, how many times Professor Jiang Ye has created incredible miracles for our human beings. According to his resume, Professor Jiang Ye actually studied life sciences before attacking physics. Anti-aging technology, cell regeneration technology, almost, SEDC, are all technologies that Professor Jiang Ye broke through when he was a teenager. Now, at the height of Professor Jiang Ye, no one knows what he saw and what level he has reached. We can only choose to trust Professor Jiang Ye unconditionally. A gray-haired professor said seriously. Among the many young experts present here, he is a rare person from AD who knows Jiang Ye's life better. Many experts actually only know that Jiang Ye is a miracle in the realm of physics, but they don't know that Jiang Ye was originally in the realm of biological sciences and has such a high attainment, so they all showed disbelief. Drip drip. At this time, there was a humming sound from inside the glass box. Surgery is about to begin. Everyone showed a nervous look. As top medical experts, they know that this level of surgery requires extremely delicate operations, and they cannot miss any step. Even though Jiang Ye has created miracles many times, he still feels extremely nervous when he witnesses this moment with his own eyes. Jiang Ye concentrated on mental energy. Next second, his field of vision immediately passes through the neural microscope system and connects to the cell-level operating table. Every cell, under the field of view of the microscope, appears extremely clear. However, completely different from ordinary microscopes, Jiang Ye has innovated neural connection technology. As long as he moves slightly with his thoughts, he can completely see all the cells in Zero's body. And Jiang Ye has gradually become familiar with the use of infinite deduction, and now he opens the four-dimensional perspective, and can see all aspects of the operating table in his eyes. Comparing with other doctors, it's like the difference between playing the game in 3D and God's perspective. Of course, the control over the surrounding environment is not at one level or another. After countless deduction, Jiang Ye has summed up the best surgical method with 100% success. He immediately passed through the nervous system, and began to connect to the cell-level operating table to thaw. Zero's body temperature is very low, so you need to be extremely careful when thawing, and you can only thaw partially. At the moment of thawing, you must use the fastest speed to continuously infuse viability factors into the thawed cells. Ensure that every cell can absorb perfectly. Only in this way can we achieve 100% success and prolong the lifespan the most. The failure of any step will invisibly shorten Zero's lifespan after waking up. However, at the second of thawing, active factors have been injected into it. The skin on Zero's right hand, from being pale at the beginning, gradually began to turn rosy, as if glowing with youthful vitality. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone, and the experts present couldn't help being moved. Professor Jiang Ye's control is too strong. That's right, at the moment of thawing, the cell vitality factor was injected so accurately that the whole process didn't even take 0.0001 second. Even Dr. Lin, who is recognized as having the highest technology in neurosurgery, seems unable to do the same thing as Professor Jiang Ye. Oh my god! If Professor Jiang Ye is in neurosurgery, wouldn't he also be able to sit on the title of the first person? In theory, I'm afraid that's the case. Professor Jiang Ye is so versatile, not only has such a high achievement in physics, even if medical technology is far ahead of human beings, isn't this really the reincarnation of a god in the sky? The three-body civilization in the past, to us humans, is no different from gods. But even the three-body civilization, in front of Professor Jiang Ye, can only turn around and run away. What kind of realm that man has reached, I am afraid that only he himself knows. All the professors present couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What they admire more is that Jiang Ye can reach the top level in multiple realms at the same time. Such a gap can only make people feel daunting. But the entire surgical process of thawing cells and injecting vital factors is very lengthy. After all, to infuse each cell with vital factors, there must be no mistakes in the process. It's hard to imagine what a huge mental drain it was. Sometimes, the entire operation can last a day or two, requiring the doctor's intense and focused attention, and the process cannot be stopped for too long. Once the thawing starts, due to the difference in room temperature, even if the temperature in the operating room is controlled to be very low, the thawing process will start slowly. If the operation cannot be completed within the limited time, the remaining cells may be in crisis once the thawing time has passed. Therefore, for doctors, this is not only a technical test, but also a huge consumption of physical energy. This process is difficult to do better simply by accelerating. Because the essence of the entire operating table is to connect the nervous system to execute, and it must be fast and at the same time maintain fineness. On the contrary, it will accelerate the consumption of energy. The difficulty, only professionals know how huge. But Jiang Ye's complexion didn't change at all. Compared with ordinary people, mental energy is completely different from ordinary people. In the Zhongguo continent, the practitioner of Tianxiang Grand Great Master can go without eating, drinking, or sleeping for 7 days, and can maintain the body's operation only by breathing. It's the tiniest amount of control over the human body, so it's able to do it all. Although in the sci-fi world, true qi cannot be used, but these breathing and control can still be used. Jiang Ye evenly controls own breathing, and adjusts the state with the most suitable breath and textbook level, so as to maintain long-term, high efficiency and stable control. Whether it is fineness, concentration, or durability, it has reached the highest standard in the industry. No matter which doctor, if he can have one of the top indicators, he can obtain the qualifications of the dean level in the 3 hospitals. Finally, after a lengthy surgery, suddenly, the signal light outside the glass box turned green. Everyone woke up like a dream, realized that the operation was about to end, immediately showed nervous expressions, and looked at the girl in the glass box in unison. Some veteran-level professors have continued to research from the life sciences laboratory to today. They have had contact with Ling, and there are even professors who specially brought Ling up. At this moment, he also stood outside the glass box nervously, witnessing the birth of this scene. Together they held their breath, unable to determine whether the operation was a success. After a while, the white-haired girl slowly opened her eyes as clear as ice and snow, and sat up with her hands supported. Dozens of professors who are over 70 years old couldn't help but burst into tears at this moment. Chapter 60. My God, this is nothing short of a miracle. 0, that kid, Ling, really woke up. The last time I saw 0 was decades ago. At that time, it was very pitiful that this child could only live to 18 years old. I thought that 0's hibernation this time would be the last. Unexpectedly, a miracle, it really happened. Thanks to Professor Jiang Ye. The former old professors of the School of Life Sciences couldn't help but shed tears. Many of them have witnessed 0's growth with their own eyes. Anyone who sees this girl's ice-like face but reveals Qiang Gui's stubbornness can't help feeling sorry for it. Such a beautiful life is fragile and perishable. But with the scientific technology at that time, it was very difficult to reverse such a special innate case. Even with the hibernation technology, it would still increase the difficulty and risk of future treatment for 0's physique. Many professors at that time shook their heads in their hearts. In fact, although they knew that there was still hope for 0, the objective possibility was very low. But now, the miracle created by Jiang Ye has moved all the old professors here. This day, it's really here. For them, the fate of human beings is actually not special here. I care more about the people around me. Seeing that 0 was able to wake up successfully, the old professors seemed to let go of the stone hanging in their hearts. This white-haired girl can open her eyes again, which is the most beautiful scenery in the whole universe. Am I dead? 0 opened her eyes, and what caught her pupils was a strange ceiling. Waking up for the first time, the light from the incandescent lamp made the whole world a vast expanse of whiteness. It's like the afterlife. But then, a familiar face gradually took shape and appeared in 0's field of vision. It is Jiang Ye. Accompanied by a gentle voice, it sounded in 0's ears. The surgery was a success. 0, congratulations, you have the same lifespan as humans in the old days. Welcome back. The outline of that face gradually became clear, just like when he accompanied him into the ice cave back then, it was exactly the same. It's just that the young man's eyes became deeper than before, as if he had seen through the changes of the times, experienced countless trials and tribulations, and revealed a firmness in his composure, like a sharp sword that hides its sharpness. At that moment, you can penetrate all obstacles in the world. Jiang Ye. Her tone revealed a bit of surprise. Compared with her previous calm tone, she was obviously more excited. She quickly realized what happened, and asked suspiciously, "Didn't I enter the ice cave?" "No. What time is it now?" "The year is 2303 AD. To be precise, it is the 25th year of the Blue Star calendar. It's been almost 100 years since you entered the ice cave. Fortunately, this operation was a success, and your thaw is fine." While talking, Jiang Ye used the function of the cell-level operating table to check every part of Zero's body. Obviously, this operation was an unexpected success. From the perspective of neuromicroscopic technology, Shui's cell activity was already exactly the same as that of a normal person. The lifespan is exactly the same as that of humans in the old era, that is, they can survive for 150 to 200 years under suitable environmental conditions. However, anti-aging technology cannot be used due to the need for cell activation factors to resist aging. Essentially, anti-aging technology is to inhibit the activity in human cells to prolong life, reduce cell death and regeneration. However, Zero innate cell exhaustion requires corresponding activity to counteract exhaustion. If anti-aging drugs are used, they will conflict with the efficacy of active factors. There is no way to extend the lifespan to 700 years. Jiang Ye thought for a while, and roughly explained this series of situations to Zero. However, Zero showed a very happy smile and said, "Thank you, Jiang Ye. I don't think I need such a long life. The greatest value of life lies in its limitation. Because it is short, life has the value of racing against time to realize its own meaning. Compared with people in the old age, I can survive nearly twice as long, which is already very satisfying." The next month, Zero stayed in the research room and continued to observe the physical condition. "And I usually do some rehabilitation exercises. It turns out that Zero data is completely normal. Rehabilitation training has entered the regular stage, and he recovered quickly, and it didn't take long to be able to exercise like a normal person. The state of health is much better than before entering the ice cave. In the past, Zero's cells continued to be in a state of rapid exhaustion, and he felt tired easily. Although his vital signs could maintain normal activities, his vitality was much lower than that of his peers. This led to Zero's character not looking very good, speaking very briefly, and his expression revealed a maturity beyond his peers, as if he felt indifferent to everything in the world. But in fact, these are just low vitality states due to poor physical condition. When Zero's body gradually adapted to health and began to play tennis, jogging and other training, the girl's pale complexion became rosy, full of sunshine. Now, Ling often has a smile on his face, no different from a healthy person, and his mentality is much better than before. "How is it here?" Jiang Ye's voice came from behind Zero. Since the successful launch of the Black Field project, a lot of time can be spared a little, and there is no need to work on new technologies day and night. At the current stage of human beings, what is needed is to slowly build a complete universe spaceship platform around the DX3906 star, and gradually spread the space station throughout the entire galaxy. In this way, the exploration across the galaxy is completed. After the basic construction reaches the standard, human civilization will automatically enter level 4 civilization. Before that, Jiang Ye has given enough gifts to human civilization, and now he can save more precious time for himself and the people around him. Open the pupil of luck. Jiang Ye found that Ling's black halo of luck had disappeared. When the golden halo of luck gradually turned purple, it was accompanied by a glazed sky rope surrounding it. What a complicated halo of luck! Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. It was the first time he saw such a colorful halo of luck. Although there is no golden sun of fortune, it seems to have become richer, and there seems to be nothing wrong with it. It's fine here. Zero said from the bottom of his heart. I really didn't expect that after humans migrated to Blue Star, there would be such a beautiful ecological environment. And human beings in the star world outside the universe can also build a home that is no less than the Earth. She turned her head, looked at Jiang Ye and thanked seriously. Jiang Ye, you have made an indelible contribution to mankind. Jiang Ye showed a slightly regretful look. It's a pity that the solar system is gone, and human beings will never be able to return to the Earth. But the torch of civilization shines on the entire universe, doesn't it? Zero looked very focused, as if he saw something more precious. What are your plans for the future? Continue to return to the Institute of Life and conduct scientific research. Jiang Ye changed the subject. But beyond his expectation. Zero shook his head, and said, in this era, human technology is already advanced enough, and you are enough for the scientific research realm. For me, if I had more choices, I wouldn't immerse myself in the study of life sciences. In the future, I should study music, play with musical instruments, or walk around in this world. Zero told Jiang Ye about his childhood experiences. She was in the orphanage for a while, and she often heard the sound of chorus and symphony performances from the nearby church. In that icy and snowy winter, in the silent and hopeless life, melodious music came from the church, carrying hope for life. The bright lights in the church are reflected in Ling's young pupils, like a road leading to heaven. These fragments appear in Zero's dreams from time to time. Later, it is the School of Life Sciences that gives Ling a glimmer of hope. Life science can change the innate disease in her body, and the professors around her have high hopes for her. Zero first came into contact with life sciences, not only carrying the burden of continuing her own life, but also the expectations of the professors who helped her. Therefore, Zero did not devote himself to the scientific research realm of life science because of his love, but when he was desperate, there was only one way to choose. But the arrival of Jiang Ye seems to have changed everything. Zero no longer has to bear these stresses alone. She is now alive and healthy, and after decades of hibernation, the scientific principles and technologies of the past have been turned upside down. It will take a long time to complete this knowledge. Zero cannot prolong own life through anti-aging drugs, and there are probably more than 100 years left. What's more, now the scientific research realm is led by Jiang Ye, and human beings no longer need to face the threat of Trisolaran civilization and other universe civilizations. During Zero's waking up, he has been witnessing the changes in this world. Experienced countless times of despair, but finally ushered in the new life of hope, the understanding of life has a new height. Now, she has other things to do. World Tree Park. The largest tree in Blue Star is planted here, with a height of 500 meters, and the entire area is planned as the most outstanding green park in the world. Between the endless flower gardens, the roads are full of dog walkers and pedestrians. On the park chairs, many young people sat together, discussing a complex formula or equation, or talking about the future of the universe. At this time, a burst of ethereal singing came from the square in the center of the park. Pedestrians passing by stopped and looked sideways in the direction of the singing. I saw a white-haired girl holding a violin in her hand, and the melodious and slow splendor of the Middle Ages fluttered into the distance from the pulling of the strings. The sound of the piano seems to connect the cultures of the Enlightenment Age, the Renaissance Age, the Postmodern Age, and the AD century into the same song. The prelude is melodious, and sad. But then in the middle part, the strength of the piano sound gradually became stronger, as if advancing with crisis and rapids, and the melody became faster. This peculiar music style immediately attracted the attention of everyone, and many people couldn't help but picked up their mobile phones to shoot videos. Since the era of national science and technology, fewer and fewer people study classical music. Most of them are electronic music synthesized by software, with a strong rock style and mixed with electronic music. Bombing headphones, fast-paced, electronic, more inclined to rap and rap style. Few people would hold a guitar and play it repeatedly against 6 strings every day. This kind of time-consuming and inefficient practice was regarded by the parents at that time as not doing their job properly. But with the advent of the era of the black domain, no matter the three-body civilization, or the threats brought by other universe civilizations are gradually disappearing, although there is still the atmosphere of the age of science and technology for all, people will spend more time leisurely. Come down, just like people in the age of deterrence, slowly start to enjoy life, but at the same time do not lose thinking about the essence of things. This unique music style has just become popular on the internet, and instantly became popular all over the internet. A lot of music companies started looking for this girl. They all saw the unparalleled artistic value from the girl, and this music style seems to perfectly resonate with the current era, with a rare artistic value. Send out invitations with sky-high signing fees. But the girls all refused all cooperation. She is like an aimless tourist, from one city to the next, playing in natural scenic areas, playing under the pavilions of ancient roads, playing in the alleys of small towns with rich connotations in the old city. Every time when her piano and singing sounds at the same time, the lofty and ethereal artistic conception is like the sky on the plateau, and everyone's hearts are immersed in Chengdu, feeling the tranquility. The beauty of music and natural beauty, slowly waiting for the arrival of dusk and sunset. Gradually, Zero's fame began to grow, and the number of videos about her played on the internet often broke through 5 million, and some even reached tens of millions. Some star chasers were curious about Zero's identity and began to use technology to search for information about her. But any search is in vain. Jiang Ye used the most advanced technology to shield anyone who wanted to find Zero data, and sent an army to protect him at any time. Zero made great contributions to mankind in the last century, and at a very young age, she was burdened with a destiny that did not belong to her. In this better era, no one has the right to disturb everything she should enjoy. People with talent seem to be able to become unique geniuses no matter what realm they are in. Although Zero did not continue to study scientific research, she turned to music realm, which brought a huge impact to human society. In the past 100 years, human beings have been obsessed with exploring the truth of the universe, and have developed various technologies to strengthen human civilization and resist Trisolarans. A lot of movies are about how humans can defeat Trisolaran civilization, or other hypothetical alien civilizations. This is an era that is too rational, emphasizes the value of personal contribution, and is full of fighting will at any time. During those times when human beings are facing the threat of the three-body problem, it has promoted the development of the entire society. The technological process has brought indelible value. However, too much emphasis on the idea of value sometimes makes people give up the pursuit of beauty and ignores the goal of talent. Zero's music revived a wave of classical culture in the Blackfield era, while combining postmodern music. This wave immediately promoted the development of the entire music industry, accompanied by classical art and the exploration of human value. Technology and art, spirit and material, gradually reach a balance. If there are parents who warn their own children that pursuing art is an unprogressive behavior, as long as the story of the singer's civilization is used, and the higher civilization of others is to use singing to convey the message. In order to refute, parents are often speechless. At the same time, most of the resources of DX3906 star have been exploited similarly. After this wave of blue ocean is developed, people are not so keen on creating value, and instead start to enjoy by life. Such a social form is often more suitable for peaceful times. 100 years. Humanity has entered the Diamond Age. With rapid economic development, the happiness level index has increased. The distribution of materials tends to be equalized gradually, and a period of rational distribution of resources, based on the premise of environmental stability and technological explosion, is coming. 150 years. The number of airships reached 20. The space station is all over the DX3906 star, and it begins to develop towards the entire galaxy. 200 years. Jiang Ye began to study whether human consciousness can be separated from matter. If this technology can be broken through, that person will have the opportunity to achieve eternal life. Chapter 61. 300 years. Using a long time, Jiang Ye deduced the method of separating human consciousness from matter in his mind for quadrillion times. Finally, with the latest breakthrough, human consciousness can generate emotions through nerves, and brain capacity to carry memories. The transmission method of nerves is a kind of microcurrent, which can be completely simulated through technology. Human memory can be simulated by the current supercomputer, stored as a free file, and bound with exclusive identity information. In this way, human souls may be permanently stored in the universe central network in the form of digitization. This period, Jiang Ye once again updated the computing power of the computer by more than a dozen versions. With the huge computing power of the central system, it can even support the calculation of all the distributions of the human body, and the information processing is almost only in an instant. It is at the same level as people's intuitive reaction and conditioned emission. That is to say, with the computing power of the current computer, it can completely simulate a person's behavior habits and make a specific response. These have laid a sufficient foundation for the digitization of human consciousness. Besides, Jiang Ye's research on life science realm is also in the process of continuous breakthrough. The operation process of the human neural network can be perfectly recorded on the cell-level test bench and simulated by microcurrent. When all technologies are formed, the rest is to call the experimenters to carry out. Have you heard that the technology of digitalizing human consciousness seems to be coming? Real or fake? Consciousness digitalization? Wouldn't it be possible to achieve immortality with a computer? Such a technology sounds a bit incredible. I don't think it's that mature. If this is true, wouldn't human beings be able to live forever? But I don't dare to 573 to experiment with such a technology. Nonsense, this technology is not prepared for you now, but after death. Which living person would try this technology? But for dying people who still want to live, they should try this technology, right? When the technology of digitization of consciousness was first launched, immediately aroused heated discussions among all mankind. Immortality, there is no concept more attractive than this. Some people are full of expectations for this, imagining that one day if their consciousness is really digitized, wouldn't it be possible to play games every day without eating or sleeping? But another group of people is full of doubts about this technology, thinking that they should cease to exist after death, even after digitization, that is not the real self. Some people even demonize this technology, thinking that the digitalization of consciousness is a cage of the soul, and that it can be erased with the speed of own will only by moving a finger. This is equivalent to giving hope to life, but it can be taken back at any time. Many people don't like this feeling, thinking that this technology challenges the ethical laws of human beings. However, no matter what, eternal life has a great temptation for anyone. Soon, Blue Star had many volunteers whose lives had come to an end, and one after another took the initiative to apply to participate in this technology. The first batch of volunteers came to the laboratory. They are less than a few months away from their final lives. After passing the audit, without any criminal record, good conduct, and other conditions, begin execution. Not long after, Radao appeared in front of everyone as a figure. With AR projection technology, the simulated consciousness can be projected into reality. Hey, is this my new body? The volunteer was stunned for a moment, then looked down and found that own's body had turned into a projection, and he was immediately surprised. He tried to walk and move his arms, but it felt no different from reality. It's amazing, I feel like I'm alive. Volunteers sighed. Soon, various data were sampled from volunteers. After communicating with their family members, I found that after the virtualization of human consciousness, any behavior shown is exactly the same as before life. This is definitely not the level that can be achieved by purely simulated information. Even with absolute computing power to simulate human behavior, some habits and details, as well as the look of conversation, cannot be simulated by machines. Only a real soul can bring people exactly the same feeling. Seeing this scene, the family members of the volunteers couldn't help but shed tears. They thought that in a few months, they would say goodbye to their loved ones forever. But now, I can live together for a long time, even if it is a digital consciousness, but in the usual relationship, I can feel that I am the same person. It proves that the digitization of consciousness is not just using machines to simulate human memory and behavior habits, but it is really transferring the soul. Professor Jiang Ye, this is nothing short of a miracle. The experts present couldn't help standing up and sighing. They are actually skeptical about this technology, even if it can successfully simulate human nerves and record memories, but can they really survive in another way? The answer is obviously already in sight. Even relatives can feel that this is the same person. That proves that this technology is absolutely mature, and human beings can still retain their own consciousness. It also shows that Jiang Ye's scientific research on realm has almost reached the point of being a god, and even the existence of the soul, which cannot be materialized, can be successfully reproduced and simulated. It's hard to imagine what kind of situation this has reached. Seeing this scene, the other volunteers present have more confidence in the technology of digitalization of consciousness, and have tried it one after another. After a while, when they appeared in front of everyone in the form of AR projection, they all had expressions of surprise on their faces. It's really able to retain consciousness. I can be sure that after a short period of blankness in my brain just now, it soon appeared here again. The whole process is connected. Even the nervousness I felt when I was preparing to conduct the experiment just now still remains. It feels similar to when I entered VR. Coincidentally, I was basically on the hospital bed during my lifetime, wearing a helmet and playing VR swords, and now I feel like I'm home. So you also play with swords? Brother, wait for a fight. 1J. The volunteers present communicated with each other, with surprise expressions on their faces. Virtual reality technologies such as VR and AR have long been popularized in Blue Star. Since Zero led the Renaissance in the century-old era, many games and cultural products have been born. It's like returning to the era of deterrence, the era when Trisolarans followed humans to create movies and music. With the development of neurotechnology, virtual reality can almost simulate the entire another world, and various large-scale game outputs, among which Sword is the most popular game. It is said that it was built by Professor Jiang Ye himself. Well, when children are playing games, they don't have to worry about finding reasons with their parents. This game was created by the greatest people in the world, not to mention children. Some parents follow their children to grab helmets to play. The experience of digitalization of consciousness is very similar to VR and AR technology. After the transfer, volunteers adapt very quickly. Even due to the emergence of these datamen, the ecology of any virtual reality game has been bloodbathed. Some players who liked games during their lifetime are like ducks in water after digitization. Become a master in the game world. They experience new life in the form of data, as if they are integrated with these colorful game worlds. It's as if you have become an NPC in the game. Some people even take the initiative to apply to the game side, wanting to turn themselves into a dungeon boss. They have self-awareness, and after becoming boss, they can judge the size and characteristics of the player team at a glance. Compared with the traditional boss dominated by AI technology, the confrontation between humans is actually more competitive and more interesting. Even if it is the top AI, the player will find program loopholes and develop a strategy. But after having the best answer, the whole game becomes less interesting. However, for a boss dominated by digitized humans, the confrontation will have more elements of psychological games. It may happen that you can win this time, but you can't win next time. The player's technology and coordination are getting stronger. However, the coping style and flexibility of the boss will also become stronger accordingly. This makes the game more interesting. Regarding the question of being stable, when everyone learned that all the consciousness data was kept at the top level of the Universe Master Control Center, and that only Jiang Ye had the right to use it, they all felt relieved. If one day, even Jiang Ye has a problem, then the entire human race is probably doomed. At that time, even if there is no such technology, it will basically be the end for human beings. No one can escape. It is nothing more than a difference that is cleared in another way. As the technology continues to be announced, after human beings realize that they are approaching the end of their lives, they can still exist in another way, which is completely crazy. Some people even want to evade responsibility through certain cruel ways. However, it was announced the next day that only those who meet the requirements are eligible for the qualification of digitalization of clear consciousness. 1. No criminal record. 2. Good mental state, no self-harm behavior. 3. Good character and no negative impact on society. 4. After testing and confirming that the end of life is approaching, and the individual has the initiative to pass the index review, he can apply. Discourage some people from self-mutilation in exchange for eternal life. In addition, any bad records and mental abnormalities will be included in the system assessment. The conditions for application are not easy. Therefore, many people are beginning to pay attention to the positive image of own. In the highly information age, any bad records may be recorded by the instruments around. Even if you publish extreme words and deeds on the internet, after being marked, you only need to check it to see it. All these indicators will eventually be examined when consciousness is digitized. Everyone begins to pay attention to their daily behavior. The digitization of consciousness is currently open to all citizens. As long as the conditions are met, there will be a ticket to eternal life. Regardless of whether you want to continue to retain the existence of own through digitization in the future, this ticket is very important. That is the right to choose. Therefore, after the introduction of these measures, it has made the social atmosphere unprecedentedly good. Even if the digitization of awareness is successful, it is still. The actions will be considered, and once the negative behavior records made exceed the index, the right to be erased can be carried out. After digitalization, some people continue their previous life and stay with their families. Some are starting to break through the pinnacle of various businesses in order to realize their own value. Regardless of art, scientific research, technology, or game realm, these digitized consciousnesses have brought a huge impetus to promote social progress. They don't have the material burden of the body, and they exist completely in the form of spirit. They need to find the meaning of own, and survival is meaningful. Ever since, many digitized people have instead become promoters of civilization. Lead all walks of life to innovate and break through the current level. No matter how an individual views the digitization of consciousness, the result of the reaction will greatly promote human civilization. Original. After the era of literature and art began, the overall progress of science and technology has slowed down. After all, the blue sea of interstellar resources near the blue star has almost been developed, and human beings no longer have to face the threat of alien civilization. From the era of technology research and development for all people to the era of peace, the rhythm of life gradually tends to be daily. But it is precisely because of the support of these spiritual cultures that many digitized people can find the meaning of self-existence more easily. Although the directions are different, there are reasons to move forward. Thus, after more and more people choose digitization, the progress of Blue Star's civilization has actually gotten a wave of skyrocketing. At the same time, an unmanned super-light spacecraft was built. In fact, many spaceships are not completely unmanned, but are controlled by these digitized souls. Even if the ship fails, the data is kept at Universe HQ, so there is no loss of life. After 100 years of long precipitation, the STARS project finally had a huge breakthrough. Human beings have explored beyond the galaxy and discovered several planets suitable for human civilization. With the current speed of technological construction, it only takes a few months to build a universe space station of the same size as the original Blue Star. The speed of development can be described as extremely fast. Gradually, the distribution of human civilization is no longer limited to the Milky Way, but extends to several galaxies outside. 400 years. Zero's life came to an end. But she decisively chose digitization. Since embarking on the road of music, Zero has discovered that own singing can create great value for human beings. At the same time, she fell in love with this world even more and wanted to see more scenery of the universe. Have meaning and motivation for being. 0.5. Since then, there is one less angel in the world, but one more virtual singer with unlimited creativity. Zero's singing still echoes in every corner of the world, and everyone's music player will have at least one of her songs. This song will also spread to every corner of the universe along with the fire of human civilization. 500 years. The STARS project covers the entire galaxy. Human beings are gradually getting closer and closer to the 4-level civilization. The wormhole shuttle technology can be used to plan the interstellar route between the two ends of the galaxy. Suddenly, the huge galaxy is no longer an insurmountable distance. Once again expanding the boundaries of human activities. 600 years. Jiang Ye's parents chose to digitize. And Jiang's father followed the first batch of professors to form a database scientific research team, planning to make a comeback and continue to devote himself to scientific research with a new attitude. The spirit of this batch of people from AD has inspired a large number of contemporary young people. The spirit of exploration in the age of science and technology for all has not disappeared, but continues to be inherited along with the age of literature and art and the age of data. 700 years. Jiang Ye's life is also coming to an end. Without hesitation, he chose to digitize his own lifespan. At the same time, human civilization covers 10 galaxies. Unprecedented and powerful. And the trend of expansion is still increasing, and it stabilizes the technology of cross-galaxy travel. The super light technology can reach 10 times the speed of light. Search. At this moment, human civilization has officially entered level 4 civilization. Several prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You choose to digitize your consciousness and unlock the achievement Immortality. You lead human civilization to upgrade to level 4 civilization. Unlock achievement, Top of Civilization. Achievement points plus 10,000 W. Evaluation, SSSS+. Chapter 62. Finally reached the SS and rating of 3 body world. Jiang Ye smiled slightly in his heart. Now, human civilization has finally reached level 4 civilization. But just as Jiang Ye expected, the 4-level civilization is still unable to reach the SSS level evaluation of the Tri-Solaran world. After all, even the Singer civilization is actually considered a level 4 civilization. But the Singer civilization is placed among all universe civilizations, and its strength is probably in the middle and upper reaches. The overall strength is estimated to be ranked within the top 50. With the current background of human civilization, it is not as strong as the Singer's civilization. Therefore, level 4 civilization is just an evaluation of SS and level, but there is still a long way to go before the real SSS level. Jiang Ye used infinite deduction in his mind, and Xia found a way to break through to the highest evaluation. Is it necessary to reach the level of 0 civilization? Or rule the entire Tri-Solaran world? However, after thinking about each of these ideas, they were all rejected by Jiang Ye. Even if human beings reach the 0 civilization, they cannot rule the entire universe. The reason is simple. According to the law of the dark forest of the three-body world, if there really is a universe civilization that has the conditions to lead all civilizations, it must have done it long ago. The moment any shrewd hunter chooses to shoot, he will not give the prey a chance to fight back. If the Zero civilization can really rule all universe civilizations, so human civilization will not even exist, it has been wiped out by the Zero civilization. This copy naturally loses its meaning. What about ruling the universe? Obviously, this path is also unreasonable. In the setting of the three-body world, the return to Zero civilization already has the ability to restart the entire universe. Once any civilization wants to do something to the Zero civilization. So, if it is really a last resort, the returning Zhu civilization will bring all the universes along with it and destroy it. At that time, Jiang Ye may still become an anomaly in the three-body world. With the rule system of Reincarnation Tower, Jiang Ye has become the abnormal point itself. This is clearly against the rules for getting higher ratings. If it really leads to the destruction of the whole world. The Tower of Reincarnation did not lower Jiang Ye's rating, it is Ren Z24. Also improve the rating? Dreaming. After deducing it in his mind, Jiang Ye couldn't help shaking his head. At the current level of human civilization, it is still impossible to find a path to SSS rating. But of course there is also good news. Since the development of consciousness digitization technology, Jiang Ye has an eternal lifespan. He still holds all the keys of the highest authority of the universe headquarters, and any human weapon that wants to attack him must go through Jiang Ye's authority control. With just one thought, Jiang Ye can even decide the fate of human civilization. Hold the supreme authority. Compared with the human body, in fact, Jiang Ye's safety has been greatly improved after digitization. His consciousness can connect to all the data in the entire human world, and any elements that may threaten him can be found out at the first time. Moreover, the professors at the space headquarters all worship Jiang Ye like a god, and their belief level is unprecedentedly high. Human beings believe in Jiang Ye, he holds the supreme authority, and no one will have any opinions. The future of the entire human race today is given by Jiang Ye. Their trust in Jiang Ye is even higher than their own biological parents. With an endless lifespan, Jiang Ye continued to explore in the scientific research realm, trying to find the key to the last S. After the start of the Age of Stars, the total number of human beings has almost exploded exponentially. Star resources are no longer a matter of limiting the scope of human activities, which means that the population can expand infinitely. No matter how large the population is, the infinite universe can always find a future home. With a lifespan of 700 years, the rate of expansion has reached an unimaginable level when the fertility rate of the population has increased. It only took a few hundred years to reach the population calculated in pics. They are not necessarily born in Blue Star. Some people are born on the space station, and they are born to be astronauts who dreamed of becoming in the old days. There are also new habitable planets born outside the Milky Way. Due to the popularization of digitization and anti-aging technology, such a huge human base has jointly promoted the progress of science and technology, and the development speed has exceeded the imagination of other civilizations. Even the Tri-Solaran civilization, which has faced human beings before, can hardly believe that human beings will have such a growth rate. Finally, when the time comes to the millennium when Jiang Ye came to the three-body problem, even the STARS project cannot accommodate this explosive population growth. This means that a part of the population may have to be vacated and drift outside the universe. The sum of the resources of each star is difficult to meet the needs of the exponential growth of the population. Even ordinary people have stood up and called for the need to limit the number of births. The seriousness of the problem is getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, Universe Space Headquarters. The top experts of all mankind gathered together to discuss how to solve it. The professors checked the literature and found that in the 21st century, as long as the population planning is carried out, the problem of resource development will be solved. And in the current era, human thinking is much more rational than in the old era, and they will think about the future of all mankind. When necessary, learn to give up short-term personal hobbies, get rid of outdated ideas and concepts, and safeguard common interests. Just when everyone voted to pass this proposal unanimously, Jiang Ye waved his hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to." As soon as this statement came out, the hearts of all the professors present could not help but move slightly. They immediately realized that this great existence could think of a better way to solve this problem. Professor Jiang Ye, the current population demand at the explosive level of human area is actually not mainly due to insufficient food supply. Instead, there will be a large number of universe wanderers. With the current construction scale of the universe spacecraft, although it can provide a suitable place to live, all energy must pass through the space transfer station for resupply, or arrive at star to supplement energy needs. However, when the total population is too large, it may lead to the congestion of the space transfer station, resulting in the accumulation of channel resources, slowing down the efficiency of human beings, and leading to resource conflicts. All these problems will intensify the contradictions among human beings. If the population is not limited, it will lead to many complicated problems. A female professor wearing glasses said in a helpless tone. She originally planned to have several children and enjoy family happiness after she retired. But judging from the current situation, limiting population growth is definitely a major trend. The problem of eating and drinking, in fact, with today's human technology, there is no need to worry about it. If Star doesn't have a house to live in, then live in a universe spaceship. It is much more comfortable than high-density worker bee buildings. But the resource supply of the universe spacecraft needs to occupy the resources of the space transfer station. But these populations are increasing, so the resources of the transfer station will be overwhelmed at any time. It's like the highway is stuck in a traffic jam. Even if there is the word high speed, but in the case of resources being run on, the speed of progress will still be as slow as a snail. Humans have to learn to make trade-offs. It's very simple. Since the habitable planet is not enough, then we'll make it ourselves. Jiang Ye's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. What? The experts and professors present all showed expressions of disbelief when they heard this sentence. If there is no livable planet, how about building it yourself? The issue is, the conditions for a livable planet are too harsh. First of all, there needs to be a stable planet orbit, and it cannot collide with nearby planets. Otherwise, with this level of impact, the entire planet will be destroyed. Besides, the temperature and energy of star cannot be too high, otherwise the fragile life can hardly withstand the large temperature difference between day and night and the extreme temperature. Atmospheric environment, surface environment, planet volume, gravity, revolution, and rotation speed. Everything has to be just right to be a livable planet. Even if you look at the entire galaxy, there are only a few planets suitable for human habitation. The number of other galaxies is not much different from that of the Milky Way. For better ones, more than a dozen habitable types can be found. So, for the universe, the birth of life is like a miracle. As long as any of the conditions cannot be met, or encounter external unstable factors, it will cause devastating damage. But according to Jiang Ye, it seems that human beings have the ability to create a habitable star? Is this really possible? Now, with a slight movement of Jiang Ye's mind, he opened up the basic information of this life. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 1000. Identity, human leader. Occupation, the highest seat of the universe headquarters. Intelligence, SS+. Creation, SSS. Deduction, SSS. Halo, full level luck, SSS, infinite deduction, SSS. Achievement points, 20000W. Current rating, SS+. Before he knew it, Jiang Ye had accumulated 200 million achievement points in 3-body world. Now, his balance of reincarnation points has reached as much as 40,000. This is the amount that can be accumulated by using the reincarnation mall to purchase several top-level props. Even for a reincarnation who has experienced 10 reincarnations, this amazing wealth is unimaginable. At this time, Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Spend 4,000 reincarnation points again to exchange for star manufacturing technology. That's right. There are actually many livable planets in the universe, but most of them are limited to stars, so they are not suitable for human habitation. But if you can build a star like the Sun and choose to build it around a habitable planet, there are obviously countless more possibilities. Planets as vast as stars can become livable planets due to the introduction of star technology. This will overturn the past era of stars. Leap into the bright era. 1,100 years. A small card was transported by humans to a lonely grey planet 50 light-years away from the blue star. Afterwards, this card seemed to explode with amazing gravitational force, automatically attracting nearby meteorites. At that moment, the majestic energy emitted a dazzling flash. Even the blue star 50 light-years away could see the other end of the universe when looking up. A new star seemed to be slowly born. After about a year or so, this new star gradually evolved into the appearance of the Sun. The grey planet originally had only a lonely and dark soil. But at the moment, it has a new sunshine. As humans began to build an atmosphere on this grey planet, improve the soil, artificial rainfall, it has gradually presented a landform environment similar to that of the Earth. When all human beings witnessed the coming of this scene, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Oh my God, I didn't expect Professor Jiang Ye to have developed star manufacturing technology. This means that even in the Milky Way, thousands of homes like the Earth can be built. That's right. If the energy and distance of star can be controlled by human beings, then at least about 5% of the entire Milky Way can be used to build habitable humans. Planet. Don't look at it as only 5%, but if a galaxy has so many resources and is suitable for human habitation, it is enough to accommodate a population of tens of trillions, and even cover the entire universe. Professor Jiang Ye is really great. How did he come up with this technology? Simply like a god. At this moment, almost all human beings enshrine Jiang Ye as a god. Under the guidance of this technology, humanity has officially entered the brilliant age from the age of stars. The Milky Way, with more and more man-made stars, is gradually built. The number of livable planets keeps increasing, freeing up a lot of space for human habitation. At the same time, after the previous explosive population growth, although there is no clear regulation 233, many people are also aware of the need to control the remaining number. There are about 3 children in each family at most, that's about right. No more is necessary. At the same time, human beings once again realize that technology has infinite possibilities. And the scientific research team led by Father Jiang has grown exponentially in several rounds. Even without Jiang Ye's personal leadership, the speed of human technological progress has reached an exaggerated level. Zhang's level. 2,000 years. Human civilization spans 50 galaxies. There are hundreds of millions of star weapons developed. Two-way foil technology is no longer a secret. Even if Jiang Ye did not take the initiative to participate, the principle of manufacturing was discovered by humans themselves. Jiang Ye felt a little relieved when he witnessed this scene. Under the leadership of On, the human civilization in the Tri-Solaran world has finally grown up and stood at the top of the universe civilization. Even the Singer civilization cannot compare with the scale of human civilization now. The 3-body civilization can only turn around and run away. 5,000. Human civilization spans thousands of galaxies. This scale and quantity are beyond the reach of most universe civilizations. It is unimaginable that human beings have spent 5,000 years of civilization, from the farming age to the industrial age. In another 5,000 years, it has leaped from the industrial age to the brilliant age. All human beings who have read history will express their emotions in unison, and from the digital narration of AD people, they will learn about their previous experiences and become more aware of the greatness of Jiang Ye. At the same time, a reminder popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You have won the admiration of all mankind, led human civilization to the top of the universe, and unlocked the achievement technology conferred gods. Plus 10,000 W. Another big achievement point credited. Converted into reincarnation points, it turned out to be as high as 20,000. This technology only cost Jiang Ye 4,000 reincarnation points. But the rewards and benefits brought by it have reached 5 times. It's not a bad thing for me to stay in the 3-body world. You can collect a lot of reincarnation points. Jiang Ye couldn't help showing a smile. Certainly. Still not able to reach the SSS level evaluation. With the current human civilization, among the many civilizations in the universe, it is estimated that it can be ranked in the top 5. But it still doesn't have the ability to restart the universe. There is still a gap between 0 and 0. But this gap is narrowing at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Jiang Ye learned the locations of all universe civilizations from the star map, quietly released Safan, and went to the territories of these civilizations to check. He discovered that the Singer civilization was actually fighting the Butcher civilization. I don't know what it would be like to intervene in the battle between the two with the strength of the current human civilization. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. Next second, he just needs to use the supreme authority. The black hole manufacturing technology immediately spanned tens of thousands of galaxies, like a giant hand of a god, covering the battlefields of the Singer civilization and the Butcher civilization. Chapter 63. 5,000 galaxies away from Blue Star. The Singer civilization is at war with the Butcher civilization. Dozens of galaxies are full of ruins and gunpowder smoke. Countless planets burst open in this war, turning into flying meteorites and falling in all directions of the universe. Every day, tens of thousands of universe ships exploded in the bright flames, turned into dust, and fell everywhere. The battlefield has developed to a white-hot stage. Due to the long interstellar war, these two 4-level civilizations have been in a state of battle. However, due to the fact that the strengths of the Singer civilization and the Butcher civilization are too close, it has been difficult to determine the outcome of this battle for a long time. The long consumption of resources made it unbearable for both civilizations to continue. They just want to resolve this battle as quickly as possible. Main battlefield. Hundreds of millions of galactic battleships are moored in every corner of the universe, each opening up 2 fronts like the long river of the universe. Take the galactic junction, separated into 2 skies, facing each other. The gunpowder is full of smoke, and the arrow is on the string. This battle will determine the relationship between the Singer and the Butcher, who is the hunter and the prey. At the moment when the artillery fire from both sides was on the verge of breaking out, suddenly, a huge black hole spread out from all directions, like the mouth of an abyss opened its fangs, engulfing all the galaxy warships in its belly. Both the Butcher civilization and the Singer civilization were stunned at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the black hole appeared out of thin air to the center of the main battlefield of the two civilizations, and instantly expanded to nearly 1/3 the size of the galaxy. Wherever it passes, everything is devoured. The main battleships of the Singer civilization and the Butcher civilization were destroyed almost instantly. After destroying all the warships, the black hole collapsed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. It's like it never happened. Hundreds of millions of galactic fleets with two civilizations disappeared into the depths of the universe together. This sudden change shocked them to the extreme at the same time. Who moved the hand? The two civilizations suddenly suspended the attack between the artillery fire, and the entire civilization became chaotic. It is certain that such means are definitely not used by the other party. Otherwise, create such a huge number of black holes in an instant, and when they swallow up all the fleets, they can be recovered precisely. To reach this level, to destroy two civilizations, it is completely a matter of moving fingers. If either party has the technology to control the black hole and reaches this level of realm, the battle will not develop to such an anxious point. After communicating with each other, the two civilizations confirmed the same thing. Black holes are not used by either Singer or Butcher. It's from a third-party civilization in the universe. The strength of this civilization far exceeds that of Singers and Butchers, and it has been spying on the war between these two civilizations in a silent manner. It was only at the end that it suddenly revealed its form, and between the strikes, the main fleets of the two civilizations were destroyed almost instantly. Not even a chance to react. But after this shot, that civilization seems to have no intention of continuing, as if it was just passing by here, doing it casually. The sudden scene scared the Singer civilization and the Butcher civilization to no longer dare to fight, but each retreated to each other's realm potential 10th Fang universe civilization and felt extremely vigilant. But after a while, nothing happened. What kind of civilization is this? It's so terrifying that it has such strength. All the Singers fell into fear. Even when they communicated with singing, they could hear a thick vibrato. Being able to detect the position of their own civilization quietly means that that civilization has already discovered their existence, but they have never done anything. And destroying hundreds of millions of galactic warships in the blink of an eye, with such exaggerated strength, it is said that there is only a zero civilization. But isn't the return to zero civilization far away from the border of the universe? Why did you come to meddle in things here? And this style of behavior is not at all like what the Zero Returner civilization would do. Both the Singer and the Butcher have made a lot of conjectures about it. But one thing is, even if the distance between these two civilizations is only a few galaxies, they never fought each other again. Because they know that there is a more dangerous universe civilization, watching them quietly. Moreover, it has the history of destroying two civilizations at any time. This makes the Singer civilization and the Butcher civilization have to consider cooperating with each other. To resist the depths of the dark forest, there may be a hunter whose strength is beyond their comprehension, who will shoot a deadly bullet at any time and take away the lives of two civilizations. But after waiting for a long time, it seems that this hidden civilization has no intention of making a move. This makes both the Singer civilization and the Butcher civilization feel a little confused. Generally speaking, according to the law of the dark forest, when other civilizations are found, they will destroy them without leaving any room, lest the civilization grow to threaten itself, or compete for resources. But this civilization didn't bother to do anything to them at all, as if destroying the main fleets of the two civilizations was just a warning. Could it be that the strength of the other party is too strong, and they simply look down on the war between these two civilizations? Or are you still waiting for an opportunity? The top scholars of Singer civilization and Butcher civilization have made many speculations about this. There are many different theories, but none of them can perfectly explain what this mysterious civilization wants to do. Sure enough, the corners of Jiang Ye's mouth twitched slightly, watching the reactions of Singer Wenming and Butcher Wenming. The result was the same as the deduction. In the first world, the continent of comprehensive martial arts, facing the threat of the Great Qin, all countries chose to join forces with each other to jointly resist foreign enemies. Mencius said, "If you enter, you will have no family and people; if you leave, you will be invincible to foreign patience, and the country will perish." The three-body world once had such an era of economic globalization. Even if there was an unprecedentedly powerful country, other countries chose to cooperate with each other after they developed one after another. With the theme of competition and cooperation, a delicate balance was reached. At the same time, the performances of Singer civilization and Butcher civilization are exactly the same. According to the law of the universe forest, no civilization is willing to expose its own environment. Once discovered by others, it means extinction. Or destroy the opponent. At this time, it is often the two civilizations who discover each other and determine who will survive in the way of big fish eating small fish. There is very little involvement of third-party cosmic civilizations. However, the appearance of Jiang Ye put pressure on Singer civilization and Butcher civilization, just like Great Qin in Zhongguo continent. To be precise, it should be tens of thousands of times stronger than Great Qin. It can easily destroy the surrounding small countries. In order to survive, small countries will of course stop fighting an internal friction with other small countries, but turn to unite against big countries. This insignificant rule of survival, but in Jiang Ye's eyes, is like a new key, opening the way to break the game. Found it. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. He is now happier than ever. Through this, Jiang Ye has found the way to the SSS rating of three-body world. This path is absolutely unimaginable. No matter how strong the reincarnation is, but standing in the same position as himself, if he can't find this way, the final result may be just failure. But Jiang Ye has confirmed through deduction over and over again that this is probably the key to the SSS rating of three-body world. Certainly. To use this key to open the chain. With the current civilization of mankind, it is still a little bit worse. But have infinite life. Jiang Ye can totally wait for this day to come. 6,000 years. The Xingai project begins. Under the leadership of Jiang Ye, humans began to light up galaxies throughout the universe. In this vast and endless universe, there are hundreds of billions of galaxies, and every sea of stars is a galaxy. Every galaxy has a 1 in a thousand chance of birthing a civilization, and it will reach the level of a level I civilization through years of development. Even if the expansion of human beings is fast, it seems difficult to light the fire of civilization on the entire universe. However, the expansion speed of human beings has always been developing exponentially. In the beginning, it was just going from one galaxy to two galaxy. To the back. 2 to 4, 4 to 16, 16 to 256. After several waves of expansion, tens of billions of galaxies are illuminated by the civilization of the universe. Unknowingly, most of the universe has traces of human civilization, which is a scale unimaginable for all civilizations. However, the expansion of this scale turned out to be without the awareness of other civilizations. That's it. Jiang Ye has a star map, and the route he planned avoids the eyes of other civilizations. When other civilizations reacted, the Black Field project had already begun, and it was difficult for any civilization to find traces of human civilization. But at the same time, a mysterious and unpredictable civilization is always noticed by other universe civilizations by unconventional means. Whenever there is a battle between two different civilizations, there will always be an external force that suddenly intervenes with lightning speed and destroys the main fleets of the two civilizations. Only two civilizations with blank faces were left, looking at each other across the sea of stars. Neither of them knew what happened. Same as Singer civilization and Butcher civilization. They all realized that this would be a more terrifying civilization, hiding in the depths of the dark forest. The enemy has the right to shoot at any time, but they don't even know where the enemy's shadow is. As time goes by, more and more universe civilizations, through communication with each other, learned that they have all encountered such a civilization. Immediately, when talking about this point, these civilizations that have never met before, like their brothers who have been separated for many years, completely escaped their similar experiences. Two unknown civilizations seem to have become close friends because of this incident. At the same time, the legend about this mysterious civilization is still spreading in the universe. 20,000 years. In the cold and silent deep space of the universe, a row of star fleets escaped from the Black Domain. That's right, they are exactly the three-body civilization that took action against human civilization 10,000 years ago. In order to quickly avoid possible blows from other universe civilizations, they made a very risky decision. Through the black hole. And use dehydration to spend the long interstellar journey. When he successfully emerged from the black hole, Captain Trisolaran let out a sigh of relief, ready to find the next place suitable for him to live in. At this time, their fleet trembled violently. What happened? Looks like a civilization used an EMP on us. What? There is no trace of civilization on the radar at all. How can this happen? Who are we being attacked by? All members of the Trisolaran fleet showed extremely terrified expressions, and the signal lights in their ships went out instantly. At the same time, all defensive weapons have failed. No matter how they operate, this weird scene cannot be reversed. Just when all Trisolarans thought the end was coming, suddenly, a voice echoed within the ship. Get out of here! This is human language. The Trisolaran civilization has been in contact with human civilization for hundreds of years, and it is almost impossible to be familiar with it. How can human civilization develop to such a degree? The Trisolaran civilization suddenly fell into a huge panic. But at this moment, the signal of the spacecraft was restored, and all operations can be effective. The Trisolaran accelerated its engine to the speed of light without hesitation, just wanting to escape from this place at the fastest speed. After that, the voice never sounded again. All the members of the Trisolaran ship were wondering, could this be a collective hallucination? Shouldn't human beings have been destroyed by other universe civilizations long ago? How could it be possible to reach such a level? But since then, they have left a psychological shadow on human civilization, and never dared to do anything wrong again, but chose to escape to the depths of the universe, hiding and developing steadily. Blue Star, the space headquarters of universe. Jiang Ye lazily glanced at the fleeing three-body civilization without any fluctuations in his expression. With the current level of human civilization, cat's eyes are left all over the universe. This kind of cat's eye uses even smaller particles to achieve the effect of observing the universe from a long distance after macroscopically magnifying it. Now almost half of the universe has cat's eyes surveillance. Even if the Trisolaran civilization escapes to the next area, they can't escape the eyes of human civilization. But Jiang Ye did not destroy the three-body civilization. The SSS level route he deduced would still have a little effect in keeping the three-body civilization. And at the current level of human civilization, destroying the Trisolaran civilization would be no different from crushing an ant to death. Can't pose any threat to oneself at all. If the three-body civilization dares to make any small moves, just one thought by Jiang Ye can turn this civilization into a dust drifting in the universe from now on. About there, Jiang Ye muttered to himself. My mind moved slightly. A small particle appeared in front of Jiang Ye. Its volume seems to be as small as an atom, but inside it is equipped with compressed perpetual motion technology, universe broadcast technology, signal transmission technology. To put it simply, this is a very small transmitting station, only the size of an atom, but it can send out broadcasts covering the entire universe, and it can run forever without any energy. Although these technologies have been realized one by one tens of thousands of years ago, only Jiang Ye's infinite deduction can complete the compression into such a small atom and perfectly combine all the technologies together. Now, hundreds of billions of such atoms are suspended in front of him, suspended in the glass box, emitting a little bit of starlight. At a glance, it looks like the Milky Way floating in the sky. Go! Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Under the guidance of his thoughts, these particles are scattered all over the universe. They have traveled through wormholes, spanned hundreds of millions of light years, passed through countless galaxies, and scattered in every corner of the universe like dandelion seeds. Whether it is a barren star, a death star, or a black domain, or areas of other civilizations, these particles seem to be everywhere. The entire universe bears traces of the existence of these particles. How many stars are there in the sky? Then, how many particles like this will be produced by Jiang Ye, and sprinkled all over the universe? Looking at the star map, almost the entire corner of the universe, including the distant boundary of the universe, are all traces of the existence of particles. Everything is almost ready. Now, Vol. Witness the miracle coming. Jiang Ye smiled. With a slight movement of his mind, he connected the button switch and clicked to launch. A reminder popped up in front of Jiang Ye as promised. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS rating from 3-Body World. Chapter 64. Ever since Jiang Ye got involved in the wars of other universe civilizations, different universe civilizations are no longer completely isolated individuals. Instead, they are divided into different camps and have connections. Certainly, these factions are not fully connected, but are scattered in every corner of the universe like stars. Through the conflict and understanding between different civilizations, most universe civilizations now have less fear of other civilizations than before. There have been precedents for cooperation among different civilizations, and if we deepen our understanding, we will have the possibility of coexistence. Certainly, this trend, placed in the huge universe, can only be regarded as a tiny spark. Most civilizations are still wary of different civilizations. But on this day, suddenly, almost at the same instant, signal fluctuations erupted everywhere in the universe. All civilizations can detect the gravitational fluctuations of alien civilizations through the gravitational signal station. They immediately became extremely nervous. Start probing the origin of these signals' coordinates. However, signals come from all directions. It seems that overnight, the entire universe has a variety of different gravitational signals. These signals are transformed into invisible gravitational waves, spreading to the entire universe, coming from all corners, and it is impossible to determine the coordinates at all. Immediately, the astonishing change has shocked the entire Trisolaran world. What happened? How on earth do these signal sources originate? The entire universe is actually full of similar gravitational waves, and only an unimaginably powerful civilization can do all of this. This has never happened before. Overnight, the cold and silent deep space of universe seems to suddenly become lively. Various universe civilizations immediately dispatched fleets to check in the direction of the gravitational waves. They found that almost all planets have such an extra particle. With unimaginably amazing technology, the universe radio station is compressed to the size of an atom, which is difficult to catch even with the naked eye. If you want to destroy this atom, you must use the technology that people used to resist the 3-body siphon blockade. However, since Jiang Ye's technology is more perfect, the difficulty is hundreds of times greater. Even level 4 civilizations such as Singer Civilization, Butcher Civilization, and Zero Returner Civilization require a lot of effort to destroy this universe broadcasting station. Moreover, almost every corner of the universe is covered with such particles. Not to mention destroying everything, even clearing the nearby area will cost a huge price. For ordinary universe civilizations, it is even more impossible to achieve 467. It's incredible. What kind of great civilization is this that can cover the universe broadcasting station to the entire universe? Even a level 4 civilization is hard to achieve this level. Could it be that it's the legendary V-level civilization? All civilizations were amazed when they detected the existence of universe broadcast particles. Through testing, they can be sure that the universe broadcast particles are definitely not naturally formed from a mysterious civilization. B. What level of civilization can cover the entire universe with such particles? You know, the universe contains hundreds of billions of galaxies, and for ordinary civilizations, exploring a galaxy is great enough. Even a level 4 civilization as strong as the Singer civilization, covering hundreds of galaxies, can become an existence that is impossible to defeat in the eyes of other civilizations. Unimaginable. With a civilization covering hundreds of billions of galaxies, how far has the technology level grown? This almost subverts the imagination of other civilizations. But V-level civilization only exists as a concept, which has not been proven. All civilizations are guessing, what is the establishment of this universe radio station for? Shortly after, gravitational waves send out signals all over the universe. After reaching a certain level of technology, civilization can capture the signal fluctuations and translate the meaning that these signals want to convey. Soon, the secret of the universe radio station seems to have been revealed at the tip of the iceberg. Once upon a time, there was a civilization called Earth in the solar system. After 6.5 billion years of development, life was born. From the age of dinosaurs to the Ice Age to the flourishing Quaternary. After a long period of natural selection, human beings finally stood at the apex of all life and evolved civilization. The 5,000-year farming civilization has gradually spawned the steam age, industrial technology has flourished, and technology has entered society. In the ensuing 21st century, after experiencing the era of economic globalization, mankind is finally facing the impact of the first universe civilization. The advent of the three-body world ended the naive fantasy of human beings. The golden age is over, and the crisis era is coming. Just when everyone is about to face a blow. Luoji understood the law of the dark forest, blocked the thousands of three-body fleets with his own power, and stood alone at the position of the sword-bearer. With the advent of the era of deterrence, the three-body problem secretly controlled human civilization and pushed Cheng Xin to the position of sword-bearer in one fell swoop. They found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to suddenly launch a fatal attack on the Earth. However, Jiang Ye, the strongest leader in the history of mankind, has long anticipated this, and still emits gravitational, CGBG, waves through innovative technology, dissuading the entire Tri-Solaran world. Enter the radio era. Humanity is about to face the blow of the whole universe, and what follows is the explosion of technology. But the information behind it gradually became blurred. In addition to parts of human history, there are also a large number of poems, prose, music. This huge amount of information is impacting all universe civilizations all the time. They seem to have seen their former selves from human civilization, but they also saw transcendence. Like all civilizations that come along the way, each has a similar experience, as if the entire universe is repeating this samsara. As with all civilizations, not many actually fight for the sake of being good. If there is such a civilization. So, they have long since perished because of cannibalism, and they have not developed to the point where industry can rise and interstellar expeditions can be achieved. For most civilizations, the meaning of fighting is to ensure their own survival, while the source of fear of other civilizations is unknown. They clearly noticed that the mysterious civilization that sent the universe broadcast particles was unprecedentedly powerful. But unexpectedly, all civilizations have no particular fear of this. From these emitted gravitational waves, they heard human music and read human poetry, as if experiencing the history of human development. Although there has been a brutal history and brutal struggles, at the same time, the exploration of spirit and aesthetics has never stopped, and the derived animations and novels can resonate in the whole universe. They can see the differences between civilizations, but feel the similarities at the same time. After a deeper understanding, the inner fear will naturally be eliminated. In the lonely universe, these gravitational wave signals are like children eager to communicate. The civilizations in the past ignored these communication signals, and would only raise their shotguns from the depths of the dark forest and shoot deadly bullets at the innocent elk. But now, this mysterious and unpredictable civilization is incredibly powerful. Not to mention the ability to shoot, most civilizations don't even have the courage to raise their guns. Only if the strength is strong enough. Only when you speak out will others be willing to listen. What has happened to human beings since the radio era, and where they are now, is unknown. More content conveyed by gravitational waves is related to the realm of spiritual culture. Poetry, music, novels, films, comics, classical art. All universe civilizations realize that this is a great civilization. They understand the laws of the dark forest better than any civilization, but after becoming stronger, they did not choose to continue to follow this way, but to find another way to break the old pattern. Now, all universes are filled with gravitational waves, and no civilization can establish the location of other civilizations through radio stations. There are too many signals, covering from all directions of the universe, even if you can find different fluctuations, but in the complicated and chaotic information, it is almost impossible to use this to accurately determine the coordinates of other civilizations. Knowing this, other civilizations are gradually trying to input the culture and part of history of their own civilization into the particles through the principle of signal resonance. The result was positive feedback. That small particle seems to be open to anyone who comes. After receiving signals from other civilizations, the universe broadcast particles still have the function of spreading the information everywhere, and bridging through the scattered gravitational waves, making it impossible for other civilizations to confirm from which source their signals are input. When this trend started, it was out of control in an instant. The great era of universe civilization intercommunication has begun. Every civilization begins to try to transmit part of the information through particles. The stories of different civilizations seem to make up a long history book, and the next hundreds of millions of years will be shared by all life in the universe. All civilizations can read each other's stories and learn about each other's history from their culture. Zero's singing voice floats everywhere in the universe, and is regarded as the holy maiden by the Singer civilization, claiming that if she can come to own civilization one day, she will get the highest treatment. For Singer civilization, they only care about the pursuit of art and beauty. They can see what human beings have achieved in this area, with remarkable and extraordinary achievements. The sense of psychological identity has skyrocketed. The Tri-Solaran civilization hid in a remote corner of the universe. When they caught these gravitational waves, they instantly realized that they were sent by humans. Immediately, the entire Tri-Solaran civilization was shocked by this. It is hard for them to imagine that human civilization has grown to an unimaginable level during the time when they crossed the black hole. Based on Tri-Solaris' understanding of human civilization, I know that this civilization has an extremely fast growth rate, but I never thought that it could reach such a height in such a short time. Tens of thousands of years may seem like a long time, but compared to the 6.5 billion years of evolution and reproduction of life, it is just a flick of a finger. However, human civilization unexpectedly became the top civilization in the universe. Let the entire Tri-Solaran civilization fall behind. This moment, they finally realized that what appeared in the spaceship that day was not a hallucination. Humans have the ability to destroy the entire Tri-Solaran world at any time. But after a few years, most of the human beings remember that period of history, but there is no such deep hatred. After all, the three-body civilization did not succeed in coming, and was frightened away by the sword-wielding man. With the current height and structure of human beings, it has reached the unimaginable level of three-body civilization. Safan stood at the front of the spaceship, caught this gravitational wave information, and couldn't help sighing. One sound. Human beings are the most precious opponents that Tri-Solaran civilization has ever encountered. Universe boundaries. From the surface, this is a barren and lonely star. Even star is quite rare. It seems to be a barren and dead place in the universe, without any light source. But actually, this is where the return to zero civilization resides. Just this day, a small particle floats to the boundary of the universe. However, an invisible wave seemed to turn into a giant hand, spanning billions of miles of star sea in an instant, and catching particles. The particles were brought back to the territory of the zero civilization. Interesting. Sitting on the throne, the shadow covered in shadow couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is human civilization weak but great, strategic but courageous, calculating but true and loving? A complex civilization, but containing all the elements, has grown to such an extent. I would like to call you the strongest. Since then, the connection between different universe civilizations is getting closer and closer. Jiang Ye's move can be said to connect all civilizations together, but not in a direct way. Gravitational waves are a bit similar to how humans first developed the internet. Able to communicate at a distance, but avoid the embarrassment of real contact. Of course, there are also some civilizations who face-to-face offline after knowing each other's location. But no matter what, the law of the dark forest has finally been broken. At the same time, humans have covered almost half of the universe, with capabilities comparable to the Zero civilization. At this stage, the return to Zero civilization did not take the initiative to reveal any intentions, as if it had been guarding the border of the universe and witnessing the rise of mankind. Everything stabilized. At this time, a few reminders finally popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You broke the law of the dark forest, changed the pattern of the whole universe, and unlocked the achievement wall breaker. Achievement points plus 20,000 W. Rating, SS plus SSS. The ultimate achievement of the three-body world is the wall breaker. Seeing the prompt that popped up, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile. In the era of crisis, Luoji is a wall facer and also a wall breaker of own. The dark forest revealed by his insight is the most basic rule of survival in the entire universe. But now, Jiang Ye broke the entire dark forest. From then on, there will be no more heroes like Luoji in the universe. He is not only Luoji's wall breaker, but also the wall breaker of the law of the dark forest. This is the password of the last S in three-body world. If you can't do this, then even if you stand at the peak of human beings, or even the peak of the entire universe, you still can't reach the $S level evaluation. Only by understanding this ultimate code can we lead to the perfect road. Certainly. After the law of the dark forest ceases to exist, it is impossible for the civilizations of the universe to coexist harmoniously, and occasionally there will be conflicts and resource disputes. However, the top civilizations have more resources than the weak ones, and understand the principle of coexistence. Even if there is a game, they will not casually launch an attack of mutual destruction. Overall, when the barriers of the dark forest are broken, the stability of the universe as a whole is higher. As Jiang Ye who promoted all of this, naturally he deserved the SSS rating. As for what the structure of the three-body world will become in the future, that's not something Jiang Ye needs to care about. A reminder has popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS rating of three-body world. Do you choose to return to the real world? Remaining time, 1 year. After reaching the perfect score, the reincarnated person can only stay within a limited time, and if the time limit is exceeded, they will automatically exit the current world. After all, Jiang Ye has unlocked the achievement of eternal life. If he wants to, wouldn't he stay here for the rest of his life without going out? There is no time gap between the reincarnation world and the real world. Anyone who enters the Reincarnation Tower, no matter how long it has been, will come out in the past 7 days. Jiang Ye didn't choose to quit immediately, but spent this year browsing the entire universe, saying goodbye to those around him at the same time. Zero also seemed to sense that Jiang Ye was leaving. There was a look of reluctance in her eyes, and she wanted to say something, but she never said it. The 1-year deadline has expired. Jiang Ye's digitized figure gradually blurred. He gently waved his hand and bid farewell to the world. Quit. Next second, the figure of Jiang Ye returned to the Reincarnation Tower. Chapter 65. Congratulations on clearing the second world, the perfect score of three-body world. Opening the settlement page for you. Second world, three-body world. You have accumulated 50000 W achievement points in this three-body world dungeon. Rating, SSS level. Inheriting the Halo Infinite Deduction, SSS. Unlock the ability of the space system, Void Wormhole, S. Unlock Sci-Fi Prop Sky Mech, A+. Unlock Talent Skill Eye of Analysis, A. Reward SSS level item card failure exemption card, can offset a reincarnation failure. Reward SS level item card leapfrog challenge card, use this item to enter a more advanced reincarnation world and get a $1 level or higher life template. Reward world class props, world tree seed, SSS. Your divine domain space is absorbing the original power of Tri-Solaran. Look at the prompt that pops up in front of you. Jiang Ye's heart suddenly became agitated. Have to say, the SSS level rewards this time are richer than imagined. The wormhole in the void is actually a special ability of the space system. The ability of the space system can be said to be the rarest type. At the same time, it is also the ability that most reincarnators dream of. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. Next second, a deep void door was opened in front of him immediately. As long as you step through the void gate, you can appear in a place 100 meters away in an instant. And that's just using a tiny bit of mental energy. According to Jiang Ye's estimation, the maximum range of the void gate can reach about 2 kilometers. Moreover, this distance can be reached almost instantly regardless of any obstacles. Even the top assassins probably wouldn't be able to ignore such a long distance. The most important is, the gate of the void does not require the whole person to travel through the past. Items such as hidden weapons and bombs can be thrown directly into it. Kill people thousands of miles away. Definitely the ability that all reincarnators dream of. The potential of the void gate doesn't stop there. The space of God's domain is gradually improving in scale, and it can also enhance the scope of the gate of sky. At that time, there may be a chance to cause a crisis to other countries across the ocean. Jiang Ye smiled inwardly, feeling very satisfied with this skill. Even most reincarnations of the 10th life may not be able to possess S-level abilities. The whole country can even be ranked among the ranks of 1 in 1,000 reincarnators. To know, Jiang Ye is only the 2nd generation now. He already has an S-level ability. Unlock any S-level ability, you can be called a national level master. Most senior reincarnators are incomparable. At this time, Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. He noticed that amazing changes were taking place in the space of own God's domain. Immersed in it. Next second, Jiang Ye was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The boundary of God's domain space, after absorbing the origin of the Tri-Solaran world, unexpectedly keeps expanding. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from 10 fang ping meters to thousands of fang ping meters, and then expanded to 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. The entire space seemed to expand instantly, and in the blink of an eye, a dark universe seemed to be floating in Jiang Ye's body. I see. After the origin of the three-body world is absorbed by the space of God's domain, it can increase the range to the greatest extent. After all, the Tri-Solaran world is a boundless universe, so if it is reflected in the space of God's domain, that is the expansion of the boundary. Certainly. Being able to have such a good effect is also related to my SSS level evaluation. Jiang Ye is aware of the origin of God's domain space absorption, and will decide according to his exploration scope, duration, and final score at the corresponding time. The universe broadcast particles he developed spread throughout the Tri-Solaran world, almost covering the entire realm. The duration of residence has reached 50,000 years. It far exceeds the limit that an ordinary person can achieve. So, the source of power absorbed is naturally much more exaggerated than imagined. The space of God's domain expanded directly from the original tens of cubic meters to an endless universe. And this trend is still in its infancy, and it is estimated that it will take some time before it can be fully absorbed. At that time, Jiang Ye's God's domain space will undergo a qualitative change, and the effect will also undergo earth-shaking changes. The corresponding void gate, Huangtian Jidaequan, and Wuxia True Qi can also be greatly improved. Besides, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on the second reward. Sci-Fi Props Sky Mecha. As the name suggests, this is a high-tech product from the world of science fiction. With just a slight movement of Jiang Ye's mind, he can summon an indomitable mecha, killing all directions. Achieved an A end grade. This means that the mecha may come from a higher sci-fi civilization. Even in the reincarnated world, it still possesses destructive power far beyond the current level of reincarnated people. Certainly. Since it is a prop, it will inevitably bring the risk of damage. But Jiang Ye has accumulated enough technology in the three-body world. Even if the mech is damaged, he can repair it himself and use it again without any problem. It can even be improved to increase the level cap. The third reward is a relatively special talent type skill. Analytical eyes. Jiang Ye just needs to get his focus. Next second. The objects in the field of view seem to be presented under the perspective of four-dimensional space, perfectly analyzed. The internal structure can be seen at a glance, and all the components can be seen. Whether it's scientific and technological research and development, or seeing through the abilities used by other reincarnations, it has a strong auxiliary effect. Talent skills can be used in other reincarnation worlds. It means that no matter which world Jiang Ye goes to, he can use the analytical eye to see through the essence of things. Combined with exclusive talents such as the Eye of Luck and the Wheel of Destiny, it will be even more powerful in the next raiders of the reincarnation world. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on the three props presented. Failure Waiver Card, SSS. When the reincarnation strategy fails, use it once to offset the number of failures. Remarks: one-time props will disappear automatically after use. It's not bad to fail the exemption card, and you can make more risky decisions in the future. This SSS level item card is a card that almost all reincarnators want to have. Can avoid the risk of a failure. For Jiang Ye, who has only one last chance left, it is very important. There is no difference with resurrection coins. But Jiang Ye doesn't care too much about this. He knows that with the whole cards he has now, and the two leading halos of full level luck and infinite deduction at the same time, any next reincarnation world, it is impossible to fail. After all, the failure condition is that the score cannot exceed a D grade. But having maximum luck means that Jiang Ye is unlikely to have bad luck in the early stage and encounter the risk of early death. And infinite deduction is equivalent to full of intelligence and comprehension points. Find the correct answer at the fastest speed, and the growth rate will increase rapidly. Combining these two auras, it is impossible to make a difference. So, for Jiang Ye, the failure exemption card only allows him to do some more risky operations. In this way, gain greater profits. At the same time, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on the second item card. Leapfrog Challenge Card, SS. Open the authority of the Leapfrog Challenge copy. After using it, you can get a life template with at least a first level start in this life. Remarks: this card can be used permanently and cannot be used together with the World Selection card. You will be prompted after entering the Tower of Rebirth. This is a dungeon card similar to the World Selection card. Only, the World Selection card just randomly selects 3 worlds, chooses the most suitable copy for own, and conducts a strategy equivalent to reduced risk. However, Leapfrog Challenge cards are completely reversed. While increasing the risk, it actually increases the return. Must unlock life templates above S rank. This is very attractive to most reincarnators. Having a better template is of great help to guarantee a successful strategy score of D level or above. At least it can be sure that this life will not end up with the unlucky fate of dying early. Of course, you need stronger strength to get a higher score and fill the upper limit. For Jiang Ye, this Leapfrog Challenge card is perfect for him. Inherited 2 SSS level Protagonist halos, plus coming to the next copy, automatically get an S level halo. The effect of the halo is already dazzling enough. There is no need to worry about the increase in the difficulty of the copy, because Jiang Ye will only get stronger. What's more, if you challenge a higher dungeon by leapfrogging, the settlement rewards will be richer than in the same period. This allows Jiang Ye to exchange fewer reincarnations for greater rewards. It's a pity that it can't be used with the world selection card, otherwise it would be perfect. Jiang Ye sighed. Choose the world card to reduce risk, and then use the challenge card to win higher scoring rewards. However, if these two cards can be used together, the effect will be too heaven-defying. I am afraid that the Reincarnation Tower is not willing to see such a bug, so the restriction cannot be used at the same time. Certainly. Jiang Ye has two different cards at the same time. You can choose one of them at will according to your own needs and preferences. The last prop, World Class Seeds. Seed of the World Tree, SSS breeding infinite divinity. When it is sown on the land of God's domain, it will create countless miracles of life. Just a very brief description. However, Jiang Ye can roughly infer that it should be related to the development of the God's domain space. Of course, my current God's domain space is still expanding. There is no need to use it that fast. When the space of God's domain completely absorbs the original power of Tri-Solaran, there should be earth-shaking changes. My mind moved slightly. Jiang Ye opens the reincarnation panel. Basic information. Name, Jiang Ye. Reincarnation level, Second World. Halo, Unlimited Deduction, SSS, Full Level Luck, SSS. Exclusive Talent, Pupil of Luck, A, Thief, S, Wheel of Fortune, SS. Props, World Selection Card, S, Leapfrog. Challenge Card, SS, Failed Waiver Card, SSS. Reincarnation Point, 64000. Ability. The First Life, Centennial Martial Arts True Chi, A, Huang Tianji Daequan, A. Second World, Void Wormhole, S, Sky Mecha, A+, Analytical Eye, A. A cursory glance at the panel. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Although there are not many types of abilities. However, the century-old martial arts True Chi is enough to pierce a stone with one finger. Even flying flowers and picking leaves has the ability to penetrate armor and kill enemies. Cooperate with the void wormhole, control the sky mecha from a long distance, and stuff an explosive into it. Destructive enough to threaten a small city. Among all the reincarnators, the overall strength can even reach A level. To know. Reaching the S level strength, that is the City Destroyer level master. There is not much difference between Jiang Ye and the real S class. At this time, cooldown returned to 7 days. After Jiang Ye got acquainted with the newly unlocked abilities, he immediately exited the Reincarnation Tower. Imperial College. Xiaolong Wu's figure suddenly appeared here, which immediately alarmed the other professors. General, why are you here? It should have been almost 7 days since Jiang Ye entered the Reincarnation Tower, and now I plan to go and have a look. Okay. The professors present couldn't help being moved, they didn't expect Xiaolong Wu to be so interested in Jiang Ye. 0. You know, he is not only the high-ranking officer of the Imperial Capital School, but also the commander-in-chief of the most powerful army in the Dragon Kingdom Longwuvai. I usually have important things to be busy with. However, but he cares so much about a rookie's performance. It is enough to see that Xiaolong Wu is likely to want to include Jiang Ye in Longwuvai. However, Longwuvai is the most powerful army in the Dragon Kingdom, and at the same time has the top 3 military strengths in the world, so the requirements are very high. Even reincarnators whose overall strength has reached A level have only initially met the application requirements. The threshold is so high that it can almost dissuade more than 99% of the reincarnations in the country. The professors of Imperial Capital Academy also went to check with Xiaolong Wu. They are also worried. After all, Jiang Ye only has one last chance left. If after waiting for 7 days, it still hasn't come out, that means that it is very likely that something unexpected happened in the reincarnation world. Everyone came to the gloomy cave, stopped near the Reincarnation Tower, and waited. Time passed by every minute. However, there was still no movement in the Reincarnation Tower. The professors present couldn't help feeling flustered, and they began to speculate whether there was something wrong with Jiang Ye inside. Several hours have passed since 7 days. But at this moment, a burst of dazzling light, like a universal divine light, illuminated the entire underground world. Everyone present was so blinded by the light that they could barely open their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. Xiaolongwu took a deep breath, with excitement in his eyes. During this period, the only person who entered this Reincarnation Tower was Jiang Ye. No doubt, Jiang Ye broke the world record again. In the infinite golden light, Jiang Ye's figure slowly stepped out from the light gate. The precious light set off his figure, like a returning king. Most of the professors here did not witness the scene of Zhongcheng that day, and their minds are still immersed in the shock, and it is difficult to recover. Even if they have never seen such a dazzling light in most of their lives, the eyes are going to be blinded. After a while, everyone reacted immediately, and couldn't help but gasp. I'm not dreaming, Jiang Ye actually got an SSS rating again. This is nothing short of a miracle. If there might be someone in the world who secretly obtained an SSS rating but hid all the information, then it is absolutely impossible for someone to break through twice in a row. Jiang Ye is definitely a genius who has never been able to break through the ages. Consecutive SSS ratings, what kind of god is this? It's really unbelievable. Does this kind of genius really exist to get SSS grades twice in a row? The professors present all showed disbelief in their eyes. After a while, they all had surprised looks on their faces. This means that the Dragon Kingdom will give birth to the most powerful genius in history. No one can cover up the brilliance of his body, like a peerless sword drawn out of its sheath, it is destined to bloom with dazzling brilliance. Xiaolongwu calmed down his excited expression, walked towards Jiang Ye, and said with a smile. Well done. I didn't expect that you could become an eternal wizard who won 2 SSS level evaluations in a row. According to our agreement, you are fully qualified to obtain the Zushan treasure worth millions.